Chapter 48, Fighting with Spells, 2nd. Chapter 48, Fighting with Spells, 2nd. Master Nan's favorite granddaughter? Hearing De Ji's words, Zhu Qi and martial Aunt Zhong revealed bitter smiles on their faces. Lu Ming, who was standing to the side, was extremely curious as to who this Master Nan was and what kind of person he was. When Yu Qing saw that the girl was unscathed, he didn't feel down. Instead, he started quickly chanting while raising both of his hands. A light green wind blade flew from each of his hands. Afterward, he clenched his fists and pounced toward the girl. The girl on the opposite side saw this and decided not to use her puppet snake. Instead, she let out a sound as the round yellow bamboo shield and the blood-red glyph in her hand disappeared in seconds. Replacing them were a couple of yellow glyphs. Casting them, 6 fireballs appeared in a line and shot out. Seeing this, Yu Qing became extremely surprised. It was too late for him to dodge. The thick yellow dirt on him had made him much slower than before. The first 2 fireballs collided and dissipated with the 2 wind blades, while the 3rd and 4th fireballs landed on him directly. With the 2 other blasts, Yu Qing was forced back against his will. However, when the 5th and 6th fireball arrived at almost the same time, Yu Qing barely managed to take out a short blade from his sleeve in time to split open one of the fireballs. However, the other fireball landed harshly on him. This time, Yu Qing let out a blood-curdling scream as the thick dirt layer on him shattered into pieces under the blazing fire. Immediately, the fire enwrapped Yu Qing within it. Ahem, this round we have lost. A long sigh. Zhu Qi, who was outside the circle, flashed and appeared by the side of the red-haired youth. Immediately, he waved his sleeve to generate some large winds, blowing out the fire. Zhu Qi then looked deeply at the girl before turning around and leaving. As for Yu Qing, because of how timely Zhu Qi's intervention was, he did not suffer any major damage. Only his hair was really burned and his skin was covered in a layer of ash. He was actually only slightly red. It was just a couple of burn blisters, nothing serious. However, instead of showing pain, Yu Qing hung his head low when he followed Zhu Qi out of the circle. His defeat this time had been caused by the number of glyphs the Nan girl could take out and his own mistakes. He could have timely cancelled the ground armor technique, which made him extremely slow, and dodged many of the attacks. At the very least, he would have lost much slower. It must be known that when Yu Qing was practicing on the 9-infant mountain, he never used the ground armor technique. He had originally wanted to use the technique as an ace up his sleeve, but it actually became the reason for his defeat. This made Zhu Qi a little annoyed at the red-haired youth. For the second round of the competition, the 9 Enlightenment Mountain did not send a disciple out immediately. Obviously, they were waiting for the 9-infant mountain to send a disciple first before deciding who would go up. Chong Tianyu. Wait, Junior. For this round, let Feng Er go up. Martial Aunt Zhong originally wanted to send Lu Ming up, but Zhu Qi suddenly interrupted. Senior's meaning behind this is? Martial Aunt Zhong was slightly surprised by this decision. If we lose 2 in a row, the pressure on Feng Er might be too high. It seems that the other side wants to take all 3 rounds. Thus, if we send up Feng Er, they will send out the Jianghu kid. Why don't we go for it right now? Zhu Qi said. What Senior said does make sense. Feng Er, what do you think? Martial Aunt Zhong pondered for a moment before she nodded and turned around to a Xiao Feng. Martial Uncle, Martial Aunt, please be at ease. No matter what kind of puppet this Jianghu person brings out, I won't lose. Xiao Feng said confidently. Yes, you have mastered that technique. You should have quite a high chance of winning. Why don't you go up first? The Martial Aunt Zhong finally agreed. Securing approval, Xiao Feng smiled and walked up confidently. Zhu Qi and Martial Aunt Zhong quickly shot their gazes to the 9 Enchantment Mountain group. The disciples of 9 Enchantment Mountain parted and the youth called Jianghu walked out. Seeing this, the hearts of the 2 were raised involuntarily. According to the reports, in the opening spirit ceremony of the 9 Enchantment Mountain, this youth named Jianghu only had the talent of a 6th spiritual pulse disciple. However, his innate talent of doing multiple things at once made him more sought after than many 9 spiritual pulse disciples. After a huge fight, he was taken in by De Shang and De Ji and was viewed as their successor. Seeing the caring expression of the 2 spirit masters, Lu Ming smiled bitterly in his heart. It looked like the 2 did not have high hopes for him winning his round and instead, put all their hopes onto Xiao Feng. Otherwise, they would have at least asked for his opinion. This lack of attention to him was in part due to his active performance in 9-infant mountain, but it still left a bad taste in his mouth. Do what you can. Otherwise, once I start getting serious, you won't have a chance. The moment Jianghu walked into the circle, he spoke these words as if they were a fact. "That's what I wanted to say to you." Xiao Feng became enraged at these words, and after a blur of his hands, a wind blade appeared in one of them. "Alright, then I won't be courteous." Jianghu didn't change his expression at Xiao Feng's provocation and instead waved his sleeves. A green round ball the size of one's fist came rolling out. In an instant, it transformed into a 3-foot-tall green praying mantis puppet. The new puppet beast was slightly different from the black serpent puppet. Besides its 2 forearms looking extremely sharp, the rest of its body was covered in a light green glow. This made the puppet seem extremely agile. Green light mantis. You guys have actually given such a puppet to a new disciple. He probably won't even be able to utilize it well. Seeing the mantis puppet, Zhu Qi's face changed drastically. This green light mantis is indeed a little hard to create, but it is still a tier 2 puppet beast. As for utilizing the puppet, fellow Zhu does not need to worry about it. Jianghu's talent of doing multiple things at once will definitely surprise you two later. Deshang said happily. Really? Then we will wait and see. I want to see how strong this tier 2 puppet beast, which is the hardest one to master from your sect, really is. Zhu Qi said with some contempt and stopped talking. Xiao Feng saw the puppet beast of the other party and waved his arm. Immediately the green wind blade flew toward Jianghu. In an instant, many different hand signs were performed to build up the strength within Xiao Feng's body, and his skin became a bright emerald color. Ping ping. The 2 forearms of the green light mantis moved slightly and knocked away the wind blade attack. In response to the attack, Xiao Feng shook his arm and took out a green-bladed practitioner weapon that buzzed loudly. His face turned somewhat savage as he swung the blade at Jianghu. A surprising scene appeared. After the swing of the green blade finished, it visibly dimmed. However, a bright light a few feet in length appeared and shot out. At the same time, Xiao Feng threw away the dimmed practitioner weapon and started making a hand sign. Immediately his body started seeming somewhat hazy. Afterward he started running at a dizzying speed around Jianghu. Seeing this, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. However, he didn't do that because he was impressed with Xiao Feng's speed like the other disciples were. Instead, he faintly saw some extremely tiny seeds fall out of Xiao Feng's sleeve as he ran. Hong. Jianghu and his puppet only had to move slightly in order to dodge this seemingly powerful attack from Xiao Feng that left a large trench behind the puppet and puppeteer. After he looked at the running figure, he immediately laughed. Trying to compare speeds with me. Laughable. Green light go. Right as Jianghu's voice fell, the green light mantis puppet rubbed its 2 forearms together before turning into a green shadow and also shooting forward. Its speed was even greater than Xiao Feng, who was already sprinting. Seeing this, Xiao Feng was quite surprised. Before he could even react, the mantis puppet had already closed the distance and was ready to strike. The mantis puppet's forearms flashed a dozen times in a matter of seconds as strike after strike rained down on Xiao Feng. Even though Xiao Feng was extremely proud, his heart fell when he saw this attack. As he tried to dodge, he made a hasty hand sign. From Xiao Feng's sleeve came so noises as 2 green arrows came shooting out. However, all the mantis puppet did was pull back its forearms and easily shredded through the 2 arrows. Xiao Feng used this pause to create distance between him and the puppet. Immediately afterward, he changed his hand sign and started laughing wildly at Jianghu. Kid, you are definitely dead now. Raining thorn technique. Right after Xiao Feng's words fell, the places in which he had run past suddenly shined brightly. Hundreds of black thorns sprouted out of the ground and grew toward Jianghu, who was surrounded by the thorns. If this is your ace, it's funny. Seeing this, Jianghu sighed and poked his forehead. With a sound, the green light mantis returned to Jianghu's side. Afterward, it spread its wings and started running circles around Jianghu. However, it was too late. The black thorns were already in position to penetrate through the makeshift defense and were making sharp air whistles with their speed. Still, Jianghu showed no emotions and stood as still as a rock. All he did was focus on his puppet beast. Suddenly, all the thorns were stopped. There were 4 mantis puppets surrounding Jianghu, and each of them defended the thorns in the direction they faced. With their forearms, they cut down all of the thorns that dared to try to get past them. Xiao Feng's gloating smile froze on his face. Chapter 49, Fighting with Spells, 3. Chapter 49, Fighting with Spells, 3. After all of the black thorns had been destroyed, with a sound, a green mantis puppet appeared in front of Xiao Feng like a demon. Its forearms moved to attack, changing into 2 light beams, slicing toward Xiao Yan like a dragon. Xiao Feng was shocked by the attack and did not have time to form any defenses. With determination, his arms started shining with a green light as they moved toward the forearms of the mantis. Stop it. Your withering wood method is only trained to level 2. You cannot use your body to block this kind of attack. Dang dang. Two sounds rang out. With a gloomy expression, Zhu Qi appeared before Xiao Feng. He flicked his finger left and right, dispersing the attacks. On top of that, the puppet was even forced to retreat several steps back after being struck. Seeing this, Jianghu's eyes flashed. At the same time, the green light mantis rubbed its two forearms together and was about to sprint forward. However, De Ji appeared beside Jianghu and patted his shoulder to stop him from controlling his puppet. Afterward, he smiled and heard Zhu Qi say, "We have lost this round. The talent of doing multiple things at once is indeed extremely useful for your sex puppet techniques." With his performance, it can be said that even if you were to personally control this green light mantis, you wouldn't be doing much better. You two have truly found a suitable disciple. Zhu Qi looked deeply at Jianghu and sighed after admitting the defeat. Martial Aunt Zhong, who was outside of the circle, also sighed when she heard Zhu Qi's word. It couldn't be said that Xiao Feng had done poorly, rather it was Jianghu's control of his puppets that was truly impressive. With the speed of the green light mantis, it was possible that if he attacked first, the other party would not even get a chance to cast a single spell or technique. Complete and utter defeat was now a fear come true for the 9-infant mountain. Thinking about their futile trip, Martial Aunt Zhong bitterly smiled in her heart. At the same time, she turned her head toward Lu Ming. What entered her eyes gave her quite a surprise. Lu Ming didn't show any expressions of fear or insecurity. Instead, he quietly stood there as if the result of the two previous matches did not even faze him. Good. To be able to keep a clear mind at this point is extremely difficult. For the last match you need not worry too much. Just do your best. When Zhu Qi brought back Xiao Feng, who had his unwillingness to accept defeat written all over his face, and saw how calm Lu Ming was, Zhu Qi also showed an expression of surprise and praised Lu Ming. "Yes, Martial Uncle Zhu, I will do my best." Lu Ming slightly bowed and respectfully replied. At this time, a 15 to 16-year-old youth that was well built walked out from the 9 Enchantment Mountain disciples. There was a long blood-red scar on his forehead and 2 swords on his back. While he stood still in the center, he emitted a powerful and fierce aura. This aura? No way. This is a body cultivator. Deji Deshang, is he really a disciple under the two of you? After sensing the aura of the well-built youth, Martial Aunt Zhong changed her expression and questioned the 2 spirit masters with some panic in her voice. "Fellow Zhong, Wu Fei is indeed a disciple that we took in during our opening spirit ceremony. He could withstand the pain of the ceremony using nothing but his own body and was one of the few disciples that wasn't forced to the ground. Even though our sect is known for our puppet techniques, it is not strange for some disciples to follow the path of a body cultivator." Deshang stroked his beard and said with a smile. The gloating manner in his eye was visible to anyone who bothered to look. The path of a body cultivator was not a path any spirit apostle could take. Not only did all of them have a body much stronger than normal cultivators, they could also withstand inhuman levels of pain without flinching. After all, every single one of them toughened their bodies through extremely painful and severe methods. For most spirit apostles, a body cultivator of the same level was a counter that they could not win against. Even in the spirit master realm, body cultivators could, under certain circumstances, show powers that were not within the normal range of spirit masters. Thus, even though body cultivators were extremely hard to come by and develop, each of the large sects would choose a couple of disciples from every opening spirit ceremony to become one of these special cultivators. The disciples that Deshang and Deji brought this time were indeed new disciples, but every single one of them had extraordinary skills or backgrounds that would leave them with an unimaginable advantage. Why would they have requested such a competition if they didn't have such an advantage? Seeing this, Zhu Qi could only bitterly smile and stay quiet. When he and Martial Aunt Zhong saw how calm Lu Ming was, they thought that there was some hope for the last round. However, after seeing Lu Ming's opponent, they no longer had any thoughts about winning the spirit fruits. When Lu Ming first experienced the fierce aura emitted by well-built youth, he furrowed his brow. However, he quickly relaxed and slowly walked up. The moment Lu Ming set foot within the circle, the well-built youth's expression became one of slight anger. His arms moved, pulling out the 2 swords on his back. At the same time, he started chanting and a golden luster started shining from all over his body. After a slight blur, his height grew a few inches, even his arms and legs seemed to have become thicker. With just a casual glance, he seemed like Lu Ming after he activated his mortal secret techniques. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes shone. He also started chanting and wisps of black smoke started to appear from within his body. The well-built youth lowly roared and the two swords were twirled like wheels in his hands. Afterward, he stomped onto the ground and charged forward in a flash. Pooh! A fireball that was visibly larger than a normal fireball was shot out from Lu Ming and easily landed on the charging youth, who did not even attempt to avoid the attack. The Fa Li and Lu Ming had all been refined and thus, with the same fireball technique, the fireballs that he cast would be stronger than the fireballs a normal spirit apostle made. With a hong, the fire exploded into waves of flames, making the charging youth slightly pause. However, the well-built youth roared once more and the wind around his two blades strengthened and blew away all the flames. After dispelling the flames, the youth started charging again. In seconds he was already within 100 feet of Lu Ming. Seeing the fierce charge of the youth, Zhu Qi and Martial Ant Zhong shared a bitter smile after seeing the hopelessness in each other's eyes. At this moment, the two of them held no hope for Lu Ming's victory. Pu. Another two crimson fireballs flew from Lu Ming's hands and landed on the charging youth. Even if the well-built youth's body was much stronger than the average person with such strong fireball attacks, he felt his arms becoming incredibly tired and he barely cleared the waves of flames around him. With panic, the youth realized that if he didn't defeat Lu Ming in this charge, he would most definitely lose. With a final roar, he squeezed out the final strength of his arms and cut open a path among the loose waves of flames around him. Then he began to transform into a shadow, pouncing toward Lu Ming. The youth assumed that a person who had already released so many fireballs would not have time to cast any more spells. And, as a body cultivator, all he had to do was get into close combat with the other party to end the match. The well-built youth would reach Lu Ming in a matter of seconds, but he was still unable to find any trace of fear on Lu Ming's face. Instead, Lu Ming's lips curved into a mocking smile. Wait. The well-built youth suddenly felt that something was wrong the split second he saw Lu Ming's face. However, it was already too late for him to do anything. Lu Ming's lips parted as he raised his two hands. Another two crimson fireballs appeared and shot out. Hong hong. After two sounds, the well-built youth's two swords flew out from his hands while his own body was pushed back and engulfed by the corresponding wave of flames. Initial mastery of the fireball technique. No, with such a fast cast time, it seems he's already entered the initial mastery of the fireball technique for quite some time already. The sudden turnaround of events left De Ji unable to control his voice. De Shang, on the other hand, had already rushed into the circle and waved away all the flames on the well-built youth. However, the power of the two fireballs was not something as simple as couple of flames. Even with De Shang's aiding hand, the well-built youth had burn wounds all over and was unconscious. Good, very good. I never would have thought that a new disciple would have such a mastery over the fireball technique. We lost without regrets. The Fa Li in his body has also been refined, right? A normal spirit apostle's fireball technique doesn't have such strong power. Fellow Zhu and fellow Zhong, you both have really left the best for last. De Shang eyed the unconscious youth on the ground with some pain in his eyes while his gaze was cold as ice when he looked at Lu Ming. Haha, we're innocent. I didn't even know that this disciple of mine had practiced the fireball technique to such a high level. A shadow solidified beside Lu Ming and Zhu Qi's voice came booming across the circle. With a pat on Lu Ming's shoulder and an expression of surprise on his face, anyone could tell that Zhu Qi was more than satisfied with this turn of events. Martial Ant Zhong also showed a face of pleasant surprise. The unexpected victory from Lu Ming was outside of their expectation, but more importantly, it made it so that their trip was not in vain. If they left empty-handed, the entire Nine Infant faction would be in shame. As for how Lu Ming got his fireball technique to initial spell mastery and how pure Lu Ming's Fa Li was, those were small matters compared to the spirit fruits. The gazes they showered Lu Ming with were also full of praise and not full of questions. Alright, 2 wins in 3 matches. You two can take 1/3 of the spirit fruits. However, I have a suggestion. Would you two fellows be interested in having one more round? De Ji waited until someone from the 9 Enchantment Mountain tended to the well-built youth before sweeping his gaze over Lu Ming and asked. What do you mean by this? The happiness on Zhu Qi's face dimmed. Martial Ant Zhong also walked up with a stormy face and stood next to Zhu Qi. It's very simple. From what I saw, your disciple is quite strong. Why not have him go at another round with Jianghu? If Jianghu wins, then the spirit fruits that you have will go to us. However, if your disciple wins, we will give you our 2/3 of the spirit fruits. What do you two fellows think? No matter how you look at it, you fellows are in the advantage. De Ji and De Shang exchanged a glance, and as if he read De Ji's mind, De Shang spoke up. What? Gambling your 2/3 of the spirit fruits for our 1/3? Hearing this, Zhu Qi's heart started beating rapidly. Chapter 50 E-Mechanical Plating. Chapter 50 E-Mechanical Plating. No need, we two are already very happy with the current result, there is no need to continue. Martial Aunt Zhong suddenly opened her mouth and said. Indeed, Song Tian, this child only won this match by a fluke. If he was against Jianghu, the chances of victory are just too low. Zhu Chu also realized the intentions of the other two and directly declined. Even if the stakes were more weighted toward their side, if they couldn't win, it would naturally be useless. If so, how about we add another 50 kilograms of iron essence? After knitting his brows, De Ji unexpectedly raised the stakes again. After this was said, Zhu Qi was stumped for words and Martial Aunt Zhong's expression froze. If I heard correctly, the two of you for this final third of the spirit fruits, are actually willing to add on 50 kilograms of iron essence on top of the 2/3 of the spirit fruits. The price of 50 kilograms of iron essence is definitely not inferior to the price of all of these spirit fruits. After breaking out of his daze, Zhu Qi replied in disbelief. The truth is, fellow Zhu and fellow Zhong, this time these spirit fruits are a necessity to us. Either we take none of them or we take all of them. As for the reason, we cannot tell you. However, both rest assured, if your disciple loses today, we are willing to leave behind the 50 kilograms of iron essence as compensation. The De Shang replied solemnly. Zhu Qi and Martial Aunt Zhong glanced at each other, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Please wait a moment, I need to discuss this with my junior before deciding. Zhu Qi could only reply like this. This is natural, please do not hesitate to discuss, we too can wait. The De Shang naturally agreed without reservations. Song Tian, take this time and rest. It is very possible you will compete again in a while. Martial Aunt Zhong did not disagree, and instead turned around to speak with extreme gravity to Lu Ming. Yes. Lu Ming replied and sat down with legs crossed where he was standing. He then began circulating and recovering fully without making a sound. However, he was still naturally bewildered in his heart, not knowing what the two spirit masters of 9 Enlightenment Mountain were thinking. At this moment, Zhu Qi and Martial Aunt Zhong walked to the other side, yet their lips were moving but no sound was produced. It was the extremely mysterious whisper technique. This technique could only be learned after reaching late spirit apostle level. Therefore, this was also the first time Lu Ming had seen it. After looking at it, he couldn't help but feel very curious. Ever since Lu Ming won by accident, the expression of Yu Cheng and Xiao Feng both became complicated. Especially Xiao Feng, who felt extremely embarrassed. He, who was a 9 spiritual pulse disciple, was not able to win a match. However, Lu Ming, who was a 3 spiritual pulse disciple, could get a round under his belt. Also, as it seemed that he was going to compete again, this obviously made him feel unwilling at heart. The gaze in which he used to look Lu Ming could not help but contain a hint of envy. After no less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, 10 minutes, Zhu Qi and Martial Aunt Zhong finished discussing and walked over again. After seeing this, De Ji and De Shang roused their spirit, ready to hear their reply. Since the two of you have agreed to give 50 kilograms of iron essence whether we win or lose, the two of us naturally cannot refuse. However, we have one condition. Zhu Qi spoke with no expression. What condition? De Ji and De Shang looked at each other as De Shang hurriedly asked. This competition, if our disciple loses, the two of us will naturally say no more and immediately leave this place with the iron essence. All the spirit fruit belonging to the two fellows. However, if he wins, then you two fellows must tell us the real reason as to why you care so much about these spirit fruits. Zhu Qi said without thinking any further. Tell you our reason? Sure, if we lose these spirit fruits, I naturally will have no need to continue hiding this information. After hearing what he said, De Ji's expression changed slightly, but after thinking about it, he opened his mouth and agreed. Okay, then it is a deal. Zhu Qi raised both brows and extended out a palm. With 3 sounds of pa pa pa, the white-haired elder and Zhu Qi hit their palms together. Afterward, the 4 spirit masters all walked out of the ring. Song Tian, I don't know if you still have other methods, but feel free to use them all in the next round. As long as you can win against that kid called Jianghu, I can make sure that the benefits you receive will be 1/10 of all the rewards. When Zhu Qi passed by Lu Ming, he suddenly turned serious and said a sentence. That is correct. As long as you win the match, I will definitely keep that promise. Martial Ant Zhong also seriously added a sentence. I understand and will definitely try my utmost. Once he heard he could receive a tenth of all the rewards, Lu Ming's heart could not help but suddenly jump, and he hurriedly replied in a submissive manner. At this time, De Ji and De Shang were also instructing a few sentences seriously to Jianghu before also leaving. Jianghu entered the ring with no expression on his face, shook his sleeve and threw out a green-colored ball. Once again the ball changed into a green light praying mantis puppet. Junior, how do you feel about Song Tian's chances of winning? Zhu Qi, standing outside the ring, suddenly asked Martial Ant Zhong. If it was before the previous match, I would only say that he had a 5% chance. But since his fireball technique has already reached initial spell mastery and moreover, he won the previous match effortlessly. He should still have other tricks up his sleeve that he has not used yet. But even if so, the chances of victory should only be at a maximum of 30%. After all, Jianghu's talent of doing many things at the same time, combined with the green light praying mantis puppets, is extremely powerful. Martial Ant Zhong remained silent for a moment before giving her reply. 30%. This is enough for us to gamble. Looking at the manner of De Ji and De Shang, if we don't compete in this last round, perhaps they will not let us leave here easily. Zhu Qi replied with a cold laugh. And I am actually more curious about why the two of them are so attached to these spirit fruits. The martial ant instead replied unhurriedly. If Song Tian wins, we will naturally be able to know. But if it does not happen, taking back 50 kilograms of iron essence can also be considered as returning from a rewarding journey. Zhu Qi replied with a small chuckle. Indeed, all we can do now is patiently wait for the results. The martial ant nodded slightly. At this time, Lu Ming had already stood up and wisps of black smoke started escaping from his body. He then formed a sign with one hand. The bronze bracelet on his wrist lit up, and quickly Lu Ming hid a hand sign into his own body. At this, the bronze bracelet produced a wung-wung sound, and a round light shield which tightly stuck to his arm appeared. So this is your practitioner weapon, doesn't seem like much. Jianghu glanced at Lu Ming's bronze bracelet and coldly said. Whether it is powerful or not, you will know after trying it personally. Lu Ming stared at his opponent and spoke plainly. Oh really, then I will try it. An ominous glint flashed in Jianghu's eyes, immediately pointing a finger toward his forehead. The green light praying mantis immediately knocked its two forelimbs together. Then it suddenly opened up both its wings and lunged forward toward Lu Ming with a speed that left afterimages. After Lu Ming saw this, he quickly chanted a technique and brought both of his hands together in front of his chest. This immediately caused waves of aqua light to flash past, and one by one thin aqua-colored blades appeared in Lu Ming's hands at lightning speed. Then Lu Ming flicked his wrist. So, sounds echoed. 3 wind blades practically formed a straight light as they shot forward. The speed at which they were traveling was much faster than Lu Ming's fireball technique from before. It was even about the same as the speed of the green light praying mantis puppet. After seeing this, Jianghu became slightly alarmed and hurriedly controlled the puppet beast. In between 3 sounds of dang, 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 the forelimbs of the praying mantis danced at lightning speed. Although it deflected the 3 wind blades, it also couldn't help but consecutively take several steps back. Jianghu's expression became heavy. With his empty hand, he suddenly formed a hand sign and pointed toward the praying mantis in the air. The puppet immediately rushed forward again. However, this time, it started trembling its wings at the same time and turned into 4 blurry shadows, which were indistinguishable between each other as they all rushed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's pupils shrank, but his chanting of his technique became even more hurried, again raising both hands. A deafening sound could be heard. Again 4 wind blades shot out and destroyed 3 praying mantis shadows in a flash. The final mantis moved its forelimb, knocking the wind blade away, but its midair body was affected by the power of the wind blade and helplessly flew backward. Right at this time, Lu Ming suddenly raised his sleeve into the air. With a flash of black, a black rope flew straight toward the praying mantis puppet like a poisonous snake. Pooh! Right when the unsuspecting praying mantis was about to get caught in the black rope, the puppet beast suddenly flapped its wing and shot to the side at an oblique angle. The black rope immediately missed its target. Taking advantage of the moment when Jianghu was distracted, Lu Ming, who was on the other side, raised both hands. With another deafening sound, he shot forward another 2 wind blades, but not with the praying mantis puppet as the target now. Instead, after the shot forward with a flash, The wind blades were like ghosts as they appeared before Jianghu. When Lu Ming fought previously, he impressively did not use his full power. With his pure Fa Li and his complete spell mastering in the wind blade technique, the speed of Lu Ming's wind blades would be 30 or 40% faster than before if he were to give it his all. Even though Jianghu had a coarse and wild personality, after seeing this situation he couldn't help but be frightened. However, he had no time to dodge even if he wanted to. Pung pung. The wind blades landed solidly on the Jianghu's front chest, but only caused a yellow flash and dull thud, as if they landed on dead wood. Mechanical battle armor. De Ji and De Zhang, you two actually gave this treasure to him. This round of competition cannot be counted. Zhu Qi, who was originally so happy that he could jump around, immediately yelled to the other two spirit master while feeling alarmed and angry at this scene. After Martial Aunt Zhong saw this situation, her expression also became unnatural and ugly. Look carefully. Cui Er's mechanical item is not our mechanical battle armor from before, but instead mechanical plating that was created by him. Mechanical plating. After hearing this, Zhu Qi was slightly stumped for words. At this time, after snorting coldly, Jianghu suddenly tore off his clothes, revealing a set of tight, white-color clothes underneath. However, in front and behind these new clothes, there was a round, mirror-like wooden piece tightly protecting his chest and back. Chapter 51, Victory. Chapter 51 of Victory. The two wooden pieces seemed abnormally smooth and were marked with black-colored inscriptions. They were tightly bound to Jianghu's body by a thick mass of ropes. The two wind blades carved 2-inch deep marks into the front of the wood piece. However, the wind blades were unable to cut through it in a single stroke. The expression of Lu Ming, who was opposite to Jianghu, was naturally slightly dismayed. He obviously did not think that the previous attack would fail. Jianghu slapped the piece of wood on his chest with his palm. A ping sound rang out. The two seemingly ordinary wood pieces suddenly began to change and stretch. In the blink of an eye, a simple wooden armor covered Jianghu's upper body, protecting him from various harms. And you still say you did not give him this mechanical battle armor? After seeing this situation, Zhu Qi immediately became angry. This object really wasn't from us, this we can swear that with a heart oath. However, even after this mechanical plating has transformed, it is very simple and crude, and is far from being called mechanical battle armor. Tsk. Cui Er, this child, can actually already create such complex mechanical equipments. De Shang hurriedly explained, before continuing to speak with a gratified look on his face. De Shang, who was to the side, also had an expression of being pleasantly surprised. Judging from their praise of Jianghu, he had something up his sleeve that even his teachers did not know about. Hearing the two of them say they would be willing to make a heart oath, Zhu Qi became stunned for a moment. After that, he chose to stay quiet. At this time, Jianghu, who was half covered in wooden armor, pointed his hand toward his forehead again. Then he flipped his other hand over and grabbed hold of a short stick that was about a thumb thick. Afterward, he pointed the stick toward the Lu Ming without saying anything. Several sounds of pu echoed. Two azure-colored streaks shot out from the stick and appeared in front of Lu Ming after a few flashes. They were 2-inch-long bamboo nails, covered in azure light, and seemed extremely odd. At the same time, the green light praying mantis puppet, which was in the sky, started to vibrate its wings. After a weird cry, it rushed toward Lu Ming. With ping sounds, Lu Ming reacted subconsciously and raised the light shield on his wrist, blocking the two bamboo nails. However, they suddenly broke apart. A white liquid explosively shot into the sky and condensed into a white silk net that started to fall down. Spider web technique. Lu Ming's heart trembled a little and a chant flew out of his mouth quickly before he raised one hand. A scarlet red fireball immediately shot out, hit the white silk net and exploded into flames. But the scene that appeared afterwards startled him. The original silk net, which Lu Ming thought would be reduced to ashes, was actually untouched. In addition, after being slightly heated up by the flames, it put the flames out in a second and continued falling down. The expression on Lu Ming's face changed and he suddenly changed his hand signs. With a wave-like motion above his head, bits of gray-colored smoke appeared from nowhere, forming a gray cloud that was a foot large. This was actually the spirit cloud that spirit apostles could form using the soaring sky technique. The falling white silk net was immediately stopped by the gray cloud, unable to fall any further. This scene not only caused Jianghu to stare blankly, it also caused the spectators outside the ring, Zhu Qi, De Ji, and the other people to helplessly look at each other. To use the soaring sky technique as a defensive method, this was their first time seeing that. However, after Lu Ming did all these techniques in such a flurry, the green light praying mantis puppet had reached Lu Ming. Waving its two blade-like forearms, it created a dozen or more cold lights when it chopped downward. Pooh! Lu Ming immediately dispelled his light shield. He held his arm with the bronze bracelet pointed toward the praying mantis puppet, and a yellow tiger head replaced the shield. The tiger head composed of light then opened its mouth and spat out a blurry white sound wave. Gudong. Although the blades created by the forearms of the praying mantis puppet were as sharp as ever, the opposing sound wave was a shapeless attack that was unblockable. It was able to crash into the mantis, even though it was emitted after the mantis swung down its forearms, and managed to push the mantis back several steps. However, the next moment the puppet beast once again flashed forward toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression sank as he stimulated the Fa Li in his body and made another sound wave come out of the tiger head, causing the praying mantis to retreat once again. Although this sound wave attack was very mysterious, it was a pity that the power of the attack would decrease greatly as the distance increased. In addition, even though it hit the praying mantis puppet twice, the puppet did not appear to take any damage. Instead, it would pounce forward unceasingly with Jianghu's commands. It was evident that Jianghu knew that the attacks from practitioner weapons like the Tiger's Bite bracelet took little time to activate but wasted large amounts of Fa Li. Even if Lu Ming was a middle spirit apostle, it was impossible to maintain this type of attack for too long. Lu Ming naturally knew this. After hitting the green light praying mantis puppet back again, he suddenly gave a deep, loud shout. Both of his calves started to become thicker and larger. He then ferociously stepped on the ground, shooting his body towards Jianghu like a crossbow bolt. With the support of Lu Ming's mastery of the second level of the Dark Bone method and the lighten technique from the Tiger's Bite bracelet as well as the use of a mortal secret technique that aroused his potential, Lu Ming's speed increased by quite a bit. Although this leap in speed did not place him at the level of the green light praying mantis puppet, his speed definitely was not inferior by that much. Thus, after recovering, the praying mantis puppet lagged behind Lu Ming and was not able to block Lu Ming when Lu Ming charged toward Jianghu. However, Jianghu gave out and stood his ground, neither escaping nor avoiding Lu Ming. With just a flick of his wrist, a flash of green light immediately shot out of the short stick in his hand. Another two green-colored bamboo nails once again shot toward Lu Ming. So. Lu Ming raised both of his hands, two white lines shot out from them and after a flash, sent the two green-colored bamboo nails flying. The bamboo nails were pushed back in a smart, flexible manner and did not explode. The two white lines were impressively two water arrows created using the water arrow technique. After the two water arrows hit the nails, Lu Ming had come within 3 to 4 feet from the gloomy teenager. With a one-handed hand sign and reciting a chant in his mouth, Lu Ming formed a vague wind blade in his hand instantly. Seeing that, Jianghu still did not retreat. Instead, he threw down the short stick in his hand before reaching to his waist at lightning speed. A metal cylinder with the thickness of a forearm appeared in his hand, while the opening of the cylinder was aimed at Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming did not know what was in the cylinder, his experience from countless life-or-death scenarios caused him to suddenly have a feeling of extreme danger. Without thinking, he slammed his palm against his chest and after 3 flashes of black light specks, a black light shield immediately appeared around his body. Almost at the same time, a few scarlet red inscriptions appeared on the metal cylinder. Moments later, a scarlet red flame shot out from it and enveloped Lu Ming. The moment the flame sprayed out, a black-colored sphere rolled out from Jianghu's hand. After another finger pointing toward his forehead, the sphere turned into a giant half-person tall tortoise puppet, with a jay-bang sound. The giant tortoise reversed before standing up and acted like a huge black shield, protecting Jianghu behind it. Jianghu then walked up and patted the shell of the giant tortoise with lightning speed. Jay-bung. Dozens of small holes immediately appeared on the thick shell of the giant tortoise. After a glass-shattering sound came from within it, dozens of steel darts shot out, like a burst of torrential rain. The darts covered almost everything in front of them within their attack range. When Deshang and Deji, who were outside the ring, saw this, they suddenly became overjoyed, while Zhu Qi and Martial Ant Zhong both became gloomy. So, there was a shadow of movement in the flames. Lu Ming shot out toward one side, effectively dodging the attack of the steel darts, and then somehow managed to instantly change directions while still in midair. He arced with unbelievable speed and shot directly toward Jianghu. This unexpected movement caused Jianghu to become greatly shocked. He hurriedly turned around trying to think of some method to defend himself, but it was already late. When he had turned around halfway, he suddenly heard the sound of wind by his ears. Both of his arms felt a heavy weight on them and two lightning-fast palms were placed on them. At the same time, a plain voice could be heard. "Don't move. Move again and I will behead you." In between the two palms, there were two faintly discernible wind blades flashing about. Jianghu's expression immediately became ashen. Even though Jianghu had the mechanical battle armor to protect his body, the area near his neck had no type of protection whatsoever. If the close-range wind blades slide toward his neck, even if he had other combat abilities, he would not be able to protect his feeble life. However, even though Jianghu ended up in such a situation, he still turned his head a little, looking at the rival standing beside him with an ominous glint. At this time, the light green clothes Lu Ming wore had already become gray shreds. He was covered in a burnt smell and the exposed skin on his nape, wrists and other places were covered in red blisters. It was obviously an appearance of being heavily harmed by flames. However, he looked at Jianghu with a smile. When Jianghu swept his gaze across Lu Ming again, he immediately realized something. He saw a long black rope that appeared to be wrapped around Lu Ming's calf. Its the other end was going into the ground where he was standing, reaching to an unknown depth. Before, the reason why Lu Ming could increase his speed as well as change his direction mid-air, allowing him to suddenly appear on the other side of Jianghu, was obviously all due to borrowing the power of this black rope. But when did Lu Ming deploy the rope at such a close distance? Jianghu actually did not notice when that happened at all. Good tactic. However, if it was a real one-on-one fight, you are definitely not my opponent. Jianghu stared at Lu Ming and chewed on each word slowly. Real fight? If I too could have this many mechanical items with the help of 2 or 3 puppets, it can be put into consideration. Lu Ming said while smiling a bit. Haha Tsong Tian, you did well. You did indeed not disappoint the two of us. Fellow De Ji and De Shang, how is this round? After seeing this situation, Zhu Qi, who was outside the ring, was unable to restrain the joy in his heart and started to smile. Martial Aunt Zhong to his side also naturally had a smile on her face. Losing is losing. Don't tell me Brother Zhu is scared of us backing out? Cui Er return. Your disciple is very shrewd and scheming, you have picked up a good disciple. De Ji said with a sound of, while carrying an ugly expression on his face. Jianghu actually lost in this competition. This was extremely unexpected. Then about the stakes, Zhu Qi said without thinking. All these spirit fruits belong to you, and we will send our sect's disciples to personally deliver the 50 kilograms of iron essence later. De Ji spoke almost as if he was gnashing his teeth. De Shang also had a gloomy expression, not saying a single word. Kiki, then much thanks to the rich rewards of the two fellows. After hearing this, Zhu Qi spoke with great joy. However, you two fellows should probably also tell us why these spirit fruits are so important to you? Martial Aunt Zhong asked with a flash in her eyes. Chapter 52 Sudden Change. Chapter 52 Sudden Change. Since we have already lost our 2 portions of spirit fruits to you two fellows, the information is now useless to us. You two fellows should know that the sea race's market is opening again. This time, one of the items that the sea race wants is the sky jasper fruit. De Shang indifferently said. What? The sea race's market is opening again? You two fellows are not joking, right? In which nation is it located? Why haven't the two of us received even the slightest bit of information about this? Zhu Qi exclaimed in shock. It is within the Haiyu nation. If it were not for members of our sect doing business there, we would not have known about this either. De Shang snorted in reply. Haiyu nation. No wonder. Haha, thank you fellows for your honest response. Zhu Qi laughed. After listening to this, Martial Aunt Zhong's expression became one of pleasant surprise. Fellow Zhu shouldn't be too excited so early. Although the sea race's market has all sorts of innumerable heavenly treasures, one must have enough luck in order to obtain these treasures, otherwise one could end up returning with nothing and merely end up uselessly aiding the sea race. De Ji said unhappily. Do not worry about this fellow De Ji. Having earned this incredible opportunity, we will obviously plan carefully before advancing. Zhu Qi restrained his smile as he replied. Including Lu Ming, this was the first time all of the disciples present heard of the sea race's market, and all of them were confused. Okay. Chong Tian, use this to knock down all the spirit fruits and load them into the basket. Remember, the sky jasper fruit is a fire-type spirit fruit, so whatever you do, do not touch it with your body. Otherwise it will dissipate into fire-type Fa Li. At this time, Martial Aunt Zhong retracted her smile and suddenly retrieved 2 glyphs from her sleeve. After throwing them forward, in midair they immediately turned into a scarlet-colored wicker basket and a small hammer of a similar color. Yes, I understand. Lu Ming bowed his head and responded upon hearing her. He moved forward and picked up both items. However, this irritated the burn injuries on his body, and he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Wait, I have a bottle of spirit medicine that you can rub on your wounds before continuing. After seeing what happened, Martial Aunt Zhong's expression changed. She then took a bottle out from her sleeve and gave it to him. Thank you, Martial Aunt. Lu Ming was pleased and received the bottle at once. Inside the bottle was a clear spirit liquid that he rubbed on his burns. A refreshing sensation covered his body and the pain was greatly reduced. After Lu Ming's spirit recovered, he put the bottle away, picked up the wicker basket and hammer, and walked toward the spirit tree. Once Lu Ming arrived at the blue-colored curtain of light surrounding the tree, he slightly hesitated. However, after seeing that Zhu Qi and Martial Aunt Zhong didn't express anything, he continued moving forward. The light in front of him flashed. He merely felt his body cool, and after entering the curtain of light, a heat wave much hotter than air outside rolled over him. Lu Ming furrowed his brows and faintly expedited his fa. A trace of black fog began to emit from his body, mitigating the sensual heat. Only then did Lu Ming walk to the spirit fruit tree. Once he was standing beside it, he lifted the small hammer and hit a green spirit fruit. Pooh! The sky jasper fruit had seemingly been ripe for a while and fell from the branches and straight into the red wicker basket waiting for it below. After seeing this, Lu Ming had no more hesitations and promptly wielded his small hammer. One by one the spirit fruits fell down and eventually, the wicker basket was almost completely filled. On the outside, Zhu Qi and Martial Aunt Zhong couldn't help but look at each other and smile. De Ji and De Shang could only bitterly smile at this scene. We should leave. Considering that there are no spirit fruit for us, there is no point in staying here. De Shang said. Hearing this, De Ji naturally did not have any idea of opposing it. Thus both of them bid farewell, took their sect's disciples and were about to leave the underground cave. At this time, Lu Ming had just finished knocking down the last sky jasper fruit and was faintly smiling. He then took the wicker basket back to Zhu Qi and Martial Aunt Zhong. However, just as he took a few steps, his body abruptly stiffened. He couldn't help but hastily turn around and blankly stare. Unexpectedly, a dozen large scarlet glyph symbols appeared in front of the spirit tree, and after a subsequent rumbling sound, a water jar-sized flame pillar shot up from the earth. Within a moment, the spirit tree was engulfed by the pillar and transformed into ashes. The rolling flames instantly spewed out in all directions. Lu Ming turned pale with fright and without thinking, he instantly moved his body and fled. Just as he moved to flee, he suddenly saw 2 silhouettes. Zhu Qi and Martial Aunt Zhong had unexpectedly appeared at his side at the same time. One of Zhu Qi's hands formed a symbol as his sleeve lashed out in front of him. Immediately, the flames in front of him rolled around and returned. Martial Aunt Zhong, on the other hand, stood in front of Lu Ming and told him to be careful. Her gaze fell on the fire and she stopped speaking. At this time, the nearby sound of space ripping apart arose once again. The 2 9 Enchantment Mountain elders who had already left the cave unexpectedly had swiftly returned. Their faces were full of astonishment as they stared at the scarlet flame. After a little while, the flame had completely dissipated, but in its place a large 10-foot scarlet formation had been left behind. All around, approximately a dozen scarlet glyph symbols lightly flickered while radiating residual heat. Once Zhu Qi clearly saw the formation, his expression changed as he said, "Small teleportation formation." That's correct. This formation is not fake. Hey, this really is a surprise. Suppressing Dragon Master really did set up a secret area here. I did not expect that only when the spirit tree had been destroyed would the entrance be revealed. De Ji, staring at the scarlet formation, said while smiling. Although Martial Aunt Zhong and Elder Mu Guan didn't say anything, everyone could see their shocked expressions. It seems that both fellows are planning on exploring the area now. But we haven't made any preparations. So to enter it now, wouldn't it be too rash? Zhu Qi took the lead and voiced his hesitation to De Shang. What preparation? Since the spirit tree has already been destroyed, the volcano will soon erupt. When that happens, the entire island will be destroyed. How will we be able to look for suppressing Dragon Master's treasures then? How about this? First let us remove our sect's disciples from the island, then the 4 of us can work together to scout inside. Regarding whom the treasures will belong to, it will be entirely left up to one's luck," De Ji said as he shook his head. Zhu Qi's expression changed, and after a short period of time he clenched his teeth and responded, "All right, then I will take a risk as well." After some slight hesitation, De Shang and Martial Ant Zhong ultimately did not express dissent. Thus the four of them commanded their disciples to retreat from the cave. Before leaving with everyone else, Lu Ming gave the spirit fruits in the wicker basket to Zhu Qi. After the time it took to eat a meal, 15 to 30 minutes, Lu Ming and Yu Cheng's group as well as the dozen or so disciples from 9 Enlightenment Mountain flew atop the center of the island. They were directly above a pile of rubble, and they quietly waited there for Zhu Qi and the others. Once there, they were naturally split into two factions, distantly opposing one another. Time continued to pass, and quickly an hour had gone by. Yet there were no signs of movement from the cave beneath their feet. All of the disciples were slightly worried, some even started to whisper with each other. At this time there was a sudden boom from underground. The stone house from earlier exploded without warning as a ray of light flew out from within and subsequently turned into innumerable scarlet rays that shot in all directions. "Quickly get out of the way. Those are sword cheese. This is not something you can handle." A strict voice suddenly came from below. Following the voice, several silhouettes flashed. Zhu Qi and the other three rapidly flew out of the hole made in the ground. Their clothes were now in tatters and their heads were full of sweat. It seemed as if all of them had just experienced a fierce battle. However, their warning was still too late. After a series of red rays and a few miserable cries, there were a number of people whose bodies were now split into two parts. Unexpectedly, that also included Yu Cheng of the 9 Infant Mountain disciples. Xiao Feng and Lu Ming's reactions could be considered fast among the disciples, but after barely dodging the red rays, their heads couldn't help but sweat profusely. Before they could react further, silhouettes flashed into their vision. Zhu Qi and Martial Ant Zhong split apart and grabbed a disciple each. Zhu Qi waved his sleeve and a glyph shot out. After a white mist surged about, the flying jade spirit boat appeared in front of their eyes. Both of their bodies flashed, bringing Lu Ming and Xiao Feng into the flying boat. After a poo sound, Zhu Qi didn't say anything as he made a hand sign. The flying jade spirit boat then transformed into a green light as it quickly shot away. At the same time, both De Shang and De Ji of the 9 Enlightenment Mountain sect quickly released a flying totem that seemed like a tower. They then grabbed the remaining disciples and fled in the opposite direction. Both sides had used a flying totem, and after using their full effort, one could well imagine their speed. After what seemed like an instant, both parties had arrived at the island's border. The island beneath them suddenly emitted a deafening rumbling noise as a pillar of fire shot into the air. Instantly, the entire island was transmogrified into a sea of fire. Concurrently, from within the sea of flame came a long bird's cry that was exceptionally ear-piercing. It couldn't help but make the listeners feel numb. "This isn't good, Senior. It has almost completely awakened already. We had better go a bit faster because we absolutely cannot be caught." Martial Ant Zhong turned pale as she spoke in a flurry when she heard the bird cry. "Junior, lend me a hand. I'll use a forbidden blood technique," Zhu Qi said while clenching his teeth. He was also greatly alarmed when he heard the bird cry. "All right, I understand. The both of you should quickly sit down." Martial Ant Zhong responded without hesitation and quickly gave instructions to Xiao Feng and Lu Ming. Xiao Feng obviously had not yet recovered from the scene of Yu Cheng's death and could only subconsciously nod his head. Lu Ming felt a shiver in his heart when he heard those words and quickly sat down. He further held onto the flying boat's wall. Although Martial Ant Zhong could see what state Xiao Feng was in, she didn't have the time to deal with the situation right now. She merely moved and quickly stood behind Zhu Qi. She used both her hands to support his back while she started emitting a layer of white light. Zhu Qi let out a low-pitched shout, spitting out a mouthful of blood as both of his hands quickly formed a sign. Chapter 53, Spirit Scarlet Serpent Dragon. Chapter 53, Spirit Scarlet Serpent Dragon. The blood immediately turned into a red mist and made its way into the ship. A woo-woo sound was immediately heard. The Spirit Jade flying boat's speed was instantaneously increased by almost a half. It transformed into a green ray that seemed to split the sky as it traveled. Xiao Feng was still in shock. When the ship suddenly sped up, his back resolutely smacked the wall of the ship, making him cry out in pain. Lu Ming was able to sit still in his original position after he used a bit of force with his arms. Once Zhu Qi completed his technique, he sat heavily on the deck. His face was several times more pale. Martial Aunt Zhong retracted both her arms, but her face was still full of worry as she constantly looked back. A moment later, the spirit Jade flying boat had flown dozens of miles and the once visible sea of fire gradually grew out of sight. From the beginning to the end, no object was seen chasing them. Having realized this, Zhu Qi and Martial Aunt Zhong's expressions relaxed. It seems the evil creature has only recently awakened and is not willing to use its strength to chase us down. Alas, the four of us are lucky to have escaped this calamity, Martial Aunt Zhong softly said. After we return, we must inform our senior, the sect leader, to immediately send people to eliminate it. Examining the state of that creature, it seems to have just recently entered the crystal level. If 100 years were to pass and it were able to stabilize in this level, I'm afraid that many sects would be in trouble. Zhu Qi's face was gloomy as he spoke. At the time, everyone knew that Suppressing Dragon Master was harboring a liquid-level, spirit Scarlet Serpent Dragon, but when he died a few years ago, this Serpent Dragon suddenly disappeared. It was believed then that the Suppressing Dragon Master reluctantly eliminated it to ensure that it wouldn't be able to wreak havoc. Who would believe that this Serpent Dragon unexpectedly concealed itself underneath this island in a sea of fire and bitterly trained? Furthermore, it stealthily advanced into the crystal level and furtively refined the totems of Suppressing Dragon Master. Martial Aunt Zhong was still uneasy as she spoke. We were lucky that when we entered, the Serpent Dragon was only half awake. Furthermore, we were fortunate that it was still in the process of refining that Suppressing Dragon sword and was forced to detonate the sword. Otherwise, if it were to still possess that spirit sword, in the future subduing it will be much more difficult. Zhu Qi bitterly laughed as he spoke. However, Disciple Chen was unable to escape the calamity. When we return, I still don't know how to explain this to Senior. Martial Aunt Zhong's expression darkened. Disciple Chen's situation undoubtedly is extremely unfortunate. Nonetheless, we could not do anything about this. Who would have known that when this Serpent Dragon forcibly stopped his refining, he still had enough force left to send the Suppressing Dragon sword above ground and make it explode there. In addition, not only were we hurt, the 9 Enlightenment Mountain might have experienced greater losses. Deji's disciple who was embarking on the path of a body cultivator apparently also did not escape this misfortune. Zhu Qi lightly coughed as he replied, his eyes displaying helplessness. After hearing this, Lu Ming and Xiao Feng could vaguely understand what happened. It seemed like after Zhu Qi and Martial Aunt Zhong entered the teleportation formation, not only did they not find any treasures, but they also came across an extremely terrifying serpent dragon who forced the 4 spirit masters to flee. Moreover, once Lu Ming heard the words liquid level and crystal level, when the two were talking, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Could it be that the cultivation path is not only divided into just spirit apostles and spirit masters, but into even higher realms? Regarding this matter, he had never heard people mention it, nor had he read about it in ancient texts. Zhu Qi and Martial Aunt Zhong seemed to have no further interest in continuing the conversation. One of them gloomily expedited the spirit boat as the other sat cross-legged on the floor and started to meditate. After 10 days, the group finally returned to Barbarian Ghost Sect. Once they returned to 9 Infant Mountain, Zhu Qi let Lu Ming and the Xiao Feng return to their dwellings first while he and Martial Aunt Zhong went to the mountain top to find Gue Ru Quan. A short while later, Scholar Gue hurriedly left 9 Infant Mountain with both of them. 2 hours later, the main mountain peak in the Barbarian Ghost Sect which housed the Master's Hall suddenly emitted bell rings. Subsequently, various spirit masters, regardless if they were in the midst of training or teaching disciples, quickly stopped what they were doing and immediately sped toward the main peak. Barbarian Ghost Sect's remaining outer disciples were even more shocked and within a short period of time were all speculating what had happened with each other. At the same time, having returned to his dwelling, Lu Ming's face was buried in a pillow on his bed, snoring loudly as he slept. He seemed to not have heard the bell sounds coming from outside his window. On the morning of the second day, when Lu Ming awoke, an outer disciple was already waiting for him outside to notify him that Scholar Gue and others would like to see him to discuss a few matters. After Lu Ming expressed his thanks to the outer disciple, he immediately rushed on his cloud to the mountain peak. When Lu Ming entered the large hall, Scholar Gue, Zhu Qi and Martial Aunt Zhong were already waiting. Moreover, they seemed to have just finished discussing something with their troubled looks. Greetings, Teacher Gue, Martial Uncle Zhu and Martial Aunt Zhong. Lu Ming took a step forward before bowing in respect. Stand up. Song Tian, I have already heard about your performance on Suppressing Dragon Island from you Master and Martial Aunt. This time you can be considered to have executed a great deed for this sect. I dare not say so, I merely completed what any disciple should have done. Lu Ming naturally was incessantly unpretentious. You do not need to say these things. Although our 9-infant mountain is a weaker faction among the sect, it does not pale in rewards. Furthermore, Junior Zhu has said that they have promised to bestow 1/10 of the rewards to you. Since this is the case, I do not have any opposition to this idea. Junior Zhu, why don't you take out the items? Scholar Gui faintly smiled before conferring his order on Zhu Qi. Zhu Qi nodded his head and used a hand to grab a leather bag hanging on his waist. From there he took out several kinds of items and subsequently laid them on a table to his side. Remarkably, the items were 3 round emerald fruits, a scarlet wooden box and 3 glistening ferrous metals. These are 3 sky jade fruits and 3 half kg top-quality iron essences. Their value is approximately 1/10 of this trip's rewards, and now they are all yours. However, I still have 2 suggestions for you, please listen. Scholar Gui said slowly. Yes. Lu Ming respectably said as he forcibly suppressed the joy in his heart. My first suggestion is that you can sell the 3 sky jade fruits and the 3 iron essences to us 3 in exchange for approximately 6,000 to 7,000 spirit stones. This large sum of spirit stones is enough to allow you to live in this sect for 10 years without fiscal worries. Thus you can concentrate on training without having to worry about spirit stones. My second suggestion is that I can help you bring the 3 sky jade fruits to the sect's best alchemist, gather all the other materials needed and have him make 3 bottles of marrow washing spirit liquid for you. However, for the price of this suggestion I will take back the 3 iron essences. What do you think, Song Tian? Scholar Gui said with a smile on his face. I will choose the second option. After hearing the propositions, Lu Ming immediately made his decision without much consideration. You should think over it more. After hearing how quickly Lu Ming responded, Gui Ruquan was a bit surprised and asked again. There is no need to. This disciple knows his own inferior aptitude, and since this spirit liquid has the ability to wash my marrows and reform my tendons, I naturally will not waste such an opportunity. Lu Ming said resolutely. Fine, since this is the case, come back here in 10 days to retrieve the marrow washing spirit liquid. Scholar Gui said without further exhorting and nodded his head. Lu Ming happily expressed his thanks. Following this, Scholar Gui asked Lu Ming a few questions regarding cultivation and then sent him back to his dwelling. Senior, Cui Er is no longer here. Do you really not plan on recruiting this child as your own personal disciple? Once Lu Ming's figure had disappeared from the entrance, Marshal Ant Zhong could not help but ask this. Although this disciple's performance on suppressing Dragon Island was not bad, he is only a 3 spiritual pulse. Furthermore, he has already used pills to increase his FA Li, thus I'm afraid that he will not have much potential. Even if he uses the marrow washing spirit liquid, he will most likely be stuck at the late spirit apostle stage his entire life. He really is not worth spending effort to raise. Not only this, but our faction's resources are finite, so using it on disciples like Feng Er, Xiao Feng, whose aptitudes are better, will give our 9-infant mountain a chance to rise again. After all, it comes down to the number of spirit masters to ultimately determine whether a faction is weak or strong. Scholar Gui said as he spoke. Even like this, it still is a bit of a pity. This child's fighting techniques are very astonishing, and if he is able to enter the late stage of a spirit apostle, there might be a chance for him to help our faction gain a core disciple spot. Zhu Qi said. What use is a mere core disciple spot? In comparison, if we are able to produce a spirit master, our influence will completely change. After hearing what was said, Gui Ruquan still persisted with his opinion. Listening to Scholar Gui speak like this, Zhu Qi and Marshal Ant Zhong looked at each other and did not say anything more. Oh, that's right. How are we going to deal with the sea races market? Other than the 3 spirit fruits we conferred upon Song Tian, we still have 30 pieces. This should be enough to enter the sea races market and pick an object. Zhu Qi's eyes flashed and he changed the topic. Correct. The opening of the sea races market really is an opportunity bestowed by heaven, and we cannot let it go. Perhaps there is a possibility that we can exchange for an object worth 10 to 100 times the price of sky jasper fruits there. However, the sea races are all cunning and very few people have been able to come back from the market with a lot of gains. How about this? In the future I will invite a person who possesses an innate spirit eye. This will give us a better chance of obtaining a good item. Scholar Gui replied after pondering for a bit. When Zhu Qi and Marshal Ant heard this, they naturally nodded their heads in agreement. Senior Gui, I heard that teacher had already come out of secluded training and is rushing to suppressing Dragon Island without stopping to rest. After talking for a while, Martial Ant's expression stiffened and asked a question to Scholar Gue. This really is the case. The Serpent Dragon is originally an extremely rare demonic beast and every part of it is a treasure. If teacher is able to obtain some of this dragon's blood and finds an alchemist who is able to create a legendary pill with it, perhaps it may be able to aid his training and help him increase a stage. However, now that people of the Nine Infant Mountain know about this dragon's existence, I'm afraid that Senior Ling Yu will immediately receive news about this and immediately head out. Scholar Gue slowly replied. Since there are 2 crystal-level seniors setting out, that evil serpent dragon will probably find it hard to run away and will ultimately perish. Martial Ant Zhong suggested. You shouldn't be excited so soon, Junior. If we were to compare those on the same level, high-level demonic beasts are stronger than our human cultivators by a margin. Moreover, since that evil dragon has traveled with Master Fu Jiao for so long, it most likely learned some things from him. Besides, from what you told me, Master Fu Jiao's personal totems have already fallen into that dragon's hands and have almost been fully refined. If this is the case, then even Teacher and Senior Yuling setting out at the same time will not mean 100% chance of the death of this dragon. Scholar Gue harumphed as he replied. Chapter 54, Spirit Communication Technique. Chapter 54, Spirit Communication Technique. If it really is like that, our kingdom of Shen will have no peace. With the abilities of the crystal-level dragon, if an ordinary-level spirit master such as me meets it, we will definitely not be so lucky as to escape. The expression on Martial Ant's face changed greatly. Do not worry, Junior. Although what Senior has said is not wrong, do not forget that there are multiple elders at crystal level from the 2 sects, Heavenly Moon Sect and Hall of Blood. Even if the Serpent Dragon is able to escape from the attacks of Martial Uncle and Elder Ling Yu, once it provokes the 2 sects of Heavenly Moon Sect and Hall of Blood, the elders from the 2 sects will act. No matter how great its abilities are, there is only certain death for it then. Especially the flying sword techniques of Heavenly Moon Sect, they are exceptionally powerful. This Serpent Dragon, without the suppressing dragon sword, no matter how ferocious and vicious it is, will be unable to resist. Zhu Qi instead spoke with a different opinion. Once the flying sword techniques of the Heavenly Moon Sect have been properly practiced and mastered by a disciple, they are indeed a weapon of mass destruction. However, the Blood Blade secret technique from the Hall of Blood Sect is also incomparably vicious. Once a person has reached complete mastery of it, as long as they can scratch the dragon, it will definitely die. But then again, it's not just these 2 sects, all of the major sects have hidden treasures and techniques, even our Barbarian Ghost Sect. If it were possible to summon the founder's barbarian strength Ghost King permanently, which shook several countries back in the days, it would be enough to sweep away all the various sections. However, what is the use of saying all this now? Ever since the founder passed away, the barbarian strength Ghost King disappeared completely, unable to be summoned by any other person. After hearing what was said, Martial Ant Zhong also sighed in admiration. After Zhu Qi and Scholar Gue looked at each other, they could not help but have bitter smiles. Back in the day, the Barbarian Ghost Sect was the leading sect, but afterward it became worse with each generation. If it were not for the reluctant support of a crystal-level martial uncle right now, perhaps its placement in the 5 great sects would not be as stable. This caused them, the younger generation, to feel ashamed. Alright, although this evil dragon is a big inconvenience with martial uncle and the other people, it cannot create too big of a storm. We should now discuss some things regarding our own faction. The scholar said with a slight cough. After Zhu Qi and Martial Ant Zhong heard this, they naturally did not object and immediately began a conversation with a new subject. 10 days later, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged in the training house while playing around with a pure white, faultless jade bottle. There were 2 exactly alike bottles placed on the ground near Lu Ming. These were the 3 bottles of marrow washing spirit liquid which Lu Ming had obtained from the scholar today. According to what the scholar said, when using these liquids, it was best to first exercise fiercely before using all of it within a few days. This way the best results could be achieved. Of course, the process was naturally not very comfortable. Lu Ming thought for a while in silence before suddenly placing the bottle in his hand onto the floor with the others. He got up and walked with large steps out the door to the center of the small yard. Pai La. He casually pulled off his clothes, revealing a somewhat robust and sturdy upper body. After taking a small breath, he started to practice a weird-looking martial art. Again and again. His fists constantly made sounds of breaking wind. This was the exact boxing technique Lu Ming had learned when planting at the spirit farm. As time passed, bit by bit, Lu Ming's skin slowly began to turn red, with drops of sparkling and translucent sweat appearing on his back. He also started to give off steaming hot air which became thicker and thicker, until even the seemingly fierce wind coming from his fists was unable to scatter it. Lu Ming's hand suddenly stopped. Panting slightly, he returned inside the house with large strides. After Lu Ming took off his pants with lightning speed, he picked up one of the small bottles from the floor, flipped the lid off and poured the milky white fluid onto his hand. Afterward, he directly spread and rubbed it all over his body. When the fluids first touched Lu Ming's hand, a bone-chilling, ice-cold feeling could be felt. After spreading it onto his scarlet red skin, it became a forceful, sharp pain as if Lu Ming was being cut by a knife. Lu Ming grimaced, but his hand movements were not affected in the slightest as he continued to spread it over every inch of his body with lightning speed. After that, he sat down cross-legged exactly where he was, still naked, and silently began to cultivate. Every time Lu Ming revolved the Fa Li in his body, the bone-chilling coldness on his skin became colder by a little bit. After a full revolution, he felt as if his blood had frozen over. However, Lu Ming was forewarned by the scholar and knew that this was the most crucial period. He clenched his teeth, purposefully continuing to forcefully revolve the Fa Li around his body without stopping. Only when his body felt extremely numb did he close his eyes, slowly forgetting about time and everything else. After an unknown length of time, the coldness on Lu Ming's skin finally disappeared. At this moment, a black, malodorous, grease-like substance was excreted from all of his pores. Despite this, Lu Ming's face was abnormally red and glossy, with a layer of glittering light constantly moving about. After a long sigh, Lu Ming finally opened both eyes, but after looking at his own body he immediately frowned. After a few lines of chanting, he pointed a hand sign to the top of his head. After a few sounds of piu piu, a few clusters of clean water showered down on Lu Ming, washing and cleaning away all of the black filth that covered his skin. After sweeping his hair backward, Lu Ming suddenly thought of something and slowly closed both eyes. Sending his attention into his body, Lu Ming inspected his body at lightning speed. His bones, blood vessels, spirit sea and other parts all had a somewhat indescribable change. His Fa Li also increased a bit, although not a lot. It was about equal to the results from half a month's worth of hard training. Lu Ming knit his eyebrows, then suddenly raised his arm and clenched his 5 fingers with a bit of strength. It seemed that his strength, compared to before, had increased by quite a bit. He then casually examined his whole body and realized that he had grown a bit taller too. However, ever since Lu Ming began cultivating the dark bone method, even without the support of Fa Li, his strength always seemed to slowly increase. Although it was not by much every time, but over the course of a year, the accumulated strength was not a small amount anymore. He was now twice as strong compared to the time before he entered the Ghost Barbarian sect. In the beginning, Lu Ming thought it was the effect of the exercise boxing technique he habitually performed before he cultivated. However, after investigating the matter by slyly mentioning the subject to older 9 infants mountain disciples, he found out that although the exercise boxing did have an effect of changing the body and increasing strength, it was definitely not as dramatic as his increases. In this way, Lu Ming figured out that his constant increase in strength was most likely due to his cultivation of the dark bone method. Although this cultivation method seemed extremely similar to the barbarian ghost sect's ghost spirit method, the actual effect was barely the same. No additional secret techniques and spells unique to this method existed, or at the very least, the martial Uncle Ruan from the scripture pavilion did not translate and write them in the cotton book. So it could be said that other than the spells and secret techniques of a similar nature that can be found in the barbarian ghost sect, there was no hope for the dark bone method to provide any special techniques to be used in actual combat. Ever since Lu Ming realized this, thinking about it always made him feel very gloomy at heart. In this way, if it wasn't for the fact that he had mastered several spells, he would have looked more and more like a body cultivator. Pondering these things, Lu Ming shook his head and then once again sat down cross-legged, raised another small bottle, and began to spread the liquid all over his body. On came the same chilling cold, the same sharp pain, causing Lu Ming to grimace again. 3 days later, when Lu Ming walked out of the house, his shoulders were clearly thicker than before and his height was now half a head taller. At this point, if it wasn't for his slightly immature facial features, perhaps everyone would think that he was a teenager of 18 or 19 years of age. Each subsequent washing had resulted in a small change in his overall build, but the overall effect was extremely shocking. After Lu Ming exercised his limbs, he practiced the exercise boxing once again. The result was that the wind coming from his punches was able to raise a curtain of dust off the nearby ground. This surprising result naturally could not be achieved by him 3 days ago. Lu Ming himself was also extremely pleased with the effect of the 3 bottles of marrow-washing spirit liquid. After stopping his movements, Lu Ming once again returned to the training house to tidy up. After calming his spirit, he began to study the spirit communication technique. Among the disciples of the barbarian ghost sect, this technique could be counted as one of the most practiced techniques. After all, if you could order a ghost around, it was as if you had an extra helper by your side. When exploring dangerous areas, the ghost could be used to scout out unknown dangers. Although the cultivation methods of some disciples were not compatible with spirit communication technique, they would still purposely and forcefully practice it a little. For them, even if they could only summon the weakest type of ghost, it was still better than nothing. Lu Ming had already understood 80 to 90% of the technique with his previous comprehension session. According to the spirit communication technique, in order for a spirit apostle to obtain a strong ghost to control with the technique, there were 2 methods. One method was to be like the senior in the small competition that practiced the spirit communication technique. One would develop or find a special demon puppet like the white demon skeleton and use the spirit communication technique to subdue some lonely wild spirit or ghost. These subdued ghosts could then be trained to be battle spirits with combat awareness and techniques before directly fusing them with the demon puppets they had. Demons plus ghosts aren't supposed to mix in English, but ghosts in China also incorporates demons. Think of solid ghosts. Also, demon puppet equals dead demon or puppet. Think of this as sealing souls to dead things. This method was viable since low-level battle spirits were extremely easy to train, and as long as one could find a demon puppet, one would be able to obtain powerful ghost allies. However, the later growth and strength for this type of ghost was extremely slow. Whether it was the training of the battle spirit or the non-stop refining of demon puppets, enormous time and effort was required by this method. It could not be known how many barbarian sect disciples, due to this choice, abandoned their own cultivation and were unable to make up for their loss. The second method was much simpler. It was to borrow the barbarian ghost sect's spell formation, which had been personally laid out by the 16 master back in the days. The formation could directly transport one to a mysterious dimension called Ghost Hell Region. There, one could personally find a real, powerful, ferocious ghost to subdue. The ghosts subdued by this method often retained most of their intelligence. As long as they stayed in areas full of Yin energy, they would cultivate by themselves, slowly increasing their own strength. Think of Yin as dark. However, the Ghost Hell region was extremely dangerous and normal spirit apostle disciples wouldn't dare to go too far into the place. Therefore, most of the ghosts subdued were of the lowest level, soldier-level ghosts. Helping this type of ghost cultivate would also lead to an unthinkable waste of time in the later stages. Chapter 55, Glyph Crossbow and Shooting Sun Arrows. Chapter 55, Glyph Crossbow and Shooting Sun Arrows. The 2 methods had their pros and cons, and it naturally fell on each individual's choice as to which method they would choose. Generally speaking, disciples that were incapable of training the spirit communication technique to a high level and had no shortage of spirit stones would use the first method. After all, aside from the exorbitant fee required to create or find a puppet, to refine and control a low-level battle spirit was an exceptionally easy task. On the other hand, disciples who were proficient in the spirit communication technique but had a shortage of spirit stones would often choose the second method of finding a ghost. This method, aside from having to pay contribution points to enter the Ghost Hell region, did not require much expenditure. Furthermore, if one's luck was good enough to find a ghost with large potential, it was entirely possible that it could evolve into a ghost at the warrior or general level. Author never states this, but hopefully it's common sense that soldier, warrior, general. If the ghost really did rise up in level, the disciple's strength would rapidly increase a couple times as well. Moreover, their position within the sect would undergo a complete change. These cases had occurred quite a few times in the sect. Thus, if anyone had a bit of confidence in their spirit communication technique, 70 to 80% of them would choose to enter the Ghost Hell region and search for a compatible spirit ghost. Although Lu Ming had earned a few hundred spirit stones from completing the sect's missions, he could not be counted as wealthy. Thus he naturally chose the second method. However, once Lu Ming realized he would have to use 100 contribution points in order to use the Ghost Hell region teleportation formation, he felt great sorrow. 100 contribution points roughly corresponded to successfully completing 30 contribution point missions. Thus this expenditure would use the great majority of Lu Ming's contribution points. After thinking about this, Lu Ming cursed under his breath before returning his attention to understanding the spirit communication technique. The entire spirit communication technique did not have any distinct stages of success, instead it was like other techniques. The more effort one put into training, the better one could control and communicate with ghosts and other spirits. After 7 or 8 days, Lu Ming was able to understand the entire technique and could recite the incantation word for word. In the following months, Lu Ming bitterly cultivated the dark bone method while he also trained his spirit communication technique. When he finally felt that he had grasped the basics of the technique, he got onto his cloud and left his dwelling. He headed straight for the barbarian ghost sect's main peak. Before deciding to enter the ghost hell region, Lu Ming naturally wanted to test his spirit communication technique proficiency first. Otherwise, if he had incorrectly understood the technique and was unable to use it correctly when needed, wouldn't it be the same as wasting 100 contribution points? The barbarian ghost sect had an area prepared with imprisoned low-level ghosts and demons and was meant for sect disciples to test techniques and train for combat. Half a day later, Lu Ming flew out of a large gray hall on the main peak. His face was full of satisfaction. He had used 3 contribution points and been able to subjugate and communicate with 3 different ghosts. His training of the spirit communication technique clearly had no issues. Even if it was like this, however, Lu Ming still did not plan to immediately enter the ghost hell region. After all, this ghost hell region was not any sort of a benevolent area. Although there were a hefty amount of barbarian ghost sect disciples who had used the teleportation formation, most of them did not stay very long in the area. Additionally, there were many cases of a disciple coming across an extremely powerful ghost and getting swallowed by the powerful ghosts instead of being able to subdue them. Lu Ming naturally had no desire to become a ghost snack. Thus, he decided to fly first to a small ravine affiliated with the Heaven's Secret faction. In the span of time it takes to have a cup of tea, Lu Ming arrived underneath an abnormally smooth cliff within the ravine. Not far in front of him were 2 large brass knockers that lay on an enormous scarlet door. It seemed as if the door was embedded directly into the smooth rock wall. Although the massive door was shut tightly, from time to time sounds of construction would escape from inside. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he walked toward the door with long strides. Lifting his hand, he grabbed one of the brass knockers on the door and beat it twice. Dang, dang, after 2 resonating knocks, the sounds of construction from inside came to a sudden stop. Would you like something? After a little while, the large door was opened and out walked an abnormally tall giant. He coldly looked at Lu Ming as he barely opened his mouth. This large man's hair was a coarse brown color, giving people an oppressing feeling of facing a ferocious monster. Moreover, behind the man was a corridor that permeated a dry heat. One could vaguely make out a wall full of various weapons in the large hall beyond the corridor. Visible through the open door was an incessantly flashing red light. I was introduced by Senior Li Zong, and I would like a small glyph crossbow of high quality with a few customized glyph arrows that can restrain ghosts. Lu Ming said in a calm manner after he finished looking beyond the large man. A small glyph crossbow and 13 shooting sun arrows comes to a total of 180 spirit stones. The large man's expression slightly changed before sizing up Lu Ming and offering his price. Lu Ming had already expected such a price and without saying another word took a bulging leather bag from his waist. He then threw it at the large man. Once the large man received the leather bag, he immediately opened it up and inspected it before nodding his head and turning around. He then retreated and shut the door. Lu Ming was not surprised at all and calmly waited outside the door. In a little while, the large door was opened again and the man appeared with an animal skin package. Everything is in here, take a look. The large man gave the package to Lu Ming and stood there waiting with his arms crossed. Lu Ming opened the bag and exposed a half-foot-long azure-colored glyph crossbow. At its side lay 13 scarlet crossbow arrows that were similar in length. When I forged this glyph crossbow, I embedded some wind-attributed copper into it. If you can install a wind-attributed spirit stone into the crossbow, then it will be able to shoot arrows further and faster. As for the 13 shooting sun arrows, I can guarantee that half of them are effective. After all, these items were made out of pure interest and are not made by a specialized blacksmith. Otherwise they wouldn't be this cheap even if we were in the same sect. The large man pointed at an ordinary notch in the glyph crossbow as he spoke indifferently. It is already enough if only half are effective. However, wind-attributed spirit stones are not easy to find and Senior probably has extras. I am willing to pay a high price to purchase one. Lu Ming said to the large man as he grabbed the glyph crossbow and tested it out slightly before nodding his head. I only have one wind-attributed spirit stone left and the Yuanli within it has already been half used up. If Junior is really willing then it will only be 30 spirit stones. After a brief hesitation, the large man finally spoke. As a cultivator, Lu Ming often made transactions with spirit stones. Normally these spirit stones were attributeless and made of pure Yuanli. However, there were some spirit stones that could gain an attribute through luck while in the process of condensing. Thus they would transform into an attributed spirit stone. These attributed spirit stones had unique uses and compared to normal spirit stones they were much rarer. In addition, for some that did not fall under any of the 5 common attributes, their price would be exponentially higher than normal spirit stones. These attributed spirit stones were also like regular spirit stones in that they had levels as well. To Lu Ming and the large man whom were both spirit apostles, however, the stones which they were talking about were low-grade spirit stones. Lu Ming was fully aware of this and once the large man finished speaking, he did not hesitate to take out 30 spirit stones from his bag and give them to the other party. The large man took out a small and dirty bag from his sleeve and gave it to Lu Ming in return. Lu Ming fished out a flashing green crystal the size of a thumb in the bag. Seeing the luster of the stone, a satisfied expression appeared on his face and immediately after, he said goodbye to the large man. Subsequently, Lu Ming went to the gray market of the sect once again. He collected a few worn old glyphs meant for subduing ghosts from a disciple who was in the midst of learning to make glyphs. Although this disciple expressed with confidence that these glyphs were effective, based on the price of these glyphs, Lu Ming did not have large expectations. Instead he tentatively bought them and was only slightly hopeful that they would be useful. In addition, Lu Ming also bought black dog powder, sky sunflower blood, and a few other objects that could scare ghosts away. Finally, he bought more than 10 fasting pills before returning to his dwelling and cultivating to get into peak shape. It's like garlic to vampires. 3 days later, Lu Ming appeared in a secret hall in the barbarian ghost sect. He then waited in the empty large hall with his hands together. It seemed as if he was waiting for someone. After a while, sounds of footsteps came from outside the temple. A male and a female then entered. When Lu Ming instinctively raised his head to look and what he saw made him slightly startled. The male and female were about the same age as Lu Ming and the handsome male youth was surprisingly the thunder spirit pulsed Lei Zhen who entered the sect with him. As for the young girl beside him who seemed gentle and delicate, she seemed very familiar. She had most likely entered Heaven's secret faction as a disciple with Lei Zhen. Lei Zhen paused when he saw that there was already someone inside the hall but after looking at Lu Ming's face twice, an expression of confusion flashed on his face. It seemed he was not able to discern who Lu Ming was. This was to be expected. The last time Lu Ming saw him was over a year ago. Also, Lu Ming had recently used the marrow-washing spirit liquid to undergo large changes in his body shape and thus, the opposite party was unable to recognize him. Lei Zhen's face was full of arrogance and did not greet Lu Ming. He spoke 2 sentences to the young woman beside him and they waited in a corner of the hall together. Some time later, footsteps sounded once again from outside the hall. Shockingly, another 2 people entered. The person in front was a beautiful woman whose face was full of anger. In contrast to her full head of white hair, she had an extremely beautiful face like a young girl. Behind the older woman was a quiet-looking young girl wearing cyan clothes. Chapter 56 Elder Ghost. Chapter 56 Elder Ghost. Jialan. Once Lei Zhen saw the girl's face, he immediately let out a surprised shout. Junior Lei. The cyan-clothed young lady saw Lei Zhen and proceeded to speak indifferently. However, when her eyes fell on Lu Ming a flash of astonishment arose. Junior Lei? You are Senior Lei's nephew? Once the beautiful woman in front heard this, her eyes swept across the youngster like a knife as she coldly asked a question. Greetings Martial Aunt Bing. After hearing the remark, Lei Zhen looked at the cyan-clothed girl once more before hastily bowing to the martial aunt. The small girl to his side also bowed in a flurry. Stand up. My relationship with Senior Lei is quite good so you do not need to be so polite. The beautiful woman's expression slightly relaxed as she raised her hands to allow the 2 of them to stand. Her eyes then involuntarily fell on Lu Ming. Disciple by Zong Tian of 9 Infants Mountain greets Martial Aunt Bing. Although Lu Ming was unsure of who this beautiful woman was, he could only summon his courage and slowly bow. 9 Infants Mountain. The beautiful woman nonchalantly nodded her head and without seeming to care about it and brought Jialan to a corner of the large hall. Soon after she also stood still, waiting in her spot without moving. Due to the beautiful woman present, Lei Zhen and the small girl naturally did not casually converse. For a while the large hall was extremely quiet. This time it only took the time it takes to have a cup of tea before one of the side doors to the large hall opened. From these doors walked in a black-robed man who seemed to be around 40 years old. He had a massive aquiline nose and his features were rather gloomy. "Sister Bing, what are you doing here?" The black-robed man saw the beautiful woman in the large hall and was immediately startled. "Senior Li, why can this younger sister not come here? This time I am going to bring Jialan into the Ghost Hell region to accomplish a few things," the beautiful woman calmly said while exuding familiarity with the black-clothed man. So it was like this. However, Junior should be well aware that the contribution points required to transport a spirit apostle and a spirit master are completely different. Once the black-robed man heard this, his expression became very serious. "Of course I am aware of this, so before coming here I collected enough contribution points. It should be enough to enter once." The beautiful woman was indifferent as she replied. "If Junior is willing to spend contribution points like this, then there is no problem." The black-clothed man's face relaxed. The beautiful woman faintly smiled and did not say anything else. At this time, the black-clothed man's eyes fell on Lu Ming and the others, and after glancing over them he said, "Since there are another 3 people here, it should be enough for a teleportation. All of you come over here." After speaking, he ignored the 3 spirit apostles and took out a sinister-looking ghost-head iron medallion from his sleeve. He then walked toward one of the tall walls in the large hall without regard for the spirit apostles. The beautiful woman leisurely took Jialan over there. Lei Jin, Lu Ming and the others naturally followed. The black-robed man's arm moved. He waved the iron medallion toward the nearby wall. A black light shot out from the medallion and entered the wall before disappearing with a flash. A second later the wall became indistinct, and a dazzling white light door suddenly appeared on the wall. Without the slightest hesitation, the black man walked into it with large strides. The rest of them naturally followed him through the light door. Lu Ming saw the white light explode in front of him as he entered the door, and suddenly he appeared in a small secret room. The light from the portal door reflected off the metallic sheen of all 4 walls. On closer inspection it could be seen that many profound and beautiful spirit marks were engraved on the walls. The entire room radiated an unspeakably mysterious feeling. In the middle of the secret room lay a 3-meter-long silver formation. At the edge of the formation were special notches meant for spirit stones. Once the black-robed man withdrew the iron medallion, the light door behind him disappeared in a flash and a faint golden short rod appeared in his hand. When everyone else saw this, they passed over their nameplates one after the other and paid their contribution points. The black-robed man put away the golden rod after collecting all the contribution points and took out a few crystals the size of a thumb. He then put them in the notches at the edge of the formation. No idea why the author starts using crystals instead of spirit stones. They are the same thing though. These crystals were completely different from any that Lu Ming had seen before. They unexpectedly emitted a faint black light like small black stars. When the cyan-robed young girl saw these crystals, her expression changed. These are space-attributed crystals and are not spirit stone of the normal 5 attributes. Thus they are extremely rare items. Or else, just transporting you guys to the Ghost Hell region would not have cost so many contribution points. Normally 3 to 4 crystals would be enough to transport you, but with me included, the cost is now more than 10 times the usual. The beautiful woman seemed to be able to discern her disciple's curiosity and indifferently resolved it in a few sentences. After hearing this, not only did the cyan-clothed young girl nod her head, but Lu Ming and the others also came to a sudden realization. Although they had heard of space-attributed crystals before, this was the first time they had actually seen these items. Lu Ming further examined these items closely as if he was trying to engrave them into his mind. The black-robed man acted as the beautiful woman had said. He placed over 30 space-attributed crystals around the formation in one go. Then he stopped, turned around and said in a solemn voice, "Okay, you can now enter the formation. Although you probably know about the dangers of the Ghost Hell region, I still have to warn you. That area is a genuine ghost area with lots of miasma. No matter how high one's cultivation is, he or she can stay there for at most 1 month. If one were to surpass this time, his or her body and spirit would be assimilated by the miasma. There would be a very high probability of becoming a ghost. Thus you must return to the teleportation formation within a month. Any later and you must bear the consequences on your own." After saying this, the black-robed man formed a sign with his hand above the formation. A buzzing sound rang in the air and the entire formation started to radiate a multicolored light. The beautiful woman, Lu Ming, and the others naturally did not hesitate to successively stand on the colorful formation. A violent fluctuation rose again and the beautiful woman, Lu Ming, and the others flashed and disappeared. The black-robed man let out a soft breath of air and sat down cross-legged nearby. He calmly closed his eyes and started to meditate. Lu Ming felt a fierce wave of dizziness before finally opening his eyes. Astonishingly, the beautiful woman and company were standing in a different secret room. Below them was another similar-looking golden formation. Moreover, the surrounding walls were made of an unknown black rock and there was a half-closed stone door. Besides them, there was no one else in the room. "Let's go," the beautiful woman said indifferently before bringing the cyan-clothed young girl outside of the formation. She then pushed open the door and they left. Lei Zhen and the young girl looked at each other and also proceeded to leave. Within a few moments only Lu Ming was left. Lu Ming lightly sucked in a breath of air and felt that the nearby Yuanli was a lot more sparse than in the barbarian ghost sect. Further, there was an indiscernible cold and negative energy mixed within the air. Even breathing would make the body feel strained. Lu Ming shook his head and walked out of the stone doorway. Outside the room was an extremely large plaza. The ground of the plaza was made of the same black stone and on the edge of the plaza stood tall bronze columns. The area beyond the plaza was enveloped by an abnormally thick layer of milky white light. In the center of the plaza lay 30 to 40 black stone rooms. In between each stone room were approximately 10 ghost barbarian sect disciples assembled together and chatting with each other. "Hey, is this your first time in Ghost Hell region?" As Lu Ming observed his surroundings, he suddenly heard a shrill voice from behind him. Lu Ming jumped with fright and quickly turned his body. He discovered a yellow leather-gowned elder with green hair sitting next to the stone door. In the elder's hand was an unremarkable silver disc adorned with scarlet red arrows on one side. More importantly, Lu Ming had failed to sense the elder despite him being so close. "Recently I just saw that girl being here. Zeze. Since that girl has become a spirit master, this is her first time coming here. This is very rare," the old man said. "Senior is." The old man had lowered his head so Lu Ming could not see his face, but after hearing his tone of voice, Lu Ming didn't neglect his manners as he asked his question. "You can call me Elder Ghost. I am the person in charge of the formation that sends you back to the sect," the old man leisurely replied before finally raising his head. When Lu Ming saw the elder's face, even with his bold courage, his heart still froze. The elder looked no different from a regular old man except for his eye sockets, which were empty without eyes. Instead there were two pea-sized green flames that faintly flickered in the place of the eyes. "Junior greets Elder Ghost." Once Lu Ming's thoughts had passed, he forcefully suppressed his fear and once again spoke with courtesy. "Not bad. Among the youngsters who see me for the first one, you can be considered one of the brave ones. Since this is the case, I have something for you to do. If you finish it, there will naturally be benefits," Elder Gui said as the green flames flashed. "I do not know the task, but my fa li is insignificant and thus may not prove to be very beneficial." Lu Ming hesitated slightly after hearing this. "Hee, it's only a trivial matter and absolutely does not require a lot of fa li. I have a miasma compass here that can accurately show a ghost's location to an extent of 1,000 feet. If you are able to find some ghost-faced fish in a miasma river for me, then I will give you this compass." Elder Gui laughed as he spoke. He then showed the silver compass to Lu Ming. "It can show a ghost's location? Are you not joking?" Once Lu Ming heard this, his heart stirred. "With my status, do you think I would trick you? 1.5 kilometers in that direction is a miasma river. Quickly go and come back." Elder Gui seemed a bit impatient. "Since it is only 1.5 kilometers, I will attempt to finish the task." Lu Ming was still a bit perplexed, but after hearing the distance and seeing the compass in the elder's hands, he ultimately agreed. Chapter 57, Ghost Hell Region. Chapter 57, Ghost Hell Region. Lu Ming formed a sign with his hand and proceeded to jump on his cloud and fly in the direction Elder Ghost had pointed in. Once Lu Ming exited the milky white light screen, he entered a desolate area shrouded in black mist. The entire sky was covered densely in a black cloud. There was not a single hint of sunlight, which gave people a stifling feeling. Lu Ming started to use his dark bone method and instantly felt threads of cold miasma energy rapidly rush into his body. Although this made his body feel very uncomfortable, the fa li in his spirit sea seemed to immediately pulsate. Lu Ming sighed. This ghost hell region really was just like people said. Cultivating the ghost spirit method and other miasma methods would be largely accelerated, but the body would not be able to withstand the devouring miasma energy. Thus he could only abandon the idea of using miasma energy to help cultivate his Fa. After traveling 1.5 kilometers, Lu Ming had yet to come across any ghosts and finally saw the miasma river which Elder Ghost had pointed to. However, once he flew closer he couldn't help but bitterly smile. The miasma river in front of him, rather than being a river, was more like a large stream. It wasn't any wider than 10 feet, and the river water was not transparent at all. Instead it was composed of an incredibly mud-like yellow color. Furthermore, on top of the river was a white fog which continued to spiral above river, and it gave off a strange feeling. Lu Ming got off his cloud on top of a black rock that was close to the miasma river. Before he could think about how to catch a ghost-faced fish, a piu sound rang in the air and a white object jumped out of the water. Startled, Lu Ming reflexively shook his sleeve, and a large black rope shot out. After an indistinct movement, it furiously whipped at the object jumping out at him. The white object let out a peculiar cry after being hit, but could only flop on the ground. Lu Ming finally had time to look at the object he had just hit. Astonishingly, it was an extremely unusual fish-like creature that was approximately half a foot long. The lower half of its body was exactly like a black carp, but the upper half was a small and hairy cyan ghost head. Further, there were 2 black claws on its abdomen. At the moment the fish's mouth was open and faintly, one could make out 2 rows of sharp and fragmented teeth. It looked exceptionally frightening. It seems like this thing is the ghost-faced fish. Once he recovered from his shock, Lu Ming laughed. The soul-shackling chains fiercely whipped at the fish again, smashing viciously on its ghost head. The ghost-faced fish let out a peculiar shrill cry once again before fainting on the spot. Lu Ming then took out a net fish basket and used the soul-shackling chains to put the ghost-faced fish in the basket. Soon after, he walked off the stone and donned an air of cautiousness as he crept closer to the miasma river. This time nothing jumped out of the river. However, Lu Ming's brows furrowed, and he once again sent out the soul-shackling chain into the shallow depths of the miasma river before quickly retracting it. The front end of the soul-shackling chain astonishingly was covered by a layer of frost. Lu Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. Unexpectedly, this miasma river was incomparably cold. Thus, Lu Ming did not dare stand too close to the miasma river and instead stayed a fair distance from it as he followed the stream. In the end, a ghost-faced fish would jump out of the water every short distance. Each fish was about a foot long to a couple of inches short. Lu Ming naturally did not hesitate to use his soul-shackling chain to knock them out and put them into the fish basket. Not even an hour had passed and he had already gathered 78 ghost-faced fish to fill the fish basket to the brim. He then immediately jumped on his cloud and flew back. Not bad, these are the ghost-faced fish that I need. This miasma compass now belongs to you. Once Elder Ghost saw Lu Ming descend from the sky with a basket full of ghost-faced fish, he spoke exultingly and proceeded to toss the silver compass to Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming was somewhat taken aback, once he received the silver compass he gave the fish basket in his hands to the other party. A piu sound rang out. The originally seated Elder Ghost unexpectedly stood up, but both of his legs were not human legs. Instead an immense pair of shiny jet-black eagle legs appeared, and he then grabbed the largest fish with them. The fish immediately entered his mouth and a crisp sound of digestion followed. Not bad, the taste of this ghost-faced fish is still memorably delicious. Elder Ghost chewed while critiquing with an enraptured expression. Although Lei Ming had the miasma compass in his hands, he couldn't help but be dumbstruck. Haha, Junior Bai, it seems that you have been duped into catching ghost-faced fish. From within a nearby stone room walked out a youth. Once he realized Lu Ming's circumstance, he couldn't help but laugh. Huh, it's Senior Du. Would Senior mind elaborating on the dupe that you mentioned earlier? Lu Ming turned his head toward Disciple Du and was slightly taken aback. The youth who just talked was wearing a blue robe and had a long and narrow curved blade on his back. His features were grim and callous and he was the Du Hai from Balefulene faction. Ever since that time, after Lu Ming and the others offended Ouyang Xian, their relationship improved greatly. Further, they even joined hands to complete a few contribution points missions. Each time, they were left extremely satisfied. Thus Lu Ming, Du Hai and the others were quite close. This Elder Ghost is actually the ghost that 16 Master subdued in his time. Apart from proficiency in some hallucination methods, it can make its upper body exactly like us humans even though it really is not a human, it has no actual skill. Therefore 16 Master sealed him nearby the teleportation formation and made him take charge of safeguarding the formation and the disciples. After all, the miasma here is too thick, so only ghosts can stay here for an extended period. Regarding his miasma compass, it really is just a simple totem. Every disciple who comes here can get one for free. However, because this elder ghost likes to eat the ghost-faced fish in miasma rivers, he frequently masquerades the compass as a gift and makes new disciples catch food for him. In reality, even if you did not go catch him ghost-faced fish, he would still have to give the compass to you. Du Hai faintly laughed as he spoke. I see. Lu Ming was somewhat dumbstruck, and after his gaze swept across Elder Ghost, he found that there was a light silver chain wrapped around an eagle leg which was attached to the stone wall. At this moment, Elder Ghost seemed to turn a blind eye to Lu Ming and Du Hai's conversation as he incessantly devoured one fish ravenously after the other. This made Lu Ming somewhat moved. That's right, Junior Bai, since you don't even know about this, did you come here by yourself? Du Hai's smile disappeared and his brows furrowed as he asked. Junior really did plan on traveling by himself. Don't tell me that Senior is here to also catch ghosts? Lu Ming calmly replied. I did not spend time on the spirit communication technique, so I cannot catch any ghosts. However, I was planning on searching for a few native spirit plants with Xian Yun to bring back. Du Hai shook his head and replied. Senior Mu really did come. Where is she now? Lu Ming was quite surprised, but after a brief glance around he was unable to find her familiar figure. Xian Yun is renting a spirit room to rest. I can take you to see her. Junior shouldn't rush to leave this area now. This ghost hell region is rather dangerous and Junior should listen to our advice before setting out. Du Hai zealously said. Since Senior believes I should, I will naturally obey. After pondering a while, Lu Ming nodded his head in affirmation. When Du Hai saw this, he excitedly brought Lu Ming to a stone room. A little while later, Du Hai knocked on the door and from within walked out the young and beautiful Mu Xianyun. Once she saw Lu Ming, she was slightly dumbstruck, and after evaluating Lu Ming again, she asked in an astonished voice, Why are you here, Junior Bai? Could it be that you have already advanced to a middle spirit apostle? And in addition you have cultivated the spirit communication technique to a proficient level. Junior has undergone large changes since the last time we met. According to ordinary disciple cultivation speeds, Lu Ming already advancing to a middle spirit apostle was quite shocking. Comparatively, the change to his external appearance after washing his marrows was something that many people accepted quickly. After all, Barbarian Ghost Sect had many cultivation methods that let one's appearance completely change. I had just recently received a bit of opportunity and luckily broke into the middle stage of a spirit apostle. Otherwise, I would not be in such urgent need of a compatible spirit ghost and instead would be focused on increasing my strength. Lu Ming was naturally modest as he spoke. TSK. No matter what method, although a 3 spiritual pulse disciple becoming a middle spirit apostle isn't unheard of, there are not too many cases. Happening in such a short time is even more rare. It seems that Senior Du and I must show respect for Junior Bai's unbelievable performance. Mu Xianyun deeply looked at Lu Ming before sweetly smiling. Senior must be joking. Senior Mu and Senior Du seem to have been to the Ghost Hell region before and thus should be very familiar. Perhaps you could give some advice to me. Lu Ming said with a solemn expression. Since Junior is so anxious, we will discuss information regarding this area first. I know that Junior perhaps may have heard some things about this area before, but I can guarantee that the Ghost Hell region's actual peril is much higher than you could possibly imagine. I have even seen 7 or 8 sect disciples lose their lives here. It's not like what they say outside where only a few disciples die. Mu Xianyun's jade features froze over. That's right, although the sect will have 10 to 20 of its disciples in the Ghost Hell region standing guard, every new disciple that enters has a large chance of not returning. Most of these people are eaten by a terrifying ghost or perish in the 2 large calamity areas. 2 large calamity areas? When Lu Ming heard this phrase he was a bit astounded. After hearing the rest, he was further stupefied. Chapter 58, Search. Chapter 58, Search. That's right, they are the soul clouds and ghost bees respectively. If one were to encounter either of Ghost Hell region's calamities, even us elder disciples would perish if we were not careful. Soul cloud's calamity is especially dangerous. Since there are no signs of it breaking out, it is impossible to avoid. Mu Xianyun explained. Could Senior elaborate a little? When Lu Ming noticed their grave expressions, he couldn't help but shiver in fear. This so-called soul cloud is caused by a low-level ghost called Corpse Soul, in the Ghost Hell region. This ghost is born from miasma but doesn't even have any strength, so its movement is very slow, like a corpse. The only thing that prevents people from provoking it is that once this ghost dies, its body dissipates into an extremely poisonous cloud that enshrouds several meters. Furthermore, this corpse soul's life expectancy is exceptionally short, and if it is unable to advance into a higher-level ghost, it will normally only live a few years. Additionally, it likes to travel in groups. Thus, when corpse souls are at the end of their lives, they will transform into a terrifying poison cloud that travels with the wind until it disappears while extirpating any living thing it comes across. Thus they are called soul clouds. The ghost bee calamity is brought about by a type ghost that has the characteristics of hornets. This ghost bee colony likes to migrate from place to place every so often. They often move in tens of thousands and are unparalleled in power. Thankfully, their migration follows a pattern and people can avoid it if careful. Aside from Soul Cloud and in Ghost Bees, the Ghost Hell region also has very dreadful and dangerous areas, so Junior must be more prudent. For instance, if Junior were to come across a marshy area, you would have to be inordinately careful of middle-stage ghosts called rotten ghosts. Mu Xianyun explained. Lu Ming naturally was rapt with attention as he listened. Mu Xianyun's talk lasted the time it takes to drink a cup of tea before she finally closed her mouth. Many thanks for Senior's advice. Junior certainly did not know about these perilous areas in Ghost Hell region, and it seems I must be more careful. After speaking, Lu Ming cupped his hands and expressed his thanks. Junior Bai shouldn't be too worried. Although this Ghost Hell region is immensely dangerous, as long as you don't leave the area set up by our sect's ancestor, you should be completely safe. After all, ghosts that were too strong have already been eradicated by the sect's elders. Since Junior has just learned the spirit communication technique, you cannot subdue any powerful ghosts. Within 50 kilometers from here, you should be able to find a suitable target. Even if you do not succeed the first time, Junior can come back another time and fulfill your goal. Mu Xianyun's amorous glance rippled as she spoke. I hope I can do that. One other thing, since Senior Mu and Du are not here to spiritually communicate with a ghost, is there anything that disciple can help with? Lu Ming bitterly laughed and asked a question. Thank you for your good intentions, Junior Bai. The two of us have stayed here for the majority of the month and already have a general idea of what we need, so there is no need to trouble Junior. Mu Xianyun laughed as she replied. In that case, Junior wishes the two of you good luck. I will take leave now and not take up any more of your time. Lu Ming nodded and took his leave. One more thing, if Junior Bai still has spirit stones, you can go to Elder Gue and purchase a map of the surrounding area and a specialized record that describes the Ghost Hell region's unique ghosts. If you have these two items, I believe that Junior will find things much more convenient. Duhai reminded. Once Lu Ming heard this, he was overjoyed and expressed his thanks again before exiting the stone room. Having given this information to Junior Bai, we have returned the favor from before. When Lu Ming exited the room, Duhai turned his head to the young woman and spoke. That's right. The information that we gave him was collected from our life and death experiences. How could we nonchalantly tell someone? It's a pity that the information was just enough to counteract the favor and not enough to make him owe us something. It would be better if it weighed more than his favor. Mu Xianyun muttered. Does Xianyun think highly of Junior Bai? When Duhai heard this, he betrayed a slightly astonished expression. It's not as simple as thinking highly of Junior Bai. If I wrote a letter to my elder brother and betrothed Mingzhu to Junior Bai, what would you think of this? Mu Xianyun suddenly said. What? You want to espouse younger sister Mingzhu to Junior Bai? There is not a high probability of this occurring. To the best of my knowledge, Mingzhu has an extremely favorable impression of the youth who possesses the Earth's spiritual pulse. There is almost no prospect of your elder brother agreeing to this. Duhai said in a fright. My elder brother is fooled by that Gao Chong who possesses an Earth spiritual pulse. He still wants to recruit him into the family through marriage. With Gao Chong's aptitude, there will inevitably be many women spirit apostles who wish to become his wife. Why would he want to marry an outer sect disciple who doesn't even have a spiritual pulse? To be frank, Mingzhu probably does not even have a chance of becoming his concubine. The reason why he is still interacting with Mingzhu is because he is still young and can be considered pure. Furthermore, with the strict restrictions put in place by the sect leader, there is no way he has had many opportunities to interact with other female disciples. As for Mingzhu's current occasional intercommunication with that youth, this was probably meticulously planned by sect leader. Don't forget what kind of cultivation method that kid is using. Mu Xianyun said with a gloomy face. What? Don't tell me great martial uncle wants to have Ming Zhu become... Du Hai's expression greatly changed and he involuntarily cried out. Great martial uncle equals martial uncle of one's teacher. Correct. I'm afraid that sect guy wants to use Ming Zhu as that kid's human cauldron in order to train his emotions. Mu Xianyun didn't even use the word leader as she coldly spoke. Listening to you, if it is really like this, Ming Zhu being betrothed to Junior Bai would not be a bad idea. Although Junior Bai is also a middle spirit apostle, he only has a 3 spiritual pulse, so the chance of advancing into ensuing stages is not that high. Moreover, with your Mu family's influence, I'm sure that the Bai clan will be jubilant with this decision. However, Ming Zhu will not be easily convinced. Du Hai let out a sigh but was quite endorsing of this suggestion. Ming Zhu is still small, so she naturally will not understand the magnitude of this. I will find an opportunity to persuade her, but we do not need to delay telling Bai clan of this event. I will let my elder brother immediately proceed with this. After all, Ming Zhu did not become a spirit apostle and her marriage affair will be decided by her family. Mu Xianyun slowly responded. This is the only way to proceed. But if we really do follow through, I'm afraid that Ming Zhu will hate you the rest of your life. Du Hai said as he sighed. Even if that does happen, I must continue like this, otherwise she will perish and become a human cauldron that will not be able to live or die. Mu Xianyun bit her lip with her teeth and spoke. This time, Du Hai lightly walked forward and held onto Mu Xianyun's delicate hand. He didn't say anything. Mu Xianyun let out a soft sigh and laid her head on Du Hai's shoulder. She also did not say anything. The two of them became increasingly reticent as time passed, but there was an indescribably flippant atmosphere that manifested. Lu Ming's hands were clasped around a coarse animal hide map as he was slowly flying 300 to 400 feet off the ground. The current him had already traveled over tens of kilometers away from the plaza and was regularly cautiously probing his surroundings. Although Mu Xianyun said that the area within 100 kilometers was not too dangerous, with Lu Ming's disposition he naturally would not carelessly believe this. En route, besides a few low-leveled ghost lizards, he did not discover any other ghosts. Lu Ming did not find this too strange. After all, throughout the past 1,000 years, the barbarian ghost sect disciples have thoroughly combed out the ghost in this nearby area countless times. If Lu Ming were to easily find a suitable spirit ghost in this area, it would be considered extremely strange. Lu Ming flew 30 to 40 kilometers in a breath before resting in front of a dwarf scarlet forest. Although the area of this miasma maple forest was not big, its trees were the favorite meal of a low-leveled spirit ghost called double-boned ox. Despite having been scoured by countless people before, if one's luck was good enough, he or she could reap the rewards here. Lu Ming rode on his cloud above the red forest for a few loops before dejectedly leaving. His next target was a Yin pond 10 kilometers away. That area harbored a low-level corpse crocodile. 2 hours later, however, he irritably left the black pond that was enshrouded with gray mist and flew in a different direction. Like this, within the next 4 days, Lu Ming used the map to examine every area within 100 kilometers that had a chance of harboring a spirit ghost. In the end, he did not find anything. Today, Lu Ming stood on top of a small hill and looked at the surrounding desolate holes that once housed ghosts but were now just pits in the ground. He couldn't help but furrow his eyebrows. He didn't realize that it was this difficult to find a suitable low-level ghost. After all, there was no point in using ghost lizards as his spirit ghost when they weren't even as strong as ordinary beasts. However, this was the last area on the map within 100 kilometers where a ghost could potentially reside. If he still wanted to follow the map to search, he would have to travel a farther distance. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming took out the map and his eyes once again swept over it. On this animal hide map, the closer the area was to the teleportation formation, the more detailed it was marked. The farther away, the more crude it was. After a distance of 1,000 kilometers, the map was entirely blank. It seems that I must bear the rise, or otherwise, I will have wasted 100 contribution points. Lu Ming muttered as he put the map away. This was a loss he could not afford. Even if he was able to scrape together contribution points for a subsequent trip, there was no guarantee that he would succeed. Chapter 59, Ghost Bees in the Black Desert. Chapter 59, Ghost Bees in the Black Desert. Once Lu Ming made up his mind, he immediately put away the map and continued to fly. 7 days later, within a peculiar black forest, Lu Ming stood motionless underneath a gigantic tree that was dozens of meters tall. He squinted his eyes and gazed at 3 monkey-like green-furred ghosts in the tree. Among the 3 ghosts, one was big and the other 2 were small. The 2 small ones were only a foot tall and their green fur was of a lighter shade. The larger one was 4 feet tall and was covered in forest green fur. Furthermore, on its head was a small green horn. He would often bare his fangs at Lu Ming and threateningly growl. It was a low-leveled ghost called Rotten Horn Monkey. A grown rotten horn monkey was extremely fast and nimble. Its strength was not low and it was able to spit corrosive gas. One would barely have to foster it in order for it to have a warrior-level strength, and thus it could be considered a fairly good spirit ghost choice. Lu Ming's sleeve shook, and the soul-shackling chains shot out like a viper toward the rotten horn monkey. After a few odd cries, the 2 small rotten horn monkeys promptly leaped toward the other trees in an attempt to flee. Only the larger one revealed an ominous glint and in a flash dodged the black rope. It spread its arms and transformed into a green blur as it leaped off the tree. Its 10 jet black fingertips were as sharp as knives, and before they had reached Lu Ming a breath of corrosive gas appeared. However, Lu Ming did not dodge. Instead, he mumbled something and a moment later, a scarlet flame flew out of his hand with a piu-chi sound. The torrid flame instantly expunged the corrosive gas and made the rotten-horned monkey feel a sense of extreme fear. A peculiar screech rang out, and its tail that was several feet in length suddenly spun. The monkey unexpectedly shifted horizontally and avoided the ball of flame. Yet at this time the black rope swiftly reappeared, overcame the monkey's vulnerable defense and firmly snagged it. A ping sound resonated. The rotten-horned monkey was not able to move and resolutely smashed to the ground in front of Lu Ming. Moreover, because of the erosion caused by the soul-shackling chain, the green hair on its body started to emit a cyan smoke. It couldn't help but let out cries of pain and anguish. Lu Ming didn't say anything and raised his foot. He proceeded to tap the monkey's head with his foot. Hong. Under an excessive force, the majority of the rotten horn monkey's head was immediately buried in the ground. Its 2 eyes rolled completely around as it passed out. Lu Ming let out a soft sigh and grabbed the rotten horn monkey. He held its shoulder and started to perform a technique. Suddenly, a gray cloud appeared under Lu Ming's legs and he flew out of the forest toward a distant place. An hour later, Lu Ming arrived at a cave that was quite far from the black forest and threw the rotten horn monkey, that was on his shoulder, onto the ground. The entrance to this cave was located under a large stone and was well hidden. The interior was also quite large with a couple dozen square yards. When Lu Ming found it, the interior was completely empty. He did not know what type of powerful ghost had made and abandoned it. Lu Ming had discovered the rotten horn monkeys in the area 1 day ago. Instead of hunting them immediately, he initially sought a hidden area in the vicinity before making his move today. Lu Ming observed the rotten horn monkey on the ground, and when he was sure it was unconscious, he retrieved a light black gourd from his sleeve. He then pulled the cork and poured a light yellow powder on the ground. Afterward, he walked around the monkey once to create a light yellow powder circle around it. Subsequently, he strode into the circle and sat down. Slowly, he closed his eyes and started to meditate. After a while, Lu Ming opened his eyes once again and started to rapidly conjure a technique. Many tendrils of black gas poured out from his body at an ever-increasing rate. Meanwhile, Lu Ming's cheeks and the exposed skin on his arms and neck started to reveal faint gray spirit markings. They quickly spread to every inch of his body. Pooh! Lu Ming's arm moved and brought the rotten horn monkey closer. His other hand prodded and then stilled at its head. From his mouth came a soft mutter, and the black gas on Lu Ming's body instantly transformed into a violent tentacle. The gray inscriptions on his body moved slightly and then impetuously rushed toward his hands on the monkey's head. They subsequently bolted and disappeared into the rotten horn monkey's head. The originally quiet and motionless rotten horn monkey immediately woke up, revealing its extremely red eyes as it started to incessantly struggle. However, Lu Ming's 2 hands seemed to be made of steel and firmly grabbed onto the ghost. At the same time, the rate at which the inscriptions rushed to his hand and into the monkey became quicker. A short while later, the rotten horn monkey started to vomit green spit and its struggling instantly became much weaker. When Lu Ming saw this, his face revealed delight and his incantation sped up once again. In the next moment, however, black veins on both sides of the rotten horn monkey's head abruptly appeared, expanded, and unexpectedly exploded. A green liquid immediately spewed out in all directions. Startled, the black gas on Lu Ming's body vigorously lashed out and blocked the liquid shooting at Lu Ming. However, because of this pause, a ball of black gas managed to emerge from the rotten horn monkey's newly headless corpse and speedily fled toward the exit of the cave. Yet, once the black gas reached the boundary of light yellow powder, it seemed to collide with an invisible wall and recoiled back. It then perpetually threw itself at the invisible wall like a housefly, but was completely unable to step foot outside the encirclement. Pooh! A scarlet ball of flame rocketed forward, instantaneously engulfed the black gas and completely erased it. It was Lu Ming who had finally acted. Afterward, he threw away the rotten horn monkey's corpse gloomily. This is already the third time I have failed. I didn't realize that taming a low-level ghost was this challenging. It seems that the ghost that I experimented with in the sect had been used by countless people in the past and lacked even the slightest amount of viciousness. Therefore I was able to easily use the spirit communication technique to subdue them. On the other hand, the ghosts in the Ghost Hell region are extremely vicious and difficult to tame. Lu Ming muttered to himself in a dejected voice. No wonder. Lu Ming had already risked traveling over 500 to 600 kilometers from the base, but including the rotten horn monkey in front of him, he had only seen 3 low-level ghosts. When he tried to tame them, he had failed every time. It seemed like he could only continue forward. Although he had traveled a long way from the base, the animal skin map still had a few low-leveled ghost locations ahead of him. He may still have some chance of capturing a ghost. Lu Ming could only think hopefully like this. Thereupon he somewhat tidied up the cave, hopped on his cloud and left. 3 days later, Lu Ming appeared in a desolate highland, flying at a low altitude. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the sky behind him. At first the sound was only faint, but it gradually grew to be deafening. Lu Ming's heart trembled and he hurriedly looked behind him. What greeted him turned his face deathly white. He saw that the gray sky had unexpectedly turned scarlet about a dozen kilometers away. The scarlet-red sky then proceeded to slowly fly in his direction. Oh hell, I actually ran into a migrating ghost bee swarm. But this isn't right. This path should not be near any migrating ghost bees. Lu Ming involuntarily cried out, immediately abandoned all previous plans, and abruptly urged his cloud to fly to one side. He remembered distinctly that although this ghost bee swarm was terrifying, as long as one stood clear of its migration path, he or she would be able to preserve his or her life. However, though he rapidly changed directions and flew a few kilometers in that direction, he found that the red sky was growing closer and closer. There seemed to be no chance of escaping its reach, and he started to grieve silently in his heart. The reason for this was because he had encountered an inordinately large ghost bee swarm. A normal swarm of 10,000 wouldn't cover this much area. Without any other ideas, Lu Ming could only grind his teeth and evoke his lighten technique. He then stopped feeding Li to the gray cloud under him and fell from the sky. After landing, he leaped to his feet and frantically started running away from the red sky. Although the soaring sky technique was very convenient, its maximum speed was not very fast, and it naturally wasted more energy than traveling by foot. Lu Ming frantically dashed with all his efforts, and his speed was even faster than his flying speed. In a few moments he had turned into a small black dot. However, at this time, the scarlet sky behind him was now within his vicinity. The so-called scarlet sky was composed of thumb-sized red ghost bees. Their bodies were shriveled and almost flat, but their tails were an eerie white with large stingers that would cause anyone's heart to race. 3 days later, Lu Ming was standing in an endless black desert. Looking at the omnipresent black sand, he couldn't help but bitterly smile. Over the past 2 days he had used every method he could think of and finally escaped the clutches of the ghost bee swarm, but in his befuddled state he had consequently stumbled into a strange and unknown desert. This desert was clearly located over 1,000 kilometers from the base and was not marked on the map. However, from the threads of cold air and the oppressive feeling, this area was extremely rich in miasma. Thus there was a high probability of ghosts living here. On the other hand, this place probably also contained obscure dangers. After considering his options, Lu Ming still felt that he was in no rush to return. Instead, he would explore the desert to find a suitable ghost. But before doing that, he needed to replenish his virtually exhausted Li. Consequently, Lu Ming found a small hole at the bottom of a sand dune and retrieved his black gourd. He sprinkled a little yellow powder in a circle and sat cross-legged in the center. 1 day later, his 2 eyes flashed brilliantly as they opened. The Li in his body was close to being completely recovered. Lu Ming did not hesitate and summoned the gray cloud. After jumping on, he withdrew his miasma compass and consciously flew in a direction. 100 kilometers away, A skeletal ghost in the shape of a decomposing human slowly walked about, the meager flesh left on its carcass visibly rotten. Suddenly the sand under its feet split apart, and two gigantic dark black pincers instantaneously caught its small legs and abruptly pulled down. The human-shaped ghost was immediately pulled under the dunes. The surrounding sand surged and the human-shaped ghost disappeared without a trace. Chapter 60 White-Boned Scorpion. Chapter 60 White-Boned Scorpion. Lu Ming was cautiously flying hundreds of feet above the black sand. He would often look at the silver compass in his hand. The gray cloud suddenly jolted and he came to a stop. He subsequently lowered his head and examined the silver compass a few times before he suddenly read out a technique and thrust a hand downward. A red ball of fire immediately shot toward the ground below. Hong! The flame flew down and a 1-foot-deep sandbox appeared. Simultaneously, the partially destroyed skeleton of a ghost flew out. Lu Ming lowered his head and looked at the skeleton for a while before finally recognizing its origin. It is unexpectedly the low-leveled ghost, corpse crab. A mature corpse crab's strength can be compared to that of a warrior-level ghost and still, it was slaughtered. Could it be that there are even stronger ghosts here? Lu Ming muttered to himself while his face exuded a pleasantly surprised yet apprehensive expression. He was pleased by the fact that there were low-level ghosts here. But he was also alarmed by the possibility of a ghost with astonishing strength being in the vicinity. If he was not careful, he could possibly end up perishing like the corpse crab in front of him. Lu Ming urged his cloud to circle the area for a while before continuing on his previous course. Except this time he was even more cautious. Half a day later, Lu Ming had flown over 10 kilometers, but inexplicably besides the remains of the corpse crab, he had not found any other ghosts. Faced with this situation, a shadow was cast across Lu Ming's heart. The only explanation was that there was a powerful ghost here. Otherwise, a low-level ghost would mostly likely already have appeared in this large area. Suddenly, the needle on his compass violently shook and wildly swiveled before pointing in a certain direction and started flashing incessantly. Lu Ming's expression changed and his gray cloud stopped moving. Lu Ming abruptly hit his chest with a hand and 3 black beams formed a black light shield in front of his body. At the same time, the sand underneath him made a whoosh sound and a black streak shot out from the sand. Its speed was extremely fast. Even though Lu Ming could vaguely make out its figure, he was surprisingly unable to evade it. Ping! The black streak smashed into the light shield, nearly smashing it to pieces. The front end of this black streak was a sharp, jet-black hook, only a few inches long. It also carried a distinct, abominable odor. Lu Ming was unable to stand firm under the tremendous force and was knocked off his cloud. He was unable to maintain the soaring sky technique and fell down into the sand. Luckily, Lu Ming cultivated the dark bone method and had previously used marrow-washing spirit liquid, so the sturdiness of his body was not something an ordinary spirit apostles could compare with. A barbarian ghost sect disciple on the same level as him would mostly likely have been heavily injured just by that one blow. Pooh! The sand underneath him suddenly rose up and flew at Lu Ming like it had a spirit of its own. Although Lu Ming was still in the air and stunned by the large force, when he saw what was happening his sleeve shook and a black rope shot out like lightning. A smothered sound rang through the air. Drawing help from the quick black rope to ricochet back, his body shook as he, once again, was flung into the air. At the same time, the nearby bundle of sand instantly ruptured. From within it a green, misty figure flew out. It skimmed by Lu Ming's body and proceeded to fall back into the sand on the other side of him. If not for Lu Ming's quick thinking to launch himself, he would have been pounced on by the green ghost. Lu Ming took advantage of the situation and quickly formed a one-handed sign. A gray cloud condensed into a spiral under him as he once again performed the soaring sky technique. He flew up into the sky and once he was at about 300 feet above ground, he heaved a sigh of relief and then stared down below him. Although the ghost within the green gas was extremely terrifying, it seemed as if it was unable to fly. This eased Lu Ming's fear slightly and he now had a slimmer of hope. Otherwise, if the ghost could fly with this ghost strength that it displayed at the beginning, Lu Ming would have immediately fled and not bothered to stay in this area. Lu Ming finally made out the figure of the ghost below him. Astonishingly, it was a 3 to 4 foot long flat monster. Its body was covered in light gray bones and its front end was made up of 2 shiny black gigantic pincers while its back end was a tall black hooked tail. On each side of its triangular white bone head was a flickering green flame that gave one an exceptionally ice-cold feeling. However, this ghost had a fist-sized black hole on its side, with traces of black gas twiddling around the wound. The ghost seemed to have been injured. No way. This looks like a warrior-level white-bone scorpion. That can't be right. It doesn't look quite the same as a white-bone scorpion. Lu Ming involuntarily cried out before attentively examining the ghost. He was unsure what to make of the ghost and exposed a brooding expression. Lu Ming quickly retrieved a thick book of records from his bosom and quickly flipped through it. After flipping 3 pages he came to a stop. This page of the ancient text impressively depicted a vivid, lifelike picture of a scorpion-like ghost. The ghost in the drawing was also made up of bones, but its color was a ghastly white. In addition, its front pincers and tail were of the same white color. Furthermore, its head was square-shaped and the tail was slightly shorter. On the side of the image was the annotation, Warrior-level white-bone scorpion ghost. Underneath it was myriad of small text, describing the white-bone scorpion's habits and attack methods. Could it be that this is a mutated white-bone scorpion? Or is it a young child scorpion? Following the description and the picture, the ghost in front of him could only be one of these 2 options. According to the ancient text, if the ghost was in a normal condition, the scorpion would be unable to fly for long distances, but it could still soar in the air for a short period of time. It seemed that this scorpion had suffered a serious injury, thus it had currently lost its ability to soar. If that was the case, then this was a golden opportunity bestowed by heaven. Despite the scorpion being heavily injured, its attack power was still frightening. How much more terrifying would it be if it was at its peak state? Perhaps it ranked among the top warrior-level ghosts. If Lu Ming was able to tame it as his spirit ghost, it would surpass those low soldier-level ghosts by an unimaginable amount. Although Lu Ming was quite steady and thought things thoroughly before acting, once he imagined the possibilities that would come after subduing this ghost, he couldn't help but palpitate with eagerness. At this time, the white-bone scorpion enshrouded by green gas underneath Lu Ming suddenly moved. It unexpectedly dug into the sand below it. Though Lu Ming was startled, he recited an incantation without hesitation. One of his hands was then covered by a green light as a wind blade subsequently shot downward. Pooh! The white-bone scorpion instantly dodged the wind blade but was surprised and didn't proceed to dig into the nearby sand. Its body moved and leaped back. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he immediately urged his gray cloud to give chase. The white-bone scorpion quickly fled. Once it was further away, its tail once again waved as it dug into the ground. Its speed was incomparably fast and in an instant half of its body was already halfway into the ground. However, at this time, a scarlet ball of flame dropped down from the sky. Hong! Once the flames scattered, a large hole appeared underneath. The white-bone scorpion was caught in the collateral area, but after rolling over once, it acted as if nothing was wrong and continued to frantically flee. In the same manner, Lu Ming rode his cloud and tenaciously followed this ghost for a period of time. Whenever the opposition wanted to crawl underground, Lu Ming would promptly generate a wind blade or ball of flame to scare it. Although this white-bone scorpion was not weak, it apparently did not have very high intellect, and it was continually chased by Lu Ming for 100 miles in this manner. After suffering a series of assaults, its body finally bore a few scars, and the green gas surrounding it had slightly decreased. From the sky, when Lu Ming saw this, he was naturally ecstatic. Unfortunately, he had expended a lot of Fa Li. Unless the ghost planned on going underground, he would not dare to use techniques to attack the ghost. At this moment, Lu Ming felt slight remorse over the low level of his soul-shackling chain. If he had used a better quality spirit to forge the chain, his soul-shackling chain attack would have greater range. He would therefore not have to fear the scorpion's tail hook attack and could merely fly at a marginally lower altitude and assault it from there. Moreover, he was unsure whether this white-bone scorpion's aura was extremely terrifying or whether the desert didn't have too many ghosts. Throughout the game of cat and mouse with him and the white-bone scorpion, no other ghost was seen. Half a day later, after the white-bone scorpion was hit by a ball of flame, the green gas on its body finally dissipated. However, the white-bone scorpion's legs did not stop moving and it continued to quickly crawl. When Lu Ming saw this from the air, he couldn't help but reveal a bitter grin. In his current state, the Fa Li in his body was running low. Since he was expending his Fa Li by maintaining the soaring sky technique, he was unwilling to attack the white-bone scorpion more than necessary. Don't tell me that I have to give up here. Lu Ming's face became clouded for a while before he abruptly ground his teeth and lowered the gray cloud. He was now giving chase at an altitude of about 100 feet instead of 300 feet. However, the next time the white bone scorpion attempted to crawl underground, Lu Ming's figure suddenly dashed downward. At the same time, a black rope shot out from his sleeve. Ping! The white bone scorpion rolled over once to dodge and without raising its head, continued on its path. It unexpectedly did not have the intention of using its tail to retaliate. Lu Ming's hands, which were originally in front of his chest, immediately froze. Soon after, he came to a sudden realization. Evidently, after being chased for such a long time, the white bone scorpion's actions had already become subconscious and it had forgotten to counterattack. When Lu Ming realized this, he was naturally overjoyed. In the preceding period of time, Lu Ming did not use any techniques to attack and instead used his soul-shackling chain to occasionally flog the ghost. This way, it was not able to crawl into the black sand while his Fa Li was consumed at a much lower rate. Of course, Lu Ming kept a hand on the 3-star shield at all times. If any circumstances were to arise, he would immediately need the practitioner weapon as defense. Finally, after another dozen kilometers, the white bone scorpion's movements became sluggish. Sometimes, it even was unable to dodge the soul-shackling chain lashing down and was hit squarely by it. After another strike, the scorpion finally could no longer find the strength to run. It lay on black sand, obviously weakened. Chapter 61, The Strange Change Reappearing. Chapter 61, The Strange Change Reappearing. When Lu Ming noticed the situation, both of his eyes narrowed and he did not immediately descend from the air. Instead, he encircled the scorpion below him for a while before his sleeve shook and a black rope fiercely shot out. Simultaneously, he made a single-handed sign. After the black rope flashed a black light, it suddenly acted as if it had a spirit of its own and twisted around the white bone scorpion 7 to 8 times. Then it resolutely tightened. Subsequently, Lu Ming's wrist flipped and 4 light yellow glyphs appeared. He faintly injected his Fa Li into them and shook his wrist once again. Pooh! Among the 4 glyphs, only one turned into a colored inscription that violently shot downward. In a flash, the inscription distinctly appeared on the white bone scorpion's head as if it had been engraved there. The white bone scorpion lightly shook before it finally stopped moving. That swindling liar. When Lu Ming saw the result, his mouth twitched and he silently cursed. At the time, the disciple who was selling the glyphs had confidently guaranteed that they were all effective. What a bunch of hogwash. Fortunately, Lu Ming had bought extras, otherwise he would have been in deep trouble. Finally finishing, Lu Ming seemed to relax and urged his gray cloud down to the ground. He landed a few meters away from the white bone scorpion and proceeded to walk over. Suddenly, the silver compass in his hands produced a buzzing sound. Lu Ming instantaneously froze, but in the next moment he reached into his sleeve and pulled something out. In his hands appeared a small half-foot-long cyan crossbow. On top of it were 3 scarlet arrows that had been prepared in advance. With a howl of shattering space, the arrows flew like lightning toward the white bone scorpion. Hong hong. Among the 3 arrows that hit the white bone scorpion, one of them bounced off while the other 2 transformed into a rolling flame as they exploded. This flame was not like Lu Ming's typical fireball technique. Rather, it was misty white in color. A sound of anguish rang through the air. The seemingly paralyzed white bone scorpion went all out to defend against the fire. Its black tail faintly twitched before transforming into a black blur as it lashed out at Lu Ming. However, at the moment, Lu Ming had already activated the 3-star shield practitioner weapon. The black blur instantly struck the light shield but could only make Lu Ming move back 2 steps without any substantial damages. When Lu Ming realized this, he wasn't alarmed, he was delighted instead. Lu Ming used the remaining bit of his Fa Li to sustain the light shield in front of him as he put away the miasma compass. He then rapidly retrieved another 3 scarlet arrows, loaded them into the small crossbow and expeditiously took his shot. This time only 1 arrow exploded. Lu Ming silently cursed under his breath again. His hands did not stop moving as he continued to relentlessly fire at the white bone scorpion. When the 13 shooting sun arrows were finally depleted, the silver inscription on the white bone scorpion's head wildly flashed before finally rendering the scorpion truly immobile. Even the 2 flames in its eye sockets became acutely dimmer. Nonetheless, the soul-shackling chain, which had bound the scorpion, now astonishingly contained a few cracks and tears. It seemed to have taken serious damage. Lu Ming's face slightly changed. He couldn't believe that even though the white bone scorpion was in such a bad shape, it still contained such terrifying strength. However, this was also good. With the white bone scorpion using up the last of its strength, the chances of him taming it would increase by up to 20%. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming withdrew his light shield and used a hand to grab in the direction of the white-boned scorpion. The soul-shackling chain launched into the air and the ghost fell into Lu Ming's hands. After reciting a method, Lu Ming once again performed the soaring sky technique while carrying the ghost. This time he only flew a few miles before descending into a semi-hidden place between two hills. With his current FA Li, he would be unable to fly for a long time, and if he were to come across another ghost with his dried-up FA Li, there would be no contest at all. The first thing Lu Ming did was hastily extract his black gourd and form faint yellow circles around both him and the white-boned scorpion. He then immediately started to meditate. The amount of FA Li he used this time was much greater than the time he ran into the ghost bee swarm. Therefore, as soon as he started meditating, the surrounding Yuan Li and threads of miasma instantly rushed into his body. A short moment later, Lu Ming was in a deep meditation. Slowly time passed by. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming opened his eyes. His FA Li was already completely replenished. Lu Ming stood up and shook his feet before turning his attention to the white-boned scorpion. The ghost was still bound tightly and seemed to have not struggled while Lu Ming was in his meditation. Of course, it could be that the white-boned scorpion really did not have any energy left in its body. The green flames in its eyes were only faintly discernible and even more dim than before. Lu Ming did not procrastinate and took out a white porcelain bottle that contained a pungent black blood. Using this blood, Lu Ming drew a large circle around him and made a hand sign toward the scorpion. The black rope faintly flashed before remodeling itself into a more slender version. The black rope twisted around the white-boned scorpion 10 times, bundling together the scorpion's black tail and body. Lu Ming finally felt relieved and walked in front of the white-boned scorpion where he sat down. Soon, the sound of an incantation started to blossom. The black smoke in Lu Ming's body surged around and gray inscriptions started to appear on his skin. They then proceeded to rapidly spin. Lu Ming then lifted his arms and placed both hands on the white-boned scorpion's head. Suddenly, the gray inscriptions rushed forward, as if they had encountered a culinary delicacy. They successively flashed before disappearing into the scorpion's head. The white-boned scorpion's body lightly shook before it finally started struggling. In its current state, the power it used to resist Lu Ming actions was so small that it could be negligible. However, even if this was the case, a moment later, an ugly expression appeared on Lu Ming's face. This white-boned scorpion was truly worthy of being a warrior-level ghost. Despite its current feeble state, it still had the mental ability to resist the might of Lu Ming's spirit communication technique. It did not acknowledge Lu Ming in any way and instead, its attempts of resistance became stronger and stronger. Lu Ming was silently surprised as he continued to force the spirit communication technique onto the scorpion. Since this white-boned scorpion ghost's mental power was so insanely tenacious, Lu Ming was not too worried that its head would explode like the first few low-leveled ghosts from before. This meant that he could also display more power here. The time it took to drink a cup of tea slowly passed by. 10 minutes. The gray inscriptions appearing on Lu Ming's body seemed to be endless while the white-boned scorpion's mental strength resistance was equally resolute. Neither had any indication of waning. The ghost and the man were actually stuck in a deadlock. At this time Lu Ming was not anxious. Relying on the abundant FA Li in his body, he could maintain the spirit communication technique for half a day without problem. Thus he could slowly whittle down the ghost's willpower. As Lu Ming planned this in his head, his body suddenly stiffened and his face emitted an extreme expression of fear. The FA Li in his body had erupted and his spirit sea frantically rotated. All of a sudden, a rice-sized crystal bubble appeared in his spirit sea. When this bubble manifested, it faintly flickered while madly engulfing Lu Ming's FA Li like a black hole. In a flash, the FA Li in Lu Ming's body started dropping significantly. This extremely familiar change was one that naturally made Lu Ming terror-stricken. He tried to quickly remove his arm from the white-boned scorpion's head to deal with the situation. However, after pulling twice, it was as if there was an unknown suction force present from the scorpion's head which wouldn't let him even move his fingers from their position on the white-boned scorpion's head. This made him even more horrified. Nonetheless, he was extremely collected, and after repeatedly failing to break away from the white-boned scorpion, he neglected his hands and instead focused on his body. He subsequently started to quell the eruption of FA Li in his body and forcefully suppressed the strange bubbles devouring. An hour passed in a flash. Only a thin layer of the black gas surrounding Lu Ming's body remained. There was about only 10% of Fa Li left in his body, and the bubble's engulfment in his spirit sea showed no signs of slowing down. In fact, its rate was much faster than last time. At this time, Lu Ming couldn't help but become extremely panicked. The amount Fa Li of Lu Ming's that was devoured this time was much greater than last time by a large margin. Unfortunately, despite his previous experience with the bubble, Lu Ming was still unable to prevent his Fa Li from depleting. He could only watch on helplessly as the last of his Fa Li was consumed. At that moment, Lu Ming's body abruptly shook and he felt his strength rapidly diminish as something seemingly split from him and was converted into a flow of heat that was devoured by the bubble. His life, life. At the same time, his 10 fingers vibrated as an identical heat flow came from the white-boned scorpion. The addition of the scorpion's heat caused the flow of heat from Lu Ming's body to slow down by a substantial margin. Suddenly, the originally immobile white-boned scorpion released a deathly cry as the dim green flames in its eye sockets suddenly flared. Meanwhile, a deep green fog spurted from its back before it condensed and transformed into a vague dark green ghost head. When the ghost head appeared, it silently opened its mouth and the nearby miasma immediately rushed forth and poured into the white-boned scorpion's body. To the side, when Lu Ming saw this, he jumped in fright. In the next moment, however, he felt a different cold energy coming from the white-boned scorpion's body, and like the heat flows, this new cold energy also entered the bubble. With the appearance of a third energy, the stripped heat from Lu Ming and the white-boned scorpion significantly slowed again. It slowed by so much to the point where if one did not carefully pay attention, one would not be able to sense it at all. However, Lu Ming was still quite anxious and fervently hoped that the situation would end immediately. Contrarily, the bubble showed no signs of calming. Moreover, as the white-boned scorpion absorbed more miasma, the amount of miasma coming from the surroundings identically grew. It grew to the point where a large dark ball of fog made of miasma shrouded Lu Ming and Scorpion. Lu Ming could even feel the piercing cold from the black miasma fog, but was ultimately powerless. Time passed in this situation, and after a bit less than an hour, the bubble in Lu Ming's body finally stopped its consumption of miasma. Chapter 62, The Strange Glyph Symbol. Chapter 62, The Strange Glyph Symbol. At the same time, Lu Ming felt the peculiar suction force in his hands disappear. He immediately removed his hands from the white-boned scorpion's head with glee. Suddenly, the bubble in his spirit sea flashed and shattered like glass. Lu Ming felt exhausted as he heard a droning sound in his ear, and his head dropped. After blinking twice, he noticed that he was now in a misty space. This is... Lu Ming's eyes swept the surroundings and a conflicted expression arose on his face. This was the mysterious space that had previously kept him stranded for half a year. But this time the space was bigger than last time. The area was over 200 square feet. When Lu Ming finally looked around himself, he couldn't help but jump in fright. The white-boned scorpion was here in the misty space with him and was still struggling against the soul-shackling chains. It seemed to have recovered some of its strength and was once again resisting Lu Ming. How did this happen? I know that it is because of the bubble that I entered this space, but how did the white-boned scorpion enter here along with me? Could it be due to the spirit communication technique that I cast earlier? Lu Ming quickly hypothesized. Regardless of the peculiar situation, Lu Ming naturally could not let the white-boned scorpion break free of the black chain. He immediately closed in and held a hand against the white-boned scorpion's head. The tiger's bite bracelet on his arm produced a droning noise and a yellow tiger head appeared out of thin air. Soon after, the tiger head roared and a sound wave was transmitted onto the scorpion's head. Even though this white-boned scorpion was exceptionally strong, after being attacked at such a close range, it instantly let out a plaintive wail. Despite its ceaseless struggling, it was unable to free itself from the black rope binding it and the silver glyph restriction on its head. Faced with this scene, Lu Ming was not polite and did not stop using his tiger's bite bracelet. With the decrease in Lu Ming's Fa Li, soundwave after soundwave were produced, blasting the scorpion's head. After the time it takes to have a cup of tea, 10 minutes, the white-boned scorpion had become weak and sluggish once again. Lu Ming's heart finally eased, and after pondering for little, he bluntly sat down where he was and began the spirit communication technique. Although Lu Ming did not know if it was possible to tame the white-boned scorpion in the mysterious space, it was definitely worth a try. The black gas on Lu Ming's body surged and the dense gray glyph once again rushed into the ghost's head. Despite the white-boned scorpion being sluggish and weak, its mental resistance was extremely durable, and it still did not have the slightest intent of yielding. However, Lu Ming knew that he would be trapped in here for a long time and was naturally not worried about time issues. Moreover, it was extremely safe in this mysterious safe and Lu Ming could safely perform his techniques to his heart's content. However, as time slowly passed by, the expression on his face started to congeal. Half a day later, Lu Ming lightly sighed before ceasing his incantation. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to recuperate his Fa Li. One day later, when Lu Ming opened his eyes, the white bone scorpion seemed to have recovered some of its strength and was acting restless once again. Without a trace of politeness, Lu Ming shook his wrist bracelet and placed his hand on top of the white bone scorpion's head. After a painful flurry of attacks, Lu Ming once again performed his communication spirit technique. In the following few days, Lu Ming wore down the white bone scorpion's physical strength in the morning before performing his spirit communication technique until he was exhausted. Then he would sit down and recover his Fa Li before starting the cycle over again on the next day. 3 days later, the ghost's mental defense finally gave an indication of weakening. This made the originally hopeless Lu Ming immediately gain a boost of confidence. In the ensuing 2 days, Lu Ming furiously attacked the white scorpion's mental barrier and finally, the scorpion transmitted a faint thought about its will to submit. Lu Ming was overjoyed and instantly used his spirit communication technique on the white bone scorpion's mind. Once he was sure he could actually connect with the ghost spirit, he finally stopped the secret technique. Subsequently, Lu Ming put a finger on the white bone scorpion's body, making the black chain loosen and fly back. Concurrently, the silver inscription on its head also disappeared in a flash. The white bone scorpion had experienced continuous torture in the past few days, so even without the bindings, it still was on the edge of dying. Lu Ming was not too surprised by this and faintly smiled. He knew that, given a few days, the ghost would naturally recover. Thus, Lu Ming started considering what to do with the remainder of his time in this mysterious space. A few days ago, he covertly tried to cultivate his dark bone method, but ultimately he was unable to increase the amount of Fa Li he had in the slightest. Faced with this situation, he abandoned the idea and decided to practice the secret techniques and the spirit cultivation technique instead. Regarding the soul shackling chain technique, although more practice equated with higher proficiency, due to the low spirit quality, each soul shackling chain was remarkably different. Thus, Lu Ming did not waste any time with it. As for cultivating the spirit communication technique to a high level, that would make one able to increase its deterrence and communication abilities. Reaching the complete mastery of the spirit communication technique would allow the user a chance at taming even a general-level ghost. The current Lu Ming, however, after weighing his options, did not decide to practice the spirit communication technique. Instead, he chose to spend his time on easy techniques. With his current cultivation, he could naturally learn higher-level techniques to use, such as the icicle technique, but his reason for not doing so was the fact that he had already reached a high level of mastery with his wind blade technique and in other techniques. Therefore, he was not willing to give up on them. The second reason resided in the matter that even though high-level techniques were astonishing in their power, their casting time was extremely long and increasing one's proficiency was extremely difficult. The current Lu Ming wouldn't be using such techniques very often, while easy techniques were more pragmatic. Of course, given adequate time, he would choose 1 or 2 high-level techniques and cultivate them to a high level. After all, during battles, the might of high-level techniques completely surpassed one's imagination. Once he decided on this, Lu Ming immediately started to train in the wind blade technique day after day. This wind blade technique had already been trained to a high level, but it appeared that there was still some room to grow. This made Lu Ming more and more curious. If he increased its proficiency by another level, how powerful would the wind blade become? Not long after, the white-boned scorpion recovered enough strength to move around, and in the ensuing period of time, aside from the large hole on its body, most of its wounds disappeared. While Lu Ming practiced his wind blade technique, the ghost reticently sat on the side, displaying an extremely mild appearance. When Lu Ming took breaks from practicing his wind blade technique, he would often use his spirit communication technique to connect and talk with the white-boned scorpion. Moreover, he would practice correspondingly with the ghost with combinations of attack. The result was exceptionally remarkable, and the scorpion gradually gained more intelligence and paired even better with Lu Ming. With the help of his talent of doing 2 things at once, half a year flew by in the blink of an eye. After such a long time, Lu Ming was still unable to leave the space. This made him somewhat surprised but not panicked. The wind blade technique had already been cultivated to the level where, within a few breaths, Lu Ming could emit a dozen of them without having to stop and rechant the technique. However, Lu Ming still felt like he was lacking something and continued to train and incessantly drill his wind blade technique. Today, Lu Ming was standing on one side of the space and was discharging his wind blade technique at the gray fog wall at the other side of the space. As Lu Ming performed the one-handed signs and proceeded to recite the incantation, his mind suddenly jolted and a mysterious light cyan glyph suddenly engraved itself into his mind. Subsequently, the sound of space breaking transmitted as two wind blades appeared in his hands and fiercely shot out. These were not two wind blades that had been prepared beforehand and released at the same time. After once again performing the hand signs, the wind blades instantly appeared in his hands and Lu Ming didn't even recite the incantation. This is... Lu Ming blankly stared before finally emitting an ecstatic expression while his lips slightly twitched. He formed the hand signs again and the cyan glyph once again appeared in his mind. Two wind blades then shot from his hands immediately. Sure enough, practicing it to the next level allows one to emit the technique instantly. Lu Ming heartily laughed as one wind blade after another was emitted in a straight line. They all smashed into the opposing wall of fog and produced banging sounds. Next, his lips continued to twitch but he stopped his wind blade technique. Instead, he joined both his hands and slowly spread them apart. Zila. An impressive, half-a-meter-long, enormous wind blade coagulated. Lu Ming's wrist shook and the enormous wind blade transformed into a ray of cyan light as it traveled. Its speed was a whole level faster than a regular wind blade's. Right after it was released, it was already chopping into the opposing wall of fog. Furthermore, after a loud sound that signaled the wind blade coming into contact with the fog wall, the surrounding fog slightly dispersed. As expected, the reason why I was unable to accomplish this enlarged wind blade was because my wind blade technique was not proficient enough. Except, what is this cyan glyph? Once I return I should ask around. Lu Ming murmured with a joyous expression. In the consecutive days he continued to practice his wind blade technique. Only this time it bore no results. Faced with this situation, Lu Ming decisively changed his focus to practice the fireball technique. After 4 to 5 months passed, Lu Ming had also trained his fireball technique to complete spell mastery. His current fireball technique traveled faster than before, took less time to cast and the size of the fireball was one-fold larger than what it was at when Lu Ming first started practicing the technique. Some of these improvements were due to his pure FA, but most of the terrifying power improvements were produced as a result of the complete mastery of the fireball technique. Just as Lu Ming was extremely happy and planned to continue to practice this technique, a droning noise filled his ears. After a flash of white light, he returned to the black sanded desert. At this moment, he was astonishingly still sitting in the circle he had made and the space around him still carried traces of cold miasma in the form of dark smoke. Even his hands were still on the adjacent white-boned scorpion's head. The ghost's body was still bound tightly by the soul-shackling chain. Lu Ming had clearly returned to Ghost Hell region, but this time the period of time he was stuck inside of the mysterious space was twice as long compared to last time. However, Lu Ming did not have time to mull over this and quickly muttered under his breath as if he was facing a great enemy. He then hastily told the white-boned scorpion to quickly stand. Chapter 63, Trouble and Harvest. Chapter 63, Trouble and Harvest. Although the white-boned scorpion no longer had any wounds, Lu Ming easily communicated with its consciousness and even found the presence of his own spirit imprint inside. He finally heaved a sigh of relief. Sure enough, his previous thoughts were correct. Since the white-boned scorpion ghost spirit had also entered the mysterious space, the spirit communication technique was still effective after being in the space and then returning. Lu Ming immediately moved a hand and removed the black rope from the white-boned scorpion. Simultaneously, the silver inscription on its forehead disappeared as he stood up while faintly laughing. However, at the same time, Lu Ming suddenly felt his originally exhausted spirit shake. A spiral of extremely pure energy violently rushed forth and caused the Fa Li in his body to expand at an incredible rate. Lu Ming was initially shocked but quickly became exalted. He formed a sign with his hands and began cultivating with a calm breathing. After a bit of time, half of the Fa Li he had before he entered the mysterious space was recovered. Suddenly the energy in his spirit changed and became extremely cold and resembled an extremely condensed version of the miasma around him. Lu Ming perceived the cold energy in his body start to expand. He felt as if his entire body had fallen into an ice house and was incomparably rigid. Lu Ming alarmingly tried to stop his cultivation method, but despite his efforts, his fingers would not budge at all. The cold miasma energy in his body continued to rush forth like a flood and poured into his spirit sea. Lu Ming's face was incomparably white, and after barely managing to gaze down, he astonishingly discovered that his formerly lustrous and plump hands were quickly becoming withered. In addition, other parts of his body were also starting to shrivel and began to vaguely illuminate a greenish color. Transformation into a ghost. Lu Ming was startled, and a term from the ancient text appeared in his mind. At the same time, he suddenly understood where the cold miasma energy came from. Most likely, it came from the white bone scorpion's miasma, which was engulfed by the bubble after the bubble exhausted Lu Ming's Fa Li. After recently being purified together with the rest of his Fa Li, it was now transferred back to Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming could use this miasma to enhance and increase his Fa Li, the cold miasma energy would make his body transform into a miasma-attributed ghost, and from then on, he would be a ghost instead of a human. Lu Ming thought of these things in the blink of an eye and grew gloomy. The peculiar cold energy in Lu Ming's body kept growing, and his Fa Li seemed to have frozen over. He was unable to move any of his Fa Li. In a state of panic, Lu Ming unexpectedly hardened his heart and ignored the dangers of having his Fa Li backlash. He then violently shook his spirit sea with the help of the power of his conscience. The originally solid spirit sea slightly shook, and a trace of Fa Li finally flew out. Lu Ming borrowed this trace of Fa Li to start the Dark Bone method, with the intention of forcefully controlling all of the cold energy, even at the price of inflicting heavy injuries on every body meridian. However, once the Dark Bone technique was performed, something incredible happened. A portion of the cold energy suddenly split in two. One became pure Fa Li, while the rest entered Lu Ming's bones halfway through the Dark Bone method cultivation and disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming was shocked, but facing this situation, he could only try to prevent himself from becoming a ghost. He was naturally unable to worry about other things and continued to expedite his Dark Bone method. A peculiar scene emerged. Lu Ming's spirit sea kept pumping out the unusually cold miasma energy while the Dark Bone method was continually used. This caused the cold energy to either turn into Fa Li or disappear into his bones. The two factors of the miasma coming back from the bubble and becoming assimilated into Lu Ming had finally reached a temporary equilibrium. Because of this, Lu Ming finally stopped his transformation into a ghost. After the time it takes to have a cup of tea, 10 minutes, Lu Ming's spirit sea slightly shook and the flow of cold miasma energy suddenly stopped. When Lu Ming discovered this, he was extremely happy and wildly expedited the Dark Bone method without pause. An unknown period of time passed by, and the last trace of cold miasma in Lu Ming's body was finally melted away by the Dark Bone method. His body also returned to normal. Lu Ming stopped the technique and examined his newly reformed plump and lustrous hands before letting out a long sigh. He was still quite afraid in his heart. If he was only a little bit slower in his reaction, then he might have very well ended up becoming a ghost. One that wandered this ghost hell region until he was either killed or tamed. However, the Dark Bone method's ability to dissolve the cold miasma's corrosive properties made him extremely surprised. Lu Ming thought, if it really was like this, then wouldn't he be able to stay in the ghost hell region and cultivate for a long period of time without being affected? That couldn't be right, otherwise why could Lu Ming not cultivate when he first arrived here and performed the Dark Bone method? This showed how the pure miasma in his body was quite different from regular miasma. After all, the miasma was first from the white bone scorpion and had undergone the mysterious bubble's ingestion before being spat back out in a purer form. Thus the attribute had been drastically changed. Lu Ming shook his head as he thought of this. Moreover, he was nearly turned into a ghost just now, and it had been extremely terrifying. So even if Lu Ming was able to cultivate faster in this area, he absolutely did not want to experience it again. Once Lu Ming thought of the white bone scorpion, he couldn't help but turn his head and slightly pause. All he could see was the white bone scorpion enshrouded in a large ball of green gas. This ball of green gas was extremely thick. Even Lu Ming was unable to see what the white bone scorpion was doing inside of it. With this odd situation, Lu Ming frowned before thinking back to the miasma energy that was just returned to him a few minutes ago. Since the white bone scorpion entered the mysterious space with him, it could have also encountered the same energy feedback. If that truly was the case, then this situation would be a blessing rather than a curse. With that thought in mind, Lu Ming's heart slightly loosened and he sat down waiting on the side. The time Lu Ming had to wait the time it took to have a meal, 30 minutes. When a peculiar cry resounded, the green gas dispersed and the white bone scorpion's body reappeared. After carefully examining the new scorpion, Lu Ming couldn't help but be astounded. The current white bone scorpion's eyes contained a flickering green flame, its jet black hooked tail was shining a dark light, and its exterior scars were completely gone. Its body was even about half a meter longer than before, and only the large hole wound on its side still existed. Simultaneously, the bones on its body were now slightly gray and white, no longer the original eerie white color. Lu Ming was very surprised by this, and after communicating with its conscious, he became even happier. Although the white bone scorpion had not completely recovered its strength, it had recuperated about 70 to 80% of it. Once it completely finished healing, it would once again be able to actually fly. When Lu Ming heard what items he needed to have to help the white bone scorpion recuperate, he couldn't help but grin. Due to suffering 2 serious injuries, the scorpion unexpectedly needed to eat other ghost bones in order to slowly recover. With that was the case, Lu Ming would be unable to return now. He had to first collect a few ghost bones before he could return to the sect at ease. After weighing his options, Lu Ming made his decision. Despite having wasted a lot of time, Lu Ming still had half a month left. Looking for and finding a few low-leveled ghosts would not be too hard in this time period. Planning his route, Lu Ming ordered the white bone scorpion to stand guard in the vicinity for a while. At the same time, he used this time to inspect his body's condition. The bubble in his spirit sea had again disappeared without a trace, and his Fa Li was even purer than last time. In addition, the amount of Fa Li left in Lu Ming did not drop too much, most likely due to the cold miasma energy transforming into Fa Li. When Lu Ming's mind swept through every bone, his face couldn't help but change. He noticed that every bone in his body had become even whiter than before, and further emitted a glittering light. They were clearly a lot sturdier than before. This is... Lu Ming used his mind to touch a bone and immediately felt a trace of coldness. However, once he performed his black bone method, everything went back to normal without a trace of defectiveness. Lu Ming continued to inspect other areas, and when he found nothing wrong, he was completely relieved. He retracted his consciousness and started to ponder about the mysterious bubble. This bubble was incredibly mysterious and clearly resided in his body. There was also a possibility of it appearing again, and each time it appeared it seemed to consume more Fa Li than last time. This time, if it was not for him being in the Ghost Hell region and if he did not have the white bone scorpion use some sort of natural talent to absorb miasma and supplement it for him, he would have likely died. If this happened again in the future while he was in the middle of a fight, wouldn't it be the same as death? Of course, this bubble could make his Fa Li even purer, as well as help him enter the mysterious space. This above all enticed him. Thinking about this, Lu Ming got a headache. After experiencing 2 ruptures, the gap between the bubble appearing seemed to become longer and longer. Perhaps it needed to meet certain conditions, but at least for the near future, Lu Ming did not have to worry about this bubble appearing again. Lu Ming mulled over it for a while, but was unable to find a solution to the problem. He could only put it at the back of his mind and wait until he returned to the sect before looking at it again. What was important right now was to find other ghosts. Thus, Lu Ming calmed himself before standing up and making a hand sign. A gray cloud congealed under his feet and lifted him several meters from the ground. Lu Ming then beckoned to the white bone scorpion. Pooh! The white bone scorpion leaped up from the ground and landed easily on the gray cloud. Lu Ming once again used the technique, and the gray cloud instantly cleaved space as it zipped away. 2 days later, at the boundary of the Black Desert, a ghost that looked like something in between a sheep and a cow and was covered in a weak green flame was in the process of running for its life. The green flame around its body was extremely dazzling. However, not far behind was a hill of sand that was mercilessly chasing after it. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had run like this for a few kilometers. So, the pursuing sandhill suddenly emitted a ray of black light which quickly pierced the running ghost's body. The black ray then pulled backward with the immobile ghost hooked to it. Astonishingly, it was a fine dark scorpion tail. A blood-curdling screech rang through the air. The leading ghost instantly fell and was flipped with its feet to the sky while the sandhill behind it simultaneously burst apart. A white shadow flew out from within and pounced onto the leading ghost's body. 2 large pincers appeared, and after furiously hacking, it cut the ghost into various chunks. Chapter 64, Bone Corpse. Chapter 64, Bone Corpse. Soon after, a white silhouette leaped away from the dead ghost's body. It was the white bone scorpion. Pooh! A red fireball fell from the sky, covering the corpse of the dead ghost with large flames in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming was currently on a gray cloud, 300 feet above ground. He carried a small bag made of animal skin, while watching the events happening below him with no emotion. When he shot out the fireball, he purposely held back half of the fireball's power, so that after the flames were extinguished, there would still be some glittering bones left on the sandy ground. The white bone scorpion moved again and rapidly flew toward the bones. It grabbed one of the bones and started chewing on it heavily. Lu Ming started to descend slowly. Reaching the ground, he opened the bag in his hand and threw the other bones into it. In the bag, it looked like there were only about a dozen ghost bones. Lu Ming gave these ghost bones a few looks and lightly sighed. Once he walked out of the white bone scorpion's hunting area, the desert had quite a number of low-class ghosts. This was the third ghost that he and the scorpion killed, but he had only found a small number of ghost bones. This was because he found out that not all ghost bones were helpful to the white bone scorpion's injury. The bones must be extremely strong and contain a certain amount of ghost essence. And inside the body of a low-class ghost, there are only 3 or 4 of these bones. Faced with this situation, Lu Ming could only silently complain. According to his current speed of finding ghost bones, the remaining time he had here was not going to be enough. This made him start fretting. Lu Ming waited for the white bone scorpion to finish swallowing the bone before bundling up his bag with ghost bones and hopped onto his cloud again before he continued to search for other ghosts. However, at this time, he suddenly heard a sky-splitting noise coming from the distant horizon. 1 gray cloud and 1 black cloud were unexpectedly flying toward him from the horizon. Lu Ming was startled and hastily stared at the 2 approaching clouds with rapt attention. Standing on the leading gray cloud was a slender figure. Behind, the black cloud was emitting a bloody scent and occasional low roars. It was clear that the leading gray cloud's speed was not as fast as the trailing black cloud. Nonetheless, whenever the black cloud seemed like it was going to catch up to its target, the slender figure on the gray cloud would emit a piercing red light behind her. This forced the black cloud to dodge as if it was extremely afraid of the red light. The 2 figures, one chasing and one fleeing, arrived in the sky above the black desert in the blink of an eye. It unexpectedly is her. Lu Ming squinted his eyes and finally clearly saw the slender figure's pretty face. Astonishingly, it was Jialan. Lu Ming couldn't help but stare blankly. However, since this girl was being chased in such a strenuous manner, it was clear that the ghost behind her was at least of the warrior level. In other words, it was something only a late spirit apostle would be able to contend against. Lu Ming hesitated. He did not know if he should interfere with the situation. At this time, the battle in the sky underwent a drastic change. The black cloud dodged Jialan's red light again before suddenly emitting a bone lance, about 10 feet long. In a flash, it swiftly caught up to the gray cloud. Jialan seemed to have predicted this, and after performing a single-handed technique, the gray cloud's direction abruptly changed and flew to the side. Because of this, she managed to dodge the bone lance behind her. However, at this time, the trailing black cloud suddenly transmitted a low ghostly roar. The bone lance suddenly became blurry and unexpectedly split in 2. The other bone lance that was produced looked like the shadow of the first lance. This copy turned around and with inconceivable speed, penetrated Jialan's shoulder. A cold snort sounded and a bloody hole appeared on Jialan's shoulder. She seemed to have also lost control of her Fa Li as the gray cloud beneath her feet suddenly disappeared and she immediately fell from the sky. When Lu Ming saw this, he didn't hesitate and flicked his wrist forward. A black rope shot out and caught the young girl, who was only 70 to 80 feet from the ground. His sleeve shook and he forcibly pulled her until she was in front of him. "It's you." The pretty girl's complexion was abnormally white, but once she clearly saw Lu Ming in front of her, she couldn't help but involuntarily cry out. "It really is me. Senior Jialan, are you okay?" Lu Ming bitterly laughed. "I'm fine. I only lost control of my Fa Li back then. Now there is nothing wrong." The surprised expression on Jialan's pretty face quickly disappeared. Immediately, she retrieved a light green glyph and threw it on the bloody hole on her shoulder. A poo sound rang out and subsequently, a warm green light appeared. The incessant blood flow from the bloody hole immediately stopped and the wound's periphery started to congeal and heal. At this moment, a loud angry roar permeated the sky. The black cloud changed its direction and abruptly shot toward Lu Ming. "Junior Bai, help me stall for a bit. The warrior-level bone corpse's bone lance contains poison. I must completely remove the residue from my body before moving." Jialan's gaze flashed as a slightly anxious expression arose on her face. Bone corpses, intelligent ghosts who originate from the corpses of cultivators. Okay, I understand. Lu Ming was startled at first, but immediately raised his eyebrows and nodded his head. He also had a warrior-level white bone scorpion by his side. Thus, he was not very afraid of facing another warrior-level ghost. At this time, the white bone scorpion had already noiselessly dug into the black sand, and even Jialan had not realized that there had been another ghost within the vicinity. However, this scorpion was unable to fly too high, so it naturally had to wait until the ghost on top of the black cloud descended before it could fight. Therefore, facing the rapidly approaching black cloud, Lu Ming slapped his chest and produced a black light shield which stood resolutely in front of his body. It seemed that he didn't have the slightest intention of attacking. Naturally, the ghost on top of the black cloud was not courteous and borrowed the incredible flying speed to launch the two black bone lances. So. However, its target this time had astonishingly switched to Lu Ming, who was protecting the young girl. Faced with this situation, Lu Ming squinted his eyes and recited an incantation. He subsequently performed a single-hand technique and a fireball shot toward the bone lance. Pooh! The fireball instantly passed through the bone lance. Unexpectedly, it was only an insubstantial shadow. In the next moment, Lu Ming felt a fluctuation in front of him as the other black bone lance appeared without warning and resolutely flew downward. Lu Ming's face changed, and without thinking, he thrust the light shield forward so that it covered his entire body. Hong! The bone lance broke into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. However, a myriad of cracks appeared on the gigantic light shield while a large force simultaneously rushed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming gave a cold snort. His body couldn't help but retreat half a step, but he immediately regained his footing and stood resolute. This scene seemed to surprise the ghost on the black cloud. It emitted a cold snort and unexpectedly stopped moving forward. After circling once, it descended onto a sand dune that was about 300 feet away from Lu Ming. When the black cloud dispersed, it revealed the complexion of the ghost within it. Astonishingly, it was a 20-foot giant skeleton. Its body was composed of black bone spikes of various lengths. Additionally, it was carrying 10-foot-long bone lances in both of its hands. Its eyes contained a pulsating blood-red flame that gave one a strange feeling as if the ghost was thinking something as it looked at them. This was the first time Lu Ming had seen this sort of ghost that had been formed from a human. A bone corpse, therefore he could not help but examine it. In the next second, the bone corpse suddenly took a large step forward and launched itself at Lu Ming. With every step, a half-foot deep footprint was left in the black sand. One could easily see that its body was extremely heavy. When Lu Ming saw this, his gaze shook and turned to look at Jialan. He saw that the bloody hole on the pretty girl's shoulder was already 1/3 smaller. However, it seemed that he still had to stall for a little longer. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming immediately uttered an incantation and raised his two arms. Two fireballs, one in front of the other, shot at the bone corpse. Hong hong. The bone corpse's torso faintly swayed and easily dodged the two fireballs, which exploded in the sand behind it. At this moment, the ghost abruptly raised its head and emitted a weeping bellow. Storing power in its two legs, it then exploded into an inconceivable speed as it rushed toward Lu Ming. Its speed was extremely quick, and after a few seconds it had already traveled 200 feet. Due to the ghost's running speed, Lu Ming jumped in fear. Without thinking, he uttered an incantation. His sleeve shook and the soul-shackling chain transformed as it flew at the opposing party like a viper. He raised his other arm and 3 wind blades consecutively flew at the ghost. It seemed that the two arms of Lu Ming had simultaneously moved, but the 3 wind blades arrived first. After 3 green flashes of light shone, they appeared in front of the bone corpse. The ghost clearly had not expected the wind blades to have such speed. The blood flames in its eyes jumped as it hastily put the 2 black bone lances in front of its body in an attempt to protect itself. Pung pung. The first 2 wind blades ricocheted off the bone lance, but the 3rd wind blade managed to successfully chop onto the bone corpse. A cold snort sounded. Instantly, 2 of the bone corpse's rib bones were cut in half, but the wind blade had been exhausted and disappeared. The bone corpse's run came to a sudden stop. It seemed shocked as it lowered its head and looked at its body. The soul-shackling chain then flew forward and coiled around its body. 2 sudden explosion sounds rang in the air. The 2 black bone lances in the bone corpse's hands flew up like lightning and unexpectedly deflected the soul-shackling chain into the sand. Subsequently, the ghost raised its head and looked at Lu Ming before releasing the bone lances. Its four limbs then proceeded to shrink and its body curled into a ball. It astoundingly transformed itself into an actual bone ball whose exterior was covered in sharp bone spikes. Afterward, it started to wildly roll toward Lu Ming. Chapter 65, Cultivating Soul Pouch. Chapter 65, Cultivating Soul Pouch. When Lu Ming saw the protruding bone spikes on the bone ball transform into a blurry black on, his heart shivered in fear. He performed a single-hand technique and specks of green light appeared on his fingers. His other hand and wrist shook and the tiger's bite bracelet started trembling as a yellow tiger's head subsequently manifested. However, before he could release his attack, from behind, a whooshing sound occurred. A foot-long scarlet streak of light rapidly flew forward and smashed into the bone ball. Hong! The scarlet streak exploded and morphed into a scarlet flame that engulfed the bone ball. The bone ball's rolling attack came to a sudden stop and it proceeded to emit a low roar of anguish. When the surrounding flame faded, it had returned to its vaguely human form. The bone corpse's body was now riddled with scars and it had clearly suffered large injuries from the previous attack. Currently, this ghost's green-blooded flame eyes pulsated and it fiercely glared at Lu Ming. Yet, it seemed to contain a trace of fear and despite being at such a close range, did not immediately pounce on him. Lu Ming's gaze faintly flashed and he quickly turned his head. He saw Jialan pointing a light green longbow at the bone corpse while hanging on the bow was a scarlet arrow. Jialan held a cold and prepared expression while the arrow was notched. The blood wound on her shoulder had already completely healed and only a faint red line was left. Don't be distracted, Junior Bai. This bone corpse's intelligence is quite high and unlike most warrior-level ghosts, is extremely cunning. However, if the two of us combine forces, we should be able to fend it off for a while. When the charming young girl saw Lu Ming distractedly looking at her, her eyebrows creased as she warned him. Contend with it for a while? Does Senior not plan on taming such a powerful ghost? After hearing her reminder, Lu Ming returned his attention to the bone corpse, but was somewhat baffled. Although this naturally intelligent ghost that was transformed from a human is extremely ferocious, it is substantially different from other innate miasma ghosts. Relying on the spirit communication technique to intimidate and subdue it is impossible unless one's strength largely surpasses it. Otherwise it may temporarily be tamed, but it can someday retaliate and devour you. Many masters in our sect have perished this way. Thus, I definitely do not plan on subduing this ghost. Jialan lightly replied after listening to Lu Ming's question. I understand now. Then our only option is to thoroughly slaughter it. When Lu Ming heard Jialan's comment, he sighed in pity before replying. Slaughter it. Even with Jialan's naturally calm demeanor, after listening to this, she couldn't help but be startled. The opposing bone corpse seemed to understand Lu Ming's words and after listening to the conversation, the blood flame in its eyes suddenly flourished in anger. Its two hands moved and subsequently pulled two black protruding bones from its body. An instant later, the bones turned into two bone lances and the ghost took a large stride forward before rushing at Lu Ming and Jialan. The delicate young girl's pupils contracted, her hand loosened and the scarlet tip on the longbow fiercely shot out. Hong! Amidst the surging flame, the large body of the bone corpse which had already charged quite close was repelled a few feet. However, this ghost had been thoroughly provoked and was emitting a vicious expression. Despite the added wounds on its body, it didn't even pause before it threw the two bone lances in its hands and charged forward again. So. Lu Ming performed two one-handed techniques and two wind blades instantly shot out. The wind blades skimmed the edges of the bone lances and whizzed by them. However, that was enough to deflect the lances away from Lu Ming. Behind him, Jialan's face darkened and her two hands moved. The longbow impressively shot another scarlet streak. Another loud sound rang, but this time the bone corpse slightly shook. It unexpectedly withstood the might of the flame and continued to charge forward. Lu Ming's vision congealed and he saw that a large unknown bone plate had appeared before the bone ghost's body. The ghost was holding the plate in front of its body like a shield as it charged forward. Within a few steps, it had already arrived in front of Lu Ming and with it came a fishy smell. Junior, quickly retreat. Jialan saw this scene and her face darkened. She yelled in a low voice as her sleeves shook and the longbow in her hands disappeared. A light silver glyph replaced it and started to vitalize. However, what instantly made her startled was that Lu Ming had seemed to not hear her. He continued to stand in his original position without the intention of dodging. Instead, he raised his arm and the tiger's bite bracelet produced an image of a tiger head roaring. A vast white sound wave then blitzed toward the bone corpse's head. The bone corpse merely tilted its head and dodged the tiger's bite bracelet's attack. The blood flame in its eyes jumped and its two large hands attempted to grab Lu Ming. With the ghost's malevolent protruding bones all over its body, even if a spirit master were hugged, he or she would perish. The delicate young girl's face underwent a genuinely drastic change. Despite her thoughts of saving him, there was not enough time. Pu. Two large claws suddenly flew out from the sand under the bone corpse, and in a flash, they clamped down on the bone corpse's two bony white ankles. Although they did not separate the bone corpse's feet from its body, the bone corpse's charge came to a screeching stop and it nearly tumbled and fell. This ghost was greatly alarmed and immediately grabbed a black protruding bone from his chest. It then immediately lunged at one of the large black claws. However, a poo sound suddenly rang through the air. A black streak shot up from the sand and in a flash, it pierced the bone corpse's bony arm like lightning. It made the ghost shake and the bone lance fell powerlessly to the ground. Simultaneously, a black ink-like solution rapidly spread throughout its bony body. Astoundingly, the black streak was a fierce-looking black hooked tail. The bone corpse immediately felt a powerless feeling spread from its arm. Flustered, its remaining arm furiously clawed at that hooked tail. However, the hooked tail was abnormally tenacious, and despite the bone corpse's sharp claws, only an insipid white scar materialized. At the same time, Lu Ming muttered to himself, put his two hands together and then slowly drew them apart. A half-foot enormous wind blade instantly manifested. Go! Lu Ming let out a low shout and both his wrists shook. The enormous wind blade transformed into a green light as it shot right through the bone corpse. Ping! The originally struggling bone corpse suddenly froze. Ensuing, its upper body lightly swayed and then separated from the waist and fell to the ground. Lu Ming let out a light breath of air and his face exposed a smile. However, concurrently, a hong sound echoed through the air. The upper half of the bone's corpse had exploded and a couple dozen black protruding bones immediately morphed into a dense black net of spikes that rapidly shot at Lu Ming and Jialan. At such a close distance, even if Lu Ming wanted to, he was unable to put up any defenses. His mood darkened and he could only rapidly move his arms in front of his body. However, at this time, a smothered sound emanated and a broad layer of white light abruptly appeared in front of his body. When the black bones smashed into this light shield, a muffled sound like rain falling on bamboo was transmitted through the air. Afterward, these vicious spikes helplessly fell onto the ground. Lu Ming was slightly startled before turning around. He saw that Jialan's hands were holding a silver glyph that was exuding a white halo of light while she was softly mumbling a phrase. When Jialan saw Lu Ming looking at her, her incantation stopped and she said while faintly smiling, "These bone corpses are extremely fierce, and once they perish, their body will self-detonate and attempt to take the opponent down with it. It seems that Junior Bai is not too familiar with this. Thank you, Senior Apprentice, for your help. I truly did not know about this." Lu Ming breathed in a deep breath before bitterly laughing. "I heard this from my master, otherwise I would not know about this. However, Junior's strength completely surpassed my expectations. With your own strength, you were unexpectedly able to almost execute a warrior-level ghost. One more thing, was this white bone scorpion tamed by Junior Apprentice?" Jialan stored her glyph and spoke. Her eyes then fell to the white bone scorpion who was gnawing on the bone corpse's remains near Lu Ming. "My strength is nothing. If not for Senior's help just now, I'm afraid that I really would have been taken down with that ghost. This white bone scorpion really was tamed by me during a stroke of luck. However, how did Senior provoke this bone corpse? Were you not traveling with Martial Aunt Bing?" Lu Ming asked back. "When Teacher entered this area, she got caught up in an external affair and had to leave me for a bit. As for this bone corpse, I unintentionally bumped into it and it ended up incessantly chasing me. Another thing, I also gathered one of our sect's disciples' nameplates near the bone corpse. This bone corpse could very well be one of our sect's seniors who perished in this area." Jialan spoke before lifting her hand and tossing a jade plate at Lu Ming. After catching it, Lu Ming carefully looked at it. It really was a special barbarian ghost sect's nameplate. He couldn't help but let out a light sigh and threw it back at the pretty young girl. He then said, "The Ghost Hell region's human-shaped ghosts are extremely few, so this must be the case. If we were to perish here, we would presumably also end up like this. This area is exceptionally dangerous, so I will be preparing to return to the base. What does Senior plan on doing?" Lu Ming calmly asked while looked at the remains of the fallen bone corpse. I still have some other business, so I will stay here for another 2 days. Thus I will not return with Junior. One last thing, I was saved this time by Junior, so I have a present for you. Treat it as a gift for saving my life. The pretty girl slowly said. Her eyes then flashed and she suddenly grabbed a black leather bag from her waist. She proceeded to throw it at Lu Ming. This is a cultivating soul bag. Lu Ming was stumped after he caught the bag. He promptly felt the cold feeling on his fingers and involuntarily cried out. That's right. With this item, Junior should be able to keep the white bone scorpion alongside him for a long period of time. Moreover, you do not have to worry about a lack of miasma and have the scorpion's strength slowly deteriorate. The pretty young girl faintly smiled as she talked. This cultivation soul pouch's value is similar to that of totems. Each one of them costs over 10,000 spirit stones and are quite expensive. Junior cannot afford the cost. After hearing her talk, a peal of glee lit up Lu Ming's face, but he couldn't help but bitterly laughing as he said this. If the item were even more expensive, how could its value compare to my life? Moreover, I still have another one of these items. From what I have seen, Junior is not an effeminate person, so why are you talking like this? Jialan said indifferently. Afterward, she fished out another leather bag which was even more refined than the one that Lu Ming had in his hands. Chapter 66, The Ghost King's Mystery. Chapter 66, The Ghost King's Mystery. Since this is the case, then I will not be courteous. After hearing her talk like that, Lu Ming hesitated before genuinely speaking impolitely. When Jialan heard this, her face exposed the trace of a smile. She spoke a few more sentences to Lu Ming before saying goodbye. A moment later, Jialan rode her cloud and flew toward the distant horizon. Lu Ming watched her until her silhouette completely disappeared before he lowered his head and looked at the cultivating soul pouch in his hands. A trace of seriousness appeared on his face. Unexpectedly, this girl was able to present him with such a precious gift. Even if it was to repay the favor of saving her, it was extremely magnanimous and incredible. After all, even if cultivating soul pouches could not compare to genuine totems, only capable spirit masters had such pouches within the barbarian ghost sect. Normally, it was extremely rare for a spirit apostle to have one. Moreover, since Jialan was able to nonchalantly take out 2 of them, it seemed like her status was not as simple as it seems. Even if having an Aphrodite body was extremely rare, barbarian ghost sect conferring 1 cultivating soul pouch to her was already exceptional. 2 of them would be impossible. However, in this way she not only repaid his favor but also made him owe her a large favor. Lu Ming was unsure if this was intentional or an accident. Although Lu Ming was suspicious, he once again examined the item in his hands before exposing a trace of a smile. This cultivating soul pouch was a treasure close to the level of a totem. Naturally, it had unfathomable effects. One of them was that it could ignore a ghost's size and weight and shrink the ghost so that it could be stored within the bag and be carried lightly on one's body. Another effect was that, as long as one could activate the bag's unique engraved inscription, the pouch would be able to absorb hefty amounts of miasma and stockpile it. This way the ghost inside would not lack miasma, and its strength would not decrease due to lack of miasma inside the bag. Comparing the 2 effects, the latter was naturally more rare. After all, the first effect was also available in a ghost barbarian sect's practitioner weapon called the Ghost Bag. It too could absorb ghosts and allow them to be carried around freely. Most of the disciples who tamed ghosts would purchase this practitioner weapon to store and carry their ghosts. Nonetheless, the Ghost Bag was unable to absorb miasma and many of them had a maximum usage time. Furthermore, the bag's price would greatly increase depending on the size of the ghost the bags were able to store. After Lu Ming caught his ghost and returned, he had planned to spend his spirit stones to buy such a ghost bag. Now he did not have to do this. While thinking about this, he used his hand to feel the cultivating soul pouch. Suddenly he let go of it and performed a technique, directing the technique at the pouch. A white glyph symbol flew out and in a flash, entered the bag without a trace. In the next moment, a silver spirit inscription appeared on the outside of the leather bag. Furthermore, it weirdly formed a mini-spell formation. Meanwhile, an attraction force violently flew out from the bag. The nearby miasma vibrated and all of it violently rushed into the leather bag. Simultaneously, a loud droning sound engulfed the surrounding area. Threads of black smoke appeared and progressively amassed. It was as if all the miasma within the circumference of several miles was now rushing toward this area. Lu Ming slightly smiled and retreated a few steps. He used the cultivating soul pouch to absorb the surrounding area's miasma. At this time, the white bone scorpion finished devouring the bone corpse's hand bone and brought the rest of the carcass, with its claws, to Lu Ming like a dog. The bones piled up into a large stack. Lu Ming subsequently formed a fireball and the torrential flames engulfed the pile of bones. A moment later, most of the bones were turned to ashes, only leaving slightly over 20 sparkling bones behind. When Lu Ming saw this, he was overjoyed. With this many ghost bones, this bone corpse was worthy of being called a warrior-level ghost. This also meant that all the bones needed for the white bone scorpion's rehabilitation were finally collected. Lu Ming collected the bones and sat down cross-legged on the ground, recuperating his Fa with his eyes closed. Half a day later, when a boom came from within the leather bag, the external silver spell marking disappeared in a flash. The contiguous black miasma subsequently dispersed. Lu Ming observed this and then immediately grabbed the bag, floating in the air, with his hand. Using his hand to estimate, it didn't seem like the weight of the leather bag changed, but its pigment seemed to have become quite a bit darker. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and first used his mind to communicate with the white bone scorpion. Next, he held the leather bag in his hand and thrust it at the white bone scorpion. Pooh! A black cloud rolled out from the bag and instantly enshrouded the white bone scorpion. Thereupon, the white bone scorpion body span around like a maelstrom and quickly became tiny before finally being sucked into the leather bag by the black cloud. Lu Ming once again communicated with the ghost and found that nothing was erroneous. With this, he felt reassured and put the leather bag on his waist, generated a one-hand sign, rose into the air and flew toward Barbarian Ghost Sect's base. At the same time, Jialan was in the process of riding her cloud when the sound of someone beckoning her filled her ear. At once, she happily changed directions and flew toward a certain forest before landing. After a bit of work, this girl appeared in a cave in an enormous tree. She then walked up to a pale-faced beautiful woman. Astonishingly, it was Martial Ant Bing. When the beautiful woman saw Jialan, she let out a large sigh and ashamedly said, "Lan Er, you're fine, thank goodness. I was caught up with that ghost for a long time and really didn't have any other option. Luckily you are fine and were not caught by that bone corpse." Teacher, Lan Er really was caught by that bone corpse. If not for someone else rescuing me, I am afraid that I genuinely would not have returned. The pretty young girl said as she bitterly laughed. What? Something like that happened? Who was it that rescued you? I must express my formal thanks to this person. When the beautiful woman heard Jialan's words, she jumped in fright. Teacher does not have to worry. I have already given heavy thanks to this person. Oh, that's right. Did Master succeed in obtaining that item from the ghost's body? Jialan was extremely ambiguous as she spoke and quickly changed the topic. I didn't. That ghost was already on par with me with its general level strength. It also has a few warrior-level ghost assistants. Although you used your Aphrodite body to break its most proficient illusion techniques, it still managed to get away. However, it has sustained heavy injuries, so the next time we come, that will be its time of death. After listening to Jialan, the beautiful woman's tone of voice abruptly turned cold. Teacher, since this ghost's intelligence is so high, next time won't it just flee its nest? The pretty young girl asked as her eyebrows creased. Don't worry, this ghost must rely on absorbing the nourishment of fiend miasma to slowly increase its strength. However, areas with fiend miasma are incredibly hard to find. Unless it is absolutely essential, there is no way that it will leave. Who would have known that our ancestor, Luin Master's barbarian ghost king, which he used to decimate other sects, would decay to such a state? If not for me searching through ancient records for dozens of years and you finally putting the last piece of the puzzle together, I am afraid that I would be exactly like others, ignorant of the ancestors' words for the rest of my life. The beautiful woman said as she laughed. Luin equals founder of the barbarian ghost sect. Founder's intellect really did surpass most people. I only made a lucky guess. Jialan listened to her teacher and laughed as she replied. 7 days later, Lu Ming was carrying an animal skin bundle as he appeared in the barbarian ghost sect base's plaza. He proceeded to stride toward the stone room which housed the teleportation formation. What made him be somewhat taken aback was that when he entered the stone room, there was astonishingly a boy and a girl waiting. It was unexpectedly Lei Zhen and that young girl companion who traveled with him. On Lei Zhen's shoulder was a new monkey-like ghost with wings on its back. It was the sculpture which Lu Ming had previously seen and was the soldier-level Nightcrawler ghost. However, this ghost's size was a lot smaller, only a foot tall. Additionally, its tail was not black, but had a fiery red color, giving one an extremely odd feeling. It seemed that Lei Jian also did not return empty-handed. Contrarily, the young girl's side was completely bereft, so it was unknown if she really returned empty-handed without a spirit ghost or if she had already put it in a ghost bag. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but look at the gray leather bag on the girl's waist. At this time, the girl clearly recognized Lu Ming and smiled at him. When the adjacent Lei Jian saw Lu Ming, his face initially showed slight surprise. However, after glancing at the animal skin bundle in Lu Ming's hands, he curled his lips and did not have the slightest intent of greeting him. Likewise, Lu Ming naturally didn't have the intent of starting a conversation. Yet he was slightly suspicious as to why those two still hadn't teleported back and were instead waiting here. Just then the sound of footsteps came from outside the stone door. Elder Gui nonchalantly walked in, glanced at 3 people and immediately quacked, "Good, there are finally 3 people. Thus, we are able to barely make a teleportation without wasting too many spatial spirit stones." After he finished speaking, Elder Gui immediately walked to the edge of the teleportation formation and autonomously began to install the black crystals. Having heard Elder Gui, Lu Ming finally came to a sudden realization about why Lei Jian was still here. A moment later, Elder Gui installed the final spatial spirit stones and indicated that they could enter the formation. When Lu Ming and the 2 others saw this, they naturally walked into the formation. Elder Gui performed a single-hand technique and thrust his hand toward the space above the teleportation formation. The inscription of the technique then launched into the formation. In the next second, the formation produced a droning sound as Lu Ming and the 2 others disappeared without a trace. Elder Gui then nonchalantly walked toward the stone door. A moment later, from outside the door came the sound of subcutaneous footsteps. Concurrently, an animated male voice arrived, "Elder Gui, immediately activate the teleportation formation and send me back to the sect." "Wait a bit, there aren't enough people." Elder Gui's lackadaisical voice responded. After a slight dizziness, the white light around him calmed and Lu Ming's group had appeared in the metallic room that they were in before going to the Ghost Hell region. As soon as the formation stopped buzzing, a light flashed in the wall opposite to the formation and an impatient voice came out, "Leave quickly, other people have to go to the Ghost Hell Rygon." Lei Jian and the young girl quickly walked out as soon as they heard this voice. Lu Ming furrowed his brow and after a slight hesitation, followed behind the other 2. An hour later Lu Ming finally returned to his dwelling. However, as soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw a plain letter stuck in between his room's doors. Chapter 67, Exposed. Chapter 67, Exposed. When Lu Ming saw this he was slightly startled. One must know that, if the sect had to inform someone of something, they would usually send out a disciple to personally convey the message. Yet, a letter had unexpectedly appeared here. This was too strange. "Don't tell me that." An idea suddenly flashed through Lu Ming's mind. His eyebrows creased as he reached out and grabbed the letter in front of him. After sweeping over it with his conscience, he found no abnormal fluctuations and pulled out the piece of paper from within. After looking over it twice, his face slightly changed. "Unexpectedly, it's those 2 who are looking for me. Didn't they say that they would flee after returning? Don't tell me that a problem has occurred in the Bai clan." Lu Ming's mind ran through the possibilities. Rubbing his 2 hands, a ball of flame suddenly appeared and immediately turned the letter into ash. After that, he summoned his cloud and made a beeline out of the barbarian ghost sect's main gate. After a small period of time, Lu Ming descended to the edge of the mountain range, near a small building. He then entered one of the watchtowers. There he saw his 2 former acquaintances who had been waiting for over 10 days. There was one tall and one short male, both wearing yellow clothing. Precisely, they were the Bai clan's Gu San and Guan Laoda. When the 2 of them saw Lu Ming, they were both startled and hastily stood up. Guan Laoda hesitated somewhat as he asked, "You are, young master? It's only been a year since we've seen each other and the 2 of you don't even recognize me." Lu Ming faintly smiled as he walked over and proceeded to sit down on another chair. "So it really is young master. This is truly good news. The current young master looks very different from before. It seems that the clan leader will be shocked when he sees you." When Guan Laoda made clear of the situation, the astonishment on his face finally disappeared. He immediately stepped forward and respectfully spoke. The adjacent Gu San also stepped forward and paid his respects, but the expression on his face was complicated. When the 2 of them delivered Lu Ming to the barbarian ghost sect, they had no idea that the youngster in front of them would be able to pass the opening spirit ceremony. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming had become a disciple here. Seeing each other today, the status between the three of them was now substantially different. My appearance has been altered due to cultivation. Nevertheless, why did you come here? Could it be that some problem has arisen in the Bai clan? Lu Ming explained his predicament before continuing to calmly speak. I see. When clan leader learned that young master had become a spirit apostle in the barbarian ghost sect, the entire Bai clan celebrated for 3 days and 3 nights. Even eldest daughter returned because of this special occasion. Furthermore, the two of us have come here under the orders of the clan leader to present you with a secret letter personally written by him. Guan Lao said. He then retrieved a black lacquered letter which was sealed tight and passed it over to Lu Ming with both of his hands. Eldest daughter? Oh, you must be talking about my elder sister by Cui Er. How about this, why don't you come with me and we can find another place to discuss things? After Lu Ming heard what was said, his gaze swept the surrounding area. He did not immediately open the letter. Instead, he told them to find a different place. Guan Laoda and Gu San naturally didn't dissent to this idea. Lu Ming brought the two of them out of the watchtower, and after performing a single-handed technique, a gray cloud condensed next to him. He called for the two of them to stand on it and then started flying the cloud. They then traveled toward a distant and remote mountain top. In the time it takes to have a cup of tea, Lu Ming brought the now pale guests to a bald and bare mountain top. When the two of them descended to the ground, their legs nearly gave way and they toppled over. The two of them subsequently looked at Lu Ming with a face full of fear and respect. Okay, this place is barren, so there shouldn't be anyone who can eavesdrop. Now you can say what happened. If I remembered correctly, didn't you say that once you returned to the Bai clan, you would immediately leave for a foreign place? Why are still delivering a letter for the Bai clan's clan leader? Lu Ming patted the letter in his hands and spoke with an extremely calm expression. Brother Lu, save us. The affair the two of us did has been discovered by eldest daughter. Moreover, eldest daughter has already planted a restriction on our bodies. Right now, our lives are hanging on a thread. That's right, aside from this letter, eldest daughter also wanted us to bring another item to Brother Lu. She said that you would understand once you saw it. What made Lu Ming extremely surprised was that, in the next second, the two of them immediately knelt with a piu tong sound while they started talking with runny noses and tears in their eyes. What? That girl called by Cui Er already knows that I have replaced by Tian? How does she know? The two of you need to carefully explain it to me. Even though Lu Ming was calm, once he heard the two of them speak, his face slightly changed. Yes. Once the two of us returned to the Bai clan, we wholeheartedly wanted to remove the poison in our body so we could freely break away from the Bai clan. When the news of Brother Lu becoming a spirit apostle arrived, clan leader had a lot more trust in the two of us. Finally, a couple of months ago, we had the opportunity to steal the medicine needed to cure us. However, when we were conspiring to leave the family, we were overheard by young Lady Cui Er who had just returned. The eldest daughter is also a spirit apostle. We do not know what technique she performed on the two of us, but after a moment of vertigo, we unconsciously told her the whole story. Yet, after young Lady Cui Er finished listening, she didn't punish us. Instead, she placed a restriction technique on the two of us and let us voluntarily leave without harm. After several days, when clan leader instructed us to send a letter to Brother Lu, the young lady also wanted us to send this item to you. Guan Lao quickly gave his account and then took out a bamboo slip from his bosom and gave it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and told the two of them to stand up first. He then accepted the bamboo slip and carefully looked over it. He found that the inscription on the bamboo was made up of long and slender spirit markings. It had quite a sophisticated appearance. The current him naturally was not the same as when he first entered the sect and didn't understand anything about cultivation tools. After mumbling to himself irresolutely, he suddenly performed a single-handed technique and hit an inscription on the bamboo slip. A white light flashed. The bamboo slip slightly trembled and then voluntarily flew out of his hand. It hovered in the air for a bit before a garish sunrise of colors suddenly appeared and congealed into a foot-tall youthful image of a girl. However, the girl's projection was extremely blurry and one could only vaguely make out her seemingly beautiful face. After it appeared, it started talking. I would presume this is fellow Lu. Younger sister, Cui Er was the nominal sister of that good-for-nothing by Tian. When I learned about Brother Lu's situation, I should have personally gone and paid a visit. My FA Li is too low to store a lot on this glyph, so I will keep things short. Since Bai Tian was able to die by a lowly thief's hands, it was probably due to his poor luck and ability, so we cannot blame others for this loss. However, you were able to become a barbarian ghost sect spirit apostle, but what you did use was a large amount of my Bai clan's resources. Thus, shouldn't you compensate my Bai clan? Otherwise, all I have to do is inform your sect that fellow Lu cheated his spot into the sect and you shouldn't be able to get away. Nonetheless, doing this brings no benefits to our Bai clan, so I have a small proposal. Bai Yan Er's projection slowly continued talked while Lu Ming listened on expressionlessly. It was impossible to say what he was thinking. Since both parties will receive benefits from this, I believe that Brother Lu will not refuse. The letter my father gave you contains even more concrete conditions. All fellow has to do is agree and you will not have to worry about anything else and can continue to be Bai Tsong Tian. Another thing, although what Guan Laoda and Gu San did is pardonable, the Bai family cannot leave them alone. Thus, we will formally present them to fellow as servants. As for the restriction on their bodies, all I did was use a few illusion techniques. I didn't actually do anything to them. Of course, if Brother Lu believes that they are too troublesome, you can just give them a send-off. I will not have any complaints. Alright, what I had to say has already been said. If Brother Lu does not reply, I will take it that fellow agrees with this. Although the Bai clan lost a direct disciple, if it is able to gain a true spirit apostle, then we could be considered to have profited from a disaster. The girl's projection let out a soft smile before subsequently disappearing. The bamboo slip suspended in the air suddenly turned in a ball of flame and spontaneously combusted, immediately turning into ashes. When Lu Ming saw this, he rubbed his chin, his facial expression showing that he was deep in thought. Brother Lu. No. Lord Lu, the two of us wish for you to become our master. From now on, we will be loyal and devoted to the Lord without any intention of duplicity. If Master has any tasks that need to be completed, Gu San will use all his effort to accomplish it. When Guan Laoda heard Bai Yan Er say that there really were no restrictions on his body, he was initially overjoyed, but once he heard that Lu Ming could give them a send-off, he was suddenly struck with terror. Guan Laoda and Gu San looked at each other and once again knelt on the ground, quickly vowing to the heavens. Send-off equals kill them. It was clear that these two were extremely afraid of Lu Ming following the words he heard from Bai Yan Er. Their lives were now in his hands. The two of you can stand. Why would I groundlessly take your lives? No matter the reason, if I did not meet the two of you back then I would have no method of becoming a spirit apostle. However, in order to maintain secrecy I cannot let you go right now. Lu Ming said while looking at them with creased eyebrows. As long as Lord is content, you can use whatever method you deem fit on us. The two of us will not complain. Guan Laoda heard Lu Ming and involuntarily spoke hastily. When the adjacent Gu San heard this, he also repeatedly nodded his head. Since this is the case, I will employ a few small methods. After listening to them, Lu Ming nodded his head and flipped his finger. Suddenly, a fine silver needle appeared and after a brief moment, it turned into a silver streak as it pricked into the bodies of Guan Laoda and Gu San. Guan Laoda and Gu San naturally did not dare dodge the needle. They simultaneously felt their bodies become completely numb and were unsure of how many times the needle pricked them. Lu Ming retracted his arm and the silver needle disappeared. He then emitted a faint smile and said, "Okay, this silver needle puncture technique of mine can hide within your body for several years. Within this period of time, you will go to a few places and help me complete a few matters. As long as you do things well, I will help you undo the technique later. Moreover, I will also help you bring your family members here from the Bai clan. After that, wherever the two of you want to go, I will not stop you." Chapter 68, Life Expectancy. Chapter 68, Life Expectancy. What Lord would like us to do? After hearing Lu Ming, Guan Laoda was initially overjoyed, but slightly apprehensive as he inquired. Do not worry, I will not make you do anything that you are incapable of completing. You will only have to go to a few places in the mortal world and establish a few small minor powers. Additionally, you will have to collect some information and news for me. That is about it. These things shouldn't be too difficult for you two middle-tier practitioners. Lu Ming said while giving off a smile that wasn't really a smile. Lord, please be at ease. Perhaps we would not be able to help with other tasks, but something as small as this should not be a problem. Guan Laoda relaxed in his heart, immediately patting his chest as he responded. Good. The two of you will stay outside the sect for a night. Once I have thought of your tasks, I will come back. When the time comes, the two of you will follow my directions and complete them. Lu Ming indifferently commanded. This time, Guan Laoda and Gu San agreed together. Thus, in the ensuing period of time, Lu Ming performed a single-handed technique and once again condensed his gray cloud. He then brought the two of them back to the watchtower and then rode on toward Nine Infant Mountain. Not long after, he returned to his residence, opened the door and casually found a chair to sit in. He then grabbed the Bai clan leader's letter and took out the enclosed paper. He will let me continue to hold on to Bai Tsong Tian's name, but within the next 10 years, I must strive to help the Bai clan expand its influence. The Bai clan will also supply me with resources to help me cultivate. It seems like the conditions are not too bad. It is also quite similar to what Bai Er said. However, the last thing mentioned was for me to marry into the Mu clan. They unexpectedly want me to marry Mu Mingzhu. Are they joking? That girl is currently very passionate with Gao Chong. How would she ever approve of a 3 spiritual pulse disciple? It's better if I let the Mu clan convince the girl first. After reading through the Bai clan leader's letter, Lu Ming suddenly laughed. He talked to himself while rubbing his 2 fingers and turned the letter into a pile of ash. He naturally did not plan on writing a letter back to the Bai clan. Early in the morning on the second day, Lu Ming left his dwelling and went to look for Guanda Lao and Gu San. He brought the 2 of them to a desolate place again and explained his tasks for them for an hour. After that, he personally brought the 2 of them out of barbarian ghost sect's mountain range with his soaring sky technique. He subsequently came back to the sect alone. Lu Ming did not directly return to his residence. Instead, he went to the main peak's returning spring hall. This time, once he entered the wooden door, there was only one person on the first floor. However, this was naturally not Jialan but was another average-looking girl. This girl asked him a few questions before gesturing with her hands, letting him enter the second level. Lu Ming was not polite, and with just a few steps he was already on the second floor. He then walked toward a side room that was emitting a medicinal smell, which he did not enter last time. As Lu Ming moved to the side room's pearl-white curtain door, he couldn't help but stop in his tracks. From inside, a gentle voice sounded. "You've already come here, why are you hesitating? Youngster, come on in." "Thank you, senior, I am sorry." Lu Ming heard these words and respectfully replied before opening the pearl curtain and entering. However, once he entered and glanced around, he jumped in surprise. Seated on a chair, adjacent to a medicinal furnace, shockingly, it was the green-cloaked woman who he had previously seen on the 3rd floor. "Why is senior here, shouldn't you be?" Lu Ming thought of last time when he had been turned away by the opposition party and couldn't help but hesitate. "Haha, it seems you have seen my older sister. Do not worry, we are not the same person, we are only twins. Thus we look the same." When the cloaked woman saw Lu Ming dither, she giggled and explained the situation in a good-natured manner. "I understand now, I recognized the wrong person." Lu Ming heard her explanation and realized that this cloaked woman was completely different from the one on the 3rd floor. He immediately relaxed. "However, youngster, based on your appearance, it doesn't seem like you have sustained an injury or illness," the cloaked woman said as she looked over him. "I have just returned from the Ghost Hell region and came across a small mishap. I recently felt that something is wrong with my body, but after examining myself I found nothing wrong. Thus, I would like to request for senior to help me inspect my body and find any abnormal areas." Lu Ming respectfully replied. "Hi, your body is unwell? The scope is too broad. Nevertheless, if you really want to undergo a thorough examination, I can use the examination formation, but the price is not small." The cloaked woman didn't feel like anything was out of the ordinary as she calmly spoke. "How many spirit stones?" Lu Ming asked without the slightest hesitation. 100. Although the cloaked woman's voice was gentle, the amount she spoke of made Lu Ming's heart jump. "May I ask, Martial Ant, what the effect of this examination formation is?" The exorbitant price made Lu Ming somewhat hesitant. "Do not worry, as long as there truly is something wrong with your body, this formation will definitely be able to discover it. Otherwise, how could I possibly take so many of Junior's spirit stones? Honestly, these 100 spirit stones are used to operate the formation." The cloaked woman nonchalantly replied. "Then I will use it once." Lu Ming weighed his options before biting his teeth and replying. "Good. Come over here." The cloaked woman was somewhat surprised by his response, and after deeply looking at Lu Ming, she stood up and walked to a corner of the room. At this time, Lu Ming discovered that the floor over there astonishingly contained a foot-long light yellow formation inscription. The cloaked woman grabbed a few snow-white crystals and put them into a notch at the edge of the formation. She then indicated for Lu Ming to enter. Lu Ming casually took off the cultivating soul pouch on his waist and left it at the edge of the formation. He then entered the formation and sat down cross-legged. The cloaked woman flipped her hand and a light yellow-colored method tray appeared. She then thrust it at the formation. A droning reverberation was sent around the entire formation as a misty golden light rose into the air, encompassing Lu Ming within it. The cloaked woman started to mumble to herself. One of her fingers continuously pushed something on the formation tray. From within the tray, there were occasional bouts of light or inscriptions rushing out. It made one's vision become extremely blurred. Your body is extremely healthy, your blood essence is sufficient and bone structure is exceptionally dense. It seems to be another level above that of normal people. Your Fa Li is extremely pure. You have already purified your Fa Li? The cloaked woman operated the method tray for a moment while muttering to herself, exposing a surprised expression. My Fa Li truly has been purified. Since it had been discovered by the martial ant, Lu Ming didn't bother trying to hide it. Unfathomable. Youngster, it seems that you are someone with incredible willpower. According to my knowledge, when younger people purify their Fa Li, it requires a lot of time and effort. It further requires one's faith in advancing to the next levels quickly to be ample, not caring about wasting time. Either that or they are trying to take shortcuts and willingness to risk their lives. The cloaked woman said with a somewhat inquisitive expression. I do not actually know what sort of person I am. Nonetheless, has Martial Ant finished the examination yet? Lu Ming ambiguously replied before asking a question pertaining to himself. Not yet, just wait a bit longer. There is nothing wrong with your spirit C and your mental state is very steady, so there shouldn't be anything wrong. The cloaked woman controlled the formation tray while proceeding to talk. However, once Lu Ming heard the woman say, there is nothing wrong with your spirit C, his eyes couldn't help but emit a slightly disappointed expression. There seems to be something wrong with your life expectancy, it appears to have shortened. Suddenly, the cloaked woman's voice changed and a slightly astonished tone surfaced in her voice. My life expectancy has been shortened? If this is truly the case, could Martial Ant look more carefully? When Lu Ming heard the woman, he naturally jumped in fright. Okay, I will look once again. I am correct. Your life expectancy really is showing signs of having been recently shortened by external factors. However, you do not need to be too worried because your life expectancy has not been shortened by that much. It seems like it has only been shortened by a few years. All you need to do is take some spirit medicines and we can probably find a method to recover your lost years. Apparently, when you were in Ghost Hell region, you came across a demonic ghost that specializes in absorbing a human's life force. Next time you go into that area, as long as you prepare a few restraining techniques, there should be no problem. Okay, there's nothing else wrong with you. The cloaked woman gazed at the formation tray again before laughing slightly. My life expectancy has shortened. It seems that this unwell feeling stemmed from this. Thank you for your directions. The next time I go to Ghost Hell region, I will definitely take more care. Lu Ming let out a light sigh and bitterly smiled as he replied. However, Lu Ming suddenly thought of when the bubble devoured his Fa Li. He had sensed something as if a certain thing was being peeled away from his body. He couldn't help but feel his heart sink. When the bubble ran out of Fa Li to absorb, it unexpectedly used his life force as a replacement. This was the same as taking one's life. Nonetheless, in front of the cloaked woman, even if he was deeply troubled, he couldn't expose this. He stood up at once, leaving the formation and grabbing his cultivating soul pouch. He once again gave his thanks and left. After Lu Ming's silhouette disappeared, just as he entered the flight of stairs, the cloaked woman retracted her golden formation tray. She wore a trace of suspicion as she said to herself. Don't tell me that an absorbing soul beast has appeared in Ghost Hell region again. If this really is the case, we must make sure that the disciples are more careful when traveling there. Subsequently, the woman shook her head before she sat in her original chair. It seemed as if no one had ever visited. After the time it took to eat a meal, Lu Ming returned to his dwelling. He immediately entered his cultivation room and sat down cross-legged on his praying mat. He then closed his eyes and started to seriously consider a solution to the mysterious bubble. Otherwise, according to the current situation, the bubble would start absorbing his life force once the Fa Li in his body ran out. If so, he would not be able to survive very long. He had arduously walked the path of cultivation and naturally did not want to end his journey so quickly. Lu Ming sat like this for an entire day and night. On the morning of the third day he finally opened his eyes. His expression had loosened a bit and it seemed as if he had come up with a plan. Chapter 69, Misty Ship. Chapter 69, Misty Ship. After pondering for such a long time, Lu Ming finally thought of a method to deal with the mysterious bubble. The first method was to imitate his most recent lucky encounter. This required him to borrow the white-boned scorpion's miasma in order to overcome the suction from the bubble. However, this method was extremely dangerous. If he was even the slightest bit careless, he could end up becoming a ghost. Moreover, even if he was willing to take this risk, there were too many unknown factors about how the bubble operated. For example, if he was able to predict when the bubble would break out, he had to have a close, large source of miasma. Otherwise, if he were to solely rely on the small amount of miasma within his cultivating soul pouch, it would be far from enough. Besides, how could he ensure that the white-boned scorpion would emit its strange ghost face, allowing him to smoothly absorb miasma? All of these reasons made Lu Ming ponder for a while. He finally decided on using this as a last resort. After considering his options again, he still felt that the most dependable method was to raise his own cultivation level. Ultimately, every time he advanced a stage in cultivation, his FA-Li magnitude would increase in multitudes. If he were able to advance and become a late spirit apostle before the next bubble burst, the FA-Li in his body should be able to satisfy the engulfment. Furthermore, if that bubble had enough FA-Li to devour, it would not take from his life force. This would allow him to re-enter the mysterious space where he could cultivate his various secret techniques for a great period of time. However, advancing into a late spirit apostle was not an easy task. Even though Lu Ming had managed to profit from a disaster and his FA-Li had become much more pure as a result, he would still need nearly 2 years before he could advance another stage. The amount of time between the bubble's first 2 appearances was only half a year. Given this length of time, he would most likely not be able to accomplish his task. If that were the case, he could only choose to increase his FA-Li by using medicine pills. Although using external forces to obtain FA-Li would affect his future advancements, the bubble's intrinsic effect would purify his FA-Li. Thus, this didn't make him too worried. Therefore, the only problem now was where he could find these medicinal pills to increase his FA-Li. If he were to only use contribution points to trade for these pills, it would naturally not be enough. If he were to only trade contribution points for pills once, it would be fine. However, if he were to continuously make the trade, it would attract too much attention and bring him a lot of trouble. In this way, the only options for him were to either go outside the sect to purchase pills, or learn the art of concocting pills himself. Among these 2 methods, one could be used as a short-term solution while the other was a long-term solution. Lu Ming thought of the former's need to spend a plethora of spirit stones and the latter's learning difficulty, and he couldn't help but produce a frown. Especially regarding the latter option, alchemists were extremely rare, and even though he wanted to learn the art, he had no teacher to learn it from. However, this issue directly pertained to his life, so even if it was extremely difficult to learn, he had to try his best. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming naturally did not stay in his room to cultivate. Instead, he went to 9 Infant Mountains Peak. Currently, the quickest way to earn spirit stones would be through sect missions. Before starting missions, he planned on learning a few new techniques and then refining another, better quality soul-shackling chain. After all, in order to obtain more spirit stones, one must take on the sect's more dangerous missions. Thus Lu Ming had to make some preparations in advance. An hour later, Lu Ming departed the peak of the mountain. He now had 3 more technique books in his possession. These were Spider Web Technique, Icicle Technique, and Silt Technique. However, he didn't immediately head back to his residence. Instead, he directly went to the sect's main peak. He was at Faction's main peak. In a short while, he appeared in a large, black hall. He was standing in the center of the hall, in front of a gray formation, and had just received his nameplate back from a short and tall man. Remember clearly, you only spent 20 contribution points, so you can only stay in the soul swamp for 8 hours. If you do not come out within the allotted time, the price will be multiplied the longer you stay. The skinny tall man coldly said. He then thrust a ghost head medallion directly toward the formation. Instantly, the entire formation produced a droning sound, and billowing wisps of black gas rose up. Lu Ming didn't respond. He merely strode into the formation. Inscriptions appeared around the formation, and his silhouette disappeared into the smoke. A second later, Lu Ming opened his eyes and found that he had astonishingly appeared in a large cave. This cave was 100 acres large, and in the center was a black pool that was wider than 10 feet. Traces of black smoke unceasingly rose from within it. Lu Ming let out a light breath. Suddenly he smelled a familiar aroma. He didn't hesitate and started walking straight toward the soul pool. His eyes fell on the pitch-black ink-like pool water, and after a glance, he retrieved a fist-sized dark green stone. He then wrapped it in a sparkling rope and threw the stone into the pool. Finally, he sat on the edge quietly with a silver ring in his hand. A few hours later, Lu Ming wore a face of satisfaction as he reappeared in the gray formation. Immediately, he walked out of the large hall and directly returned to his residence. 7 days later, he left his residence again. He had not only begun to learn the new techniques, but he had also refined another soul-shackling chain that was much darker and more lustrous than the previous one. Lu Ming rode his cloud toward Duty Hall. After waiting in front of the announcement board for a moment, he went to the stone table and took 3 sect missions with decent spirit stone rewards. He subsequently left alone. Half a month later, Lu Ming's face was riddled with exhaustion as he entered the duty hall once again. Astonishingly, all 3 missions had been completed, and he received 10 contribution points and a couple hundred spirit stones as his reward. This instantly caused a small uproar around the nearby disciples. However, Lu Ming did not bother staying and went directly back to his residence where he slept for 2 days and 2 nights. He then appeared in the duty hall full of vigor. Once again he received a few missions with large amounts of spirit stones as a reward and flew out of the sect. Lu Ming would pass his days like this. In the blink of an eye, 5 months had gone by. In this period of time, Lu Ming had practically completely given up on cultivating. Instead he displayed a shocking efficiency in sweeping across the crystal monuments various missions of different difficulties. Thus his contribution points and spirit stones rose at an insurmountable rate. Within these months of time, he had accumulated nearly 600 to 700 contribution points and over 3,000 spirit stones. Although he had encountered danger many times, he always managed to retreat with strokes of luck somehow on his side. It was the white-bone scorpion and his complete mastery of the wind blade technique that were his largest supporters in these difficult situations. During this time, Lu Ming did not work with anyone and would complete all the missions on his own. Therefore, other than Jialan, who knew Lu Ming possessed a warrior-level ghost, everyone else were extremely surprised by his rate of mission completion. They were also unable to tell his true strength. Of course, there were many people who looked at him in a jesting manner and gave him a nickname, Mission Madman. In their eyes, if a new disciple did not cultivate with discipline and instead used most of his time to complete missions, this was an extremely idiotic method of ignoring the fundamentals and chasing the superfluous. Lu Ming paid no heed to this. Aside from using the majority of his contribution points to purchase FA-ly increasing pills and compensate for his lack of recent cultivation, he had not used any of his spirit stones. However, today Lu Ming did not continue to complete missions. Instead, he left his dwelling and flew out of the main sect gate. A short while later he quietly descended on a small mountain top. There, a group of over 10 male and female disciples were waiting. Among the group, the majority of them were new apprentices who were not even 20 years old. Some of them wore excited expressions and were looking everywhere. However, one boy and one girl made Lu Ming's gaze stiffen. These 2 people were Lei Zhen and the other small girl from Heaven's secret faction. They were whispering to each other and clearly did not pay heed to Lu Ming's arrival. Lu Ming would further not take the initiative and greet them. Instead, he silently stood to the side and waited like the others. A moment later, a distinct bird cry suddenly sounded from far away in the sky. Subsequently, a humongous eagle flew toward them and within a short period of time, arrived above the mountain. The humongous black eagle's wings retracted and it created a gust of wind as it landed on the mountain top. A blue-robed and a green-robed girl jumped off of its back. Why is Marshal Uncle Zhang not here? Isn't that the 5th-ranked person on the lunar monument, Senior Tian? After seeing the faces of the 2 girls, everyone was shocked and showed surprise on their faces. In addition, a couple of the older disciples started looking at each other after they realized the identity of the blue-robed girl. When Lu Ming heard the words lunar monument, he also looked at the 2 girls in surprise. He saw that the slightly older blue-robed girl had a very slender body. Her face was melon-shaped and held a rather pretty complexion. On her back was a white long sword. Adjacent to her was the green-robed girl who looked about 16 or 17 years old. She had a doll face and pigtailed hair, making her appear extremely cute. She was carrying a rectangular package in her hands that looked very heavy. Master Zhang has some important business at the moment and cannot personally bring you disciples. The sect has thus tasked us with the mission of bringing you all to Weizhou Market. Everybody has already paid their contribution points at the duty hall in order to participate in this trip. If one of you were to change your decision now, you can still receive half your contribution points back. If there is no one, then we can leave now. The blue-robed girl's eyes swept over the various people on the mountain top as she spoke indifferently. Although her voice was soft, everyone heard her clearly. Apparently this was the so-called Senior Tian. Everyone looked at each other, but there was naturally no one who was willing to stand out. Since there are no problems, we can leave right now. Cui Er released the Misty boat. Yes, Senior. The green-clothed girl heard her senior and immediately replied in a crisp voice. She instantly dropped the package on the ground and took out a light yellow scroll from her sleeve. After opening it, she laid it flat on the ground. Lu Ming watched with rapt attention. He saw that a vague large yellow boat had astonishingly been painted on the scroll. Steaming fog arose from all four sides, obscuring people's vision. Chapter 70 Cui Er. Chapter 70 Cui Er. The young girl called Cui Er mumbled to herself and suddenly smacked the scroll. Pooh! A great billow of yellow gas, mixed with multicolored inscriptions, rushed out of the scroll. It rose to a height of over 120 feet before it started whirling and solidifying, finally condensing into a large translucent yellow ship. This ship seemed to be humongous, but it was extremely hazy, as if it had no entity or substance. Okay, all the disciples may board now. Senior female apprentice Qian did not care about the startled expressions of the various disciples and flew up to the misty ship with the green-robed young girl. The others looked at each other before they started boarding the ship in a flurry. Ha, it's you again. Lei Zhen and the small girl flew onto the misty ship and walked around for a bit before finally noticing the not-too-distant Lu Ming. They were slightly surprised. I really did not expect to bump into Brother Lei here. Since the other person talked to him, Lu Ming responded by nodding his head. If I remembered correctly, Junior Bai is a disciple of 9 Infant Mountains Master Gui. If you do not cultivate diligently in your sect and instead run all over the place, you may end up interfering with your cultivation. Lei Zhen's gaze flashed as he said this. He obviously knew of Lu Ming's nickname and thought he understood the situation. Brother Lei has heard of this disciple's nickname. I am going to the Weizhou market to finish some pressing business. Even if I end up squandering some time, I cannot do anything about it. Lu Ming was startled for a bit at first before he started laughing. I have heard that a mission madman recently appeared in the duty hall. Within the past few months he has completed around 40 to 50 missions. Apparently he is also a newer disciple and his surname is Bai. Is it you, Brother Bai? When the girl beside Lei Zhen heard Lu Ming talk, she suddenly spoke while laughing. Hi. If there isn't another newer disciple with the surname Bai, then it is most likely me. Recently, I have been under frugal conditions and could only complete missions to earn some spirit stones. Seeing the opposition's lack of malice, Lu Ming could only lightly cough and reply. It really is Brother Bai. Ziz, I too have heard some of the senior apprentices talk about you. The missions that Brother Bai completes are dangerous, even to some of the older disciples. You unexpectedly managed to complete them so quickly. Could it be that there is a secret knack to completing missions? Oh, that's right. I am called Ouyang Fei and am a disciple under the Heaven's secret faction. The girl spoke with a lot of emotion. She also smiled sweetly as she introduced herself. Junior Ouyang is joking. How could the sect's missions have a secret knack to them? One only has to spend a bit of time and be equipped with enormous luck, then he or she will be able to complete this amount of missions. When Lu Ming could offer a vague reply to the girl's questions. Did you really think that I, Lei Zhen, would believe you? If we have the chance, let us compare skills. I believe that Junior Bai's strength should give me some unexpected surprises. Lei Zhen's eyes stared at Lu Ming like lightning before he gave a harumph. Brother Lei is joking. You have a 9 lightning spiritual pulse body. How could I be a match for you? Although Lu Ming was somewhat surprised, he naturally shook his head. If we haven't even compared skill before, how would you know that you aren't my match? I have heard that you fought with 9 Enlightenment Mountain and even managed to defeat some of their genius disciples. There's no way such information could be fake. When Lei Zhen heard Lu Ming, a peculiar expression manifested on his face as he questioned Lu Ming. How does Brother Lei know about this? Lu Ming was extremely startled by Lei Zhen's dialogue. It seems that Brother Bai still doesn't know that the news of your victory over 9 Enlightenment Mountain's geniuses was spread around by a few 9 Infant Mountain disciples. This issue made your faction's people gain quite a bit of face. Additionally, your recent sweeping through of the duty hall's missions has pushed your fame even higher. Your name in the sect really isn't small. Ouyang Fei giggled as she spoke. When Lu Ming heard this, he could only bitterly laugh. Since Junior Bai does not wish to compare skill right now, we can just wait until the large competition in half a year. When that time comes, you cannot evade such a large event. Lei Jin indifferently said as he stared at Lu Ming. I naturally cannot skip the sect's large competition. However, this does not necessarily mean that I will come across Brother Lei in the competition. Lu Ming could only forcibly laugh as he spoke. That is of no matter to me. All I have to do is watch you fight and I will naturally know your strength. I hope that you don't disappoint me. Lei Jin said in a lofty voice before he left without saying anything else. Ouyang Fei smiled apologetically at Lu Ming as she followed Lei Jin. Seeing this, Lu Ming could only shake his head. Nevertheless, in his heart, his impression of Lei Jin had improved a bit. Although Lei Jin seemed to be extremely arrogant and belligerent, his inherent nature seemed to actually be quite simple. Since this was the case, the Heaven's secret faction probably ordered Ouyang Fei to accompany him in case of any mishaps. Lu Ming pondered for a while as the misty ship became shrouded in a faint layer of light. It cloaked everyone within and, after a vibration, flew off into the distance. Lu Ming found an empty corner on the ship and stood there without moving. He then looked through the external cloak of light to determine the mist ship's speed. Although the misty ship flew several times faster than his soaring sky technique, it was still far from the speed of the flying Jade spirit boat. It seemed like this wasn't a flying totem but was instead a manifestation of some sort of technique coupled with a special practitioner weapon. Lu Ming researched the secret of the misty ship while rubbing a small pouch in his sleeve. The pouch contained 30 abnormally clear crystals. These were the middle-level spirit stones that Lu Ming had obtained from the sect and were the fruits of his completed missions. Otherwise, he would have had to carry a large bag with over 3,000 low-level spirit stones in it. The reason why Lu Ming was willing to spend over 100 contribution points to go to Weizhou Market was so he could exchange his spirit stones for pills that could increase his FA Li. After all, the interval between the mysterious bubbles flare-up was only half a year. Thus, he had to take advantage of the time in between the flare-ups and increase his cultivation before the bubble appeared again. According to what he understood from others, if he were to not consider the quality of the medicinal pills, he should be able to buy a plethora with how many spirit stones he had. However, the quality of medicinal pills was extremely important for a cultivator. Using high-quality medicinal pills would not only increase one's FA Li, the interior medicinal quality was purer and the impurities fewer, so it would lessen the buildup of the user's resistance to the medicinal powers. After all, once a cultivator's body developed too high of a resistance against the medicine's powers, using similar pills would no longer have much of an effect. The higher the level of medicinal pills, the more quality was emphasized. Ultimately, if one's cultivation level was low, only a few FA Li increasing pills would let his or her cultivation increase. On the other hand, once one became a spirit master or reached an even higher level, one would have to take tens or hundreds of medicinal pills to advance just a small step. When one reached this stage, consuming higher quality medicine would help one be able to consume more medicine, which meant that one's FA Li could increase much more. Identically, there were some medicinal pills with special effects that would be more effective if the pill was of a higher quality. Therefore, the price of higher quality medicinal pills could be almost 10 times the price compared to pills of regular quality. This happened quite often in the cultivation world. Nonetheless, this sort of situation was too far away from Lu Ming's current self. Presently, he was only a middle spirit apostle, so he did not have to pay much heed to this issue. Lu Ming gazed outside of the misty ship and sighed as he thought about this. His heart stirred and he suddenly turned around. He saw that, several meters adjacent to him, the young girl named Cui Er had unknowingly appeared. Her eyes resolutely stared at him. No, it would be more accurate to say that she was staring at the black leather bag on his waist. Does Senior have anything to tell me? Lu Ming was scared by the opposing party's gaze and forced a smile as he asked a question. This aura is not wrong, it really is a cultivating soul pouch. Junior, I want to consult something with you. How about you sell your cultivating soul pouch to me? The green-robed girl heard Lu Ming's question and her gaze reluctantly left the leather bag. She immediately asked a question as she rushed toward Lu Ming with a face full of smiles. Unfortunately, I will have to disappoint Senior. I cannot sell this item. Lu Ming shivered and immediately shook his head as he responded. Junior's answer shouldn't be so resolute. How about I use a top-quality practitioner weapon to trade? That won't do. How about two? The green-robed girl subsequently said. When Lu Ming heard this, his expression couldn't help but slightly freeze. This cultivating soul pouch was a treasure that was nearly equivalent to a totem. The opposition unexpectedly wanted to trade two practitioner weapons for it. What kind of idea was this? Could it be that she was planning to forcibly steal it from him? However, looking at the green-robed young girl's cute and beaming expression, that was most likely not the case. Lu Ming remained vigilant as he subsequently shook his head. The green-robed young girl quickly raised her offer to 3 practitioner weapons. She had an extremely persevering spirit. Cui Er, what are you doing? Quickly come here. Just at this time, a cold voice resounded from another direction. Lu Ming raised his head and saw that Senior Qian had walked over. She spoke expressionlessly to the green-robed young girl. Why is Senior not controlling the ship? We had better not fly in the wrong direction. When the green-robed young girl saw that Senior Qian walked over, she immediately walked over to her as if her butt had been set on fire. Simultaneously, she apologetically smiled as she talked. I let Lu Zhu temporarily help me control the flying ship. On the other hand, you are continuing to assault people. Once you see something you like, you endlessly pester people until you get your way. This junior, please do not mind her. Cui Er, this girl does not have any malicious intentions. It is only that her natural disposition is quite naughty. Senior Apprentice Qian harumphed and scolded the young girl before turning and speaking unhurriedly to Lu Ming. It's okay, Senior Cui Er did not do anything excessive. Since Lu Ming was facing one of Barbarian Ghost Sect's top 5 core disciples, he did not dare disregard anyone as he spoke. One more thing. What is Junior's name? And what faction are you under? Senior Apprentice Qian nodded her head, but as her gaze swept across the leather bag on his waist, she asked another question. My surname is Bai and I am the disciple of 9 Infant Mountains Master Gui. Lu Ming did not know the opposition's intention, but did not plan on hiding anything. You are under Master Gui. It seems that your cultivating soul pouch was not conferred to you by the sect. I'm going to suggest something to Junior. If you do not want this item to be easily recognized, you should probably rub it with red paint. By doing so, only a trifling amount of people will be able to recognize it. After all, there are lots of gossipers in Weizhou Market, so it would be better to be careful. Senior Qian insipidly said. Thank you for Senior's advice. I know what to do now. Lu Ming was slightly startled but immediately expressed his thanks. Senior Qian nodded her head before bringing the reluctant green-robed girl with her to leave. Junior Bai, think about it some more. We can still negotiate the price. Cui Er's voice suddenly resounded in Lu Ming's ears. This made him completely speechless. Chapter 71, Selling Bones. Chapter 71, Selling Bones. In the subsequent few days, Lu Ming stayed out of sight on the mist ship. There was no one else who came to find him. However, after carefully examining the situation, he found that after the passage of time, the Misty ship's mist seemed to become fainter. Of course, this change was extremely gradual and took a long time. 5 days later, the Misty ship finally arrived at its destination, an easily accessible enormous ravine that was in Weizhou. This ravine had a circumference of 10 miles and from the sky, it seemed like the interior contained plenty of orderly buildings in rows. Simultaneously, black dots acting as silhouettes of people unceasingly milled into and out of the buildings. Pooh! The large ship descended a couple miles away from the ravine and disappeared after unloading everyone. At this time, Senior Qian leisurely gathered everyone before saying, Listen carefully. Weizhou Market is one of the 3 largest markets set up by a coalition of sects in this country. Thus, no matter what sect a disciple is from, he or she does not have any authority here. No one can violate the rules here. One of the most important rules is that no one is allowed to fight or fly within 10 miles of the surrounding area. This includes using flying tools. Violators of these rules will be apprehended and punished severely. Another thing, every sect will send 1 spirit master to take turns keeping watch. Therefore, don't have any ideas of escaping through luck. The spirit master from our sect is Master Lu from the Mysterious Glyphs division. If you have a chance, perhaps you may come across him. This is the first time for many of you here at such a large market, so your scope of knowledge should expand. However, if you truly plan on buying or selling items, you must be extra cautious. There are many deceitful people here and some of them are rogue cultivators. Additionally, there are others who come from neighboring countries' sections. Most of these people are spirit apostles, but spirit masters will occasionally appear. If your mental ability is not enough and you are swindled, the sect will not be able to do anything. Okay, I have said what I needed to say. In 3 days, I will be here to take you back to the sect. Right now, all you disciples can do what you want. Once Senior Qian finished speaking, she nimbly brought the green-robed Cui Er out of the ravine's exit. The others looked at each other before subsequently following. There were also people who stayed and talked in groups of 2 or 3. Lei Zhen and the young girl talked for a short while before identically leaving the ravine. From the beginning, Lu Ming had planned on moving by himself. He naturally did not stay and after a short while, casually started his journey. In the time it takes to eat, Lu Ming arrived at the ravine's exit. Sounds of bustling activity transmitted from far away. His gaze faintly wavered and his legs did not stop as he quickly walked onto an orderly stone street. The street's two sides were constructed of limestone. The tallest pavilions were over 100 feet and the shortest single buildings were only a few tens of feet high. It seemed like all of the buildings were shops opened by cultivators. There were cultivators wearing various things with many different types of cultivation. They strolled through the street or wandered into the buildings on both sides. Moreover, Lu Ming had seen a couple disciples of his sect who were originally in front of him but had suddenly disappeared in a second. It seemed like they had ran off to some other place. Faced with this, Lu Ming was even less anxious as he leisurely walked along the street. His eyes would often stop on the shops in both sides as he examined them. A while later he understood quite a bit more. Although there were many shops, they were split into many categories. There were some shops that specialized in purchasing and selling certain materials, other stores that specifically sold medicine or glyphs. Some even sold or took custom-made orders for practitioner weapons. However, the larger shops conducted all sorts of business, so much so that some even had signs advertising totems for sale. These made Lu Ming abruptly stop in front of them before bitterly laughing and leaving. Lu Ming didn't even need to ask to realize that either the quality of the totem had problems or that the totems had an exorbitant price that Lu Ming wouldn't even be able to think about. Lu Ming would examine the shops and walk in from time to time and ask for the item prices. When he finished looking at this street, he turned and walked down the neighboring road. 4 hours later, Lu Ming walked to the end of a street and astonishingly saw a plaza that was the size of a few acres. Astonishingly, there were many people running street stalls here and the appearance of this area was quite like Barbarian Ghost Sect's Grey Market. Astounded, Lu Ming proceeded to stroll near the vendors. Surprisingly, he found a few useful items for sale, but after asking for the price, he could only shake his head and walk away. However, when he walked to a middle-aged man whose face looked sickly, he was attracted by an animal scroll with ancient text on it. He couldn't help but look over it and ask, "How much are you offering this comprehensive guide of the foundation for refining pills for?" Aside from explaining the basics of refining pills, this book also includes a few basic pill formulas. It has a fixed price of 50 spirit stones. The middle-aged man lifted his head and looked at Lu Ming before lazily replying, 50 spirit stones. When Lu Ming heard the price, he shook his head and put the book back down. However, after his eyes swept through another pile in the vendor's booth, he couldn't help but ask another question, what about these items? One complete set of low-grade set of refining pill equipment, 300 spirit stones. The middle-aged man indifferently responded after looking at the slightly worn-out small cauldron, medicine basin and medicine pestle that made up the set. If you give this book to me for free, I will buy these items. When Lu Ming heard the middle-aged man's reply, he spoke without the slightest hesitation. He had seen the identical set of refining pill equipment at a previous store, but the price was 500 spirit stones. Moreover, these items had a faint medicinal scent to them, so they were most likely genuine refining tools. Presented as a gift to you. Okay, you are my first customer today, so I will do you a favor. The middle-aged man was somewhat flabbergasted by Lu Ming's request. He lifted his hands and looked at Lu Ming again before suddenly smiling and replying. Lu Ming was overjoyed and immediately withdrew 3 clear spirit stones. He proceeded to hand them over. The middle-aged man immediately received and after recognizing the quality of the spirit stones, nodded his head. Lu Ming put away the book and the set of refining tools. Satisfied with his find, he then left the plaza. The entire market was extremely big and was nearly equivalent to a mid-tier city. Lu Ming spent a day before looking through over half of the shops. Then, as the sky turned dark, he went to a tavern that provided resting areas to sleep for the night. On the second day, he continued to wander down the remaining streets. Although many shops had FA pills for sale, Lu Ming only had a limited amount of spirit stones and planned on selling some other items. He naturally wanted to find the best quality to price ratio and a trustworthy shop before making his move. It was noon before he finished looking through the last shop. He had already made up his mind. An hour later, he entered a 2-storied pavilion that had the banner 100 treasures hanging in front of it. This store could be considered mid-tier in the ravine. The interior contained countless rows of wooden shelves containing myriads of items, while there were 2 shop assistants presenting the various items in the shop to guests. Furthermore, there was also an older shopkeeper who sat behind a sales counter. Despite the small size, the pavilion's business seemed to be exceptionally good, and there were cultivators constantly entering. Lu Ming entered the shop, and a while later, he managed to walk up to the sales counter when there was no one there. He placed a boxed item on the desk and said to the old man, "Shopkeeper, please give me a spirit stone appraisal for the item inside, and then we will discuss other things." When the old man heard this, he was not startled at all, and instead wore a smile as he nodded his head and said, "Okay, I request for fellow to wait a bit. This old man will look at them first." As he spoke, the old man opened the jade box and with rapt attention, stared inside. However, his face immediately changed. "What a strong aura this is," the old man was shocked. His hand moved and picked out a soybean-sized white item from within the box. It was the bone fragment from the enormous green-haired rat. "May I ask, fellow, what kind of demon did this item come from?" The old man was worthy of being this store's shopkeeper. In one glance he had recognized the item's true identity and asked his question. It was left behind by an enormous rat demon. Lu Ming didn't have intentions of hiding anything and calmly replied. "Left behind by a rat demon, this is truly abnormal. Normally, rat-type demons rarely advance into high levels. Please wait a moment, fellow, I am going to gauge this item's true strength." When the old man heard this, his face exposed a trace of doubt as he spoke. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't oppose this. He was equally curious as to what cultivation level the enormous green-haired rat possessed. Thus, the old man bent over and grabbed a palm-sized silver formation dish from under the table. He proceeded to place the bone fragment in his hands on the dish and performed a single-handed technique. In the next second, the entire formation dish emitted a droning sound and a multitude of glyph symbols appeared on top. The glyphs unceasingly changed shapes. Peak late stage of the liquid level. In the next moment, the old man involuntarily cried out and seemed to not believe the scene in front of him. He rapidly performed the technique again, but the formation dish's glyph was still the same as before. "Please wait a moment, fellow. The value of this item is too large, so this old man cannot be the person who makes the decision. I must request for the owner to personally come. Could fellow put away the item carefully and wait in the VIP lounge?" The old man let out a long breath of air before rapidly speaking to Lu Ming. "Okay, I will be happy to wait." When Lu Ming heard the words peak late stage of the liquid level, he also couldn't help but jump in fright. One must know that his original assessment for this rat was that it was at most an early stage liquid level demon. This new actual prediction meant that the large green-furred rat unexpectedly was a demon that was not far away from entering the crystal level and was about to become a high-level demon like the dragon from the suppressing Dragon Island. This meant that the rat demon was a whole 2 levels higher than what Lu Ming had expected, and also, the value of the bone fragments would undergo an exceptional increase. No wonder he had such an effect from using the large rat's meats even without them having been refined into a pill. Just that by itself pushed his FA instantly to the middle spirit apostle stage. The woman called Yi Tianmei was easily able to kill this beast. She must have been the same as Ghost Barbarian sect's various crystal level masters. When Lu Ming thought of the Yi Tianmei's pretty face, an extremely strange feeling couldn't help but well up in his heart. Chapter 72, The Woman and Boy. Chapter 72, The Woman and Boy. Was it that Yi Tianmei only looked young while in reality, she was already a near 100-year-old hag? Lu Ming shook his head in his heart and tossed the idea into the back of his mind. As he was led into a refined small room on the 2nd floor by the old man, a pretty girl immediately offered him an aromatic tea. The old man then left the room to find the owner. After the time it takes to have a cup of tea, the sound of footsteps transmitted from outside the room. A middle-aged woman wearing a long purple dress was brought into the room by the old man. The woman's facial appearance seemed ordinary, but if one looked some more, he or she would realize that the woman had an inordinately graceful aura. The old man introduced one another. "Fellow, this is our store's owner, Lady Yu. This fellow, on the other hand, is the owner of the demon bone that I spoke of earlier. Lady Fu." Lu Ming stood up and humbly bowed. "There is no need to be so polite, fellow. I am merely a spirit apostle. I don't know if this fellow can retrieve the spirit bone and let me look at it." Lady Fu returned the greeting and wore a slight smile as she spoke. "Of course there is no problem." When Lu Ming heard the woman's request, he retrieved a wooden box from his sleeve and placed it on the table. Lady Yu stepped forward and opened the box. She used her long and slender fingers to pick out and examine a white bone fragment. The woman held a cautious appearance and her expression was that of extreme concentration. It seemed like the bone fragment in her hand wasn't something insignificant that countless people would dump in their trash and instead was a rare treasure. A while later, after looking over it, the woman lifted her hand and took out a wooden hairpin from her hair bun. She used the pointed end to gently dab the bone fragment in her hand. An inconceivable thing occurred. The originally light yellow wooden hairpin unexpectedly turned colors in an instant. It transformed into a dark blue color. This truly is the bones of a demon at the peak of the liquid level. Although there isn't much in here, it is enough to forge into a small-sized totem. The woman showed a smile as she said, "A totem." When Lu Ming heard this, his heart moved. That's right, a part of the reason as to why totems are so rare is because that they are not easy to forge and the success rate is quite low even with the right material. However, even more so, it is due to a lack of materials that can be used to create the totem that contribute to its rarity. Fellow, these sorts of peak late-stage liquid-level demon bones coincidentally are one of the most appropriate principal materials for forging a totem. Of course, during the course of forging one, other items must be added and their costs are not cheap either. The woman explained. She was slightly reluctant as she put the bone fragment in her hand back into the box. I see now. Lu Ming came to a revelation after hearing the explanation. A favorable impression of the Lady Fu was left in his heart. Just the fact that the opposing party in this case had not hidden the demon bones usage and had calmly told him of the item's rarity made the 100 Treasures shop worthy of its reputation. Elder Wang told me that the reason why Fellow produced this item was not to sell it, but instead conduct business with us. Is this correct? Lady Fu replied. I really did plan on doing this. Nevertheless, right now, I would like to ask Lady a question. If I wanted to sell the demon bones in this box, how many spirit stones would you buy it for? Lu Ming's gaze flashed as he slowly answered. The price of a normal totem is approximately 100,000 spirit stones. However, if the forging failed, the spirituality of the materials used would be rendered useless. I also have to factor in the cost of inviting a high-level blacksmith to forge the totem. Furthermore, I must make a small amount of profit. Therefore, I would normally give such bones a price of 5,000 spirit stones. Nevertheless, since Fellow's demon bones were from a peak liquid-level demon, it has a chance of being refined into a high-quality weapon. Thus, I am willing to pay another 2,000 spirit stones, totaling 7,000 spirit stones for the demon bones. What does Fellow think of this price? Lady Fu pondered a while before earnestly speaking. 7,000 spirit stones is indeed a fairly reasonable price. Lu Ming nodded his head, but the palm in his sleeve couldn't help but stroke another finger-sized wooden box. His face emitted a contemplating expression. When Lady Yu saw this, although she was slightly puzzled in her heart, the smile stayed on her face and she did not urge him. I planned on using most of the items in this box to exchange for some FA-ly increasing medicinal pills. The names and prices are all on here. As for the remaining spirit stones, I plan on purchasing a few glyphs and materials for concocting pills. Lu Ming considered his options for a while before finally returning the small wooden box in his sleeve. From his body, he grabbed a sheet of paper and handed it over. He had previously written down the items on the sheet. The pills you request are all low quality and the amount is of no problem. As for the concocting pill materials and the glyphs, I will have someone bring over the catalog and the price for Fellow to choose in a bit. Lady Yu glanced over the items written down on the paper and responded. Subsequently, the woman gave an order and the old man walked out of the room with the piece of paper. A moment later, the pretty maid who had served him tea while walked in with a thick catalog. Please take a look, Fellow. Most of the items we sell are within the book. Perhaps there are some things that might entice Fellow. One more thing, I still don't know Fellow's name. Is it possible to tell me? Lady Yu passed the catalog over to Lu Ming and amiably asked a question. My surname is Lu, but I cannot tell you my full name. As Lu Ming accepted the catalog, he indifferently spoke. So it is Fellow Lu. Lady Yu giggled. It seemed she did not care that Lu Ming did not give his full name. Lu Ming had already started flipping through and reading the book. He further had memorized all the items in his heart. A while later, Elder Wang walked in again, this time with an extra dozen porcelain bottles that were varying in sizes. He then placed them on the desk in front of Lu Ming. When Lu Ming saw the bottles, his eyes flashed and he put down the catalog. He then started to examine the porcelain bottles. A moment later, he satisfyingly nodded his head and said to the old man, aside from these medicinal pills, I also need 5 pounds of deer fragrance, 3 pounds of scarlet scaled petals, half a pound of bezoar powder, 3 large bottles of gonlin liquid, a bottle of scarlet powder. As for the glyphs, I need 2 glyphs of speed, 2 spirit covering glyphs, 3 returning spring glyphs. And that's about it. As for the remaining 100 spirit stones, you can directly give them to me. Lu Ming swiftly recited the names of the concocting pill materials and the glyphs. When Elder Wang finished listening, he looked at the store owner, Lady Yu. Lady Yu in turn, smiled and nodded her head. Elder Wang acknowledged this and left the room. Fellow Lu, since you are purchasing so many items, it probably won't be easy to bring them with you. You should buy a storage glyph. Lady Yu thought for a while before suddenly speaking to Lu Ming. Aren't storage glyphs only usable once one becomes a spirit master? Moreover, with such a trifling amount of items, using this glyph would be a waste. When Lu Ming heard the suggestion, he was startled as he replied. Normal storage glyphs obviously will not do. However, in the past few days, I acquired a couple storage glyphs which had failed halfway through their manufacturing processes. Although they can only be used once, their storage space is limited and they cannot lighten the load of items that are in it. Since fellow is at the middle spirit apostle stage, you can probably use it. Lady Yu giggled as she spoke. After Lu Ming heard this, his expression slightly changed. An hour later, Lu Ming exited the 100 treasures, but his hands were as empty as when he came in. Subsequent to exiting, he did not directly return to the tavern. Instead, he immediately went to the most well-known blacksmith shop in the city. He stayed there for 4 hours before he left with a smile on his face. At this time, the majority of his remaining spirit stones, and the other slender and small wooden box in his sleeve had astonishingly disappeared without a trace. Soon after, Lu Ming immediately returned to the previous night's tavern. He didn't leave again that night. On the morning of the 3rd day, his figure once again appeared outside the ravine. He then rushed toward the meeting point several miles away. Over there, a group of barbarian ghost sect disciples were waiting. Many people were excitedly discussing what they saw and what they bought in the city. However, there was no sign of Lei Zhen or Ouyang Ji. After a period of waiting, some people appeared in the distance. Lu Ming indifferently looked at them and found that it wasn't his senior Tian and the others. Instead, it was a young woman with an extremely ample and alluring body. Adjacent to her, there was a skinny boy who looked no more than 7 or 8. The girl was wearing a pink garment, and with every action she made, an extremely disturbing feeling of attracting one's spirit was raised. This made many barbarian ghost sect male disciples' eyes glaze over. When the woman saw this many people in front of her, she was slightly startled and immediately carried the boy in another direction. However, after traveling about 120 feet, the male child suddenly started to cry for no apparent reason. The young woman instantly bent over and comforted him. Yet, the boy didn't pay any attention to this. The girl seemed exceptionally anxious and she fiercely smacked the boy twice. The boy's crying grew even louder. Just at this time, Senior Qian and Cui Er slowly walked over from the direction of the ravine. Junior Lei and Ouyang came across Master Zhang and received his blessings. Therefore they will be staying here for a while longer and will not be returning with us. Senior Qian looked at the nearby young woman and boy. Her eyes displayed a flash of abnormality and she indifferently spoke. When the other disciples heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other. At this time, Senior Qian had already instructed the green-robed girl to take out the scroll and perform the technique. After a moment of effort, the large light yellow boat condensed in the air. Simultaneously, the barbarian ghost sect disciples successively flew on board. A rumbling sound rang out and a light halo appeared before the Misty ship took off as it carried everyone toward the barbarian ghost sect. At this time, the originally crying child suddenly came to a stop. He further lifted his head and coldly watched the Misty ship's rear end as it flew off into the distance. It truly is a group comprised of only spirit apostles. They don't even have a spirit master. It seems that we will be able to do some business. When the pink-robed young woman saw the boy suddenly stop crying, she did not find it the least bit strange. Contrarily, she giggled and charmingly spoke. Chapter 73, Appearance of the Dragon. Chapter 73, Appearance of the Dragon. Our mission has already ended. We have already determined that there are no liquid-level cultivators among the barbarian ghost sect disciples. The rest is for Xing Lao San and the rest of them to do. However, it seems that their flying tool is quite intricate. Perhaps it holds the ability to conceal its tracks. Will the Xing Lao San lose track of it? The boy finally opened his mouth. His voice was abnormally old, almost like an old man's. Don't worry. Earlier, in the city, I planted the 1,000-mile fragrance on a barbarian ghost sect disciple. Even if they are thousands of miles away, Xing Lao San should still be able to accurately locate them. The pink-robed young woman wore a sinister expression on her face as she spoke. Very good. In that case, since the group with Xi and Lao San are all late spirit apostles, capturing these barbarian ghost sect disciples should be no problem. Okay, we should leave. After this is finished, the kingdom of Xian will not be able to sit still. We have to switch locations. The boy, satisfied, nodded his head. Haha, it seems you want to leave. You need my permission first. Suddenly, a cold voice transmitted through the air. This startled the young woman and the boy. Both of them looked toward the voice. What they saw was a dignified elder who wore an embroidered gown with a jade belt on his waist. Both of his hands were behind his back and he was staring coldly at the two of them. Not good, it's old freak Moo Scram. When the pink-robed young woman saw the man's face clearly, her face immediately changed and she involuntarily cried out. The adjacent boy didn't say anything and raised his hand. A cluster of white mist rushed forth and enshrouded the surrounding dozens of feet around him. Subsequently, he turned his body around and drilled into the ground. Pung! A smothered sound rang forth. Both of the boy's legs were only 5 inches into the ground when the surrounding earth suddenly became as hard as metal. This caused him to instantly be incapable of moving. A bloody light flashed. The boy's head then immediately tumbled off and rolled off to the side. In a flash, another tall and skinny man, wearing a blood-red robe, appeared. His hand was grasping a slender, blood-red blade, which was now dripping with fresh blood. When the second man appeared, the savage, long blade in his hand shook and promptly chopped the boy's headless body into over 10 pieces. The spirit hidden inside the body let out a miserable shriek as it was subsequently transformed into green smoke under the onslaught of the red light. Boy of eternal youth. What a load of hogwash. A mere late spirit apostle, and he still dares to call himself as such. The male in the blood-red robe coldly said. You are Hall of Blood Shui Ya. As the pink-robed young woman looked at the blood-red-robed man, her face turned even more pale. However, after quietly retreating 2 steps, a green light flashed on her body and she unexpectedly turned into a green light that cleaved through the sky as it fled. When the blood-red-robed man saw this, he gave a sneer but did not give chase. The elder with an embroidered robe in midair didn't say anything and merely shook his sleeve. A scarlet red, feathered fan appeared in his hand, he then lightly waved it. Pooh! The young woman, who had already fled more than 100 feet, instantly felt the surrounding space heat up. Her entire body was then morphed into a ball of flame that tumultuously burned. A second later, the incomparably beautiful female cultivator disappeared without a trace in the air. Old freak Moo, I didn't realize that you had cultivated your miasmic fire technique to an even purer level. You were able to, unexpectedly, instantly plant a miasmic fire seed in a late spirit apostle. The blood-red-robed man snorted as he spoke after witnessing the spectacle. How can this insignificant skill of mine compare to Fellow's blood knife? The elder in the embroidered robe said. His eyes then looked over at the pile of flesh and blood next to the blood-red-robed man. A wary expression grew on his face. The pile of flesh and blood was the remnants of the boy's corpse. Nonetheless, this is somewhat weird. The rumor is that the chief of the Wasp Bandits, Boy of Eternal Youth, is a spirit master. How come this person was only a late spirit apostle? If he was only a spirit apostle, why would they make both of us stay here? The elder in the embroidered robe muttered to himself and had a slightly suspicious tone in his voice as spoke. Since it's a rumor, it means that the information isn't necessarily true. It was most likely an unfounded rumor started by the mortal world to exaggerate those who cultivate the demonic arts. Although this group of wasp-banded demonic cultivators has a large reputation, I have never actually heard of them fighting anyone. Those that were killed by their hands were all spirit apostle cultivators. They have never provoked a spirit master before. Most of their reputation comes from their malicious and treacherous methods, that's all. This time we received information beforehand and managed to set a trap for them. We further had the intent to catch all of them in one fell swoop. As we just now easily eliminated their leader, I believe that this is quite a normal affair. The blood-red-robed man nonchalantly said. Maybe so. Since we have eliminated 2 of their leaders, I believe that fellow Zhang has already started moving over there. The man in the embroidered robe pondered for a while before he nodded in agreement as he spoke. The bait this time is fellow Zhang's disciples. Naturally, he has to personally resolve the issue to feel relieved. However, according to what I said, if these disciples are unable to resist these spirit apostle bandits, even if they perish, it will not be too much of a pity. The blood-red-robed man sneered as he spoke. It seems that fellow Shuya believes that the barbarian ghost sect is exactly like your Blood River Hall. Your sect's disciples all cultivate the path of blood and battle, so their genuine fighting experience is extremely rich and able to further hold their own against almost anything. Moreover, recently the amount of new barbarian ghost sect disciples that are able to open their spiritual pulse has been growing smaller and smaller. How could they be willing to forego these disciples? Furthermore, within these disciples, there is a core disciple who ranks within the top 10 in the sect. The embroidered-robed elder faintly smiled as he spoke. Core disciple, you are talking about the Chen girl, right? Her aptitude really is not that bad. Since she is part of the bait, there is no wonder why fellow Zhang is so meticulous. One more thing. Did fellow hear that a few months ago, Elder Chan of Barbarian Ghost Sect and Elder Yu of 9 Enlightenment Mountain simultaneously went somewhere and both returned injured? The blood-red-robed male suddenly inquired. Fellow Shui is talking about that scarlet dragon, right? The embroidered-robed elder was silent for a while before he suddenly replied with a laugh. It seems that your Windfire sect has also learned of this information. After thinking about it, I don't remember the last time a crystal-level monster appeared in the kingdom of Xian. It seems that your sect's elder Qiyang will definitely set out. When the blood-red-robed man heard this, he sighed. That is only natural. The entire body of a regular crystal-level demon is full of treasures. This is even more so for a dragon-type monster. Although the Barbarian Ghost Sect and the 9 Enlightenment Mountain were the first to discover it, they were unable to capture it at the time. Thus, they were incapable of covering up the information. I am afraid that it won't only be my sect, neither your hall nor the Heavenly Moon sect will be able to sit still on this. The embroidered-robed elder did not conceal his intention as he spoke. If this really was the case, even if the Scarlet Dragon is formidable, it will be incapable of displaying its might. Although previously this dragon was able to repel the two elders, there is no way it could have escaped completely unscathed. The blood-red-robed man spoke what was on his mind. Fellow Shuya's way of thinking is incorrect. According to the newest information I just received, although the Scarlet Dragon sustained injuries, it has long since left the suppressing Dragon Island for a nearby district. We do not know where it hid itself to recuperate. Even if Crystal Stage Elders possess boundless Fa Li, it will not be easy to find this dragon. Moreover, with this sort of terrifying demon hidden within our kingdom's borders, both you and I have to be more careful when traveling along. Otherwise, if we were to come across this monster, haha. I believe that in a few days, fellow will receive a warning message from your hall. After speaking, the embroidered-robed elder started laughing. There is no way the situation is that horrible. That scarlet dragon may very well have already fled the kingdom of Xian. After hearing this, the blood-red-robed man's face slightly changed. I hope that this is the case. However, according to the information I received, the injuries sustained by the dragon were extremely severe. There is a very high chance that it will not be able to flee the kingdom's borders for a short while. Furthermore, you and I, who are both liquid-level cultivators, are the optimal potions for healing the monster. The embroidered-robed man shook his head before suddenly lowering his voice. Fellow is implicating that, when the blood-red-robed male heard this, he couldn't help but shiver. You and I are able to use spirit apostles as bait, so why cannot those powerful crystal-level cultivators use us to draw out the scarlet dragon? Do not forget that a lot of liquid-level spirit masters in the kingdom of Xian are currently defending the 3 largest markets for the sections. Haha, Brother Mu is overthinking this. The blood-red-robed male's face proceeded to change quite a few times before he finally started to boisterously laugh. Amichim, it really could be that this old man is thinking too much. However, in the near future, if we were to have no choice but to travel outside the city, should we try our hardest to travel together? When the embroidered elder heard this, he faintly smiled as he spoke. Sure, I have come across some problems while cultivating. I was in fact waiting to seek out Brother Mu for advice. This time, the blood-red-robed male only pondered for a short while before he replied. Subsequently, the two of them tacitly changed the topic and started to discuss other matters. While this was happening, thousands of miles away from the market, high in the sky, the Misty ship had already stopped flying. Just a few thousand feet behind the ship was, astonishingly, another gray wooden ship that was approximately 100 feet in length. Standing on top of it were over a dozen cultivators, each wearing different types of clothing. All of their appearances were that of devils and monsters, but at the moment, none of them dared to move. The reason why they were acting in this manner was because of the over 10 wolf-like puppets floated around the wooden boat. In addition, below these puppets were a couple of corpses that had been torn to shreds. On top of the wooden boat was a middle-aged woman and a man dressed like a monk. They were talking with each other and did not pay much attention to the scene below them. At the same time, Lu Ming and the others on the Misty ship were grouped together. They followed Senior Qian in respectfully paying their respects to a smiling middle-aged spirit master. Stand up. This time I used you juniors to make the wasp bandits appear. Even though I never informed you of this beforehand, I still put you in some danger. How about this? I'll tell the duty hall to confer 100 contribution points to all of you. The middle-aged spirit master spoke with good nature. Thank you very much, Master Zhang. After hearing Master Zhang's words, everyone was overjoyed and expressed their thanks in unison. The middle-aged fellow spoke a few more sentences of encouragement before planning on leaving. At this time, Lu Ming suddenly heard a long bird cry that abnormally pierced into his ears. It seemed that the cry had originated from a distance away, but in the blink of an eye, the origin of the sound had grown closer by a large margin. The middle-aged spirit masters, along with the conversing female and monk on top of the wooden ships, faces underwent a great change. When Lu Ming heard this familiar bird cry, he was stumped for where he had heard that before. However, after he quickly searched through his memories for the instances of this bird cry, his face immediately paled a bit. Chapter 74, Dragon's Might. Chapter 74, Dragon's Might. Disciple Chen and Cui Er, take the others away immediately. The farther you go the better, you must not turn around. The middle-aged spirit master suddenly yelled at Senior Chen before a red cloud appeared outside his body. He then proceeded to rush into the sky and stood next to the girl and the monk. When Senior Chen saw this, she knew that a powerful foe had arrived. It unexpectedly made the expressions of Master Zhang and the other spirit masters change. Immediately, she ordered Cui Er to do something. The two girls started performing techniques. In an instant, the originally idle Misty ship jolted and immediately transformed into a hazy light ball as it shot into motion. Just at this moment, the distant bird cry suddenly grew exponentially louder. Senior Qian and Cui Er, who were manning the ship, heard a droning sound in their ears. The Fa Li in their body quickly congealed and became extremely slow-moving. The Misty ship, which had just started moving, swayed once before it came to a complete stop. As for the middle and beginning spirit apostle disciples, many of them couldn't help but successively fall face down to the ground. The only other disciples who remained standing were Lu Ming and a late spirit apostle. Their faces were pale and they slowly sat down onto the deck of the ship while trying their utmost to move the Fa Li in their body. All the while they attempted to resist the sharp bird cry. When the middle-aged spirit master saw the scene before him, his facial expression turned ugly. His figure, however, remained where it was and did not move. In the distant horizon, a large gale had erupted. A large, black cloud appeared in the air and quickly surged toward them. Moreover, the sharp bird cry coming from within the black cloud started to make the ears of the three spirit masters feel as if they were being pricked by needles. It forced them to emit a portion of their Fa Li in order to protect their ears. Pu Tong. Senior Chen and Cui Er, who were still standing, finally felt their legs go weak and consequently fell to the ground. They could only use all of their might in order to circulate their Fa Li in an attempt to resist the effect. As for the other barbarian ghost sect disciples, lower-level disciples had already cried out and passed out. Simultaneously, black blood started to slowly flow out from their 7 orifices. The two other late spirit apostles managed to resist for a while before their necks gave way and collapsed with their faces pointed toward the sky. The group of demonic wasp bandit cultivators on the wooden ship had all naturally fallen to the ground as well. Although Lu Ming's complexion was exceptionally pale, and his eyes were tightly shut, he was still able to continuously create signs with his hands while he sat motionlessly on the floor. The reason why he was able to accomplish this, fundamentally came from his conscience that was many times greater than the normal disciple as well as the pure Fa Li in his body, which was also much stronger than regular disciples' Fa Li. At the same time, Lu Ming was using his talent of doing two things at once. He let his mental strength turn into two portions that alternated turns to resist the sharp bird cry. Once one half became unable to resist and he was about to black out, he would immediately substitute it for his other half. However, even if it was like this, Lu Ming still felt as if his head was splitting in two while his vision started to darken. Just as he was struggling bitterly, the sharp bird cries, which seemed to be able to split rocks apart, finally came to a sudden stop. Lu Ming's expression loosened. He hastily opened his eyes and stared toward the sky. What he saw couldn't help but make his heart freeze. Lu Ming saw that the distant black cloud had already disappeared. Instead, someone new was standing about 1,000 feet away from the middle-aged spirit master and the other spirit masters. This person had the legs of a human, but the upper body was that of a dragon demon that was over a dozen feet tall. The monster was wearing loose animal skin trousers on its lower half, while its torso was bare with a cluster of scarlet-red scales. Simultaneously, above the dragon's bulky neck was a bulky head that had a single enormous green eye. The eye was currently staring at the three spirit masters with a cold gaze. In addition, this half-man, half-dragon monster was astonishingly covered in scars all over its body. The scars ranged from shallow knife wounds to more severe axe wounds. Some of them were so deep that one was faintly able to make out the dense white bones underneath. However, not a single drop of blood flowed from the wounds. It really is the scarlet dragon that escaped the clutches of Master Yen and Elder Ling Yu. Fellows, shall we fight or flee? The middle-aged spirit master's gaze was rigidly fixed on the opposing demon, but his lips were slightly moving as he communicated with the others. Flee? Can we really flee faster than a crystal stage dragon? If we do flee, we will definitely be caught by this dragon and easily killed by it. The monk replied coldly. Correct, if we could really run away, I would have already fled. There would be no reason for me to stay. Nonetheless, returning to the main topic at hand, if this scarlet dragon was in its peak condition, we would undeniably perish if we were to fight it. However, looking at its desolate condition, it would probably be a stretch for it to maintain even 20 to 30% of its FA. If the three of us join forces, we may even be able to contend with it. Furthermore, if we are able to kill it in a stroke of luck, there is the possibility of us advancing to the crystal level. The middle-aged woman said as she stared at the opposing scarlet dragon while an ardent of thirst flickered among her otherwise fearful gaze. When the middle-aged spirit master and the monk heard this, their heartbeats couldn't help but speed up. Okay, since fellow you plans on fighting, I will accompany you this time. Fellow Zhang, what about you? The monk replied. Since the two of you have already decided, how can I slip away? Nevertheless, I have to send the two girls, disciple Chen and Cui Er, away before I can give my all in the fight. The middle-aged spirit master pondered for a while, but ultimately bitterly laughed as he replied. Even now you are still distracted over two mere spirit apostle disciples. Whatever, I will help you this time. The monk said as one of his fingers started to move. Underneath, two of the wolf puppets which were originally surrounding the wasp bandits, immediately moved and shot toward the Misty ship. So, the opposing half-dragon monster suddenly moved and instantly disappeared. This caused the three spirit masters to simultaneously, in alarm, adopt a defensive position. Hong. One of the wolf puppets which was heading toward the Misty ship had its head pierced by a sharp red claw. It proceeded to instantaneously explode. The half-dragon monster, which had just appeared nearby, opened its mouth and spit out a scarlet red light pillar. Pooh! A muffled sound rang out as the other wolf puppet was ruptured by this red light. This scene caused the three spirit masters to suck in a breath of cold air. We cannot deal with your sex disciples. Let's attack. The woman clenched her teeth and proceeded to yell out. Subsequently, one of her hands moved and produced a short cyan sword from her sleeve. She waved it in the air before immediately reciting an incantation. After the monk finished mourning the loss of his two puppets, he spoke no further and moved his two hands toward his chest. He then threw something out and instantly, one red sphere and one blue sphere flew into the air. A Jiela sound of transformation rang out as the two spheres transformed into an enormous blue tiger puppet and an enormous scarlet python puppet. When the two puppets appeared, the monk's sleeve shook once more and two fist-sized red and blue crystals shot out and accurately entered the two puppets' mouths. The originally lifeless puppets flashed with various lights. A blue light flashed in the tiger puppet's eyes while it produced a thunderous roar. The serpent puppet had the sound of gears turning as it started to shake its tail up and down. The middle-aged spirit master's face was gloomy as he smacked a leather bag on his waist. Subsequently, a stack of multicolored glyphs flew out and morphed into a wall of glyphs that stood in front of his body. When the half-dragon monster saw this, a flicker of savagery arose in its eyes. It abruptly took a step forward and its body suddenly transformed into a chain of mirages that flew forward. Equipped with inconceivable speed, it appeared 100 feet away from the three spirit masters. Kill? The female spirit master's heart skipped a beat as she saw this. Yet, she did not hesitate in yelling and violently swinging her short cyan sword in the air. The sword vibrated before it turned into a cold light that hacked at the monster. Ping! The half-dragon monster only moved one talon, but as the two objects clashed, the sound of metal striking metal resounded. It managed to swipe the cold light aside, and at the same time, it opened its mouth again, sending out another red pillar of light toward the woman. Zila. The middle-aged spirit master simultaneously pointed at 3 glyphs in front of him. 3 layers of hazy white light veils suddenly appeared in front of the woman. They were just enough to withstand the blast of red light, and after serving their purpose, they proceeded to disappear into misty light. The outcome made the woman alarmed, and she couldn't help but retreat 2 steps. Boom boom. The enormous blue tiger and the enormous scarlet serpent pounced forward, but the half-dragon monster leaped sideways and its body suddenly disappeared. Fellow, you be careful. A glyph in front of the middle-aged spirit master spontaneously combusted as he abruptly turned his head toward the woman while yelling to her. A cold feeling passed over the woman when she heard this. She performed a one-handed technique and the short cyan sword started to spin. It transformed into a sword screen that protected her inside it. A red talon suddenly appeared and instantly penetrated the sword screen. It proceeded to reach into the woman's chest before flashing out of the screen as if it had never even been within the screen. The woman felt the front of her body freeze over as a bloody hole appeared in her chest. At this time, 100 feet behind her, a faint red light appeared in the air. The half-dragon monster emerged grasping an item that was dripping in blood. A fierce look arose in its eyes, and after shaking its wrists it proceeded to devour the item. Ah, you are eating? The woman finally realized what was happening as a face full of fear crept up on her face. She gave a desperate cry before the strength in her body disappeared and she fell from the sky. This won't do. Quickly use your hidden method or else we won't be able to keep our lives. When the monk saw the woman perish, his heart trembled as he hastily yelled at the middle-aged spirit master. Okay. The middle-aged spirit master's heart had also missed a beat. Hearing the monk speak, he responded without the slightest hesitation. Immediately, his figure started to swirl around as the glyphs in front of him began to explode. The next second, a plethora of inscriptions appeared on the half-dragon monster's body. They morphed into a myriad of 5-colored glyph chains that trapped the dragon. At the same time, the adjacent monk also performed a technique. The enormous blue tiger and the enormous scarlet python puppet as well as the remaining wolf puppets, all simultaneously rushed forward. However, before they reached the monster, they self-destructed, causing light beams to fly throughout the air. Instantly, a large multicolored ball of light emerged with a rumbling sound. The half-dragon monster was momentarily submerged within it. A sharp, mournful bird cry transmitted out from the ball of light at the same time as an extremely terrifying aura also suddenly emerged from within. This aura was so terrifying that wherever it passed, a droning sound occurred in the surrounding space. This isn't good. This monster is unharmed. We should quickly leave, every man for himself. When the monk saw the scene unfold, he instantly yelled in fear. Thereupon, he raised a hand and another cyan ball of light surged forth. In a flash, it had morphed into a cyan wooden bird and the monk proceeded to jump on it. So, the monk rode the wooden bird as he fled through the air. When the middle-aged spirit master saw this, an exceptionally ugly expression appeared on his face. However, after clenching his teeth, he also took out an earthen yellow glyph from his chest. He then patted the glyph onto himself and after a few seconds, suddenly appeared on the Misty ship. His 2 hands made quick motions as he grabbed disciple Tian and Cui Er. He then proceeded to take a large stride forward and promptly appeared over 100 feet away from the Misty ship. After taking another few steps in the air, he had already become a small black dot on the distant horizon. Lu Ming, who was still on the Misty ship, couldn't help but display a stupefied expression after witnessing this. Chapter 75, Fighting for the Treasure. Chapter 75, Fighting for the Treasure. Although most people on the Misty ship were sprawled on the deck and could possibly be dead, there was no way that the middle-aged spirit master could possibly mistake Lu Ming for deceased. However, this Master Zhang completely ignored him and in a gust of wind, only grabbed Senior Tian and Cui Er as he fled. This made Lu Ming's heart freeze over. It seemed that he could only rely on himself. Thinking thus far, Lu Ming's originally upright, immobile body suddenly fell onto the deck with a gudong sound. At the same time, his aura and the blood flow of his body all became indiscernible in mere seconds. This was the effect of his mortal secret technique that had saved him back at the river before he became a spirit apostle. A large Hong sound rang through the air. The terrifying energy within the enormous ball of light, which hovered in the air, began to swell and then exploded. Immediately, a heat wave spread out in all four directions. The surrounding area was engulfed by the heat wave, and anything touched by it would start to crumble. Even the Wasp Bandit's wooden ship and the Misty ship, two flying-type practitioner weapons, were unable to resist the force behind the heat waves. Like toys, they tumbled 7 or 8 times before they disintegrating. Lu Ming only felt his body suddenly fall through air as he and the rest of the barbarian ghost sect disciples fell from the sky. In this state of panic, he did not dare use Fa Li to fly, and instead, just as he was about to hit the ground, a thick black rope shot out from his sleeve toward the ground. Pooh! Lu Ming was instantly catapulted a few feet to the side. Not only was the impact of the fall greatly reduced, he also managed to avoid an extremely solid-looking cyan rock below him. However, falling in this manner from such a high altitude couldn't help but make his mouth curl as his entire body ached with pain. It was a good thing that his current skeleton was much sturdier than before, and because of that Lu Ming was able to avoid any bone fractures. With Lu Ming in this sort of situation, it was quite obvious what sort of state the rest of the barbarian ghost sect disciples would be in. The nearest few barbarian ghost sect disciples were sprawled on the ground as fresh blood flowed out from all of their bodies. It was clear that they were no longer breathing. At this time, where the light ball exploded, the half-dragon monster reappeared. However, aside from a few scorched black marks on its body, there were astonishingly no further injuries. Instead, a glint of tyranny appeared in its single eye as one of its claws abruptly swiped the air below. So, the corpse of the woman who had previously wielded the flying sword immediately flew into the air and landed in the monster's claw. The half-dragon monster opened its mouth and, in one bite, bit off most of the woman's head. After chewing for a while, a sharp bird cry rang out as it opened its mouth and spat out a scarlet ball of flame, sending it downward. It then proceeded to transform into a black wind as it brought the woman's corpse, still riddled with flesh blood, to a distant place. Looking at its direction of travel, it astonishingly was the same direction in which the monk fled. A large Hong sound rang through the air. The seemingly ordinary fireball from the monster's mouth fell to the ground. After hitting the ground, it unexpectedly morphed into a pillar of fire that rose high into the air. A mass surge of fire waves instantly littered the vicinity and turned the surrounding area into a billowing sea of flames. Anything touched by the flame, no matter if it was a tree or a rock, was all immediately annihilated into ashes. A few miserable shrieks sounded. Apparently, a few Wasp Bandit demonic cultivators who were still alive struggled under the flames. Ultimately, they too were transformed into ashes like the rest. This monster was truly worthy of being at the crystal level. With a mere casual attack, it unexpectedly displayed such terrifying power. Lu Ming realized that things were askew as soon as he saw the fireball fall. He no longer cared if the scarlet dragon would reappear and hastily retrieved a few glyphs from his body. In one breath, he cast numerous layers of light to cover his body. After smacking his cultivating soul bag, he also summoned his white bone scorpion. Lu Ming interlinked his thoughts with the white bone scorpion as the scorpion appeared inside the layers of light created by the glyphs. Instantly, it opened its mouth and spit out a torrent of unusually cold miasma. This miasma managed to resist the nearby scarlet flames as the white bone scorpion carried Lu Ming. They fled in one direction. Ping! When he and the white bone scorpion managed to escape the sea of flames, the layers of light around Lu Ming also disintegrated from the pressure. Lu Ming let out a lengthy breath before he turned his head to look back at the sea of flames. An expression of fear couldn't help but surface on his face. Just a few seconds ago, if he had been even a little bit slower in his reactions, then perhaps he too would have been buried in that place. Nonetheless, the defensive glyphs that he just bought at the market had all been exhausted. He couldn't help but feel regret in his heart at this loss. Of course, thinking about it realistically, he would most likely not have been able to preserve his own life if not for these glyphs. Thinking like this, Lu Ming lowered his head and looked at the white-boned scorpion. After the brief period of time where the scorpion spat out miasma non-stop, its spirit had turned gloomy. As an assurance, Lu Ming did not immediately recall the white-boned scorpion. Instead, his eyes scanned the tumultuous sea of flames and an expression of pity appeared on his face. With such a powerful flame, the glyphs, spirit stones and other items on other people's bodies would naturally be irretrievable. Otherwise, he could potentially have salvaged the remains and gained a decent fortune. As for the barbarian ghost sect disciples that perished, to someone like Lu Ming who had seen countless lives perish on Savage Island, aside from the slight rue in his heart, there wasn't the slightest amount of sorrow. After pondering a bit, Lu Ming let the white-boned scorpion drill into the ground first as he hastily ran toward the location where the woman fell. Although the woman's corpse had already been devoured by the dragon, the short cyan sword, which had also fallen, was still in the vicinity. Since this weapon was used by the spirit master woman to fight a strong enemy, it definitely was a totem tier item. Moreover, its rank was most likely not that low. To the current him, this sort of treasure was something that he naturally could not forsake. Even if the Scarlet Dragon were to reappear, he still had to search for it. It was a good thing that he clearly remembered where the woman fell. In an instant, he had arrived near the location and in one glance, saw half of the short cyan sword protruding out of a rock. He was overjoyed and was about to run over. However, at that time, a shadow flashed behind a tree and a man walked out. Once this man saw that someone else had appeared, the expression on his face congealed. It was obvious that Lu Ming was startled. His expression also quickly focused, trying to size up the person. The man was wearing a gray robe, seemed to be about 30 years old and had a face of extreme valiance. In his hand was a short black hammer and he too was scrupulously examining Lu Ming. Wasp Bandit. When Lu Ming clearly saw the opposing party's face, he instantly knew that the imminent battle was unavoidable. Although Lu Ming did not know how the other person had fled from the Sea of Fire, it was clear that he had come for the short sword totem. Brat, earlier you managed to preserve your life. Your luck can't be considered bad. However, you have now come across me, so you seem to be out of luck. The gray-robed male suddenly sneered as he began to brandish the short hammer in his hand. He proceeded to rush at Lu Ming and swung his hammer out. Subsequently, he performed a single-handed technique and after waving his arms, two wind blades, one behind the other, rapidly shot out. A smothered sound rang in the air. A misty white ball flew toward Lu Ming like a shooting star. Ping! Lu Ming's arms moved and a black rope flew out and inserted itself in the ball of air. His body then flashed as the two wind blades barely missed his body as they flew past and instead, severed two small trees in half. When the gray-robed male saw this, his pupils slightly dilated as he brandished his short hammer practitioner weapon again. Instantly, a black cover of light fell from above and blocked the area in front of him. Subsequently, the male threw his short hammer on the ground and with lightning speed, his hands formed a sign and he started an incantation. The next second, a myriad of yellow inscriptions flew out of his body while the surrounding air simultaneously started producing a droning sound. Strands of yellow light appeared in the air and quickly condensed over his head. Surging Yuan Li, a high-level technique. When Lu Ming saw the scene unfold, his two hands promptly formed a sign and after raising them, large swooshing sounds rang out. In an instant, 7 or 8 wind blades were projected. The cyan light behind Lu Ming was still flickering as even more wind blades followed. Although a high-level technique contained astonishing power, the higher the technique level, the longer the wind-up time was. There was no way that Lu Ming would give the opponent a chance to complete the discharge time. Despite the light cover from the practitioner weapon used by the gray-robed male being quite thick, with such a large number of wind blades hacking at it, in a short moment, it was no longer able to resist and disintegrated. The gray-robed male became greatly shocked and hastily ceased his incantation and rolled to the side. However, due to the backlash of Fa Li, he couldn't help but spit out blood. Yet, without even waiting for him to stand up, additional wind blades flew out from Lu Ming's hands. This rendered the Wasp Bandit incapable of even performing any defensive techniques as he was forced to rely on his legs to repeatedly dodge. From the very start, he was waiting for Lu Ming to take a break from performing his technique so he could catch a breath of air. However, as the interval between subsequent wind blades grew progressively shorter and shorter, as well as the fact that the opponent didn't even seem to recite an incantation, the man finally couldn't help but let out an involuntary cry of fear. Perfection in the wind blade technique, able to instantly cast the spell. You unexpectedly managed to condense a technique seal. After speaking, the gray-robed male didn't hesitate to turn his body and frantically started to flee. He, surprisingly, didn't even bother to collect his short hammer practitioner weapon. Lu Ming let out a sneer when he saw this. He lifted both his hands and a cleaving air sound rang out. Immediately, 3 more wind blades simultaneously shot out. The speed of these wind blades were astonishingly almost twice as fast as the ones before. In a flash, they had already reached the back of the gray-robed male. Even though the gray-robed male was incomparably nimble, he was only able to dodge 2 of the wind blades with great difficulty. As for the third wind blade, he let out a miserable shriek as it sliced apart part of his body and then fell to the ground. Pooh! A black streak flew out from the nearby earth and instantly pierced the gray-robed male's head. Finally, the yelling came to a sudden stop as he took his last breath. This streak belonged to the white-boned scorpion which had finally moved into position and attacked from underground. Only now did Lu Ming feel reassured as he walked next to where the cyan sword hilt lay. He then proceeded to pull it out of the rock. He noticed that the short sword was no longer than half a foot, but contained a misty cyan light on its exterior. A faint trace of cold energy slowly emanated from it, and when Lu Ming picked it up, it was still squirming. It seemed to be struggling to free itself from Lu Ming. This really is worthy of being a totem. Its master has already perished, but it unexpectedly still harbors such a spiritual nature. There's no way its quality can be low. Lu Ming was overjoyed and hastily pulled out a jade box on his body. He placed the short sword within it and tucked it away in his sleeve. At this moment, the white-boned scorpion used its claws to pick up a few things from the gray-robed man's corpse and proceeded to bring them over to Lu Ming. Chapter 76, Totem. Chapter 76, Totem. The remains consisted mostly of 2 leather bags. Inside were healing pills and some junk. However, there was a scarlet jade box in the scorpion's claws which attracted Lu Ming's attention. He inquisitively grabbed the jade box and opened the lid. The interior contained a vast expanse of white frigid energy that rushed out. Lu Ming couldn't help but tremble. Within the jade box, unexpectedly a deep blue pearl rested. It seemed to be incomparably cold and had an unknown origin. Lu Ming suddenly understood how the gray-robed male had escaped the sea of fire. This item most likely was an unusual treasure of the water element. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming quickly put away the jade box and the other items. After scouring the vicinity once more, he raised his hand and successively emitted a fireball. The vestiges of the recent battle were then destroyed and not a trace remained. Instead, the result was similar to what the sea of fire had inflicted. Lu Ming proceeded to retract the white-boned scorpion as he activated his soaring sky technique and flew toward Barbarian Ghost Sect. A few days later, when Lu Ming returned to Barbarian Ghost Sect, everything in the sect was still the same as before. Apparently no information pertinent to the event had been sent back or spread within the sect. Seeing this, Lu Ming first went to the duty hall and recorded his return to the sect. Then he immediately returned to his dwelling on 9 Infant Mountain. From there, he started to use his medicinal pills. Every day he would incessantly refine the medicinal powers and increase his FA. In the blink of an eye, 7 to 8 days had passed. However, on this day, an outer disciple of 9 Infant Mountain appeared outside of the small courtyard and proceeded to yell that Gui Er Quan was calling for him. After hearing his words, Lu Ming's heart moved as he ceased his cultivation and walked out of the room. In the time it took to have a meal, he appeared in the large hall on the peak of the mountain. Inside the hall, aside from Gui Er Quan, he also saw the middle-aged spirit master, Master Zhang. It really is this person. When the middle-aged spirit master made clear of Lu Ming's face, he started to laugh. Hearing this, Gui Er Quan's expression didn't change as he asked Lu Ming, "In the previous few days, you went to Weizhou Market. On your way back did you encounter that demonic dragon?" "Yes, this disciple really did make a trip to Weizhou Market," Lu Ming indifferently replied. "You should know that aside from the 2 disciples whom Master Zhang saved, all the others perished. When Master Zhang left, what happened after? Furthermore, how did you escape with your life?" A glint of surprise appeared on Gui Er Quan's face as he asked his question. When the middle-aged spirit master heard his words, a trace of embarrassment arose on his face. Although not saving Lu Ming at the time was pardonable, right now he was in front of Lu Ming's master and name, so he naturally was somewhat uncomfortable. "Master Gui, aside from Senior Qian and Cui Er, I'm afraid that I was the only one who could stay awake and clear-headed. Thus, after the evil dragon used a remarkable ability and disappeared, this disciple could only use a few self-preservation techniques." Lu Ming didn't have the intention of hiding anything and immediately gave his recount of what happened. However, regarding the white-boned scorpion, the death of the wasp bandit that had also escaped, and the short sword totem, he naturally didn't mention them. He only talked about the defensive glyphs which he bought in the city and used to fortuitously escape from the Sea of Fire. As it turns out, this was the case. I previously said that when I returned to the location, I wasn't even able to locate any of the disciples' bodies. They unexpectedly were burned by the demonic dragon. Nevertheless, Disciple Bai's luck really isn't that bad considering he coincidentally bought defensive glyphs in the city. Otherwise, I'm afraid he wouldn't have made it back alive. If I hadn't investigated the names of which disciples had returned recently, I most likely wouldn't have realized that another disciple had survived. The middle-aged spirit master exclaimed. Junior Zhang doesn't need to blame himself. Who would have thought that the trap meant to lure out those despicable wasp bandits actually ended up attracting the demonic dragon? Moreover, of the 3 spirit masters, only Junior Zhang managed to survive. This can really be counted as a large fortune within a misfortune. Cui Er turned his head and spoke with consolation. I also only managed to escape that demonic dragon because of Windfire Gate's elder Qi Yang's sudden appearance. Otherwise I would not have survived either. This demonic dragon's formidability far surpasses the rumors. Despite the severe wounds on its body, it's not something us spirit masters can provoke. Unfortunately, I heard that Elder Qi Yang chased it for 2 days, but was still unable to catch this dragon. The middle-aged spirit master bitterly laughed. This already is not that bad of an outcome. If we wait for a small period of time, Master Yen will exit secluded training, and when that time comes, our sect will still have hope to gaining something. Cui Er let out a light laugh as he spoke. I hope this will be the case. That's right, Disciple Bai, you can return, but you cannot spread any information about the demonic dragon and the market to anyone. If you violate this, you will face sect punishment. The middle-aged spirit master nodded his head and put on a solemn expression as he spoke to Lu Ming. Yes, I understand. Lu Ming's heart shivered and immediately responded as he left the hall. This disciple isn't bad. He unexpectedly was able to remain awake under the dragon's shrieks. This is not something a normal disciple can accomplish. Once Lu Ming actually left the large hall, the middle-aged spirit master gave his praise. Emichim, no matter whether it is his temperament or intelligence, this child is exceptional. The only pity is that he is but a mere 3 spiritual pulse disciple, otherwise I would have already taken him as my personal disciple. Cui Er nodded his head as his face let out a slight smile. So it turns out that he only had 3 spiritual pulses. This really too much of a pity? However, if he is able to become a late spirit apostle, there is a large chance of him becoming a core disciple. When the middle-aged spirit master heard his words, he also emitted a sigh of regret. Oh, that's right. I still haven't congratulated Senior. I heard that Senior Zhu and Senior Zhong went to the sea races market and managed to exchange for a deep-sea cold light steel. TSK, this item is one of the materials needed to forge a true flying sword. I'm afraid that in a short while the Heaven Moon sect will dispatch someone to find Senior. The middle-aged spirit master thought of something else and clicked his tongue and gave his praise. Haha, this is Junior Zhu's good luck. However, although this item can be used in forging a flying sword, it can only be forged into a low-grade flying sword. Moreover, it has great use to us, so we aren't planning on selling it to Heavenly Moon sect. Cui Er twirled his beard in his hand before speaking excitedly. Ah, so that is case. Then this really is a pity. Heavenly Moon sect will never hesitate to pay whatever price to acquire materials for a flying sword. The middle-aged spirit master was slightly startled and seemed to not have believed what he just heard. Hee, you will understand the difference of our choice in the future. Cui Er gave a laugh and seemed to not want to discuss the matter further. Subsequently, the 2 men talked for another while before the middle-aged spirit master took his leave and left. Lu Ming, who had returned to his dwelling, entered his cultivation room. His face carried an expression of concentration as he pondered for a good while. He then retrieved a pill from his belongings and ate it. He then started to refine it. To the current him, becoming a late spirit apostle was the most important thing. Lu Ming began cultivating the 3rd stage of his dark bone method while simultaneously clearly feeling the progressive FA increases in his body. Half a month later, Lu Ming was in the middle of cultivation. Suddenly he felt his body shake and his spirit sea involuntarily began to whirl around. Coincidentally, 2 forces of energy, one hot and one cold, rushed forward and quickly spread to every part of his body before suddenly rushing toward the cover of his head. Hong. Lu Ming felt a stuffy sound go off in his head as the cold and hot forces precipitously converged in his mind and merged into one. Simultaneously, his body felt as if it was floating in the air. There wasn't a spot on his body that didn't feel extremely comfortable. I did it, the dark bone technique has reached the stage of a late spirit apostle. There unexpectedly wasn't even a bottleneck. Lu Ming instantly stood up and felt the sudden increase in his FA Li by several times. He couldn't help but be exceptionally overjoyed. Since this was now the case, he no longer had to fear if the bubble broke out again. A while later, Lu Ming finally calmed down and decided against going out for the next short period of time until he was able to fully control the surplus of FA Li. In this way, unless he was fighting with someone and released his FA Li, a normal person would not be able to tell his cultivation level. After all, becoming a late spirit apostle in such a short period of time for a 3 spiritual pulse discipline was simply too astonishing. In the following 2 months, Lu Ming pretty much used up the rest of his pills. His body had even built up an immunity to a few types of medicinal pills. Even if he were to continue eating these pills, they would not be able to increase his FA Li by much. Thus he started to quietly cultivating without pills every day and progressively consolidated his late spirit apostle FA Li. What made Lu Ming slightly puzzled was that it had only been half a year, but there was still no sign of the bubble in his body. Due to the bewilderment, he didn't want to complete any sect missions in this condition. However, on this day he still made a trip to 9 Infant Mountain Spell Pavilion. From within, he chose a few books that described totems in detail and proceeded to bring them back to his dwelling. A few days later he finally managed to understand the technique and immediately pulled out the short cyan sword. He opened his mouth and spit out some refined FA Li before he lifted one hand and successively performed hand signs on the sword. Pu. After the totem absorbed most of the refined FA Li, and a densely packed group of cyan inscriptions began to appear on the sword's exterior. Each inscription was only the size of a grain of rice, but after they whirled around, they suddenly formed numerous cyan patterns that covered the sword in layers of silk-like material. With one quick glance there seemed to be about 10 or so layers. Lu Ming's eyes intensified and began to meticulously identify the quantity of the patterns. A while later, his eyebrows finally moved as he spoke to himself. 16 layers of restrictions, a mid-tier totem. It can even be considered to be at the apex of mid-grade totems. Lu Ming spoke according to what he had read in the books. The quality and power of a totem fundamentally depended on the layers of restriction it contained. From what he had read before, the power and tier of a totem were determined through the number of layers or restrictions on the totem. Normally, 1 to 9 layers of restrictions would be considered a low-quality totem, 10 to 18 layers of restrictions would be a mid-quality totem, 19 to 27 layers of restrictions would be a high-quality totem, and 28 to 36 layers of restriction would be a perfect quality totem. As for totems with more than 36 restriction layers, according to legends, these were talisman that contained the ability to topple mountains and overturn seas. The few books he had mentioned them a few times but didn't speak more on them. Of course, this method of determining a totem's quality and power was not absolute. After all, within totems there were counters to each other. Furthermore, totems also had to look at whether its attribute was compatible with its user's cultivation method. A totem in the hands of person whom it was not compatible with would exhibit substantially less power. Chapter 77 Concocting Pills. Chapter 77 Concocting Pills. To the current Lu Ming, due to the limits of his cultivation prowess, he was unable to exhibit the true power of this short sword. Of its 16 layers of restrictions, he would at most be able to use 3 to 4 layers. However, even if this was the case, once Lu Ming was able to refine this sword, he would able to expand or shrink the sword to his liking. In addition, when activated, the power of the restrictions were not something practitioner weapons could compare with. Think of restrictions as spells that are on the sword. Lu Ming finished thinking and immediately threw the sword in front of him. It unexpectedly floated in the air while Lu Ming's hands constantly moved, making hand signs. Simultaneously, he started to recite an incantation. Puffs of refined FA Li were unceasingly blown onto the short sword. After quickly absorbing the refined FA Li, the sword started emitting an increasingly cold, dense glint. However, the difficulty of refining the short sword far surpassed Lu Ming's previous expectation. Furthermore, he didn't know if this was because his cultivation was too low in comparison to the middle-grade totem, or if refining a totem simply wasn't an easy task. Just refining the first restriction layer on the flying sword took 7 days. The second layer took half a month and the third restriction layer took 2 additional months before he could finally use it with great difficulty. As for the fourth restriction layer, after refining for a few days, there wasn't even the slightest reaction, so Lu Ming knew that the current him would be unable to refine it. He would most likely have to wait until his cultivation reached the peak of a late spirit apostle before there was a bit of hope. Moreover, within the past 3 months, the mysterious bubble hadn't shown any indications of breaking out. This caused Lu Ming to be slightly scared. After removing the thought from his heart, he began to research the book of Comprehensive Guide of the Foundation for Refining Pills, which he had bought in the Weizhou market. After becoming a late spirit apostle, the price of pills that would increase his FA had abruptly become much more expensive. Furthermore, the options he had severely lessened because relying on low-quality medicinal pills was far from enough to help his FA reach the peak of its realm. Therefore, the quality of medicinal pills was a necessity to the current him. Once he became a spirit master, the requirements for the quality of FA increasing medicinal pills would be even more harsh. Perhaps in the future he would not be able to rely on spirit stones to purchase satisfactory medicinal pills. Since this was the case, Lu Ming naturally realized that the sooner he could concoct pills the better. Although this comprehensive guide of the foundation for refining pills seemed basic, it introduced the fundamental knowledge for concocting pills and a few common methods to concoct pills. According to what was written, it would be best if the alchemist was a cultivator proficient in fire or wood-type cultivation methods. Of course, if one possessed spirit flame of the legends, that would naturally be the best. For newbies, learning the technique of concocting pills was quite easy. After all, the fundamental principle was separating and recombining medicinal ingredients. Afterward, one only needed to place the mix over a high temperature to condense the ingredients into pills. As long as one wasn't a complete fool, he or she would easily learn the process. The only problem was that learning how to do these things was not tantamount to actually refining a medicinal pill. Basically, anyone can help with refining medicine, but there are many more steps than just heating up medicine. Ultimately, the requirements to concoct a pill successfully lay in the alchemist's ability to blend materials, control high temperatures, timing of when to remove the pill from the furnace, and other control aspects. Even if only one of these areas was slightly imperfect, it could lead to a failure. At the same time, most of these things were not teachable through words. One could only rely on continuous practice to truly master such a delicate art. Thus, even if it were a high-level alchemist facing even the simplest pills, they would never say that they would be able to refine the pill 100% of the time. As for those who just started concocting pills, even if they were the simplest of pills, the rate of production would be so low that one's hair would stand up in anger. Over 100 attempts at concocting a pill without success was normal to a new alchemist. As for concocting mid-high level medicinal pills, since the remedy would be even more complicated and the materials were harder and more expensive to find, how could there be chances for trial and error? One could only rely on his or her previous concocting experiences, thereby making the requirements for being an alchemist even harder. Unfortunately, a genuine alchemist always needed continuous practice and a huge volume of resources before reaching this stage. This naturally led to a lack of alchemists in the cultivating world. So much so that really only huge sects with large influence and power were able to cultivate a genuine mid-high level alchemist. Barbarian Ghost Sect's #1 alchemist who resided in Poisonous Spirit faction could only barely qualify as a mid-level alchemist. However, like this, his position in the sect was completely different than other spirit masters. Nobody dared to provoke him. After Lu Ming finished looking through the entire comprehensive guide of the Foundation for Refining Pills, an eager feeling arose in his heart. He slightly hesitated before locating the remedy for a fasting pill, an extremely common pill. After meticulously looking over the formula, he retrieved his concocting pill tools and a few materials. He then started his attempts to concoct the pill using trial and error. 5 days later, a pang sound rang out from the cultivation room. In front of Lu Ming, black smoke arose from a white cauldron heated by a torrential flame. Faintly, there was a burning smell within the black smoke. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face darkened. He dispelled his hand technique and the flames surrounding the cauldron disappeared in the air. The amount of times he had failed was somewhere in the dozens. Yet he wasn't even able to concoct even one fasting pill. Although the book had stated that this was a common occurrence for neophytes just starting to concoct pills, Lu Ming was greatly impacted by the situation. At the beginning he was exhilarated and full of zest, but now he had become abnormally dejected. More importantly, the materials for refining pills which he had bought beforehand almost half had been consumed. This made his heart hurt as he stopped concocting. He intended to find some time in the future to find a few books on concocting pills, or directly finding an alchemist to teach him before attempting to concoct pills again. Thus, in the following period of time with no more medicinal pills to use, Lu Ming could only use his talent of doing two things at once to slowly cultivate his dark bone method. Time passed a little at a time and in the blink of an eye, another 3 months had gone by. In this period of time, nothing abnormal had occurred, causing Lu Ming's state of mind to be somewhat disturbed. He was debating whether the mysterious bubble had disappeared from his body. However, on this day as he was in the midst of training, he suddenly felt his spirit sea shake. A devouring force immediately rushed out. It had been a year since the mysterious bubble last showed, but it finally appeared. Lu Ming was startled and without the slightest hesitation, called out his white bone scorpion first. After using his spirit communication technique and establishing a connection, he started to urge his dark bone method to control the Fa Li in his body as if his life depended on it. As expected, the devouring this time was even more fierce than last time. If not for Lu Ming becoming a late spirit apostle and his Fa Li increasing by 3 to 4 times, he most likely would not have lasted an hour before being sucked dry. However, even in this situation, close to 80% of Lu Ming's Fa Li was sucked away by the bubble before it was satisfied and stopped devouring. In this period of time, Lu Ming didn't feel his life force being stripped away and he let out a large sigh of relief. Nonetheless, when the bubble popped, Lu Ming's vision went black and he appeared in the gray misty space. It was the identical space but it was clearly much larger than last time. The circumference was nearly 300 feet wide. Emerging with Lu Ming naturally was the white bone scorpion ghost that was linked with Lu Ming. This ghost was evidently slightly startled by its appearance in a different area, but immediately discovered that it had an impression of this area. It quickly started crawling everywhere in excitement. Lu Ming didn't bother caring for his white bone scorpion as he let out a light breath of air and relaxed his expression. It seemed that although the mysterious bubble's devouring was getting progressively violent, the intervals in between its appearance correspondingly grew longer. This was a good piece of news to him. If it followed a progressively longer interval of double the interval before, there would be 2 years before the bubble came out again. Of course, this was only Lu Ming hypothesis. Whether it followed this length of time was still up for debate. He would have to wait for the bubble to at least appear a few more times before he could firmly understand its pattern. Lu Ming silently pondered a while before bringing his hands together into a hand sign. He prepared to begin training his fireball technique already at the large success stage. Half a year later, in between Lu Ming's 2 hands, a 3 feet in diameter enormous fireball slowly revolved without stop. His arm shook and the fireball made a whistling sound as it flew toward the opposite side. A hong sound rang out before a mushroom-like black and red cloud soared into the sky as the fireball collided with the opposing mist wall. It unexpectedly caused the entire space to slightly vibrate. An expression of satisfaction arose on Lu Ming's face as a scarlet red symbol in his mind disappeared slowly. Of course, the previous enormous fireball naturally wasn't a normal fireball technique. Instead, the terrifying power was the result of a combination of several fireballs. Although it was still a low-level technique, once the fireball technique was cultivated to its peak, the largest area of amplification was still its destructive power. In terms of might, it was still far superior to the wind blade technique. Wind blade technique amplifies speed of attacks. Wind blades move super fast and are super quick casting. Lu Ming fell onto his butt and began to recover his previously exhausted mental power. However, once his eyes glanced around, he found that the white bone scorpion was nearby ceaselessly piercing its tail at the adjacent misty wall in a violent manner. The tail, which was originally as fast as lightning, had unexpectedly transformed into black streaks of void like shadows under the white bone scorpion's use. Simultaneously, an unceasing sharp shrill cry arose from the faintly discernible black stinger at the front of the tail. Lu Ming let out a light smile. Since he had deliberately brought the white bone scorpion into this space with him, aside from wanting a living thing to accompany him during this extremely long period of time, he also planned on it practicing. Since he could increase technique proficiency in this space, the white bone scorpion could naturally do equivalent things. Looking back on it, it seemed that his thought process had been correct. The white bone scorpion continuously drilled its hook tail movements, and that assassination movement was astonishingly 20 to 30 times faster than half a year ago. One mustn't underestimate this 20 to 30%. The hook tail's assassination movement originally was the white bone scorpion's most powerful attack. Since its speed had once again increased, its destructive capabilities nearly doubled. In this way, he was reassured to let the white bone scorpion practice on its own. After resting a while, Lu Ming started to consider what technique he should practice next. The water arrow technique was not able to match the speed or power of either the fireball technique and the wind blade technique. Thus, he naturally didn't plan on wasting time on that technique. In this situation, he started to consider learning a few other higher-level techniques from scratch. Chapter 78, Engagement. Chapter 78, Engagement. Icicle Technique, Silk Technique, Spider Silk Technique. These three techniques were from his last trip to 9 Infant Mountain Spirit Spell Pavilion. They were also the three most common high-level techniques learned by Barbarian Ghost Sect disciples. To Lu Ming, he thought that the reason why so many people all chose these three techniques was because these three techniques had extremely obvious advantages over other techniques. Their casting times were shorter than other high-level techniques and their practical use was more applicable. Moreover, they all had the special effect of trapping or restricting the enemy, so when facing a strong enemy they would still be able to use these techniques to help out. Although the number of Barbarian Ghost Sect disciples that cultivated these three techniques were numerous, those who were able to reach the initial spell mastering were limited to a few. As for the complete spell mastering and the perfection of the techniques, there was no point in even talking about this. Since cultivating these high-level techniques was much harder than easy techniques like the Wind Blade or Fireball, the time consumed was almost 3 to 4 times greater. Though the number of disciples who learned these techniques was plentiful, almost no one would spend time cultivating them. The reason Lu Ming bothered to practice such high-level techniques stemmed from the passage of time within the space. In essence, he would not waste any time in reality trying to marginally increase the damage of the technique. However, even if this was the case, thinking about the difficulty of these three techniques, he could only pick one to be his secret weapon and focus on that single technique. Among them, the icicle technique possessed certain destructive attributes. Furthermore, its cold air could freeze the enemy. However, it was a pity that its manner of attack was overly simple and made it extremely easy for an opponent to dodge. The silk technique could abruptly create an extensive area of quicksand under the opponent's feet and could trap or slow the opponent, but once the opponent left the area, the technique would be useless. The spider silk technique attack method was diverse. Moreover, when one was facing a few special opponents, it could be the determining factor of the fight. Unfortunately, this technique was most afraid of flames, as even a small fireball technique could easily destroy the technique. Lu Ming pondered for half a day before deciding to cultivate the icicle technique. Although this technique only contained one method of attack and had trouble hitting the opponent, Lu Ming just had to use his brain more when facing an opponent. The power of this technique when cultivated to a high level was still something that he had great anticipation for. Lu Ming rested for another half a day. After his mental strength recovered a bit, he immediately stood up and started to cultivate icicle technique. A year and a half later, Lu Ming was practicing his breathing in the space when a droning sound suddenly started ringing in his ears. After opening his eyes, he realized that he had abruptly returned to his cultivation room in reality. An entire 2 years. As expected, the more FA this thing devours, the longer I can stay in that area. This time, his face didn't reveal an expression of surprise, instead he was extremely calm as he muttered to himself. Practically at the same time, Lu Ming's body trembled and a rush of pure FA immediately surged into his spirit sea. However, he had already prepared for this and instantly closed his eyes as he began harmonizing his breathing. An unknown length of time later, when Lu Ming's facial expression changed, his spirit sea finally stopped operating. Close to half the originally devoured FA had astonishingly returned, but his cultivation level hadn't dropped back to a middle spirit apostle. Lu Ming was slightly astounded by this, but after pondering a while, faintly understood what had happened. Clearly, his current FA amount was slightly less than most late-stage disciples but was much more than middle-stage spirit apostles. Therefore, he was able to ensure his cultivation level did not drop down in level. However, if this was the case, why was it that the first time he had returned, his cultivation level had dropped from a middle spirit apostle to a beginner spirit apostle? Could it be because the amount of FA required to increase a stage from the beginning to middle stage of a spirit apostle was significantly less than advancing into later realms? After thinking a while, Lu Ming still didn't quite understand, but regardless, not dropping a cultivation level was a good thing, so he couldn't be bothered to further contemplate the issue. After all, the appearance of the mysterious bubble was an extremely perplexing affair. There were some areas in which he was not able to figure out, but this was normal. Nonetheless, after he once again checked the situation of his body's FA, he couldn't help but become overjoyed. The current purity of his body's FA was even more pure than last time by a good margin. The amount of FA the bubble devoured was progressively growing, but the degree in which it would purify FA was simultaneously increasing. In this way, his current circumstance was extremely unique. With regard to the amount of FA, Lu Ming was evidently inferior to other late spirit apostles, but when it came to FA purity, others with equal cultivation wouldn't be able to compare with him no matter how hard they tried. With this in mind, if he were to engage in an intense battle with an enemy of the same cultivation level, he definitely would have the advantage in the short term, but if the battle hadn't been decided in a certain amount of time, he would have no more FA Li left while his opponent would. However, if he were to adopt guerrilla warfare tactics and fight a battle that lasted an entire day or even a few days, the ultimate winner would most likely be him. This was because the purity of FA Li not only indicated a large amplification in technique power, but also meant that one's FA Li recovery speed was far superior to most others in the same cultivation level. Lu Ming carefully thought of this for a while before huskily laughing. This special circumstance was more of a benefit than a harm to him. He proceeded to turn his head and look at the white-boned scorpion lying on the side, his eyebrows creased. He didn't know whether it was because the surrounding air didn't contain miasma for it to absorb, or if he hadn't established communication right when he returned, but there was no indication of its FA Li being devoured or purified. It seemed that only its consciousness accompanied him in the mysterious space and had ordinarily returned to its body. Lu Ming's mind moved and he began to communicate with the white-boned scorpion. In the next instant, the white-boned scorpion's hooked tail faintly moved. A shishi sound rang out and over 10 black streaks coincidentally flashed by in the air. A few tens of feet ahead, over 10 finger-sized holes suddenly appeared. Its hooked tail movement was so fast that even Lu Ming was unable to completely see it clearly. Seeing this, Lu Ming was naturally overjoyed. Although nothing abnormal had happened to this ghost's FA Li, the effects of training in the mysterious space had completely returned with it. Since this was the case, he could completely leave the issue alone, filling him with relief. In the ensuing few days, Lu Ming continued to harmonize his breathing and cultivate. He prepared to once again stabilize his FA Li before thinking over other things. However, on the morning of the 4th day, an unexpected visitor showed up at his dwelling. "Baizong Tian, come out right now." A crisp voice full of animation suddenly transmitted into the room from outside. It caused Lu Ming, who was in the middle of cultivating, to stare blankly. He then stopped training his method, stood up and walked outside. He saw that in his small courtyard, a jade-like embroidered robed young girl was standing there. "Junior Mu." Lu Ming's gaze flashed as he spoke. Although he hadn't seen the girl in front of him for nearly 2 years, Lu Ming was able to recognize the opposing party in one glance. Compared to 2 years ago, this Mu Mingzhu astonishingly no longer had any traces of a silly little girl. Instead, she had changed into a coquettish young woman who could make a male's heart start beating quickly. "You are Baizong Tian." Mu Mingzhu saw that the youth in front of her was as large as most adults and was slightly startled. It was evident that Lu Ming's figure after undergoing marrow washing greatly surprised this girl. "That's right, I am Baizong Tian. If I remember correctly, Junior Mingzhu should be an outer disciple of Blood Control faction. Why have you suddenly appeared in our 9-infant mountain?" Lu Ming's tone of voice didn't change as he asked a question. "You still have the balls to ask me. I want to ask you whether it was you who told your father to propose a marriage with my Mu family? Unexpectedly, both families have agreed on marrying me to you." After Mu Mingzhu heard Lu Ming speak, a shocked expression instantly manifested on her face before she angrily replied. "Propose marriage? Honestly, I heard about it in a letter my family gave me, but the specific situation was not clearly expressed." Lu Ming didn't even blink as he replied. "You don't know? Or are you trying to deceive? My father who loves me so dearly already knows. How could he agree to this? It must have been some slanderous words from an outsider. If it wasn't you, then who was it? Quickly annul this marriage or I definitely will not let you off." Hearing his response, Mu Mingzhu displayed further anger. "Hee. Ever since I entered the sect, I have been cultivating within the sect, so I naturally haven't even returned to the Bai clan. How could I have spoken anything slanderous to your father? I definitely wouldn't have any intentions for marriage. As for annulling the marriage, as long as you can do it, I won't have any objections." Lu Ming laughed. "If I were able to annul the marriage, why would I bother finding you? My father is extremely stubborn and it is not easy for me to oppose his will. So much so that despite begging the person who loves me the most, Aunt Ting, multiple times, it had no effect. Right now, only the Bai clan can take the initiative to annul the marriage in order for my father to once again reconsider the marriage." Mu Mingzhu listened to Lu Ming's words and was stupefied at first. However, an expression of expectation arose on her face as she spoke. "Having the Bai clan take initiative to annul the marriage is impossible." Lu Ming replied without hesitation. "What? Since you simply don't have any intention of marrying me, shouldn't canceling this marriage be the proper and right thing to do? After Mu Mingzhu heard him speak, she replied with anger. Whether I marry you is not important to me, but whether the Bai clan wants a daughter-in-law from the Mu clan is an extremely important matter. You are also a smart person, so there is no way you don't understand my reasoning. Although I am a spirit apostle, offending both clan masters is idiotic, so I'm not going to do such a thing. If you have the skills to, you can annul the marriage yourself. If you are unable to do so, then you can only marry into the Bai clan. Okay, I have already explained my reasoning, so you can leave now. I still have to return and cultivate, Lu Ming bluntly said. He proceeded to turn around, and simply ignored the embroidered-robed young girl as he walked into his dwelling. Seeing this situation, Mu Mingzhu was beyond angry. She continued to yell at Lu Ming, but it naturally had no effect. Lu Ming merely made a few motions and entered the room before closing the door firmly. Bai, don't you dare regret this. The embroidered-robed young girl was so angry she started laughing. After stomping her foot, she left the area. Simultaneously, Lu Ming, who had returned to his cultivation room, was using a finger to massage one of his temples. He let out a sigh. It seemed that something extremely troublesome was about to occur. Although the letter from the Bai clan's master had mentioned the idea of marrying into the Mu clan, he absolutely did not expect them to unexpectedly not even solicit her opinion. Instead, they forcibly drew up a marriage with the Mu clan while they left him in the dark. Chapter 79, Trouble. Chapter 79, Trouble. It seems that this Bai clan master is also certain about the fact that I do not want to have a falling out with the Bai clan over such a trivial matter. However, an engagement proposal is nothing. Currently, I am already a late spirit apostle, and once I become a core disciple, even if the Bai clan exposes my identity to the sect, I will not suffer from too harsh of a punishment. If I am able to become a spirit master, Barbarian Ghost sect will most likely turn a blind eye to this matter. Lu Ming muttered to himself as this plan formulated in his heart. A month passed by. Lu Ming had just about finished consolidating his FA Li when the small competition bell abruptly rang once again on 9 Infant Mountain. Hearing it, Lu Ming didn't hesitate and immediately rushed toward the plaza on the mountain top. The small competition this time, aside from Gui Ru Quan, Zhu Qi and Martial Ant Zhong astonishingly didn't even show up. Moreover, the entire process of the small competition seemed much more rushed than before. It seemed that Gui Ru Quan, who was in charge, was preoccupied with something else. This competition showed that not many older disciples had increased their cultivation much. Instead, within the new disciples, Wan Shaoqian had surprisingly become a middle spirit apostle while Shuaishan was still stuck at the beginning spirit apostle level. Since his cultivation hadn't increased, he left with a face full of dejection. As for Xiao Feng, the disciple with a 9 spiritual pulse, although he was still a middle spirit apostle, his aura was much more powerful than before. It seemed that he wasn't far from breaking through to a late spirit apostle. Lu Ming, on the other hand, forcibly suppressed his aura to that of a middle spirit apostle. Furthermore, he hastily went through the 3 tests, only displaying a slight improvement from last time. The current reward for the small competition wasn't too appealing to him, so he naturally didn't want to attract attention. Otherwise, if a 3 spiritual pulse disciple unexpectedly had quicker cultivation speed than a 9 pulse disciple, it would obviously bring a lot of trouble. Fortunately, Gui Ru Quan wasn't too interested in his new disciple's accomplishments at this small competition. Otherwise, despite Lu Ming's attempts to suppress his aura, he wasn't sure if his true cultivation would stay hidden. After the last competition ended, he only earned a bottle of FA Li recovery pills and descended the mountain with the others. However, once he returned to his dwelling, another uninvited guest was waiting for him. Senior Mu. Lu Ming was slightly astounded as he called out to the young lady in front of him. Is Junior Bai not going to invite me to sit? The girl smiled sweetly. I am lacking in manners, Senior, please enter. Lu Ming recovered his composure and invited the young lady into his courtyard. They proceeded to a hall in the side wings. Junior is surprisingly extremely simple and crude. Mu Xianyun quickly glanced around as a face of astonishment appeared on her face. This hall, which was specifically used to receive visitors, had nothing aside from a wooden table and a few chairs. My heart has been solely on cultivating and is not interested in any external objects. I have made a fool of myself. That's right, why has senior sister Mu come to find me? Lu Ming offered the young lady a seat as he lightly smiled and asked a question. Junior Bai, has that girl Mingzhu come and found you in the past few days? Mu Xianyun also skipped formalities and immediately responded with a question. Lady Mingzhu really did come and find me once. Lu Ming wasn't surprised by the question and calmly replied. It seems that Junior already knows about that elder brother of mine wanting to betroth Mingzhu to you. Hearing his words, Mu Xianyun's expression relaxed. I originally did not know, but since Lady Mingzhu came to find me in such a manner, how could I not know? Which side proposed the marriage? If there was no one coordinating this, I don't believe that both clans would want Lady Mingzhu and I together. Lu Ming bitterly laughed. Could it be that Junior wants to find the matchmaker and thank him or her? Mu Xianyun lightly laughed. Don't tell me that this matchmaker is Senior? Lu Ming saw that the young lady's smile was hiding a trace of astuteness. He cycled his thoughts and instantly came to a sudden realization. Junior truly is an intelligent person. That's correct, having Mingzhu marry you really stemmed from me bringing this up to my elder brother. However, when my Mu clan proposed this, the Bai clan unexpectedly immediately agreed to it. In an extremely fast speed, they exchanged betrothal gifts and arranged the marriage. The date has been set, 3 years later you two will be married. I let Junior take the magnificent beauty of my niece as his wife. I don't know how you plan on thanking me as a matchmaker. Mu Xianyun was startled at first but started giggling. Thanking you? Did Senior Mu think that this younger disciple didn't have much trouble on hands so you purposely found some things to give me a headache? I'm not going to talk about the other things, but do you really think that Lady Mingzhu and I fit together? From back then to now I have only seen your niece twice, yet you threw the two of us together. Don't even mention me feeling annoyed by this, your niece probably wants me to die. Lu Ming rubbed his chin and shook his head as he spoke. I have always admired Junior Bai's maturity at such a young age, but why are you spouting such naive things? Although the Mu clan is incomparable to the Lei clan, it ultimately is a cultivation clan with a bit of reputation in the kingdom of Xian. How can the marriage between boys and girls be decided by the own individual? As for Mingzhu, despite her current hatred toward you, once she marries you her mood will slowly shift. This I can guarantee. Moreover, this marriage is extremely important to both our Mu and Bai clans. Even if Junior brother already is a spirit apostle, I'm afraid that you cannot reject the marriage arrangements of your esteemed father. Furthermore, besides Mingzhu not being a spirit apostle, she has a natural talent in other areas and coupled with Junior, you two can be said to be a couple well matched. Mu Xianyun calmly and unhurriedly said. Since Senior believes that it will only bring good, why have you still come to find me? After listening to her speak, Lu Ming was quite gloomy and rolled his eyes as he spoke. One of the reasons for coming here is to illustrate the proposed marriage in order to prevent any misunderstandings. The second reason is for Junior to be careful of a person. Mu Xianyun's smile disappeared. Be careful of someone? Oh. Lu Ming responded with a question. It obviously is Gao Chong. Gao Chong, that disciple with an earth spiritual pulse who was taken as a disciple by the sect leader. Even though Lu Ming displayed a calm expression, hearing her words, Lu Ming's heart still skipped a beat. That's correct. During the past few years, he and Mingzhu were very close. If he were to find out about the marriage, I'm afraid that he wouldn't let the matter rest. Mu Xianyun calmly said. What does "they are very close" mean? Lu Ming stared at the young lady with a frosty gaze. I'll phrase it like this. Mingzhu has set her heart upon this boy. Moreover, Gao Chong extremely cares about my niece. Thus I wish for you to be more careful. However, you can relax because I can guarantee that nothing too excessive has happened between Mingzhu and this boy. Mu Xianyun hastily replied. Is Senior Mu joking? Your niece already has someone she likes, moreover it is a earth spiritual pulse disciple who has a promising future. Yet, why does the Mu clan still want her to marry me? Lu Ming's furrowed his brows but his face was still expressionless. I definitely will not let Mingzhu and Gao Chong end up together. As for the reasons, I do not wish to speak of them further. However, you only have to know that my elder brother and the entire Mu clan think the same way. Furthermore, if Mingzhu really ends up with Gao Chong, not only will she not be able to become his cultivation partner, she will further end up in an extremely plaintive state. Mu Xianyun's expression turned solemn. Therefore, the Mu clan has chosen me to be the scapegoat. The opposing party is a earth spiritual pulse disciple. Does Senior think that I can provoke him? Lu Ming seemed not to have been affected by the other person's reassurance and talked with a gloomy expression. Truthfully, this really will make things difficult for Junior Bai. However, this marriage was gladly accepted by your esteemed father. Furthermore, betrothal gifts have already been exchanged. Thus, even if you were to renege, it is already too late. Junior doesn't have to be too worried about Gao Kong. That boy is under exceptionally strict conditions by the sect leader, and the chances of him coming to find you are not high. Nonetheless, there are a few older disciples who adhere to his side, and I'm afraid that once they know about this, they will come to you with trouble. Therefore, regarding this possible circumstance, Junior should try as much as possible not to leave the sect. As long as you endure till the life and death trials, no harm will befall you after that. Mu Xianyun was slightly apologetic as she spoke. Endure after the life and death trials and nothing will befall me? What does this mean? Lu Ming felt his heart beat. According to my information, Gao Chong just recently became a late spirit apostle. Equipped with his earth spiritual pulse, if he wants to become one of the 10 large core disciples, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. If he is to participate in the life and death trials and survives, when he returns he will receive enough benefits and resources to directly enter the peak stage of a spirit apostle and prepare to become a spirit master. Even if he wants to find trouble, the sect leader definitely will not agree to such a thing. Moreover, becoming a spirit master is extremely difficult and one may not even finish becoming one within a few years. When the time comes, you and Mingzhu will have already become husband and wife. What can he do to Junior then? Mu Xianyun laughed. What if he actually ends up becoming a spirit master? Lu Ming glared at the young woman and asked a question. Junior probably doesn't know that sect leaders' faction's cultivation method is extremely particular. Once one becomes a spirit master, he or she will not easily fall in love. Moreover, when this time comes, sect leader will not keep him on a leash, and I don't know how many young girl cultivators will throw themselves into his arms. Why would he still want Mingzhu? If you truly are worried after you marry Mingzhu, you can apply to become deacon outside the sect. This way in the long run there naturally will not be a problem. Mu Xianyun seemed to have already planned everything as she narrated systematically. After hearing her speak, Lu Ming remained silent. A while later he suddenly said something that caused Mu Xianyun to be dumbstruck. Senior Mu, I do not wish to speak further of the matter regarding Lady Mingzhu. Right now, I want to ask about the large competition and the life and death trials. Senior has spent so long in the sect that you must know about matters pertaining to these events. After the time it takes to have a meal, the young woman wore a smile as she left. Within the room only Lu Ming remained. He was seated upon a wooden chair pondering silently. He truthfully wasn't fretting over the Gao Chong and Mu Mingzhu situation. Instead, he was contemplating the large competition and the life and death trials. Chapter 80 Shi Jian Lu Yun. Chapter 80 Shi Jian Lu Yun. Since Lu Ming was already a late spirit apostle with a totem and the bone scorpion, as long as a spirit master did not personally come and look for trouble, there were naturally no big fears. As for his marriage with Mu Mingzhu, Lu Ming decided to take it step by step. As for really marrying the girl, he could not care less. After all, 3 years of time may be very short to others, but for him, it was enough to change many things. However, for him, after hearing Mu Mingzhu talk about the great rewards and received by the previous core disciples from the large competition and the life and death trials, he could not help but feel extremely tempted. Ignoring the other benefits, just by becoming one of the top 10 a core disciple, a minimum of 1 or 2,000 spirit stones could be received depending on ranking with an upper limit of 4 to 5,000. Just this was enough to make Lu Ming feel extremely tempted. Even more needless to say, if disciples survived the life and death trials and came back alive, the barbarian ghost sect would also give every disciple a set of pure fiendish qi, which was a crucial component in ascending to the stage of spirit master. Also, many of the forbidden grounds in the sect would be open for the disciples that had returned. Many of these grounds had energies that were a dozen or more times denser than the outside world and would be open for a number for days depending on the contributions a disciple was able to make during the trials. However, these were only the rewards from the barbarian ghost sect itself. If a disciple could receive a high ranking in the life and death trials overall, there was also a great reward from all of the sects which would naturally be several times greater than the reward of the barbarian ghost sect alone. To Lu Ming, who urgently needed large amounts of resources, he naturally could not allow such astonishing rewards to easily slip by. But after calculating the time, there was only half a year before the large competition, and the life and death trials would only be held a year after the large competition. Although Lu Ming's confidence in his strength was not weak, he was not entirely sure whether he could really become one of the top 10 disciples, a core disciple, when the time came. After all spirit apostles in the sect below the age of 30 could participate in the large competition. This included young disciples who had astonishing strength and talent, as well as the older disciples who were stuck in the realm of Spirit Apostle. The ones unable to advance and had already cultivated their Fa to an extremely high level. As for his current situation, it was rather impossible to greatly increase his Fa again in a short amount of time. What he lacked was the experience and strategies gained from battling people. Although he had fought with numerous people on Savage Island in the past, those battles were battles between mortal people, and the experience that could transfer over to battles between cultivators was very little. In addition, he had not fought other Spirit Apostles too many times. Although there were specially provided arenas in the sect for disciples to use to battle, who would reveal his real techniques and spells there. Also, if someone really fought seriously in the arenas and seriously injured another disciple, he would be severely punished. Therefore, the arena was really not very useful to the stronger Spirit Apostles. Therefore, Lu Ming only thought about it once, before giving up on the decision to go to the arenas to gain combat experience. After thinking quickly a few more times, he suddenly remembered something. With a smirk, he said to himself, "Oh, that's right, although that place is a little dangerous, it is a good place to gain combat experience. Also, if I did go there, even if there were people seeking trouble, it would not be easy for them. However, before this, I will need to go to the Scripture Pavilion to go and find a suitable defensive secret technique." Although the Spirit Spell Pavilion of Nine Infants Mountain had a few defensive techniques available to all disciples, these techniques either had a certain condition in order to practice it or were not very effective, so Lu Ming did not pay attention to any one of them. As for the amount of contribution points Lu Ming possessed, he had already spent a large half on the Fa increasing pills a while ago, so he probably could only exchange for one defensive technique with his remaining amount of a few hundred contribution points. However, when he thought of the martial Uncle Yuan who forcefully gave him the Dark Bone method, he felt slightly uneasy. The reason why he did not return to the Scripture Pavilion a second time before was because he had a feeling that martial Uncle Yuan might do something with him again. However, as this technique was something that would affect the large competition in the life and death trials, he could only force himself to go there again. At the same time, he could also ask about and possibly receive an answer for the mysteries of the Dark Bone method he did not yet understand. Lu Ming thought carefully again, and after feeling that it was not inappropriate in any way, he immediately left his dwelling. After leaving Nine Infants Mountain, he used the soaring sky technique and flew toward the main peak. However, a little while after he left Nine Infants Mountain, two gray clouds rose up from the foot of the mountain and quickly caught up with Lu Ming in a short amount of time. "Is it Junior Bai that is in front? Could you stop for a while? We would like to chat a bit with you." Lu Ming had already realized that there were people behind him long ago. He originally did not want to pay attention to them, but after hearing the two people speak to him, he hesitated a little before stopping his gray cloud and turning around to look at them. Two clouds came rushing up to Lu Ming's gray cloud with a 30-year-old male and female standing on them. The male was of a dark tan with thick, large arms. In addition, he wore a tightly bound piece of clothing with a purple spear on his back. The female had high cheekbones, an average appearance with a white leather whip on her waist. "You two are..." Lu Ming immediately recognized that the two were not disciples of Nine Infants Mountain. He spoke with a squint. "So it really is Junior Bai. Great, I am Shi Jian and this is my partner Lu Yun, we are the disciples of the Blood Control faction." After looking at Lu Ming with a few glances, the dark-faced man spoke with a smile. "So it is Senior Shi and Senior Lu, is there anything you two need with me?" After hearing that the two were from the Blood Control faction, Lu Ming immediately understood a few things. Therefore, he asked his question without revealing any strange expressions. "Junior, this is not a place to speak. Is it possible for us to go down?" The dark-faced man and his wife made eye contact and spoke. "No problem." Lu Ming agreed without even thinking and immediately descended downward. This slightly startled the couple, who also quickly followed behind. A while later, the three of them arrived in a small forest below. "What do the two of you require? You can state them now," Lu Ming asked plainly. "Junior Bai, we have heard of your nickname of Mission Madman. If it was not absolutely necessary, we would not come and look for you." The dark-faced man talked slowly while the smile on his face had already disappeared. "Oh, looking at Senior's attitude, you are looking for trouble. You were either sent by Gao Chong or sent by Mu Mingzhu." Lu Ming's brow moved, but he still talked with a calm tone. "Junior is indeed a smart man, it seems that we do not need to speak a lot. This matter is something that doesn't require Junior Gao's attention. We just want to ask, are you willing to cancel your engagement with Mu Mingzhu?" If you agree, we will immediately turn around and leave. Lu Yun opened her mouth with no expression, and spoke with a slightly hoarse voice. If I do not agree, are you two going to fight me here? As soon as there is the slightest FA fluctuation, the enforcement deacons will immediately come. Lu Ming replied with a light smile. The sect strictly forbids fights between disciples. How could we do such a stupid thing? However, if Junior Lu ever leaves for sect chores or leaves the sect in the future, perhaps some problems may appear. Shi Jian grinned and spoke, revealing a set of snow-white teeth, but in his words, threats could be heard. Problems? Recently, I have coincidentally decided not to leave the sect for a while. If Senior Shi is really patient, you can go and wait around the surrounding areas of the sect for me. Lu Ming replied with a yawn. This reply made the couple's expression slight change. Junior Bai, even though that Mu Mingzhu is as pretty as a flower, are you really willing to offend Junior Gao for a girl that is not even a spirit apostle? Do not forget, with the qualifications of Junior Gao, advancing to the stage of Spirit Master is a matter that is almost certainly going to happen. Lu Yun spoke with a gloomy expression. Then let us wait for Gao Chong to really advance to Spirit Master before the two of you come and find me. As for now, do not speculate. I am very busy and really don't have time to waste speaking with the two of you. Lu Ming replied with a laugh. Afterward, he did not pay any more attention to the two. With a one-handed sign, he began to soar in the sky, and flew toward the main peak of the barbarian ghost sect. What do we do? Who thought this brat would be so difficult at such a young age? After seeing this reply, the lady turned toward the dark-faced man and asked. Her eyebrows were pinched and she seemed extremely angry. This Junior Bai is not old, but to be able to create a reputation in such a short time, he naturally has areas that are outstanding. To scare him away with just a few threats is impossible. However, that is not important. According to what I have heard, it has been a very long time since he last accepted a sect chore. I do not believe he can really stay inside the sect and not go out. When I return, I will discuss with Senior Wu and split the people into groups, which will alternate to keep watch outside the sect. I don't believe we won't get a chance to teach him a lesson. For such a young disciple, what he has said is very pretty, but when he actually feels our power, he will understand what the words, "The weak get eaten by the strong," and what is not worth offending others over. The dark-faced man replied with a cold laugh. Okay, then that is what we will do. By the way, Mu Xianyun seems to have gotten involved with this. How about we teach her a lesson? Lu Yun nodded with satisfaction, and then spoke as if she had just thought of something. Mu Xianyun is Mu Mingzhu's aunt. It is best to not mess with her right now. You have not seen the people who were originally against her, such as Ouyang Xian. In the past year, they have not been looking for trouble with her. That could be mainly due to her relationship with Junior Gao and them unwilling to make trouble in fear of disturbing the hornet's nest. Shi Jian spoke while shaking his head. That is true. However, looking at Mu Mingzhu, she is a person of pity. Even we can see why the sect leader is letting her interact with Junior Gao, but she is still in the dark, believing that she is able to fly together with Junior Gao in the future. Perhaps once Junior becomes a spirit master, she will just become a human cauldron. Lu Yun spoke with a sigh. What are you saying? We can talk about this matter between us, but once it spreads to the ears of the sect leader, we are both dead. After hearing this, the expression of the dark-faced man immediately changed dramatically. At the same time, he looked around in a flurry. Chapter 81, 10,000 Bone Cave. Chapter 81, 10,000 Bone Cave. Be relieved. How on earth will there be people here? I was just simply saying things anyways. Lu Yun knew that she had spoke of something forbidden, and after her face paled, she quickly justified herself. Yun Er, you must understand, the reason why we took the initiative to come and help Junior Gao is because when he becomes a spirit master, he can help us. The other matters are not things we should care about. After all, this matter to do with the human cauldron, I don't believe Mu Xianyun has not warned her niece about it, but Mu Mingzhu does not believe it herself. You can't blame anyone else. Her life will just be that hard. Anyway, don't mention this matter again in the future. Let's first head back and discuss the stance Junior Bai just revealed with Senior Wu. The dark-faced man spoke slowly. Lu Yun just nodded a few times. Then the two people rose into the air and rushed toward mountain peak of the blood control faction. At the same time, Lu Ming had once again come to the gate of the scriptures pavilion. After he stood outside with a complicated expression for a while, he walked in with big steps. Once he entered the main entrance, he found that the first room he saw was still the small room from before. However, propped on a chair was an old man with a velvet coat. The old man was looking down at the thick book in his hands. Only when he heard someone enter did he raise his head and ask, "Are you trying to exchange for a cultivation method or secret techniques and spells?" This old man's with the velvet robe had a very domineering face which gave people a very serious and dignified feeling. Wasn't it Martial Uncle Ruan who guarded the scripture pavilion? Martial Uncle is... After seeing this, Lu Ming was slightly startled. He quickly followed up with a bow and asked, "I am Liao Feng from the Poisonous Spirit faction. You should call me Martial Uncle Liao." Fatty Ruan relieved his position as the guardian of the scripture pavilion, and has already returned to focus on his own cultivation. "Anyway, what is the reason as to why you came here?" The velvet-robed elder spoke with a good nature. "So it is Martial Uncle Liao. I would like to go into the scripture pavilion to choose a defensive technique." Lu Ming spoke while bowing. After hearing Martial Uncle Ruan was no longer present, Lu Ming relaxed a little, but at the same time, he also had a small shred of disappointment. 9 Infants Mountain. So you belong to the faction under Martial Brother Gui. You seem very young, so do not bite off more than you can chew. Most defensive techniques require you to have cultivated to a specific level before you can use them. I'll see what level you have cultivated to. As soon as the velvet-robed elder stopped speaking, his arm disappeared in a flash and he gave Lu Ming's shoulder a light pat. Instantly, a hot flow entered his shoulder. Lu Ming was surprised as the Fa Li inside his body, under this hot, sharp stimulation, immediately rushed toward his shoulder at full power. "Oh, late spirit apostle?" Liao Feng slowly withdrew his hand, with a slightly surprised expression on his face. "Martial Uncle Liao, this is..." Lu Ming had a slightly mixed expression. "Do not worry, I was only measuring your level of cultivation. Since it is late spirit apostle, you naturally have the right to learn defensive techniques. You are called by Tsong Tian. Looks like Senior Gui has received a good disciple under him. Come with me." Liao Feng smiled and spoke a word of praise. He then shook his sleeve and a white cloud of mist rolled out from his sleeve. Instantly, the two people disappeared with a flash of white light. In the next moment, the velvet-robed elder and Lu Ming were inside a large hall with walls of light. "Go, that side is the area where all the cultivation methods and techniques are. Just put your hand on the stone table, you will know the details of the technique as well as the contribution point cost. If you want it, put your nameplate on the seal and you will be able to withdraw it." Liao Feng pointed in a particular direction a few times with one hand, and a wall of light turned into small balls of light, before completely disappearing. Lu Ming gave a reply before walking across. He put his hand on the closest rock table, which had an azure bamboo cylinder inside a golden case made out of light. Hong! A gush of energy rushed out of the stone table, and circled around Lu Ming's brain before immediately transforming into rows and rows of white text. Gold Sharpening Technique, a metal-type support technique, which strengthens metal-type attacks. It also transforms one's body into an object of incomparable toughness, allowing it to become strong enough to break gold and jade. 400 contribution points. Lu Ming shook his head and left the stone table, rushing to the next table. Water Mist Technique, a water-type concealing technique. It can release mist over a large area, hiding one's body within the mist. 300 contribution points. Fire Snake Technique, a fire-type controllable attacking technique. It has a medium attacking range with great destruction power. 1000 contribution points. Lightning Net Technique, a lightning-type attacking technique. It has an extremely large attacking range as well as a high destruction power. Can only be practiced by someone with a lightning spiritual pulse. 1400 contribution points. Lu Ming viewed each stone table one by one. He seemed calm, but inside he could not stop sighing. The amount of contribution points needed to exchange for a technique was beyond his expectations. With his remaining 300 or so contribution points, perhaps Lu Ming could only exchange for a technique of the lowest level available here. Not long after, Lu Ming went through almost half of the stone tables with techniques. However, his eyebrows were tightly knit, as he had still not found a satisfying technique. Suddenly, when Lu Ming placed his hand on a dark green stone table, his expression changed slightly. Then he could no longer move away from the spot. Blood Vine Technique, a wood-type defensive technique. Nurturing the seed of a vine-type plant within the body and feeding it with essence blood. Once meeting an opponent, it is possible to immediately activate the seed to cover one's entire body with vines. Defensive capabilities depend on the type of vine as well as the length of time being nurtured. However, it must be remembered that this technique consumes a large amount of essence blood, and when activated, it will cause immense pain. Also, if the seed is nurtured within the body for too long, the body may slowly become wooden, at which point, there is an extreme level of danger. 300 contribution points. Lu Ming looked through the newly formed white text in his mind several times before withdrawing the nameplate stored on him. Without hesitation, he threw it toward the case made out of light above the stone table. Although this technique seemed extremely flawed, it was probably the only defensive technique that could be traded for with Lu Ming's small amount of contribution points. Therefore he had no room to choose. With a PU sound, the nameplate gave out a flash and 300 contribution points within it immediately disappeared. At the same time, the case made out of light also broke. A thin green-colored book landed in Lu Ming's hand. After Lu Ming received the book and turned around without hesitation. Bloodvine technique? Are you really going to practice that? This technique was not created by our founder but rather obtained when one of our predecessors killed a demonic practitioner, and found this on his body. This technique was once practiced by many people, but due to the fact that it causes a lot of pain when activated, as well as the fact there is a chance of turning into a tree and how easily it is able to be defeated by fire-type techniques, they all slowly gave up on the technique. If it weren't for the special way to practice the technique and the fact that there are not a lot of wood-type techniques in the sect, it would already have been moved out of the scripture pavilion. Therefore, it only needs this little amount of contribution points to exchange. For you, who is young, to have cultivated to this level, you obviously have good talent. There is no need to choose this type of technique. After seeing the green book in Lu Ming's hand, Liao Feng was somewhat startled and spoke. Many thanks to the pointers from Martial Uncle, but I do not have a lot of contribution points and can only choose this technique. Lu Ming replied with respect. Since you have chosen and I have also warned you, then swear in the name of the heavens. Liao Feng sighed and spoke. The swear is so that Lu Ming doesn't share the technique with other people. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Lu Ming and the velvet-robed elder entered the white light, and once again appeared in the small room from the start. Lu Ming bowed at the elder before turning around and leaving the scripture pavilion. Liao Feng waited for Lu Ming to leave through the door, before focusing his thoughts and speaking to himself. Such a young child, he should be a disciple from the last opening spirit ceremony. However, if I remember correctly, the 9 spiritual pulse disciple that 9 infants faction received was not called by Tian. Perhaps he is a 6th spiritual pulse disciple, but that is a little weird. To be able to cultivate to late spirit apostle so quickly, even a normal 9 spiritual pulse disciple could not do that easily. The velvet-robed elder had an expression full of doubt, but after shaking his head, he returned to the seat and continued reading the book in his hand. At the same time, after Lu Ming checked the remaining contribution points which were almost gone, he sighed and put his nameplate away. He then directly went to the duty hall. A while later, Lu Ming stood in front of the crystal plate which had the missions listed and stared at the mission highest on the crystal plate. This mission was written with light gold text, and Lu Ming had a face of contemplation as he stared without focus. Only after a good while did Lu Ming turn around and approach the stone desk where missions could be accepted. Afterward he passed his nameplate across. I want to participate in the mission that occurs once every 3 months, the suppression of the 10,000 bone cave. The 10,000 bone cave is extremely dangerous, you will be responsible for your own life. Junior Bai, are you sure you want to participate in that mission? The middle-aged deacon at the stone desk seemed to know Lu Ming, the mission madman. After hearing what Lu Ming said, his original smiling expression immediately froze. No worries, I'm sure I want to accept this mission. Lu Ming replied without thinking any further. Since it is like this, I will put Junior's name under the mission. 3 days later, there will be a martial uncle leading a squad, martial brother must join on time, otherwise there will be a great penalty in contribution points. The middle-aged deacon spoke while nodding his head. He accepted the nameplate, and with a short golden stick, he tapped it a few times before returning it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming said a word of thanks to the middle-aged deacon, before leaving the 2-story hall. Senior Huang, what mission did Junior Bai just accept? You seem a little hesitant. A 30-or-so-year-old average-looking male quickly rushed toward the stone desk and casually asked. Nothing, Junior Bai is only going to participate in the suppression of the 10,000 bone cave mission, which leaves in 3 days. The middle-aged deacon obviously recognized the person asking him questions, so he replied carelessly. What 10,000 bone cave? After hearing this, the questioning male gasped in surprise. Yeah, that's why I said a few words of persuasion just then. Too bad Junior Bai insisted on going, so I could only help him register. If I remember correctly, the amount of sect disciples that have fallen in 10,000 Bone Cave in the past year or so has already reached 10. As for those who returned with heavy injury, who knows how many there are. This Junior Bai is young, and yet his amount of courage is different from normal. The middle-aged deacon spoke with a click of his tongue. As for the male who was asking questions before, he was stumped for words. What, accepted the mission of the suppression of 10,000 Bone Cave? This brat is really brave enough to do such things. In a building at the foot of the Blood Control Mountain, several old disciples of the Blood Control faction were gathered together, and in the gathering, a dark-faced man just finished speaking. Chapter 82 Sima Tian. Chapter 82 Sima Tian. He was the Shi Jian who had sought out Lu Ming earlier. His cultivation companion called Lu Yun was also here. For the other two people, one was a man dressed into a tight-fitting clothes and the other was a youth wearing 7 or 8 blood-colored rings around his arms. This trip to 10,000 Bone Cave will definitely be led by a martial uncle. Even though we know that this brat is within the group, we absolutely cannot do anything. This brat really is cruel to himself. In order to avoid us, he unexpectedly goes to 10,000 Bone Cave. He really isn't afraid of not returning. Senior Wu, you are experienced and knowledgeable, do you have a plan? The eyebrows of the youth with the arm rings raised as he turned his head and directed a question toward the man in tight clothes. Since he's going to 10,000 Bone Cave, at the very least, he will not be returning to the sect for 3 or 4 months. Thus, if we still want to cause trouble, we can only send a group of people to participate in the suppression of 10,000 Bone Cave mission in order to have a chance. The stalwart man slowly said. Don't joke around, Senior Wu. Despite the fact that we can earn contribution points every time we kill a bone ghost in 10,000 Bone Cave, it is too hazardous. Aside from those madmen who seek a cultivation path of slaughter and indulge in this pleasure, all of the others participating in this mission were forced by their martial uncles and teachers to attend this mission. When the youth heard the man's words, his face changed as he replied. If this really is the case, then we can only leave the matter for the time being. I also do not wish to go to 10,000 Bone Cave. It's a good thing that Junior Gao is still training, so he doesn't know about the brat and Mu Mingzhu's marriage. When the brat returns, it won't be too late to help Junior Gao get rid of this inconvenience. The Senior Wu spread out his hands as he spoke. These words, when heard by the youth with arm rings, caused him to remain silent and furrow his eyebrows. In order for us to teach this brat a lesson, going to 10,000 Bone Cave really isn't a good idea. However, if we were to get those already participating in this suppression mission to do the deed for us, then it won't be too much of a problem. Shi Jian opened his mouth and spoke. Senior Shi's idea is to. When the youth heard this, his expression changed. I am acquainted to disciple Sima of Baleful Een faction, and it seems that he is one of those participating in the 10,000 Bone Cave suppression mission this time. If he is willing to, dealing with a mere new disciple should naturally be an extremely easy task. However, junior brother Sima is a core disciple who is among the top 20 on the Lunar Monument. If we want him to undertake this task, the price will not be small. Shi Jian slowly said. Don't worry, he doesn't actually have to kill that brat. He only has to teach him a few lessons and get him to agree to annul the marriage. Whatever amount of spirit stones Senior Sima wants as his price, I can provide for it all. How about that? Does Senior Wu have any opinions? When the youth with arm rings heard Shi Jian's words, he lightly laughed. Since Junior Xian is willing to do so, I naturally don't have any issues. Senior Wu's gaze flashed a couple times before he nodded his head. Okay, Senior Shi, in the next few days you should find time to contact Senior Sima. The youth did not hesitate to reply. Shi Jian naturally agreed. Thus, the few discussed the particular details for a while before they all left for their respective dwellings. 3 days later, nearby an enormous decorated building outside the Barbarian Ghost Sect, a few Barbarian Ghost Sect disciples started to appear one after another. Most of them were about 30 or 40 years old, and there were no 20-year-old disciples. The expressions of these disciples were gloomy, as all of them seemed to have something heavy on their minds. However, a few people were still talking and laughing and displaying completely different expressions from others. After a while, over 30 male and female disciples had gathered under the decorated building when a graceful figure, seemingly slow, but actually quick, walked toward them from the distance. It unexpectedly was a pretty female with a face like a blossoming flower. She looked about 27 or 28 years old, and was wearing a purple robe with a cold expression visible on her face. Ah, it surprisingly is Dancing Ghost Faction's Martial Ant Lin. Greetings, Martial Ant Lin. My respects, Martial Ant Lin. When these barbarian ghost sect disciples clearly saw the purple-robed female's facial features, most of them sucked in a cold breath of air and proceeded to successively pay their respects with a tinge of fear. This woman astonishingly was Dancing Ghost Faction's current leader. Apparently, she was also one of barbarian ghost sect's few middle spirit masters. Stand up. The time has just about come. Has everyone arrived? The woman with the surname of Lin spread her hands and let all the disciples stand up. Her gaze swept from left to right and her eyebrows creased as she asked her question. Martial Ant Lin, we are still missing 2 people. A 30-something-year-old seemingly responsible disciple hastily walked forward and replied. Then we will wait. If they have yet to arrive in 15 minutes, we will just remove their names from the list. Spirit Master Lin said without the slightest hesitation. This male disciple naturally responded in a respectful manner. Thus, everyone continued to wait in this area. However, because of Spirit Master Lin, nobody dared to say anything nor did they casually move about. Everyone rigidly stood still with their hands behind their back. Ultimately, after a short while, 2 gray clouds appeared from the direction of the sect. They proceeded to fly toward the decorated building. When everyone else saw this, they couldn't help but stare. The 2 gray clouds seemingly simultaneously descended under the decorated building before dispersing. From each cloud walked out a figure. One person was a 26 or 27-year-old gloomy male. He was wearing a black robe and a white human skull was embroidered on each sleeve. The other person seemed to be a 16 or 17-year-old youth who was wearing a green inner disciple apparel. His figure was quite large. My respects, Martial Ant Lin. When the gloomy male made out Spirit Master Lin's facial features, he seemed to be startled and hastily went forward and paid his respects. As for the 16 or 17-year-old youth, he proceeded to silently greet her. Martial Nephew Sima, why is it you? The large competition is about to start, yet you aren't properly cultivating in the sect. What are you going to 10,000 Bone Cave for? Spirit Master Lin seemed to recognize the male with a gloomy expression. Her gaze flashed as she asked a question. Martial Ant Lin, you should also know that although my cultivation path isn't completely on the path of slaughter, if I wish to increase my strength, fighting is the quickest way to do so. The gloomy male calmly replied. I heard last time that you charged into 10,000 Caves 4th level by yourself. This time, are you still thinking of entering this level? If this is the case, you may not have the same luck as last time and manage to escape unscathed. Don't tell me that Senior Chu didn't tell you about this sort of stuff? The woman named Lin insipidly asked. The reason for me coming here this time is because it is a must for entering the top 10 core disciples. I request for Martial Ant to not hinder me. The gloomy male held his head high and replied without thought. Fine, since neither you or Senior Chu is willing to listen, why should I meddle in someone else's affair? As for you, you seem a bit familiar. What faction are you from and what is your name? Lin's eyebrows slightly creased before looking at the other youth and produced a slight expression of suspicion. Bai Tsong Tian from the 9 Infant faction pays his respects to Martial Ant Lin. The youth bowed his body as he spoke. It was Lu Ming. Bai Tsong Tian 9 Infant? So you are that youngster. The woman with the surname of Lin had a flash of understanding when she heard this. During the last spirit opening ceremony, she had nearly accepted this 3 spiritual pulse disciple into her faction. Martial Ant Lin unexpectedly recognizes this new disciple. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. Of course I recognize you. However, being a mere new disciple and entering the 10,000 Bone Cave, you must have a lot of courage. Nonetheless, since it is your own choice, I will identically not obstruct you. Okay, everyone has arrived, let us depart. Spirit Master Lin faintly smiled as she spoke. He hand flipped over and suddenly, a pure white jade gourd appeared. Immediately, she threw the gourd into the air, performed a single-handed technique and muttered an incantation. In an instant, the gourd rode the wind and surged into the sky. It proceeded to spin and a dense white mist spat out of the opening. In a short while, it had turned into a 300 to 400 meter white mist python. This python made live animal-like movements and instantly, an astonishing aura spread out. The barbarian ghost sect disciples standing in the vicinity only saw a vast expanse of whiteness appear in front of their eyes and they couldn't help but continuously step back. Most of them couldn't refrain from emitting an expression of shock. Spirit Master Lin's figure moved and emerged on top of the misty python's head. She proceeded to instruct, "What are you waiting for? Get on." The barbarian ghost sect disciples came to sudden realizations and successively rose into the air and boarded the misty python. In the next instant, a gale engulfed the mist python's body and it carried the 30-something people into the air. It proceeded to fly in a certain direction. You are by Tsong Tian. When Lu Ming arrived on the mist python, he had casually found a seat when a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. This person was the gloomy male who had arrived with him and unexpectedly appeared in front of Lu Ming. That's right, it is me. What business do you have? Lu Ming raised his head and met the opposing party's gaze. Faintly, he felt a trace of ineffable animosity radiating from the opposition and immediately spoke in a non-courteous manner. My name is Sima Tian, remember it well? The gloomy male identically sized up Lu Ming before replying without any expression. What does that mean? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed as he shot a question back. When we arrive at 10,000 Bone Cave, we may often see each other. Sima Tian coldly said before aloofly walking away and finding a separate spot to sit down. When Lu Ming heard this arbitrary sort of talk, his eyebrows creased. However, his expression remained normal and he closed his eyes as he began to rest. It seemed as if he had never even heard the gloomy male talk. Half a month later, on top of a few dozen hills encircling a basin, a white mist python's shrill cry that could be heard for miles sounded. In an instant, the python arrived in the middle of the basin above a stone stronghold before slowly descending from the air. Under Spirit Master Lin's commands, Lu Ming and a bunch of barbarian ghost sect disciples successively disembarked from the mist python and inquisitively examined the surrounding area. They found that the stone stronghold was abnormally simple and was comprised of an encompassing tall cyan stone wall and a few buildings within. Moreover, most of the buildings were exceptionally basic stone huts. Furthermore, with one glance they were able to tell that there were very few people in the stronghold. Only in the distance were a few taller buildings and there seemed to be people talking there. Listen carefully, although the barbarian ghost sect is the master of this 10,000 Bone Cave, there are occasionally other disciples from other sects who come here to train. Thus, if you meet another sect's disciple, do not feel baffled. One other thing, those who have never come to 10,000 Bone Cave before should read the rules written over there. Do not violate them. Now you are on your own. Spirit Master Lin's outstretched finger pointed to a stone monument in the center of the stronghold that was full of silver-colored words. After speaking a few sentences, she proceeded to independently walk toward a building that was slightly taller than the others. Chapter 83, Miasma Beads and Spirit Bones. Chapter 83, Miasma Beads and Spirit Bones. After hearing what the Spirit Master said, a large half of the disciples immediately spread out, some following Spirit Master Lin to the large structures while others lifted into the air, leaving the stone stronghold, headed toward an unknown place. Only 7 or 8 people, including Lu Ming, were newcomers. After looking at each other, they walked toward the stone plate in the middle of the stronghold. After the time it take to drink a cup of tea, Lu Ming had read all the words on the stone plate, and walked a little around the stone stronghold. He discovered that apart from a small-scale transportation formation that could be used in special situations, there was also a store that sold miscellaneous goods and a weapons store. The store that sold goods specialized in supplying pills of fastening, spirit liquids and some simple supplies. The weapons store could fix some broken practitioner weapons and also sold some simple practitioner weapons. As for the other small stone huts, they were freely provided for the disciples who joined the suppression mission to rest in. Before coming here, Lu Ming had already prepared all the supplies, and therefore only spent several dozens of spirit stones to purchase a map of the 10,000 Bone Cave from the miscellaneous goods store. This was before he flew out of the stone stronghold like the other people. In the air, he rolled open the map. After a close look, he squinted his eyes and got a far look around the basin. He only saw that the sides of the basin had hills and some uneven black stone pillars. Farther in the basin, there was an azure-colored stone platform with some ancient-looking inscriptions carved into them. Lu Ming looked at those stone pillars and the stone platform, and then looked at his map before his expression changed. He formed a hand sign with one hand, and the gray cloud which he was riding immediately started ascending. 3,000 feet, 4,000 feet, 6,000 feet, 10,000 feet. After ascending to 10,000 or more feet, Lu Ming focused his attention and looked down carefully, resulting in a gasp. He only saw that the whole basin was in fact a huge formation of tens of thousands of acres, and the ordinary-looking stone stronghold was in fact in the center of the formation. Seeing this, the 10,000 Bone Cave was just as scary as it was rumored to be, otherwise there would not be several sects working together to place such a scary ceiling formation. According to the information he had researched, the 10,000 Bone Cave was formed 5 or 6,000 years ago, after an outburst of miasma. It was said that there were countless bones and skeletons of humans and beasts buried there 10 of thousands of years ago, and after being corrupted by the miasma, they all became alive one after another into skeleton-type ghosts. However, these skeletons had been inactive for a long time, so their innate intelligence was not high. Therefore they could all be called bone ghosts. As the length of time spent in the miasma varied from one bone ghost to another, it also caused variation in their strength. There were soldier-level bone ghosts that could fight with practitioners, as well as general-level bone ghosts that could fight with spirit masters. Also, some people said that on the lowest level of the 10,000 Bone Cave, there was a bone ghost king, which had the power of a true ghost king, and could fight with crystal-level elders. Of course, not many people believed this rumor. After all, if there really was such a bone ghost king, then the crystal-level elders of the sects would have already set out and hunted it. There was no way they would let such a thing stay at the lowest level of the 10,000 Bone Cave. Also, due to some unknown reason, these bone ghosts could not be overwhelmed or tamed by the spirit communication technique. Only after being killed would they sometimes randomly drop spirit bones or a type of crystal bead condensed from miasma, which was somewhat valuable. However, to prevent a great amount of ghosts working together to break the seal placed by the sects could only send groups of disciples in to kill large amounts of bone ghosts. However, as the miasma in this cave was almost unlimited, combined with an unknown amount of skeletons and bones, even though countless bone ghosts were killed each year, many more new bone ghosts were also be born. Therefore, the sects had to send disciples to regularly guard this area to the point where they were willing to offer large amounts of rewards to attract disciples to go there of their own accord. However, several hundred years ago the Barbarian Ghost sect made a deal with the other sects, where the Barbarian Ghost sect would be the sole guardian of this cave. Of course, if the other sects sent a few disciples to this cave, they would not be impeded nor stopped. Although the 10,000 Bone Cave had existed for such a long time and never caused any large problems, the danger level inside it was legitimate. It was said that the whole 10,000 Bone Cave had 9 levels, but as of now, people had only gone to the first 5 levels. The first 3 levels of the 10,000 Bone Cave normally had soldier-level bone ghosts, and the 4th and 5th levels had warrior-level bone ghosts, with general-level bone ghosts appearing once in a while. It was said that the world below the first 5 levels was the world of general-level bone ghosts and that even spirit masters would not dare enter. As for disciples that were spirit apostles, they normally only did extermination in the first 3 levels. The ones courageous enough to enter the 4th and 5th level were either extremely talented and brave, or had a spirit master leading their squad. After looking around high up in the sky for a while and quickly going through the information in his brain, Lu Ming urged his gray cloud to descend and arrived on a hill next to the basin after a short while. In the rock face that was 100 or so feet away, there was a cave several tens of feet high, with its entrance covered by a barrier made out of white light. This was one of the entrances into the 10,000 Bone Cave. Several similar entrances were littered all over the basin, which was said to amount to almost 100 entrances. As for the white light at the entrance, it was a powerful seal that specially restrained ghosts but had no effect on the disciples from each sect that wanted to enter. Lu Ming did not hesitate and walked toward the cave. After a white flash, his body was enveloped within, nowhere to be seen. After entering the light barrier, there was a tunnel over 100 feet in length. The rock walls on both sides were quite smooth but not completely flat, clearly showing that it was not created by people. In addition, the stone walls gave off a faint white light, making the tunnel abnormally bright. What made Lu Ming feel curious was, when he closely examining a rock face and lifted his hand, he was able to pull off a piece of faintly glowing crystal. The rock looked like spirit stones, but it was abnormally cloudy and there were no traces of yuan qi that could be felt. Lu Ming shook his head and casually threw away the rock in his hand, before patting the leather pouch by his waist. A black light appeared, and the white bone scorpion appeared nearby bundled inside a cloud of green gas. Go! Lu Ming pointed ahead and gave a deep shout. Instantly, the white bone scorpion leaped up and disappeared the dark shadows that was up ahead. Then Lu Ming felt the bronze bracelet on his wrist and slowly walked forward too. After walking a short distance, a 100 or so feet long and wide cavern appeared, with 3 different tunnels, all seemingly to reach further into the ground. Lu Ming chose one without hesitation and entered it in a flash. 2 hours later, Lu Ming did not know how many caverns he had passed, and how many tunnels he had entered, but he vaguely felt that he was very deep underground. Even the light-emitting crystals on the sides of the tunnels began to lessen, and the surrounding environment became slightly hazy, leaving people with a strange feeling of their heart beating faster for no reason. Lu Ming turned around a corner, and when he passed by an intersection, something from jumped out of the nearby mud and rushed toward him. Peng! Lu Ming swayed his body and dodged the opponent. He then moved his arm, suddenly using a fist covered with yellow light to hit the black shadow. The black shadow immediately flew backward, painfully hitting the side of the tunnel, which produced the sound of something breaking apart. Only then did Lu Ming focus his attention and get a look at his attacker. It was a beast-type bone ghost and was less than half a foot long. Half its body had already crumbled from Lu Ming's attack, but the remaining half, under the urging of the flashing black bead that was embedded on its head, actually stood up with difficulty. South. A black long stinger shot past Lu Ming, immediately piercing the small skull. After a blur and a pull, the rest of the bone ghost also crumbled away. Only then did Lu Ming grab at the thin air. The small skull of the bone ghost immediately flew toward Lu Ming, who caught it. Using some power in his 5 fingers, the skull of the bone ghost instantly turned into dust under the huge power. The black bead that was originally embedded in the skull came rolling out, landing in Lu Ming's hands. Within his hand, Lu Ming carefully examined the bead that was no larger than a bean. When he decided that it could be exchanged for 1 or 2 contribution points, the white bone scorpion which was underground nearby suddenly came burrowing out. It then stared at the miasma bead in Lu Ming's hand and gave out a low humming sound. "You want this?" When Lu Ming saw the situation, he was slightly surprised, and after a little bit of thought, he casually tossed the bead to the ghost. The white bone scorpion jumped up and swallowed the black-colored bead midair, before lazily lying still on the ground. After staring at his scorpion for a while, Lu Ming did not discover any abnormal symptoms and could only shake his head and continue on. 3 days later. With the explosion of a fireball and a loud hong sound, the fragments of the skull of a human-shaped bone ghost flew in all directions. At the same time, a black bead the size of a broad bean came rolling over with the pure white headless body of the bone ghost. The body swayed a few times before collapsing onto the floor, forming a pile of spare bones. With a "so" sound, a green shadow flashed past and the black bead that was on the floor disappeared. Lu Ming looked at the white bone scorpion raise its head and emit out a ji-bang sound, causing Lu Ming to helplessly roll his eyes. Scorpion raised head to chew/eat the bead. This was the miasma bead of a legitimate soldier-level bone ghost, which could be exchanged for 3 or 4 contribution points. For it to be eaten by the white bone scorpion, it gave Lu Ming a wave of pain in his heart. This was also the first soldier-level human-shaped bone ghost Lu Ming had met in these few days. It was not one of those bone rabbits or bone rats, or any of those weak, small-sized bone ghosts he had met before. However, ever since Lu Ming discovered that once the bone scorpion had swallowed 7 or 8 of these miasma beads and the green gas that enveloped it was slightly thicker than before, he was no longer opposed to the actions of the white bone scorpion, who was stealing the miasma beads. As the white bone scorpion finished consuming the black bead, it turned around, and suddenly used its huge claws to dig out a small, abnormally sparkling and translucent bone, which was several inches long. Lu Ming's expression changed and immediately grabbed the small bone that was in front of him. After a close examination, he smiled and said to himself, "So this is a spirit bone, too bad it seems to only be 10 years old. However, I can exchange it for 100 or so spirit stones." Chapter 84, Bone Ghost. Chapter 84, Bone Ghost. Lu Ming smiled a little and put the spirit bone away before continuing to travel along the tunnel. 7 days later, in an abnormally large underground cavern in the 10,000 Bone Cave, Lu Ming became a shadow flashing everywhere, avoiding the chase of several bone ghosts formed from pythons, while silently chanting words. He raised both hands and 7 or 8 azure-colored wind blades shot out consecutively, chopping the python bone ghosts into countless pieces in a flash. Where the bodies of the bone ghosts were broken, a grayish-white gas would float out, pulling the separated body parts together. After rolling on the ground, the ghost would be fully recovered, exactly like before. However, during this time several black lines would shoot forward, piercing through the head of 2 python bone ghosts. After a small tremble of the black line, the skulls of the bone ghosts would immediately break apart into dust. At the same time, Lu Ming's body became a blur, and approached the last python bone ghost's body at an impossible angle. He moved his hand to hold the python at the point of 7 inches on its body and a yellow tiger head flashed from his wrist. A sound wave came blasting through, also breaking apart the skull. 7 inches equals where to grab snakes. 3 dark beads immediately came rolling out. Half a month later, in a tunnel on the second level of the 10,000 bone cave, Lu Ming faced a large, gorilla-like bone ghost with a serious expression. This bone ghost was different from the bone ghosts from before. Not only did it have strong, thick joints, its 2 eyes of green flames were also jumping about. It seemed as if it had a shred of intelligence. Not far away, the white bone scorpion covered in green gas scuttled forward, with its black stinger upright. It was as if it was preparing to fight a strong foe soon. This bone ghost was surprisingly a warrior-level bone ghost. Since it was like this, Lu Ming could not afford to not face it seriously. The gorilla-like bone ghost gave a deep roar, and suddenly pounded the ground furiously with its 2 long arms. A cloud of yellowish gas immediately came rolling out from its feet. In that instant, the ground began to shake, which caused Lu Ming, who was not ready, to helplessly stagger. The gorilla bone ghost seized that moment to suddenly leap forward, rushing at Lu Ming as if it was a huge boulder. Even though the gorilla had not hit the target yet, a huge gust of wind began to blow. There was a frightening power in its attack. However, Lu Ming in this scenario did not dodge. He shook his sleeve and an azure light flashed out. Pooh! The body of the gorilla bone ghost broke into 2 halves from around the middle, flashing past Lu Ming, and heavily landing on the floor, unable to move. The white bone scorpion gave out a woo-woo cry, before immediately rushing up with its huge claw, snipping at the 2 halves of the gorilla bone ghost crazily for a while. In no time, the bone ghost was broken into a pile of bones. South. A thumb-sized black bead, covered in a cloud of dark gas, came rolling out of the pile of bones, but after the flash of a black line, a black shiny stinger hit the dark gas in a lightning-fast strike. The bead immediately came flying out of the black gas. The white bone scorpion leaped up and snapped at the bead in a blur before suddenly sucking up the dispersing black gas into its body. It also gave out a weird cry of delight. The black gas seemingly had great benefits to the scorpion. Since you have already received benefits, leave that warrior-level miasma bead for me. After all, when I return, I can't not exchange for any contribution point, right? Lu Ming put away the azure-colored sword that was pulled out from his sleeve just then, and spoke while smiling. Lu Ming, at this moment, had a slightly paler complexion, obviously due to the fact that the chop from before had consumed a lot of Fa Li. However, he seemed extremely satisfied. When he used the short sword totem just before, although he only used the first restriction, the power was beyond his expectations, with the warrior-level bone ghost unable to withstand 1 chop. The white bone scorpion turned its head and looked at its huge claws, seeming as if it was unwilling to part with the bead. But after a while, it still scuttled to Lu Ming, placing the dark bead in front of where Lu Ming was standing. Lu Ming nodded and bent over to pat the back of the white bone scorpion, before picking the black bead up with one hand and used his eyes to closely study it. Not only was the miasma bead larger than any previous one seen, it was also blacker and shinier, giving people a strange feeling of as if their consciousness was going to be sucked into it. Lu Ming was slightly surprised, but he still put the bead away, and continued on with the white bone scorpion. A month later, at the cave entrance which Lu Ming originally went into, 2 gray clouds suddenly landed at the same time, and 2 people appeared. One of the individuals shrewd looks and 2 fidgeting eyes. The other person wore black robes and had a gloomy expression. This was the Sima Tian from the Balefulline faction. That brat really entered from here? You can be sure? Sima Tian studied the entrance and spoke plainly. Senior Sima, be assured, for the things that you have told me to do, how can I afford to be careless? Although I followed from far away and did not get close, this area has only a few entrances. I then checked every entrance and only this entrance had the traces of someone just entering. There is definitely no error. The shrewd male replied with a small laugh. Okay, here is the reward as said. If I don't find the person I am looking for, you will pay back twice the amount. Sima Tian raised his hand and threw across a middle spirit stone and spoke coldly. Senior Sima, don't joke around. If you can't find him, it isn't necessarily. Wait. The shrewd male caught the spirit stone, but after hearing what Sima Tian said, he immediately became somewhat panicked. However, Sima Tian at this time had already entered the cave with a flash. That guy is still the same as before, believing that he is infallible. Whatever, with his pursuing abilities, he should find the person he is looking for easily. These 100 spirit stones can be considered as free. The shrewd male shook his head before beaming with happiness again. He turned around and flew away. Lu Ming naturally did not know that there were actually people pursuing him. He currently was standing at the entrance to another tunnel which had gray gas rolling out of it, and his two eyes were squinted together, studying something. Close by the entrance on a flat wall, these were a few large blood-red words that read, Level 3 Entrance. Any further will be the third level of the 10,000 Bone Cave. I heard that the amount of warrior-level bone ghosts in there cannot compare to the previous two levels. However, this also means that entering this level will provide rewards that cannot be compared to the previous levels. Lu Ming muttered a sentence and walked into the tunnel in front with the white bone scorpion beside him. 2 months later, in a huge cavern with all types of sharp stalagmites, Lu Ming and the white bone scorpion were currently in an intense fight with a huge human-shaped skeleton that was a dozen or more feet tall. This skeleton was very different to the human-shaped bone ghosts Lu Ming had seen before. It actually wore some iron armor that was covered in rust and had a badly damaged axe in one hand while gray gas rolled out of its body. Its speed in battle was fast like lightning, but after using the axe in its hand, it would move abnormally slow. However, what was even weirder was that when Lu Ming or the white bone scorpion saw the axe swinging, they would instead avoid it by a large distance as if they were fighting a very strong enemy. They seemed to be unwilling to get any closer and attacked the slow-moving bone ghost. One time, the white bone scorpion dodged a little slow and the axe was clearly a dozen or so feet away, but there was instead a loud smashing sound. The scorpion was hit back by several tens of feet, as if it had been hit by a heavy blow, with a small crack appearing on its back at the same time. However, at this time, Lu Ming gave a deep growl, bringing his two hands together before separating again. Unexpectedly, a large wind blade around 5 feet wide appeared, and with a shake of his arm, it became a streak of azure light and shot forward. Pooh! This time, it was the armored skeleton that flew backward and hit the thick stalagmite behind it. The metal armor and a large half of its body were actually cut open, with the large wind blade embedded in it like a large board being stuck to the wound. The skeleton gave a low growl and swung the axe in his hand, immediately breaking the large wind black with one blow. Gray gas came flowing out of the injured area and healed the wound at a fast, observable speed. However, just at that time, there was instead a chi-chi sound from nearby, and a dozen or so black lines came flashing by, immediately piercing various places on the skeleton. Immediately after, a vibration went in the air and a black stinger fell from the sky. After a blur, it was firmly pierced into the top of the skull of the skeleton. A black liquid then immediately came pouring out. At the top of the cavern, green air came rolling out, and the white bone scorpion came crawling out of the rocks. The green flames in the two eyes of the huge skeleton flashed, and it moved its arm, grabbing the tail of the scorpion, which was above its head. With an ordinary tug, as if it was pulling a carrot from the ground, it pulled the tail out of the hole that the tail had made. Right after, it started to make a powerful shake, to smash and stun the scorpion on the ground. However, just at this time, a thick, black chain shot forward from far away, and with a flash, it bound the skeleton together tightly. At the same time, Lu Ming, who was far away, began chanting and brought his two hands together in front of his chest. A scarlet-red fireball appeared mid-air, and grew larger under the sound of the chanting, turning into a ball of multiple inches in the blink of an eye. The smell of something burning wafted through the air. When the human-shaped skeleton, which was far away, saw this, it somehow knew something was not right. With a powerful hiss, it suddenly made a struggle with strength, and the black chain on its body began to break open inch by inch with cracking sounds as it lost the power to keep binding the bone ghost. At this time, Lu Ming's chant suddenly stopped, and the huge fireball shot forward with a rumbling sound, and after a blur, it became a ball of red light, completely engulfing the human-shaped skeleton within. A sky-shaking bang. A black and red fire mushroom cloud rushed toward the sky. The whole cavern shook a few times and a hot wave of air rolled away, breaking all the nearby different-sized stalagmites. It also knocked an innumerable amount of broken rocks in all directions which hit the rock walls. Under spirit communication with Lu Ming, the white bone scorpion had already burrowed underground in a flash beforehand. When Lu Ming saw this, his expression did not change at all, and instead stared at the black fire cloud without even blinking. The fire cloud rolled a few times, before slowly disappearing with the human-shaped skeleton that was originally standing there completely gone, only leaving behind a small piece of metal armor and that piece of broken axe blade. Lu Ming gave a long sigh and did not immediately walk across. Instead, he turned around and spoke plainly to the cavern entrance that was behind him. "Senior Sima has already watched for so long, shouldn't you also come out so I can see you?" Chapter 85, Condensing the Aura into Cultivation Qi. Chapter 85. Condensing the Aura into Cultivation Qi. When did you discover me? A figure walked out from the entrance of a cave. The black silhouette appeared in a flash. It was the black-robed gloomy male that Lu Ming had met before. Only this time, after looking at the area where the enormous fireball had previously exploded and then looking back at Lu Ming, his face was full of fear. Although Senior Sima was well hidden, unfortunately there was a period of time when you didn't control your aura properly and let it slightly discombobulate. Otherwise, how would I have discovered you? Lu Ming turned around and looked at the black-robed male while insipidly speaking. Simultaneously, the white bone scorpion drilled out of the ground once again. Its green flame eyes pulsated as it stared at the unexpected guest. So that's how. Nonetheless, no matter who it is, I'm afraid that anyone who sees Junior Bai's strength will be startled. I'm not even going to mention the warrior-level ghost. Your current strength is already of a late spirit apostle. Moreover, I'm afraid that your wind blade and fireball techniques have already condensed a technique seal. Sima Tian slowly replied. Technique seal? This was the second time Lu Ming had heard of this. Back then he had learned of this name from the Wasp Bandit and had proceeded to search for it in a few books. However, he wasn't able to find any related accounts. Yes, when various techniques are cultivated to perfection, a technique seal will be condensed in one's mind and become a godly power. When its full power is released, the formidability of it will be a world of difference from its previous power. The person who provided me with information unexpectedly said you were a 3 spiritual pulse disciple who only had a mere middle spirit apostle cultivation. Their dog eyes really are blind. According to my knowledge, if one wanted to condense a technique seal for the wind blade and fireball techniques, he or she would have to renounce cultivating other techniques and spend at least 3 to 4 years cultivating either technique. Yet, Junior Bai surprisingly is able to wield both at perfection. It seems that Junior's gift for cultivating techniques surpasses a normal person's imagination. Sima Tian coldly said. There is someone who wanted you to come here to cause me trouble? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows, but there was no sign of surprise on his face. That's right. Originally, I thought it would be an easy affair, but after seeing Junior Bai's true strength, the measly amount of spirit stones offered is but a joke considering I have to face such a strong enemy. In other words, I don't have complete confidence in defeating you, so I won't be performing any actions that may invite a rebuff. However, if you and I are to meet again in the large competition, I will definitely use my entire strength and will not go easy. After speaking, Sima Tian's figure headed toward the cave's exit and surprisingly retreated. Witnessing this scene, Lu Ming rubbed his chin but didn't chase. Although the opposing party had the same late spirit apostle cultivation as the Wasp Bandit which he had killed earlier, his body contained an extremely dangerous aura that made Lu Ming pay extra attention to. Whatever, since the opposing party knew to retreat, he could be considered a smart person. Although Lu Ming was interested in testing the true strength of core disciples, suffering injuries in this area would render him unable to continue fighting here. Furthermore, if he were to bump into others who harbored malicious intentions, it would be a large problem. After thinking like this, Lu Ming also extinguished any ideas of fighting with the opposing party. At this time, the nearby white-boned scorpion began to wildly crawl around. It had somehow used his claws to excitedly bring the miasma bead and a half-foot bone that was covered in faint gray gas to Lu Ming's side. This spirit bone is... Lu Ming's gaze swept over the spirit bone picked up by the white-boned scorpion. Instantly, his expression turned to shock as he picked it up with a hand and began to meticulously examine it. Sure enough, it is a 100-year spirit bone. Furthermore, its quality seems to be quite high. Very good, the miasma bead will be a reward for you. After examining it, Lu Ming was overjoyed and proceeded to place the spirit bone into a wood box before carefully putting it away. Adjacently, when the white-boned scorpion eagerly waiting heard Lu Ming's words, it bluntly swallowed the miasma bead and then let out a pleased whimpering sound. Just now, the human-formed skeleton bone ghost was extremely strong and was the strongest warrior-level bone ghost Lu Ming had encountered in this area thus far. Its miasma bead would definitely provide a large amount of nourishment for the white-boned scorpion. If Lu Ming were to bring the bead outside and exchange it for contribution points, earning a few hundred contribution points was not impossible. Lu Ming shook his head and picked up the remaining iron piece and the half-axe blade. After examining them, he threw both into an animal skin bundle. These 2 items were able to withstand the enormous fireball, so they clearly were not common items. They probably could be sold for a few spirit stones. Just as Lu Ming grabbed his bundle and was about to continue forward, He suddenly thought of something and turned around before nearing the same cave that Sima Tian came in. Pooh! A light yellow glyph stuck onto a nearby stone wall and in a flash, sunk into the stone and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Lu Ming felt reassured and actually left. Although the price of this response glyph was immense, as long as someone else entered through this entrance, the other matching glyph in Lu Ming's hand would immediately warn him. In this way he no longer had to worry about Sima Tian coming back or continuing to follow him. Like this, time continued to pass. Lu Ming continued to stay in 10,000 Bone Cave for 3 months. He underwent a remarkable growth in respects to the coordination of his techniques and actual combat experience. Furthermore, he became much more accomplished at utilizing the short sword totem. In this period of time, the number of warrior-level bone ghosts he had killed were in the hundreds. As for soldier-level bone ghosts, the sheer amount couldn't be counted. He had further come across a few extremely strong ghosts that were even more powerful than the human-like ghost he had faced earlier. Among these powerful ghosts was a humanoid bone ghost with 2 heads that had already advanced to a stage only 1 step below a general-level bone ghost. Lu Ming took the white bone scorpion as he fled across the 3rd layer of the 10,000 Bone Cave, before having no option but to use a number of attack-type glyphs and the 3rd restriction of the short sword totem to ultimately kill the bone ghost. However, this battle caused his vitality to suffer, and it was only after resting for 5 to 6 days that he was able to continue training. Nonetheless, this battle caused him to feel a similar feeling to when he was on Savage Island and fighting strong enemies. Subsequently, when he faced other bone ghosts, he began to integrate his battle methods on Savage Island into his current battle style. Not long after, his entire strength and fighting style began to completely change. On a certain day 3 months later, Lu Ming was wearing tattered clothing while gripping an enormous animal skin bundle as he walked out of the cave entrance. The aura on his body was shocking and his gaze contained traces of coldness. Behind him was the white bone scorpion whose body was covered by the rolling green air. Its body unexpectedly was twice as large as before. Lu Ming lifted his head and looked at the blazing sun he had not seen in many days. After closing his eyes and feeling the traces of warmth on his body, he once again opened his eyes. This time, the coldness in his gaze was completely gone and the aura surrounding his body had disappeared. Subsequently, the gray cloud beneath him rose into the air and soared to the stone fortress in the middle of the basin. A few days later, a group of dragon-headed gray wooden boats rose into the air. At the bow, a gray-haired old man was expediting the ships and bringing the group of Barbarian Ghost Sect disciples back to the main gate of Barbarian Ghost Sect. At the stern of the boat, Lu Ming was standing in a bolt-upright position and looking at the fleeting white clouds pass by outside of the barrier of light. His expression was abnormally calm. In another location on the wooden ship, Sima Tian was watching Lu Ming's figure from a distance with a face full of thought. Simultaneously, in front of the door to a private room in Barbarian Ghost Sect's blood control faction, the sect leader was standing with both his hands behind his back. His bright gaze was fixated on the blood-red entrance and his expression was somewhat apprehensive with a tinge of expectation. Behind him were another 2 20-year-olds. Their facial features were extremely similar and these youths had their hands locked together behind their back. Their gazes at the entrance of the private cell revealed extreme complication with a bit of jealousy and envy. Hong! The entrance suddenly broke apart from the inside. Subsequently, a blood mist coiled out from within the room. After congealing, it abruptly transformed into a youth with a face covered in red light. From a familiar person's point of view, it astonishingly was the loose practitioner, Gao Chong, who had entered the Barbarian Ghost Sect with Lu Ming and Mu Mingzhu. However, the simple and honest appearance of his had already completely vanished, and currently in its place, was an arrogant and radiant expression that covered his face. This disciple greets master. When Gao Chong saw the Barbarian Ghost Sect leader, he immediately paid his respects. Cui Er, did your cultivation succeed? The Barbarian Ghost Sect elder was somewhat nervous as he hastily asked a question. Master, I have followed what you have taught me and have already succeeded in turning a trace of blood aura into the bloody cultivation chi. Gao Chong respectfully said. One of his fingers pointed toward an empty space in front of him and immediately, a sliver of blood chi coagulated from his fingertip. It resembled a red rope as it instantly coiled a few times around his fingers with an incomparably nimble appearance. Seeing this, the Barbarian Ghost Sect leader was overjoyed, but his tone of voice was prudent as he said, I still have to check if you have actually succeeded in condensing the aura into cultivation chi. When his voice faded, the barbarian ghost sect leader lifted his palm and swatted at the air in front of Gao Chong lightly. Before his palm had managed to hit anything, a bloody mist rolled out from his 5 fingers while a faint scent of blood leaked out from within the bloody mist. Gao Chong's pupils contracted and his finger that had the blood chi on it abruptly drew a circle with a diameter of a foot midair. Pooh! The sliver of blood chi instantly shot forward and immediately filled the circle, turning it into a faint blood-colored shield. In the next moment, the barbarian ghost sect leader's palms smacked into the blood-colored shield. Hong! A heaven-shaking sound rang out. The blood-colored shield crumbled under the rolling blood chi and Gao Chong instantly retreated a few steps. Simultaneously, a burst of violent red light flashed on his face before he managed to stabilize his body. Good, it really is bloody cultivation chi. Chong Er, you've done very well. You have grasped the cultivation chi that only spirit masters are able to have. Despite only having this small sliver, it should be enough to stand invincible among spirit apostles. In our sect, aside from baleful factions Yang Qian, there is no need to worry about anyone else. The barbarian ghost sect leader gleefully laughed. Chapter 86, The Heroes. Chapter 86, The Heroes. Yang Qian. When Gao Chong heard this name, his expression changed slightly. However, Chong Er, even though you have strength, you still lack a lot of real battle experience. Therefore, starting tomorrow, these 2 seniors will help you with practice during the day and night. This way, when the day of the large competition arrives, you should gain a lot of battle experience. The barbarian sect leader used his hand to point to the 2 cool-looking youths behind him, and spoke while smiling. Then in the future, Gao Chong will request for the help of the 2 seniors. Gao Chong cupped his fist with a hat at the 2 youths and spoke with a polite manner. You flatter us. As long as I can help Junior Gao, we brothers are honored. After seeing this, the 2 youths did not dare reply slowly, so they replied hurriedly and politely. Anyways, Chong Er, the time you spent training was very long. You must be tired. You should first return and rest for today. The barbarian ghost sect leader spoke a few words with deep concern, before leaving with the 2 youths. After Gao Chong respectfully saw off the barbarian ghost sect leader, he sat down and crossed his legs where he had been standing before. He closed his eyes, beginning to harmonize his chi. After an unknown length of time, he again opened his eyes, and there was another youth next to him, who had several hoops around both of his arms. So it is Senior XN to be so hasty. What matter of importance has occurred outside recently? After seeing the face of the youth clearly, Gao Chong's eyes flashed and asked. Junior Gao, a matter indeed has occurred recently. I do not know whether I should tell you or not. The youth with hoops on his arms hesitated a little before speaking like this. Is it related to Mu Mingzhu? Gao Chong's eyes flashed again and he asked plainly. How does Junior know? The youth with hoops on his arms could not help but be amazed. I was originally a loose practitioner with no family or clan burdening me. The only matters that are related to me and can cause you people to be so hesitant and unsure how to handle are naturally matters involving Mu Mingzhu. Say, what is the matter? Gao Chong spoke with a small laugh. Several months ago, news was heard from outside that the Mu family has betrothed Junior Mu Zhu to another person, and they are already engaged. The youth with hoops on his arms paused for a while, before slowly speaking word by word. For the Mu clan to betroth Ming Zhu to another person without saying anything to me, they have guts. Do they really believe that just because their clans have several spirit apostle they can ignore me? Who is the person Ming Zhu is betrothed to? I also want to see what person is brave enough to steal a woman I fancy. After hearing this, Gao Chong's expression became a little sinister, and he spoke eerily. It is a disciple called Bai Tsong Tian from the Bai clan. I heard that he was in the same group of new disciples that entered with Junior Bai. He is currently under the 9 Infants faction. The youth with the hoops on his arms replied hurriedly. Bai Tsong Tian, new disciple. I think, yes, it is very coincidental. There was indeed a person. He was at the same place as Ming Zhu and me when we were picked up and sent to the sect by the envoy. However, if I remember correctly, he was only a mere 3 spiritual pulse disciple. Since this matter has already happened for the lengthy time of half a year, don't tell me that Senior Wu and you people were unable to even get a mere 3 spiritual pulse new disciple to obediently reject the engagement. After hearing the name, Gao Chong gave a little thought and suddenly said, Junior, that Bai Chong Tian is not like a normal disciple. He seems to have already become a middle spirit apostle a year ago, and once won against a well-known genius disciple from 9 Enlightenment Mountain in a battle. Also, he once completed several dozens of sect chores in one breath in the time of a few months, without failing a single one. Also, under the sect rules we could not really use any harsh methods against him inside the sect, so only not long ago did we find Sima Tian of the Balefulline faction to handle him. The youth with hoops on his arms explained. Sima Tian, I have heard of this person. He seems to be one of the top 20 core disciples on the Lunar Monument. To handle a mere new disciple at the level of Middle Spirit Apostle disciple is an extremely easy thing for him to do. Has he already handled it? After hearing this, Gao Chang's expression changed a little. No, we only received the news several days ago, that Sima Tian actually sent back the advancement of spirit stones that we had paid. He also said that if they really wanted him to do the job, they would need to increase the payment by 10 times the amount. He also did not guarantee that he would succeed. The youth with hoops on his arms gave a bitter laugh, and replied with a freakish expression. Did Sima Tian really say this? After hearing that, Gao Chang's expression slightly changed. The person who brought the news is a good friend of mine, so there naturally isn't any false news. The youth with hoops on his arms replied with certainty. Interesting, it seems that this junior Bai is really something, actually causing a core disciple like Sima Tian to be extremely scared of fighting him, otherwise he would not say things like this. Okay, you people do not need to look any further into matters regarding Bai Tsong Tian for now. When it is time for the large competition, it is very easy to tell whether he is a cat or a tiger. When it is that time, I will cause him to reject Ming Zhu's engagement in front of everyone. Gao Chong suddenly gave a cold laugh as he gave his reply. Since this person is not weak, if he does not make Junior an enemy, he will not let go so easily. The youth with hoops on his arms became slightly hesitant. If he really decides to make me his enemy, then there is no need for him to be alive any longer. If I remember correctly, you must sign a document which ignores any injuries or deaths in the large competition. If someone accidentally loses control and kills their opponent, there should be no problems during the large competition. Although there might be some punishments on the surface, but as a disciple of the sect leader and an Earth Spiritual Pulse disciple, it can't be that severe. After hearing this, Gao Chong replied with no expression. After hearing this, the youth with hoops on his arms gave a little gasp, but could only reply with sentences of agreement. However, looking at Gao Chong's expression, there was a hint of abnormality. Compared to the Gao Chong that first joined the sect, whether personality or behavior, there was a difference like the earth to the sky. Ever since he came out of the cruel training that he was sent to do by the sect leader after over a year's worth of time, although he was a late spirit apostle, his personality had become completely different. It was as if he was a different person. Only during the times when he was with Mu Mingzhu would he maintain his original words and actions. Although the youth with hoops on his arms knew this was probably related to the method Gao Chong inherited from the sect leader, but the difference in personality for before and after was so huge, that sometimes he would have a feeling of horror. In the next while, the two continued to converse a little, before the youth with hoops on his arms was dismissed by Gao Chong. Gao Chong himself walked to a nearby small tree and thought deeply and silently. He was not in a hurry to leave. After an unknown amount of time, an elegant silhouette suddenly appeared on a small path that was not far away and waved at Gao Chong from far away. Fantastic, Senior Gao, you have really come out of training. With this, the owner of the elegant silhouette ran quickly, and arrived in front of Gao Chong after a short while, revealing a face that was tender and beautiful like a flower while beaming with happiness. Mingzhu, why have you come? Didn't I say that when I come out of training I will find you myself? When Gao Chong saw the young lady, he felt warm inside his chest and instinctively blurted out. Cici, I only learned the news from Senior Wu that you would come out of training today, but did not dare come too early, otherwise I might meet the sect leader again who might punish me. Come, after such a long time, you must accompany me properly. Mu Mingzhu spoke with her pink lips and grabbed onto Gao Chong's hand, pulling him in a direction, ignoring the consequences. After a forced smile, Gao Chong did not struggle and followed the young lady. Under the young lady's chirping words, they slowly walked away. On the baleful Een mountain, in a ravine that was covered with black clouds all year round, a long roar which was like a dragon's cry was let out, and afterward, the black clouds opened up. From within, a huge skeleton of 100 or more feet walked out. It had a cow head and a human body, 4 arms and 3 legs, and seemed extremely fierce. Above the white cow skull, a gray-robed person with his robes floating about stood there and played around with a big fist-sized bone ball in his hand. He had a gray ghost face mask on with his 2 dark green eyes constantly moving. Greetings to Senior Yang. Congratulations for seniors completely mastering the godly technique. Surprisingly, 100 or more baleful Yin disciples had already gathered around the entrance to the ravine, and after seeing the gray-robed male appear, they all bowed in exultation to show respect. Juniors, please rise. The first place in the large competition this time will definitely be our baleful Yin factions. As soon as he stopped speaking, the giant skeleton under him suddenly stomped the ground with one foot, causing the entire ravine to shake and the nearby ground to give out a cracking sound. In the middle of the ravine there formed a long narrow crack. The black clouds around the skeleton gave out a whooshing sound, and a dark wind rushed toward the sky, causing the sky and the ground to both change colors. After seeing this, the other baleful Yin disciples were astonished and naturally became even wilder with joy. They all bowed again and could not stop praising. 9 Spiritual Lightning Pulse, Earth Spiritual Pulse, I will have a good look at them. The gray-robed male looked at the sky and mumbled to himself. Outside the barbarian ghost sect, inside a mysterious waterfall that stretched to the sky, a half-naked, bald male with a bronze tan sat calmly. Despite the powerful force contained in the water, he did not move at all. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly gave out a loud roar and formed a layer of black gas that protected him, before suddenly punching toward the sky. Hong! A streak of black gas left his hand, and immediately transformed into a black chain that rushed into the sky. It suddenly coiled many times and was pulled tight, causing the waterfall to split into multiple water flows. Afterward the black chain returned, wrapping around the male's body, making it look like a black robe from a long distance away. Haha, I have finally discovered the secret of the dark bone method. Combined with this soul-shackling chain refined from a Miasma king, the ranking of the top core disciple is not necessarily something I cannot fight over for. The bald male raised both his hands and had a look, before suddenly laughing as he spoke. The laughter was like thunder, causing the whole waterfall to slightly shake. 10 days later, a dragon-headed wooden boat flew towards the entrance of the barbarian ghost sect from far away, and arrived after a short while. It then slowly landed before the entrance. People in the boat then took to the skies one by one, flying toward the interior of the barbarian ghost sect. Lu Ming, unsurprisingly, was one of them. Is Lu Ming, fellow Lu? Close to the main gate to the sect, a cloud of white gas suddenly rolled out, and a person stopped Lu Ming and spoke with a large smile on his face. Chapter 87, Jade Shadow Needle. Chapter 87, Jade Shadow Needle. You are. Lu Ming looked at the young man, who seemed to be around 25 or 26 years old. He had thick brows, big eyes, and was tall and sturdy. He also seemed slightly familiar. I am Jin Huan. You originally met me at the Weizhou market with my master. I am now under master's directions to come deliver the item you have asked to be made. Jin Huan spoke and pulled out a medium-sized jade box from his sleeve. He then passed it over with a serious expression. I remember now, fellow Jin indeed was one of the people that was with Senior Fong. Lu Ming suddenly remembered and relaxed. He received the jade box and opened it to have a look inside. His face immediately lit up. Not bad, Senior Fong is really worthy of the name of the best blacksmith master of the Weizhou market, able to create this item in such a short time. Lu Ming put the jade box away and spoke with satisfaction. Although fellow Bai originally gave a lot of base materials, since this item is very small, Master failed 7 or 8 times in a row before finally being able to create one. According to the agreement, the rest of the materials all belong to Master, and the heavenly contract that had been originally set has been fulfilled. The young man said seriously. That is natural, creating items like this is not easy, and to be able to create it this quickly, it is all the hard work of the Master. Lu Ming cupped his fist and spoke with a smile. Alright, since I have already finished what I have to do, I will not stay any longer. Jin Huan nodded and immediately activated the white cloud that was beneath him and flew away. After controlling the shred of excitement within him, Lu Ming shot in the direction of the 9-infant mountain. After the time it takes to eat a meal, Lu Ming returned to his resting quarters and sat down cross-legged in the training room. He then took out the jade box from before and opened the lid. Inside the box was a thin green needle that gave off flashes of cold light. It was abnormally thin, like the hair of a cow. With that many hard rat hairs, only this one needle-shaped totem was created. Although I do not know how many were left as compensation for creating the totem, the cost paid to refine this time was not small. Lu Ming mumbled a few sentences and took the green, thin needle out of the box and placed it in front of him. Back then, when Lu Ming had went to the largest blacksmith shop in the Weizhou market, He immediately found the best blacksmith in the shop and gave him all of the 20 or so green hairs from Giant Rat to him for him to use as the main material to make Lu Ming a needle-shaped totem. As long as a totem was created, the remaining materials would all go to the blacksmith as the cost for his service and the other materials. When the blacksmith saw that many rat hairs of a demon at the peak liquid level, he immediately accepted the task and put forward a heavenly contract. With the heavenly contract in place along with the fact that Lu Ming was a disciple of the barbarian ghost sect, he was not scared of any scams. After this long period of time, the master actually did produce this totem and got a disciple to deliver it. Lu Ming formed a hand seal with one hand and spat a ball of essence chi of his at the green, thin needle. Essence chi is somewhat like your life force, can increase your power and do other things, except you can use it freely to a certain extent. It's like a rubber band, use it sparingly and you'll be fine, but stretch it too much and it'll break and hurt you. The thin needle immediately absorbed the essence chi and began to flash non-stop. Lu Ming's 10 fingers also started flicking, forming various hand signs consecutively. Pooh! An innumerable number of green inscriptions appeared on the needle, and after spinning, it formed 3 layers of thin inscriptions that hummed non-stop. So it is only a 3 restriction layer low-quality totem. However, for now it is enough to be used. I will call it the Jade Shadow Needle. Hopefully you can really be invisible as you weave through the battlefield. Lu Ming was not surprised at the low quality and changed his hand signal to start refining the totem. Several days later, Lu Ming finally completed the refining for the first restriction for the Jade Shadow Needle. He would hold it between his fingers and with a light flick, it would immediately disappear with a small, almost invisible breeze. The opposing wall would slightly flicker with light, before adding an extra black dot to the wall. In almost no time, the black dot transformed into a dark, fist-sized hole, with a light putrid smell spreading from it at the same time. Not only was the Jade Shadow Needle invisible when used, it actually was also extremely poisonous. On Nine Infants Mountain, in a huge hall that was in the center of the mountain, Gui Er Quan, Zhu Qi and the martial ant Zhong stood nearby. In front of them was a huge cauldron that was several tens of feet tall. They all formed a hand sign with one hand and chanted solemnly. On the floor close to the huge cauldron, there was a formation formed from silver inscriptions, which was 100 or so feet wide. It gave off a humming sound and strands of 5-colored clouds rapidly appeared, disappearing into the cauldron. This cauldron was copper green in color, with 3 legs and 2 handles. It was covered densely with cloud-shaped inscriptions that layered on top of one another. It constantly rumbled from inside and constantly wobbled a little, as if something inside was trying to break out. After an unknown amount of time, the strands of clouds formed from the silver formation became thicker, as if it was going to envelope the whole cauldron. However, the rumbling inside slowly lessened before finally stopping completely. About time. Sichuan, be careful. This time Gui Er Quan suddenly yelled out. Yes, teacher, disciple is already prepared. A youth who was already waiting in the large hall took a step forward after he replied. He had a light silver chain wrapped a dozen times around his whole body. In addition, his expression was incredibly solemn. Okay, Junior Zhu, Junior Zhong, open the cauldron together. After seeing this, Gui Er Quan gave Zhu Qi and the spirit master Zhong a low shout. As the chanting stopped, they all pointed their finger at the air above the huge cauldron. With a peng sound, the lip of the cauldron trembled a little before flying up into the air. In the next moment there was a so sound and a black shadow shot out of the cauldron. However, Gui Er Quan and the other 2 pointed their fingers again and the black shadow immediately stopped mid-air. It was actually a male head with loose, long hair, black lips and red eyes. It had nothing below the neck and had 2 fierce-looking teeth showing in its mouth. It had extremely messy hair and a green horn that was several inches long above his forehead. It also had 2 thumb-sized bright red seal words imprinted on both cheeks. After it was stopped mid-air by the techniques of the 3 spirit masters, it immediately gave out a weird cry and suddenly shook its head, making its head full of hair suddenly stand up. Just at this moment, Sichuan instead gave a low howl and whipped the chains that was on his body out with a clinking noise. One end immediately became a loop, falling toward the head. Pooh! A surprising scene appeared. The loop flashed with silver light and engulfed the head. However, instead of the expected hold on the head, the silver chain slowly became shapeless and merged with the head. However, the fierce head immediately gave out a blood-curdling screech, with black air rolling out of its body, as if it is in great pain. After seeing this, Gui Er Quan retrieved his Fa Li in exultation. The male head, which was originally stuck mid-air, felt that the air surrounding it relaxed and immediately regained its freedom. After a weird cry, all of the long hair on his head suddenly trembled, immediately growing into countless black ropes and shooting at the faraway youth. After seeing this, Shi Jian instead yanked the chain that was on his body and at the same time, opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of essence blood. Almost same thing as essence chi except stronger. Suddenly the silver chain tightened with a blur. The head immediately gave out a bone-chilling shrill again. Countless black veins on its face popped out and its long hair fell down powerlessly. Just at this moment, the cloud of essence blood from Shi Jian appeared in front of the head. After a few flashes and a pu sound, it became a blood-colored inscription that was stuck on the forehead of the head. An engraving mark had become engraved on the head. The ferocious expression of the head immediately disappeared the moment when the blood-colored inscription appeared. The head floated in midair quietly and motionlessly. Shi Jian started chanting heavily and yanked the chain on his body. After a clinking sound, the chain became straight with tension and the male head slowly flew forward before completely stopping at a place a dozen or so feet away from the youth. After seeing this, Shi Jian formed a hand seal with one hand and the chains on his body immediately shot forward like a dozen pythons. They all consecutively disappeared into the head with a flash. Only at this time did the youth finally give a long sigh and spat out clouds of essence blood consecutively while forming various hand signs and constantly pointing at the head with his finger. The male head slowly closed its two eyelids and its expression also became peaceful. Shi Jian gave a deep grunt and after hitting a hand sign forward with his raised hand, the head immediately became smaller together with the chain in a spinning motion. Finally, it transformed into a cloud of gray gas and entered the leather pouch covered in red and green inscriptions that was on Shi Jian's waist. Ah, good. Shi Jian, you have finally subdued this head. That is a real demon that our faction has been safekeeping for many years. Although the process was only possible because of this demon-subduing chain created from deep-sea cold light iron, it is actually more than enough to let you handle the sect's large competition. The burden of whether our faction can regain our past will depend on you. Cui Er walked over and spoke with a smile. Many thanks to Master and the two martial uncles for providing me with the totem. Disciple will not let us lose face this time in the large competition. I definitely will become one of the top 5 on the Lunar Monument. Shi Jian was also extremely moved and immediately knelt on the floor and spoke an oath. Since the three of us have bestowed this demon-subduing chain to you, we naturally think you as the most suitable person. Originally, Xiaofeng was also a good choice, but it is too bad that he just became a late spirit apostle and has little experience with battles involving other people. Even if he did subdue this flying head, it would be impossible for him to get a good ranking in the large competition. Zhu Qi also walked over and said slowly, I definitely will live up to the great expectations of the three masters. Shi Jian spoke again with sincerity. Alright, you get up. You have only just obtained the demon-subduing chain and the flying head. You need a lot of time to practice and become familiar with them. Until the large competition starts, you should stay at this place. Your two martial uncles will personally give pointers to you. Cui Er revealed a satisfied expression and spoke. Shi Jian naturally nodded his head and replied in an affirmative manner. Inside a certain hidden hut in the dancing ghost faction of the barbarian ghost sect, Du Hai hugged Mu Yunxian in his arms. They both had an abnormally intimate expression. Are you really going to fight for a placement as a core disciple this time? After an unknown length of time, Mu Yunxian looked up and asked with a worried expression. Yes, when we went to the Ghost Hell region we took huge risks to collect that item and spent such a large cost to create that spirit pill. Wasn't it all for today? Relax, the amount of disciples that are late spirit apostles under the age of 30 isn't high in our sect. It doesn't even seem to be 100 people. In addition, with the help of this pill, I believe I can obtain a good placement in the core disciples. If it is like this, your master has no reason to reject the idea of us being together. Du Hai replied with a firm expression. Chapter 88, Lunar Monument. Chapter 88, Lunar Monument. Although these medicinal pills have quite a large effect on Fa-Li amplification, the after effects are just as severe. Moreover, if you wish for your strength to be close to the top of the core disciples, you can't just use 1 or 2 pills. I really am worried. What if you? When Mu Yunxian heard this, she became even more worried about him. Don't worry, if it really doesn't work then I won't force myself. Furthermore, this time if I don't strive my hardest, when Ouyang Xin, that thief, becomes a late spirit apostle, our problem will only grow larger. It's much more beneficial to us if we fight now and finalize our official relation. If we can win, then we won't have to worry about any consequences. Du Hai shook his head as he spoke. Listening to her lover talk like this, Mu Yunxian could only close her mouth as the two of them silently cuddled. What, master is giving the bewitching bell to me? A delicate young girl was somewhat startled as she stared at the white-haired woman. That's right. The large competition is about to commence, and since master has forced you to completely focus on uncovering the Ghost King's riddle, I have almost completely neglected your cultivation. This totem was your master's famous totem back in the days. If you have it on your body, I believe that you won't be any worse than my rankings in those years. We must let others know that aside from our baleful Yinjiang Qian, we have other disciples who are not weaker than him. The white-haired lady lightly laughed and placed the small bell in her hands into the young girl's. Many thanks for master's confirmation. I will definitely live up to master's expectations. Jialan knelt on the ground and respectfully accepted the small black bell. In the large hall on Dancing Ghost Faction's mountain peak, Senior Qian and Cui Er were facing each other in a seated position. Their hands were intertwined with each other's and traces of gray gas continued to spiral around their two bodies. Beside them was a purple-robed female with a clear and cold expression who was watching them with rapt attention. This person was the Master Lin from before. Over 100 kilometers away from Barbarian Ghost Sect in a ravine full of vipers, a shadow completely surrounded by undulating green gas was walking toward the ravine entrance in the middle of a group of vipers. Wherever he walked, all the vipers in that area would fall back and retreat. There were a few that retreated slightly slower than the rest, and the instant they made contact with the green gas, their bodies froze up and fell dead. This green gas was astonishingly even more poisonous than the viper's venom. In Ghost Hell region, deep within a black dense forest covered in a thick layer of miasma, a male's body from his neck down was sunk into the earth. His face was covered in dirt and his facial features were not discernible. It was also unknown as to how long he had been here. After a short while, the two eyes on his head suddenly opened, displaying a bewitching set of eyes that emitted a silver light. It really is too bad my Iron Corpse body is just a tiny bit away from complete mastery. However, it should be enough. Yang Qian, just you wait. Watch closely as I take your first position on the lunar monument. The head muttered to himself. When the voice faded, the surrounding earth instantly exploded and a black shadow flew out. It proceeded to stride toward the Barbarian Ghost Sect's stronghold. Each time he took a step, the nearby earth would faintly tremble as if his body weight was incomparably heavy. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lu Ming was in his room with both his hands forming a certain hand sign as he silently cultivated. Suddenly, a ringing bell sound resonated from the Barbarian Ghost Sect's main peak. The sound was distant and quiet, but once it entered Lu Ming's ear, it couldn't help but make his blood boil and invigorate his fighting spirit. Lu Ming's eyes opened and silently counted the bell sounds. After 36 rings, he stood up and walked out of the room. Simultaneously, the bell sounds came to a sudden stop. At this time, countless gray clouds rose up into the air around the entire Barbarian Ghost Sect. Everyone was heading toward the main peak, and in the blink of an eye, over 1,000 people had amassed on this peak. Among the group were those under 30 years old who were here to participate in the large competition. Nevertheless, there were also myriad of older disciples above 30 who were here to watch the fighting. Although these older disciples were unable to participate in the large competition, and further did not have the qualifications to leave their name on the lunar monument, they naturally would not be willing to miss an event that happened only once every few years. As for the Barbarian Ghost Sect leader, Gui Er Quan and another 20-something spirit masters, had already placed themselves in front of everyone else as they quietly waited for something. After an unknown period of time in the empty space in front of Barbarian Ghost Sect's main peak, an incorporeal fluctuation suddenly appeared. Subsequently, a heavenly sound rang out and the scenery in front split open like a drawing being ripped apart. What came to view was an entirely different misty land. Please, Signorine Gio. When the Barbarian Ghost Sect leader saw the situation occur, he immediately paid his respects to the nearby surging fog. The other spirit masters behind him did the same thing. The large competition held every 4 years has arrived again, but why do I feel as if I've only slept for a short while? Could it be that you fellows are deliberately tricking me? A rumbling sound like thunder rang out from within the fog. Please quell your anger, Signorine Gio. If it really wasn't time for the large competition, why would I dare do such a thing? I request for Senior to perform the great method and once again open the lunar fantasy lands. The barbarian ghost sect leader hastily replied. His expression unexpectedly was extremely respectful. What a hassle. I understand that you wouldn't dare trick me, so wait a second. The rumbling voice was somewhat impatient. Subsequently, the surrounding earth abruptly shook and all the mist dispersed in every direction. 1,000-foot-tall earthen Yellowstone mountain that encompassed about 1,000 acres suddenly came to view. This mountain was somewhat strange, as there wasn't even a blade of grass growing on the mountain. The mountain peak was abnormally flat and wide. Moreover, there were a few dozen natural stone platforms, each a few tens of feet high, sparsely covering the entire area. In the middle of the stone platforms was a towering 300 feet tall black and white stone monument. From a distance, Lu Ming watched with rapt attention before seeing that the monument was covered in densely packed silver words. It seemed like a countless number of names had been written on it. The lunar fantasy land has been opened. All disciples may now enter. Seeing the scene unfold in front of him, the barbarian ghost sect leader immediately passed on a message in a loud voice. He then led a group of spirit masters from all factions as they flew toward the Yellowstone Mountain. When the thousands of disciples behind them saw this, they naturally followed them into the land. As soon as all the disciples had entered the mountain, the hazy white mist once again appeared and the entire stone mountain was once again surrounded by an impenetrable layer of mist. At this time, the barbarian ghost sect leader was standing on a stone platform observing his surroundings. His sleeve shook and a few centimeter-large flat jade brick flew out. After he muttered an incantation, the jade brick instantly flew toward the sky and quickly grew. In the blink of an eye it had transformed into a floating jade platform at least a few hundred feet long. The group of spirit masters successively flew onto the jade platform that overlooked the thousands of disciples below. All disciples, listen carefully, the large competition held once every 4 years is about to commence. This time, the competition rules are the same as before, wherein normal disciples can challenge the core disciples on the lunar monument. When the top 100 disciples have been decided, there will be a round robin where the 99th ranked can challenge anyone, the 98th ranked can challenge anyone that has a ranking better than 98 and so on. From there, this will decide the top 10, top 3 and ultimately the number 1 core disciple. As for the concrete challenging rules, everyone can go to the underside of the lunar monument to carefully have a look. During the large competition, you are responsible for your own life, and all those that wish to participate in the large competition must first sign a life and death writ. However, those who purposefully seriously injure the opponent or wantonly murder a fellow sect member will also face severe punishment. The lightest punishment will be 100 whippings and the heaviest will be the abrogation of your FA and then be thrown out of the sect. Right now, all disciples should first clearly look at the concrete challenging rules. When one stick of incense has finished burning, the large competition will formally commence. The barbarian ghost sect leader insipidly spoke from atop the stone platform. Although his voice wasn't very loud, it was abnormally clear in everyone's ears. After he performed a single-handed technique, a joss stick and candle with the thickness of a thumb flew out. It shook once before quietly suspending itself in mid-air. He then pointed in the direction of the candle. Instantly, a flame appeared on the tip of the candle and a sandalwood smell drifted out. At this time, a spirit master already standing under the lunar monument lightly hit the monument in a certain area. A droning sound rang out and a layer of black light on the monument began to swirl. The words on the exterior began to transform into enormous light words that floated in the air. Even disciples standing at the very edge of the mountain were suddenly able to clearly see the words written on the monument. The new disciples who were competing for their first time at the large competition all tiptoed and raised their heads intently staring at the large bright words. Lu Ming stood in an inconspicuous corner while identically staring at the words written upon the monument. At the very top of all the silver engravings, astonishingly were the 2 words, Yang Qian. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes slightly narrowed. Regarding Yang Qian, the winner of the last large competition that every internal disciple called senior, Lu Ming had naturally heard of him many times. Apparently this person's body possessed a 9 spiritual pulse and a Miasma spirit body. Furthermore, he was proficient in the baleful Yin and refining corpse faction's secret techniques. Moreover, he had previously participated in the life and death trials, and managed to return unharmed along with incredible accomplishments. Within the sect, many people believed that his chances of becoming a spirit master were extremely certain. However, even after receiving enough resources in the past few years, he chose not to break into the spirit master realm. Instead, he spent those years in cultivation training some sort of unknown secret technique, since he wanted to make his foundations even more firm before breaking into the Spirit Master realm. In this way, this Yang Qian was clearly all the more mysterious to new disciples, as there were a plethora of other factions' disciples, outside of Balefulline faction, that were extremely respectful toward him. Lu Ming quickly went through the data regarding Yang Qian down in his heart and proceeded to shift his gaze down. The names, Feng Chan, Min Shou, Qian Huinyang, successively appeared. The first 4 names on the lunar monument all managed to return alive from the life and death trials. Among the remaining 6 names from the last large competition, 2 were now above 30 years of age and had their names automatically taken off the lunar monument. 1 had broken through the Spirit Apostle realm and had become a Spirit Master, and the remaining 3 ultimately perished in the life and death trials. As for those that replaced them on the top 10, it was naturally according to the lunar monument ranking order. Lu Ming only knew a bit about the other top 10 core disciples, so once he finished looking through each person, his eyes shifted toward the explanation of the challenging rules. Chapter 89, The Beginning of the Large Competition. Chapter 89, The Beginning of the Large Competition. After he examined it fully and furthermore, remembered all of it in his heart, he moved his sight to the gathering place of the other disciples, which was on top of the rock mountain. The older disciples who were above 30 years old were all standing away from the lunar monument and gathered in groups of 2 or 3. They pointed toward people in the crowd while continuously discussing with each other in whispers. Most of the disciples who were attending the competition were having a straight face, but there were still some disciples who had the enthusiasm and the excitement of a teenager, carrying an expression which said, "I want to try." After Lu Ming scanned through the crowd once, he realized that there were faces that were no stranger to him. For example, Du Hai, Mu Yunxian, Jialan, Lei Zhen, and Shichuan were all standing shoulder to shoulder. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt that there were people around who were also looking at him. He turned his head and looked. Among the disciples, Sima Tian was looking coldly at Lu Ming. Only when Lu Ming locked gazes with Sima Tian did he move his sight away without even being flustered. When Lu Ming saw this, he thought of something. "Senior Bai, so you are here. Perhaps this time you are planning to try and participate?" A woman's greeting voice followed by the sound of footsteps came from behind Lu Ming. Shocked, Lu Ming turned his head, seeing a man and a woman walking together toward Lu Ming. They were Shueshan and Wan Shaoqing. The Shueshan now had grown in stature since last time. Wan Shaoqing was also carrying a girl's embarrassing expression on her face. Seeing the 2 people so close in relationship, it was obvious that their relationship now was different from when they first entered the sect. "So it was Junior Shui and Wan. If I have the chance, I was thinking of trying it out," replied Lu Ming with a smile. "Senior Bai already became a middle spirit apostle over a year ago. Your Fa Li must be even stronger now. There is still hope for you to leave your own name on the monument by the end. After all, the amount of late spirit apostles in our sect has not reached 100 people." Wan Shaoqing spoke while smiling. Wan Shaoqing had also become a middle spirit apostle at the last small competition, but the time between the small competition and now was too short. It was obvious that she could not participate in the battle for placements as a core disciple. "Humph, only a new disciple and you want to fight for a placement of a core disciple? You better spend another 3 or 4 years cultivating in the sect before speaking." A young man with a long light gold ruler on his waist walked over, and spoke coldly to the 3. So it is Senior Shi. Senior has already gained a placement as a core disciple from last time. This time Senior will definitely once again leave his name on the lunar monument." After hearing what was said, Shueshan originally became slightly angry, but after properly seeing the face of the young man with arched eyebrows, he could not help but force a smile while talking. This Senior Shi was one of the elder disciples of the 9 Infants Mountain that appeared in the previous 2 small competitions. He showed great strength, and among the elder disciples he was only below Shichuan, the eldest disciple of 9 infants, in terms of strength. Toward Shueshan and other new disciples, he always had an arrogant attitude as if he looking at them from above. Lu Ming knit his brows, and just as he wanted to say something, a cold voice could be heard from the other direction. Who said we, the new disciples, are completely unable to gain a place on the lunar monument. Shueshan and Wan Shaoqing looked across in surprise. It was Xiao Feng, who had been nearby for an unknown time. He had a cold expression looking at the Senior Shi. "Xiao Feng, if it weren't for Master Gui's extra attention to you, to the point of generously giving of his training area to you as well as personally give pointers, how can you have become a late spirit apostle so fast?" After seeing Xiao Feng, Senior Shi did not hide the resentment in his voice by the smallest part and spoke viciously. To him, Xiaofeng, who was a 9 spiritual pulse disciple, immediately claimed a large portion of the resources in the faction after entering the faction. Therefore Xiaofeng was naturally more hated than Lu Ming, Shuishan and the other people. No matter what method is used, do you think just any person is able to reach late spirit apostle in 3 or 4 years after entering the sect? I wonder how many years Senior Shi used before he was able to reach this level? Xiaofeng gave a cold laugh and spoke. It seemed as if he did not want to give any face to the opposition. You. After hearing this, Senior Shi became extremely angry, but did not know how he should reply to the question asked in such a short time. Juniors, why argue at this time? After a light sigh, another person from nearby entered the group. Lu Ming looked carefully and was slightly surprised. It was actually Shi Chuan, the eldest senior of 9 infants faction. What he was surprised about, naturally was not due to the fact that Shi Chuan was there, but rather, under perception of his extremely powerful mental strength, he could feel that Shi Chuan's aura was completely different from before. It was as if there was an extra indescribable cold feeling. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and his gaze landed on around Shi Chuan's waist. Surprisingly, there was a leather pouch with green and red inscriptions and it felt like the source of the cold feeling. Senior Shi. Whether it was Shuishan, Wan Shaoqing, Senior Shi or Xiaofeng, after seeing Shi Chuan appear, they all immediately cried out, afraid to neglect in greeting him. Lu Ming naturally also gave a small greeting with the others. Juniors, this large competition is extremely important to our 9 infants faction. All people that are able to place on the lunar monument, whether old or new disciples, will all be heavily rewarded by Master Cui Er and the others. If we can let the 9 infants faction escape from being ranked at the bottom, our faction will have a large increase in resources for the next 3 years, which is good news for all juniors. Therefore, Master Cui Er has already instructed that the disciples of our faction must not challenge core disciples of our faction to guarantee a rise in placements. Shi Chuan said slowly. Since Master Cui Er has instructions, I will naturally follow them. Xiaofeng's expression froze and he replied. The other people could only agree while nodding their heads. At the same time, on a rock stage far away from where Lu Ming and the others were, a person was currently looking at this matter from far away. He then said to the people beside him plainly, the Baizong Tian now is indeed not the same person as what I remember. No wonder he could create a bit of reputation, making Sima Tian be unwilling to fight him due to the risks involved. The person speaking wore white robes and had a jade belt. Behind him was a long light gold sword strapped to his back. This was Gao Chong, the Earth-rank spiritual pulse genius from the Blood Control faction. As for the beautiful-looking young female next to him, it was Mu Mingzhu. According to the rules, outer sect disciples had no opportunity to enter or view the large competition, which was an extremely large event in the barbarian ghost sect. However, with an unknown method, Gao Chong was actually able to safely bring her inside. Behind the 2 people, the youth with hoops on his arms, Senior Wu and Shi Jian couple also stood there. How do you plan on doing it? If he does not enter the large competition, there is absolutely no way to meet him. Mu Mingzhu stared at Lu Ming viciously and spoke slightly worriedly. To not enter the large competition? This is impossible. If he really does have the strength to cause Sima Tian, who is a core disciple ranked in the top 20 to not want to fight him, how could he not fight for the placement and resources that he ought to have? As long as he does fight and leaves a place on the lunar monument, I naturally will fight against him. It seemed Gao Chong already had thought about it and spoke without hesitation. Only after hearing this did Mu Mingzhu relax. She revealed a smile on her face. However, the real enemy this time is not Baizong Tian but that person. Gao Chong looked away toward another stone stage. On there, a gray-robed male that wore a silver mask was surrounded by various disciples of the baleful Yin faction. Gao Chong's expression became extremely serious as he saw this scene. That girl actually ignored what I said and is even mingling with Gao Chong at a place like this. It is as if she has no worries at all. When Mu Xianyun saw Mu Mingzhu standing side by side with Gao Chong, her expression became extremely ugly. You clearly have told her the matter about being a human cauldron, but Mu Mingzhu does not believe you, and it seems that there was even a contradictory effect. This matter is becoming abnormally hard to deal with. Du Hai knit his brows tightly and spoke. That girl cannot be counted as stupid, but how can she be deceived by that brat to such a level? Elder brother always dearly loved Mingzhu and clearly told me to look after her when she joined the sect. If something happens, how can I justify myself when I return? Mu Yunxian said with some frustration at how Mu Mingzhu never listened to her. For the current situation, it seems the place Junior Bai is in is not good. You seriously cannot think that with Gao Chong bringing Mingzhu here, he will still turn a blind eye to Junior Bai, who is engaged to her. Du Hai sighed and started smiling coldly. Are you saying that Gao Chong will personally fight Junior Bai? Mu Yunxian was startled. Why personally fight? Perhaps it is enough for him to just order other people to fight. Du Hai looked deeply at the young male with hoops on his arms who was behind Gao Chong and spoke fearfully. Then if it is so, we can only have Junior Bai to withdraw from the large competition this time to protect himself. Mu Yunxian replied after thinking. The large competition is only held once every 3 years. Do you think that it is possible for Junior Bai to quit now? Right now, we can only hope that Junior Bai is unable to leave his name on the lunar monument. This way, Gao Chong's group will have no chance to fight him. Du Hai shook his head and replied in such a way. We can only hope so. To speak of it, we bear most of the responsibilities for putting Junior Bai in such a situation. Mu Yunxian revealed a remote expression. This cannot be blamed on you. After all, you only wanted to save Mingzhu from the dangers. Du Hai naturally responded warmly and attempted to comfort Mu Yunxian. However, just at this time, the incense stick on the Jade platform that was mid-air finally finished burning. The barbarian ghost sect leader immediately took a step forward, and announced loudly. The time has come, the large competition will now start. At the same time, another spirit master immediately instructed loudly, disciples with placements on the lunar monument, according to the order of rankings, form groups of 10 on the steps of the 10 elevated stages. The ordinary disciples will challenge these core disciples to a battle, where the winner stays and the loser leaves the stage. A normal disciple has 3 chances to challenge, and once he uses up all of them, he will lose the right to challenge. As for the same core disciple, each person can only challenge them once and is not allowed to continuously challenge the same core disciple. There is a spirit master deacon conducting the battle on each stage. All disciples must not ignore their decision of loss or victory. After hearing this, the disciples on the stone mountain were naturally in an uproar. As for the 10 spirit masters, they all directly leaped down from the air, landing in the center of the 10 largest stone stages. Afterward, small flags flew out from their body, and transformed into banners that were inserted into the ground, forming neat rows of banners. These banners were black and red in color, and all of them had silver markings inscribed on their surfaces. They each had a different symbol, symbolizing the numbers from 1 to 100. Chapter 90, Duan Can Zu. Chapter 90, Duan Can Zu. As for the remaining barbarian ghost sect disciples, with a hong sound, they split into 10 groups and filled the few stone platforms. Of course, the stone platforms that were lower ranked were surrounded by larger crowds. This was a sure trend in the large competitions. When the challenges began, core disciples whose names were lower ranked were naturally challenged the most. So. From underneath a stone platform which served as the arena, a number of gray clouds rose into the air. Each core barbarian ghost sect disciple stood under his or her own banner, each with a different expression. However, their aura was extraordinary and no one dared to belittle him or her. Almost right away from underneath the arena, people began to consecutively jump up and proceed to challenge someone. There was one arena where 4 or 5 people basically jumped up instantly, almost at the same time. The spirit masters who were in charge of the arenas let each person sign the life and death writ with his or her opponent before animating the defensive formation that was already in place around the stone platforms. Layers of glossy white light appeared and enshrouded the stone platforms. Each pair of competitors immediately began to fight as they started performing techniques or summoning ghosts. In a short while, it caused the audience outside of the layer of light to cry out in alarm at the dangerous fights. Lu Ming did not stay near these low-ranking arenas and instead directly walked to the arena for the top 10 core disciples. This arena was deathly quiet, but the vicinity identically was packed with numerous people. Furthermore, myriad of people would look at the top 10 core disciples on the stage while whispering to others in a hushed voice. To Lu Ming, during this competition, he naturally had to at least take a spot within the top 10. By doing so, he could take part in the life and death trials and seek even more resources and benefits. This would significantly help him cultivate to the peak of the late spirit apostle and become a perfect spirit apostle. Because of this, in Lu Ming's eyes, his opponents were the top 10 core disciples as well as the other challengers who wanted to enter the same ranking. Lu Ming's gaze only briefly glanced at the arena surrounding before instantly discovering Gao Chong, Lei Zhen, Jialan, and a few other familiar faces. In addition, he saw a few disciples who seemed out of the ordinary. When these people saw that Lu Ming had appeared at this area, there were some that remained expressionless while others held a faint shocked expression. As for the top 10 disciples in the arena, Lu Ming instantly looked at Yang Qian, who was wearing a silver mask. This legendary senior in the barbarian ghost sect was currently sitting under his banner with his eyes closed. He seemed to be indifferent about everything that was happening outside. Under the second banner was a shriveled and thin male with a head full of messy hair. A silver glint continued to flash in his eyes. As for the next person, it was a green-robed youth with a pale-faced expression without the slightest hint of blood. His eyes were slender, giving people an extremely dangerous feeling. Under the fourth banner was a yellow-robed girl with a pretty complexion. It was Qin Huinyang or Senior Qin, whom Lu Ming had met before. The fifth person was... Lu Ming continued to examine these disciples as his mind incessantly processed the information rapidly. In comparison with the arenas that already had people fighting in them, the first arena was dead silent since there wasn't anybody who issued a challenge. However, the spirit master who was in charge of this arena, an embroidered robed bearded large man, didn't find this the least bit strange. After a short while, his sleeve suddenly shook and a small and exquisite hourglass silently rolled out. He proceeded to insipidly say, "In 15 minutes, if there is no one who comes on stage to issue a challenge, it will indicate that every disciple in this competition has renounced his or her right to challenge the core disciples in this arena. The time starts now." Inside the hourglass, the sand began to flow from the top to the bottom. This scene caused the people below the arena to become restless. Ultimately, after a brief moment, there were a person flew onto the stage. "Disciple, do you wishes to challenge the 10th ranked disciple, Senior Yi?" The person who jumped onto the stage was a handsome youngster who was clutching a pink peach blossom fan in his hand. His expression was calm as he spoke to the embroidered robed large man. "Hee, you wish to challenge me? That's good, my bones were starting to itch from restlessness." Underneath the 10th banner, a robust youth wearing a gold ring around his head stood up and after listening to the challenge replied with a sneer. "Okay, sign your names on the life and death writ." The embroidered robed large man's hand reached out and retracted the hourglass. His other hand created a multicolored light and from within, a blood-red tablet flew out and steadily floated in the air. When the two youths saw this, they immediately walked over and each squeezed out a drop of essence blood onto the tablet. Then they retreated a few steps and looked at each other from a distance. A clear bird cry arose from the tablet and a blood-colored inscription rushed out before quickly returning to the tablet. Seeing this, the embroidered robed spirit master lifted his hand and retracted the tablet. He then lightly spoke a sentence, "The competition will now begin." When the voice faded, he abruptly stamped his foot and a white inscription formation appeared in a flash. When the hazy layer of white light appeared and enshrouded the stone platform, his figure retreated and rushed to step outside of the white layer of light. Once outside, he rode on his cloud and flew to a point above the light shroud where he stopped. "Pooh." The youth clutching the fan moved his wrist and the peach blossom fan instantly transformed into a pink cyclone. Simultaneously, his other sleeve shook and a fragrant aroma permeated the entire interior of the light shroud. Bewitching scent. "It seems you are poisonous spirit faction's disciple. Haha, coming across me can be considered your bad luck." When the golden ring youth saw this, he let out a wild laugh. After reciting an incantation, a light black spirit inscription appeared on his body and he suddenly grew bigger. Soon he had morphed into a 20 feet tall giant. He proceeded to punch the air 3 times, producing a whoo sound and an incorporeal fluctuation each time from the enormous strength. When the pink tornado attempted to face the oppressive force of the enormous strength, it immediately congealed before returning back with a smothered sound. The youth holding the fan was unable to condense a defense and all he could feel was his breath tightening up as an enormous strength slammed into his body. He resolutely smacked into the light shroud wall. His expression was dispirited as he spit out a few gobs of pure blood. The golden ring youth who had morphed into a giant and promptly walked over in an aggressive manner. "That's impossible, how did you not suffer from the soul fragrance's effect? You are a body cultivator. I concede." When the youth holding the fan made clear of the situation, he was instantly frightened stiff and at once, he conceded. "Truly a piece of trash. Possessing only this mere amount of strength and you unexpectedly still dared challenge me." The giant's footsteps stopped and he snorted before stopping the secret technique. His body returned to its normal state as he turned around and walked back to his banner. The inscription formation on the stone platform flashed and the light shroud disappeared without a trace. The youth holding the fan hastily jumped off the stage in embarrassment, and in the blink of an eye, he had left the surrounding area. The embroidered robed spirit master descended from the sky and calmly announced the golden ring youth's victory. Next, he once again set up the hourglass and silently waited. Perhaps it was because of the golden ring youth's excessively effortless victory, but it wasn't until the sand in the hourglass had almost flowed to the halfway mark when someone finally gave a light cough and climbed onto the stone platform. It astonishingly was a sickly-looking 27 to 28-year-old youth. He was draped in a light green robe, and once he appeared, he immediately bowed and spoke to the embroidered robed spirit master. "Martial uncle, this junior, Duan Can Zu, would like to challenge the 6th-ranked senior Fei." The words that came out of his mouth caused everyone else's hearts to jump to their throats. Numerous people looked at the person with a shocked and abnormal expression. The Lunar Monument's 6th and 10th place had a shocking difference in their power. Duan Can Zu, has anyone heard of him before? No, this is the first time I've heard this name. It seems that he is a refining corpse faction's disciple, but he hasn't been that reputable. Below the stone platform, the audience was in the middle of a heated discussion. Sitting upright under the 6th banner was a female wearing a fiery red robe. Hearing her name, her eyebrows rose and she promptly stood up with a pair of short tridents on her back. After a moment's work, the two signed the life and death writ, and the light shroud once again appeared in a flash. "You unexpectedly dared challenge me, your courage truly is not small. This flying fire coral trident is a pair, and although it is not a totem, it is a pair of top-quality practitioner weapons. You had better be careful, your life is on the line." The red-robed young girl coldly spoke. When her voice faded, her shoulder suddenly shook and the scarlet trident transformed into a red light as it flew up like red lightning. A frosty glaze flint over Duan Can Zu's eyes as he unexpectedly lifted his hand to resist the red ray of light. Ping! The sound of something smacking a dead tree rang out, and the red light once again became a fiery trident as it flew back. As for the white cloth that was wrapped around the fist, it suddenly disintegrated into tiny pieces, revealing a tightly intertwined layer of yellow bandages that stretched from his palm to his armpit and even further beyond. Under the 2nd banner, the skinny male with long hair displayed a shocked expression when he saw the bandages on Duan Can Zu's arm. He used an inaudible voice and spoke to himself, "Heavenly Imperial corpse clothing, this junior martial brother unexpectedly is actually cultivating such a hegemonic secret technique. It also seems that his mastery is extremely profound." The opposing red-robed girl displayed a shocked expression when her flying trident was unexpectedly repelled by his fist. However, in the next moment she pointed her finger while reciting an incantation. The scarlet trident instantly began rotating in a circle while the exterior red light flashed. Pooh! It transformed into a scarlet red raging flame that frantically rushed at Duan Can Zu. Seeing this, Duan Can Zu's wrist shook and 7 to 8 long yellow ribbons shot out. Simultaneously, they began to wildly dance about and transformed into a yellow ribbon casing that protected him within. The scarlet ball of flame struck the casing, and after a loud rumbling sound, it split into countless raging flames that shot in all 4 directions. The flying trident returned once again after emitting such a powerful force. As for the yellow ribbon casing, it was unaffected and it seemed to be unafraid of the raging flames. When the red-robed girl saw this, her face turned ugly and she began murmuring under her breath once again. Her shoulders shook and the other flaming trident flew up and transformed into a streak of raging flames as it flew with a rumbling sound. In an instant, the 2 streaks of scarlet flames surrounded Duan Can Zu and continuously struck him. Scarlet light would suddenly brighten up before suddenly darkening as a burning smell condensed and dispersed. The power of the attack seemed incredibly strong. Nonetheless, the long yellow ribbon seemed impermeable to water and fire, and as it continued to hastily dance about, it unexpectedly managed to fully block the 2 streaks of raging flames on its exterior. It didn't even let a fraction of the flame enter the interior. Faced with this situation, the red-robed girl's face was somewhat ashen, but she suddenly performed a single-handed technique while muttering an incantation. She slowly raised one of her fingers pointed at the opposing party. Her fingertip abruptly turned a bloody scarlet-red color. Chapter 91, Heavenly Imperial Corpse Clothing. Chapter 91, Heavenly Imperial Corpse Clothing. Pooh! The red-robed girl's fingers slightly froze as a sliver of blood shot out. After an indistinct transformation, it unexpectedly morphed into a scarlet-red fire python. It was 40 to 50 meters tall, and as it opened its big mouth, it furiously rushed toward the yellow ribbon cast and furiously bit down. In that instant, a sparkling red flash rushed forward in front of Duan Can Zu's body. The fire python resolutely smashed open the yellow ribbon defense and proceeded to ram into his chest. A large sound reverberated. The fire python instantly exploded and transformed into a fire pillar that engulfed Duan Can Zu as it rushed toward the heavens. Simultaneously, the two revolving flying tridents nearby also savagely attacked Duan Can Zu, who was still mid-air. It caused him to thoroughly be enveloped within the scarlet flame. At this time, the high temperature from within the light shroud was slightly felt by the disciples in the audience who were closer to the arena. However, they all couldn't help but open their eyes wide despite the heat. They didn't dare blink. Once the fire pillar disappeared without a trace, Duan Can Zu let out a smothered sound as he fell onto the stone platform. Every person stared on and couldn't help but let out a cold breath. The present Duan Can Zu was covered from head to toe in scorched black ashes. It seemed that his body had transformed into coke. Processed coal used to blast furnace. You forced me to use my fire python secret technique, so you can be considered quite good. However, if you wish to supersede my position, you are still a bit lacking. The opposing red-robed girl finally put down her arm and slowly spoke. Presently, her two cheeks contained a slightly unnatural shade of scarlet that unintentionally added a bit of garish to her appearance. It was clear that the previous attack had consumed a lot of her energy. Is that so? Contrarily, after experiencing Senior's attack just now, I instead gained quite a bit more confidence. Just as the red-robed girl was still somewhat flabbergasted as to why the embroidered robed spirit master outside of the light shroud had yet to announce the result, the distant charred body unexpectedly produced soft words. Subsequently, under the audience's inconceivable gaze, the charred black figure, which should have been in a coma due to heavy injuries, extended his arm and began to move around. A layer of black dead skin began to peel off, revealing a new layer of light yellow bandages. The bandages were densely packed and had wrapped Duan Can Zu's body so that his body was opaque. The only skin that was visible was the portion above the neck. This scene rendered everyone dumbstruck. It is the work of the heavenly Imperial corpse clothing, also known as the most difficult secret technique to cultivate. He has further cultivated it to the initial spell mastering. Haha, it seems that Junior Fei is actually going to lose this time. The green-robed male, Feng Chan, sitting in an upright position under the second banner, immediately let out unrestrained laughter after he saw the scene unfold. As for the Junior Fei, who he mentioned, she couldn't help but be somewhat overwhelmed with shock. However, after grinding her teeth, she coldly spoke a sentence stating that she didn't believe that nothing actually happened to him. Then, she once more lifted her arm and she once again pointed at her opponent with a red finger. However, this time, the originally slow-moving Duan Can Zu suddenly lifted his arms and lightly swiped his 5 fingers at the red light. An air-shattering noise abruptly arose. The hundreds of bandages instantly shot out in a dense cluster from his arm. After a brief wild dance, they transformed into a large yellow layered net that rushed toward the red-robed girl. When the girl saw the situation unfold in front of her, her face went pale and the point of her finger instantly shook. A trace of blood appeared and once again morphed into a fire python that roared as it rushed forward. However, after tearing through multiple layers of the net, it let out a wail before dispersing into the air. As for the 2 flying tridents that turned into raging flames, they were wrapped by the large net and in an instant had their flames eliminated. They were like fish trapped in a net, unable to move. For the remaining time, the girl still refused to admit defeat as she ran about on the stone platform and further performed a few fireball attacks. Nonetheless, it was to no avail against the incessant bandages. After a short while, the girl was surrounded by the yellow bandages that layered the entire stage and finally was unable to flee. She was thoroughly bound and firmly fell on the ground, no longer with the ability to move. I admit defeat, quickly release me. The red-robed girl lay on the ground as her entire face blushed red. She could only helplessly admit defeat. Hearing this, the embroidered robed spirit Mazer naturally flew over and removed the light shroud while announcing Duan Can Zu's victory. Duan Can Zu let out a faint smile before retracting the bandages and bowing toward the embroidered robed spirit master. He then arrogantly strode toward the 6th banner. As for the red-robed girl, she stood up and ferociously stared at Duan Can Zu before jumping off the stage. Although she had lost her 6th place spot, she had also earned the right to challenge other people. Nonetheless, her current mood was unstable and the amount of FA she had expended was large. As long as she wasn't stupid, she definitely would not immediately issue a challenge. At this time, the disciples spectating the first arena's battle just now were in an uproar. From one side, there were numerous people who were shocked by Duan Can Zu's strength, while another side was that the battle had given a number of disciples the courage to challenge other disciples. Before the embroidered robed spirit master brought out the hourglass again, there was a disciple who jumped into the arena and proceeded to challenge the 9th place core disciple. After a short while, another battle commenced. Simultaneously, floating nearby the Jade stage, the barbarian ghost sect leader, Cui Er, and a handful of remaining spirit masters were discussing the previous battle. Senior Huang, your corpse refinement faction unexpectedly has someone who managed to successfully train in the heavenly Imperial corpse clothing secret technique. Don't tell me that you personally taught him? If that were the case, then I would not be surprised as well. In the past few years, this Duan Can Zu has displayed average abilities. I didn't know that he unexpectedly secretly cultivated this secret technique. Z's, it seems that he managed to slip through my gaze. Senior Huang was wearing a black robe and his face had a plethora of wrinkles. He seemed to be exceptionally old. His face was full of shock as he replied. So this was the case. This child had always hidden his cultivation method, and since he suddenly revealed it, it's most likely that he wanted to surprise everyone. Congratulations, Senior. Aside from Feng Chan, it seems that your division will have another person within the 10 core disciples. Another tall and sturdy middle-aged man laughed as he spoke. This was Heaven's secret faction spirit master Lei, who was also Lei Zhen's uncle. Yes, Can Zu daring to cultivate the heavenly Imperial corpse clothing technique really gave me a nice surprise. However, whether he is able to remain within the top 10 is still up for debate. At the very least, Lei Zhen and Jialan can easily beat him off. Senior Huang let out a light laugh as he modestly spoke. Senior Huang must be joking. Although Jialan and Lei Zhen have fairly good natural endowments, they have just entered the sect, so whether they enter the top 10 is still debatable. How could they be Duan Can Zu's opponent? I have further heard that Senior Gui's division's Shi Jian has constantly been in training in the past year. Moreover, Junior Zhu Qi and Zhong have just obtained a deep-sea cold light iron. I do not know whether Shi Jian's training has any connections to this. A 30-something-year-old scholarly male also laughed as he proceeded to change the subject to the nearby Cui Er. He was Baleful Yin faction's master, Chu Qi, and further was Cui Er largest spirit master enemy. Regarding the deep-sea cold light iron affair, I have also heard others mention this. I haven't had a chance to congratulate Junior Cui yet. I've also heard that Heavenly Moon Sect has sent people to purchase this item, but their offers were rejected. Could it be that Junior has other plans? When the barbarian ghost sect leader heard the previous words, his interest also seemed to be piqued as he smilingly asked a question. After listening, Cui Er's eyebrows creased before returning back to normal as he replied. The plan that I had was to use the materials to forge into a totem for use. Shi Jian undergoing training with us for the past year was to familiarize himself with the totem. Cui Er's reply was only half true, thus Chu Qi naturally only believed half of it. However, once the barbarian ghost sect leader expressed his congratulations, he returned the topic to the current battle in the first arena. Currently, although the disciple who issued the challenge had continuously performed a few quite powerful high-level techniques, every time he was about to complete the incantation and hand technique, the opponent would forcibly stop the rest of the incantation with a simple wind blade. After a few repeated times in this manner, without the opponent even having to attack, the challenger's Fa self-devoured and he ended up falling on the ground. Truly an imbecile, do you not realize that performing high-level techniques requires perfect timing? This sort of proficiency degree and you still want to perform high-level techniques in front of me? What a reckless idea. The 9th-ranked core disciple had acrimonious facial features and was a youth wearing a blue robe. Seeing the situation in front of him, he immediately let out a wild laugh as he spoke. Many audience members underneath the arena also laughed when they saw the scene unfold. Although the challenger's cultivation wasn't ordinary, he was completely unaware of this and clearly viewed his own strength too highly. Furthermore, his battle experience was extremely lacking. The embroidered robed spirit master announced that the challenger in the arena had been defeated as the challenger instantly jumped off the stone platform flushed with embarrassment. He rapidly disappeared within the crowd of people. Honestly, his ability to simultaneously cultivate such a number of high-level techniques already isn't an easy feat. If he had not come to the first arena, perhaps he would have a chance of entering the core disciple rankings. He merely happened to challenge the wrong opponent. I believe that Junior Bai won't make the same mistake. Lu Ming was in the process of watching another disciple jump onto the stage and challenge the 10th place gold ring youth, when a cold voice sounded from behind him. What, is Junior Gao talking about me? Lu Ming was not the slightest bit surprised as he answered without even turning his head. Junior Bai truly is a smart person. However, addressing me like that is violating the sect rules. Could it be that Junior doesn't know that even if two people entered the sect at the same time, lower status disciples must address higher ranked disciples as senior? The person speaking behind him was Gao Chong. Astonishingly, beside him stood Mu Mingzhu, the youth with arm rings, Shi Jian, his wife, and the others. Among them, Mu Mingzhu was looking at Lu Ming with a complicated expression. The youth with arm rings had a face full of a sneer, and Shi Jian and his wife were expressionless. Chapter 92, The Power of Lightning. Chapter 92, The Power of Lightning. Does Junior Gao believe his status is greater than mine? Lu Ming finally turned around and spoke with a smile, yet not a smile. Have I said it wrong? I am the direct disciple of the sect leader and you are just an ordinary side faction disciple. No matter how you look at it, my status in the sect is greater than Junior Bai's, right? Gao Chong replied while remaining calm and collected. Is that so? I am not knowledgeable in this. However, according to other people, during the sect's large competition, all competing disciples are on equal footing and are not split by status. It can't be possible that Junior Gao Chong doesn't even know this. Lu Ming sighed again and replied as if he was somewhat unhappy with Gao Chong for failing to reach his expectations. Who would have thought that Junior Bai is so clever-tongued? Anyway, I don't have the time to argue with you over these small matters. I came to find you personally to give you one last chance. If you write a document saying you deny the engagement right now, I can ignore everything that has happened in the past and you can continue to be free and live leisurely inside the sect. If you do not do that, as soon as you go on the stage in this large competition, don't think you will be able to walk off the stage by yourself. Gao Chong's expression became a little darker. A document to deny the engagement, of course I can write that. As long as Junior Mingzhu is able to get the Mu clan leader to take the initiative and mention it, I have no objections. Lu Ming gave a small laugh and replied. For my father to take the initiative and cancel the engagement, that is impossible. The expression on Mu Mingzhu's face changed and she spoke while gnashing her teeth. Then I can do nothing. Although I am not very interested in marrying you, but as a member of the Bai clan, it is not good to ignore the instructions of the clan leader. Lu Ming shrugged his shoulders and replied while shaking his head. You, Mu Mingzhu, under her rage, still wanted to say something, but Gao Chong, who was by her side, stuck a hand in and interrupted what she was going to say. He only stared at Lu Ming coldly and said, It seems you are more stupid than I thought. Since you have already made the decision, I do not need to say anything more. I will give you a word of advice. Don't think that you being able to scare away Sima Tian makes you enough to oppose me. Mingzhu, let's go. When I return, I will be slightly troubled, but I will naturally make him personally say, cancel the wedding, those exact words. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Chong immediately pulled Mu Mingzhu and turned around and left with the other people. Lu Ming instead just stood there silently, staring at the back of the people and did not say anything in the end. He instead had an extra cold glint in his eyes. To him, who had experienced an innumerable amount of life-or-death close combat scenarios, as long as Gao Chong wasn't a real spirit master, how could he kill him? Even if Gao Chong's appearance was completely different from several years ago, he still wasn't a spirit master. Thinking back to those years on Savage Island, he killed an innumerable amount of prisoners that were way more vicious than the ones met in the outside world. In fact, those people were true masters of either killing or relished in it. With the fact that he achieved miraculous victories in those impossible life-or-death battles, he already had confidence that was so great that it was beyond the expectations of normal people. If Gao Chong really was one of his opponents in the large competition, he would naturally give the opposing since a big surprise. Also, since his opposition had already put killing intent in his words, Lu Ming did not need to be merciful. If the battle was abnormally intense and he accidentally slipped, heavily injuring or even killing Gao Chong, it was not something that could not be forgiven. Lu Ming thought plainly at heart before turning around again to look at the intense battle on the stage. Sect leader, it seems Gao Chong and one of the disciples under me have some arguments. Should we, their martial uncles, go down to dissolve this grudge? On the Jade platform that was in the air, after seeing Gao Chong's group interact with Lu Ming, Gui Er hesitated a little, before speaking to the barbarian ghost sect leader. Oh, that disciple does not seem to be Xiao Feng. Since it is so, these disciples are still hot-blooded youths, having some arguments between them is a normal thing. Let them solve the problem themselves. We who are the seniors should not stick our noses in. The barbarian ghost sect leader looked at Lu Ming from far away and said plainly. It was obvious that he saw the exchange between Lu Ming and Gao Chong. Since sect leader has said it like this, then let it be. However, Song Tian, that child, can be considered to have some potential. He was partially responsible for Junior Zhu Qi's entry into the sea races market to obtain that piece of deep-sea cold light iron. After knitting his brows, Gui Ru Quan replied. This caused the barbarian sect leader to be somewhat surprised, and after thinking for a little, he replied as if he had remembered something. Song Tian? Oh, so he is actually this disciple. I wonder why Cui Er has an argument with him. If I remember correctly, although he was a 3 spiritual pulse disciple, his mental strength was uncannily strong. He can be counted as someone useful. How about this? In a while, I will tell Junior Wang that if they do meet in the large competition, to pay some extra attention to prevent the likelihood of people getting injured. Many thanks to sect leader, that is enough. Gui Ru Quan relaxed slightly and spoke a word of thanks. Toward Lu Ming, this master of the 9 infants faction always had a few feelings of regret. After all, from Lu Ming's previous performances, it was more than enough to accept him as a direct disciple. Even if it were another faction, perhaps Lu Ming would have already become a direct disciple of a spirit master. However, it was unfortunately that the 9 infants faction lacked a lot in resources. To a 3 spiritual pulse disciple, who almost had no chance in becoming a spirit master, they truly did not have any spare resources for him. Therefore it was naturally impossible to take him in as a direct disciple. That conversation just before was enough. I can finally give that youth something back. Gui Ru Quan sighed and spoke to himself secretly. News regarding the marriage between the Bai clan and the Mu clan had already come to Gui Ru Quan's ears, since it also involved Gao Chong, the Earth spiritual pulse disciple. The status and fame of Gao Chong and Lu Ming within the barbarian ghost sect were naturally impossible to compare. In addition, since this also involved the matter of the human cauldron that Gao Chong needed in the future when he would break through to become a spirit master, Gui Ru Quan naturally had even less to say. Just like this, time passed bit by bit and a large portion of the day had already passed in the blink of an eye. The other competitions on the other stages were still extremely intense, as the disciples on the stages replaced the fallen ones with almost no break time. The 10 core disciples on each stage had also been changed quite frequently by the challengers. After such a long time, almost half of all the core disciple placements had been renewed or been moved around in some way. Of course, this was partially due to the fact that everybody had 3 challenges, and that if a core disciple lost, they were allowed to challenge other people. However, on the first stage, after 8 or 9 challengers were defeated consecutively, there was a sudden clap of thunder. After the flash of a single silvery white lightning bolt, a handsome young man in blue robes appeared on the stone stage. It was Lei Qin. After seeing this, Lu Ming squinted his eyes and subconsciously swept his gaze across where Lei Qin had just jumped up. A girl by the name of Ouyang Fei was standing there. She stood there, staring at Lei Qin, who was on the stage with a slightly nervous expression. But at this moment, the blue-robed young man was covered with lightning sparks that were of finger thickness on his body. They constantly crackled on his body, and the light caused by the electricity flashed dazzlingly. This was the renowned lightning clothes technique. Although the name of this technique was impressive, it was a pity that only a spirit apostles with a lightning spiritual pulse could practice it. However, the power of the technique was extremely astonishing. I want to challenge Senior Yi, who is ranked 10th. Lei Qin looked at the young man with golden hoops who stood under the 10th banner and said slowly. After hearing this, the expression of the young man with golden hoops suddenly became extremely ugly. Although he was one of the few body cultivators in the sect, he was most afraid of lightning-type attacking techniques that carried the most destructive power. After all, his opponent was also a person with a 9 spiritual pulse. This was a high-tiered talent, only second to the Earth spiritual pulse. However, when facing the challenge of Lei Qin, a new disciple, he could not show any hesitation. Excluding the top 5 core disciples, all the other 5 core disciples on the stage had been challenged at least once. Okay, then let me try out the legendary Lightning 9 spiritual pulse and see how powerful it actually is. The young man with golden hoops gave a deep, loud shout and walked out from the bottom of the banner. As the 2 people signed the life or death writs under the witness of the spirit master in embroidered robes, a protective light screen appeared in a flash. Listen up, to defeat you I only need 3 attacks. The lightning sparks on Lei Chen's body became increasingly dazzling. He slowly stared at the opposing young man who had gold hoops and spoke arrogantly. 3 attacks. Good, very good. I do not know how many years since I have seen someone say such C**CKY words. I want to see how you defeat me in 3 moves. Although the young man with golden hoops was very afraid of Lei Chen, after hearing these words, he suddenly became extremely angry. Senior Lei, your nephew really has an arrogant tone of voice. To defeat such a strong spiritual apostle body cultivator, perhaps in all the disciples only Yang Chen could achieve this. On the Jade platform, after seeing this, the Lin spirit master from the Dancing Ghost faction could not help but speak with a sound of slight anger. If it were other opponents, then perhaps what Cui Er has said is exaggerated. However, if it were a body cultivator, there is actually a chance that he can do it. Martial Uncle Lei rubbed his chin and replied with a slightly weird expression. Senior Lei actually has such confidence. Then I will observe closely. Spirit Master Lin was somewhat surprised. Once the other spirit masters heard these words, even the barbarian ghost sect leader, had all naturally become extremely interested and focused their attention down below. At this time on the first stage, the young man with hoops gave out an angry howl and his body increased by a large size, becoming a giant that was 20 feet tall. He stepped with both feet and with a fierce wind rushed at Lei Chen. However, Lei Chen stood where he was originally and did not move a bit, only chanting non-stop with his mouth. At the same time, the 10 fingers on his hands constantly moved like a wheel. When the lightning sparks on his body gave off a thunder clap, his body also began to twist. However, the body of the young man with hoops had already arrived nearby in no time. Seeing this, Lei Chen immediately stopped his hand signs and suddenly pointed at the shadow of the giant in the fierce wind with one hand. There was a crackling sound in the air. A thick, large lightning bolt appeared in the sky and after a flash, it hit the body of the giant, who was below, accurately with no error and transformed into countless electric sparks, dancing about. A muffled sound sounded. A layer of green inscriptions appeared on the body of the giant as he forcibly endured power of the body-numbing lightning attack. He immediately rushed out of the electric spark cage, but his speed had decreased by a large half. The second attack. After seeing this, Lei Chen shouted aloud without hesitation and pointed with the other hand. In the air, a second lightning bolt immediately struck down. Chapter 93, Perfect Quality Ghost King. Chapter 93, Perfect Quality Ghost King. The giant immediately let out a stifled sound. The green layered inscription that appeared on his body disappeared under the impact of the lightning. Simultaneously, his forward motion froze as his upper body transformed from a healthy skin color into a burnt black color. Faintly, the smell of burnt meat arose. A loud yell came from the giant. The hair on the giant stood up while his body expanded once more. Unexpectedly, he managed to break free of the lightning shroud and begin rushing forward again. However, although the new giant carried a shocking aura, the giant's movements were several times slower than before. Nonetheless, after throwing himself forward, he was only about 10 feet away from Lei Chen. Lei Chen could even clearly see the giant's vein protruding on the giant's forehead due to his state of anger. A flash of astonishment appeared on Lei Zhen's face, but in the next moment he spat out 3 words, the third attack. Hong. An arc of electricity condensed on Lei Zhen's body before the thick bolt of electricity suddenly shot forward. In a flash, it struck the forward-moving giant's face. The giant only felt the area in front of his eyes go hot as he was resolutely knocked back onto the stage under an inexplicable pain. He didn't stand up again. Lei Zhen truly defeated the giant in only 3 attacks. 3 thunderbolts. This child unexpectedly has comprehended the laws of lightning to this sort of an extent. If it were another lightning spiritual pulse disciple, there is no way he or she would be able to perform 3 lightning attacks in such a short period of time. On the Jade platform there were people crying out in surprise. Haha, it's nothing. Only, that child really has a bit of natural talent in the laws of lightning. Thus, he is able to accomplish such a feat, despite the Heaven's Secret Faction's lay spirit master's modest words. He was slightly complacent in his speech, which everyone was naturally able to make out. Although the barbarian ghost sect's leader didn't say anything, his face also contained a shocked expression. Gui Er, the Lin spirit master, and the other had also lost their composure. At this moment on the stone platform below them, the spirit master had announced the winner of the match. Lei Zhen then strutted toward the 10th banner and sat underneath it. Underneath the stone platform was unexpectedly dead silence. There surprisingly was someone who was able to defeat the 10th ranked disciple in 3 attacks. This situation was simply too shocking. A few disciples looked up at Lei Jin's gaze and most of their gazes were filled with fear. There were even a few older disciples whose hearts were beating up and down with questions of whether they should approach this 9 lightning spiritual pulse disciple and work under him. Ouyang Fei was naturally excited. When she looked at Lei Jin, she did not cover up the admiration and gentle feelings in her heart. The power of lightning unexpectedly is this terrifying. The youth with arm rings sucked in a cold breath of air and muttered a few words. Senior XN should relax. Although the power of lightning isn't just for show, if he were to face me he would not have a chance of winning. I naturally have methods to counter him. Gao Chong seemed to hear the fear in the youth's voice and indifferently replied. Junior Gao is oversensitive. I was just marveling at the power of the lightning. When the youth with arm rings heard Gao Chong's words, his expression relaxed. On top of the stone platform, Yang Qian also looked at Lei Jin but he didn't have the slightest reaction. The other people on the stage also successively estimated Lei Jin's strength with calm expressions. Among them, Lu Ming looked at the distant Lei Jin under the banner. His gaze darted around but no one knew what he was thinking of. After Lei Ming achieved victory, a few disciples with genuine strength proceeded to make their move. Aside from Lei Jin who just earned victory, the 9th place, 8th place and 7th place rankings were quickly replaced by new challengers. However, in a short while, these new core disciples were defeated by other challengers and were instantly superseded. On the other hand, the 2 spots of 10th and 6th place held by Lei Jin and Duan Can Zu respectively, weren't challenged for a period of time. As for the disciples ranked in the top 5, there wasn't anyone who dared provoke them. In this period of time, Lu Ming found the time to take a look at a few other stone platforms. He found that the 89th core disciple spot was now astonishingly being held by the familiar face of Du Hai. As for Cui Er, the genius disciple from Dancing Ghost faction who had left a deep impression on Lu Ming, she had appeared in the 22nd core disciple spot. Sima Tian, the baleful Yin disciple who had wanted to cause trouble for Lu Ming earlier, was standing under the 13th banner. His body was surrounded by a thick layer of miasma and no one dared to lightly challenge him. Senior Shi Jian and the other 9 infant faction late spirit apostles who had the strongest strength, successively issued challenges and stood near the later rankings of the stone platforms. As for Xiaofeng, although he had just recently advanced a stage within the spirit apostle realm, he managed to grab a hold of the 93rd core disciple position. This caused the spectating Shuishan and Wan Shaoqing below him to be filled with envy. Among the 2 of them, one was a middle spirit apostle while the other was a beginning spirit apostle. They naturally did not have any intention of entering the arena to take part in the competition. Instead they cheered Xiaofeng on from below the arena. 9 Infant Mountain's eldest senior, Shichuan had only walked back and forth between the 1st and 2nd stone platforms a few times. Apart from watching the challengers fight, he had yet to make a move. Lu Ming had walked among the other disciples a few times before suddenly realizing that he seemed to not have seen Jialan for a while. However, how could this girl not participate in such an important competition? He was somewhat unbelieving as he continued to specifically search for her. Astonishingly, the result was still the same. Lu Ming pondered a while before suddenly thinking of the opening spirit ceremony when that girl had 2 entirely different appearances. He had a sudden flash of understanding and discarded the idea of trying to find her. Just like this, time continued to pass and the first day finally came to an end. The barbarian ghost sect leader lifted his head and looked at the color of the sky. He felt that the time had just about arrived and finally, in a loud voice, he declared that the first day of the competition had come to an end. Thus all the competitions on the stone platforms came to an end. They would resume on the 2nd day. Subsequently, the mist surrounding the stone mountain dispersed and an entrance once again reappeared. All the disciples instantly successively left, returning to their own respective dwellings to hone their strengths. On the morning of the 2nd day, when all the disciples were brought by the barbarian ghost sect leader and the other spirit masters to the stone mountain, without another word, the large competition immediately commenced. Perhaps it was due to the large number of disciples who had issued challenges yesterday, but the originally numerous amount of people who had planned on hiding their strength, finally entered the arena and made their moves. As for the core disciples who had lost their rankings yesterday, they identically began to participate in the challenging. In this manner, the entire large competition's atmosphere from the very start became exceptionally lively. Lu Ming stood to the side underneath the first elevated platform. He was somewhat astounded as he looked at the exceptionally beautiful fairy-like girl who stood on the stone platform. From the very start, this girl had silently stood in her original position without moving. Only, a faint purple light incessantly radiated from her pupils as she stared at the nearby opponent, who was the new 7th place core disciple from yesterday. This youth had revealed astonishing strength yesterday, otherwise there was no way he could defeat the original core disciple. However, this time, one of his hands was gripping a long sword that glittered like frost and snow. His 2 eyes looked straight at the young girl's facial features, but his eyes were full of emptiness. Only his body slightly shivered without stop. After the time that it takes to have a cup of tea, the youth suddenly spit out white foam and collapsed onto the ground. Jialan is victorious. When the light shroud faded, without hesitation, the embroidered-robed spirit master immediately announced the victor. This exceptionally beautifully younger girl astonishingly was the Jialan who Lu Ming was unable to find the day before. However, when the large competition had commenced this morning, this girl had appeared on the first elevated platform without the slightest bit of warning and had further used an extremely odd method to seize the 7th-ranked core disciple's spot. It wasn't only Lu Ming who let out a cold breath of air after watching the competition. Other people were also dumbstruck. Even the first-ranked Yang Qian, who had an expressionless face from the start to the finish, looked at the exceptionally beautiful young girl and couldn't help but be somewhat moved. Junior Chu Jialan's Aphrodite body has finally begun to display its prowess. With her current cultivation, I'm afraid that apart from the higher-ranked disciples who can resist her attraction, the others will all fall under her influence. What she just displayed is the legendary Nightmare Eye technique. Junior Bing really hasn't done a bad job of educating her. It seems that giving this child to the Baleful Een faction really wasn't a bad decision. On the Jade platform, the barbarian ghost sect leader saw the outcome of the battle before letting out a large amount of praise. Jialan currently is one of our division's best disciples, second only to Yang Qian. Furthermore, Junior Bing is extremely fond of her, so she naturally spent all her effort to teach Jialan. Hearing this, Chu Chi wore a smiling face as he replied. If this girl had been given to our dancing ghost faction, perhaps I could have made her even more astonishing. The spirit master Lin was somewhat unhappy as she spoke. The situation has already passed some time ago. Junior Lin shouldn't speak such words of anger. Your faction's disciple Qian also has exceptionally good aptitude. It seems that her aura is substantially different than before. Could it be that she cultivated an astonishing secret technique just for this large competition? Seeing the situation, Barbarian Ghost Sect leader hastily changed the subject. Sect leader truly has an all-seeing eye. It has already been a number of years since the last large competition, so it naturally is enough time for Huin Yang, disciple Quan, to cultivate a new secret technique to the initial mastery stage. The spirit master Lin let out a giggle, but didn't reveal the secret technique that her direct disciple had cultivated. The barbarian ghost sect leader shook his head and was about to say something when suddenly, a refining corpse faction spirit master cried out in alarm, "Look at that disciple's soul-shackling chain. Even if one were to use a high-quality ghost as sacrifice, he or she would still have no way of making it that thick. Could it be that he used a perfect quality ghost king as sacrifice to refine it?" Perfect quality ghost king. When they heard these words, most of the spirit masters were shocked and hastily stared at the position which the spirit master had been looking at. On the second elevated stage, a stalwart bronze-skinned, bald man had lifted his hands. He released a thick black rope which wrapped around his opponent. His face wore a cold grin as the rope slowly tightened. After a short while, his opponent's face was entirely red and he could only hastily admit defeat. Thus, the spirit master in charge announced the winner and the bald man retracted his black rope and walked to the 19th banner before ostentatiously taking a seat. Looking at the soul-shackling chain's power, it truly was refined from a perfect quality ghost king. It truly is a pity that this perfect quality ghost king was used on such a low-ranking secret technique. On the Jade platform, Spirit Master Lei muttered to himself as a lamenting expression covered his face. The barbarian ghost sect leader and the other spirit masters retracted their gazes and looked at each other before identically revealing expressions of pity.